From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin in Ceiling Zero.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a romance of the skies we bring you tonight, a thrilling drama of the early days of transport aviation, of the men who made it possible, of the women who loved them. Ceiling Zero stars James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and tonight's special guest is Major Carl A. Colfer, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Douglas Aircraft Company, who will speak on air transportation as it is today. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle flakes that are the safe, thrifty care for all washables. Do you know that the inexpensive large box of Lux holds 12 cups of flakes? That's a lot, isn't it? And a few flakes go so far, just one big box of Lux will take care of many, many nice things for you. Use Lux for everything safe in water alone. Not only for your stockings and underthings, but for your dresses, sweaters, and all the other washables you and the children wear. You'll do that, won't you? Remember, Lux is thrifty. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. James Cagney's career has been as checkered as it has been innocent and upright. To work his way through school, he was an office boy for the New York Sun, a page boy at the public library, a package wrapper at Wanamaker's, and a Wall Street runner. Since stardom overtook him, Mr. Cagney has contrasted his two-fisted roles with a private life in which he reads good poetry, plays the piano, sings, and dances. Between pictures, he can be found tilling his acres at Martha's Vineyard off Cape Cod. There, the red-headed bantam of the screen is a country gentleman, restoring antiques, raising chickens, goats, and vegetables, running a tractor, petting his horse, which he slightly distrusts, and never raising a hand except in self-defense. Appearing through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, his new picture is The Oklahoma Kid. And tonight, as he did on the screen, he plays Dizzy Davis in Ceiling Zero. Ralph Bellamy is here directly from the sound stages of Columbia Studio, where he's starring in Blind Alley. Like Mr. Cagney, he's a long-distance agriculturist whose favorite pastime is making his Connecticut farm pay. He's one of the best-known actors in America, where he spent 9 years touring with 15 different stock companies, playing a total of 375 characters. We hear him shortly as Jake Lee. Also from the screencast comes Stuart Irwin in the part of Tex Clark, and Boots Mallory plays Tommy Thomas. New to Hollywood is James Cagney's sister, Jean, who makes her radio bow tonight as Lou Clark. We're ready now for the takeoff, as the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin in Ceiling Zero. It's a gray winter afternoon a few years ago. At Newark Airport, a dense fog smothers field and sky, wrapping the buildings in a blanket of ghostly white. In the operations office of the Federal Airlines, the radio engineer sits at the control panel, his voice droning on endlessly.
Federal Airlines Newark calling Davis in plane 22. Calling Davis in plane 22. Davis, why don't you answer? Newark. Federal Airlines calling Davis in plane 22.
At his side stands Jake Lee, the division superintendent. Jake Lee knows about fogs after 8,000 hours in the air, and now his face is creased with worry. Somewhere in the swirling mist, a plane is lost.
22. Why don't you answer? Newark.
You sure you're transmitting?
Well, Texas Clark picked me up 5 minutes ago, and if he can hear us, Davis ought to be able to.
Let me at that thing. Calling Davis. Davis, acknowledge this message. Report your position and altitude to Newark at once.
Nothing doing, Mr. Lee.
Call him every 5 minutes. Notify the pilots in the air by radio and all eastern ground stations by teletype.
Yes, sir. I hope he's not down.
Don't worry about Davis. He could fly here in a balloon.
Hello, Newark. This is Texas Clark in plane 4. Hang out a lantern or a couple of candles. I'm coming in.
Tell him okay.
Okay. Texas Clark in plane 4. Come in.
Hey, Jake.
What do you want?
Mr. Stone just came in. He wants to see you.
Okay, go to work on that, Buzz.
Yes, sir. Calling Davis. Newark calling Davis in plane 22. Calling Davis.
Hello, Al. How's our Sterling vice president?
Hello, Jake.
Doc said you wanted to see me. Important?
In a way. It's about Dizzy Davis, Jake. I hear you can't reach him.
He'll be all right.
He wasn't all right yesterday when he was forced down in Cleveland. Who asked for him to be transferred here? You?
Yeah, why?
Well, he's not even here yet, and he's up to his old tricks already. That forced landing yesterday was a fake.
How do you know?
Report from Cleveland by phone. When the mechanics reached the ship, they found nothing wrong except the left magneto wire had been pulled loose.
Pulled loose?
Of course, and Davis did it himself. Mechanics say he drove back to the plane with a limousine load of cuties, thanked the boys, kissed the girls goodbye, and got into the air. 24 hours late.
That's your story. Why don't you wait and hear what Dizzy has to say?
Oh, he'll spin a good yarn, all right. He always does. Jake, I'm telling you, Dizzy Davis is a menace and a liability. And
just sit down there and relax, Al. I want to make a speech.
All right, shoot.
Who made the first night hop over the Alleghenies? Dizzy Davis. Who kept yelling for radio until you mugs finally spent some money on it? Dizzy Davis. Before then, it was standard practice for an aviator to stick his head out of the window in the morning and say, "Aha, it's raining." Hop right back into bed. I know. I was one of them.
I don't care how good he was 5 years ago, Jake. I'm talking about now.
Hey, Jake.
Come in, Tex.
Hey, was that Dizzy Davis you were calling?
Yeah.
You mean he's coming back here?
If he ever gets in.
Dizzy Davis. Boy, the three of us back together
We
again.
haven't heard from him yet. He ought to be...
Hello, Newark. Dizzy Davis in plane 22.
There he is.
Come on.
Hello, Newark. What's the matter with you guys?
Look out, Buzz. Hello, Davis. Go ahead.
Was that Jake? Hiya, Jake. I'm 90 miles west of Newark. Altitude 2,000, temperature 58. Visibility unlimited. Oh, how I miss you, dear old pal of mine. Hiya, Jakey, baby.
Radio regulation number 3. Pilots will refrain from all personal conversation while in flight.
Okay, George, I can read. Goodbye.
Speak of the devil.
Devil is right.
Listen, Al. Dizzy, Tex Clark, and myself are the only old-timers left in this line. We were together during the war. I taught him to fly.
That's pure sentiment, Jake. We're in business. And the wartime pilots who can't fit today's standards are through.
All right, but get this. I hire and fire the pilots for this division. As long as I have a job, Dizzy Davis will have one.
Okay, Jake. Only the next slip Dizzy makes, out he goes. Even if you go with him.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
Okay, 19. Go ahead, number 6.
Lawson in plane 6 to Newark.
Go ahead, Lawson.
Testing radio in plane 6. Ready to land at Newark.
The training job with the solo student is heading in, Tay. Take another turn around the field.
Okay.
Who's flying a training job, Buzz?
Miss Thomas supposed to solo this afternoon.
Solo, no fooling.
Yeah, and she's doing all right, too.
Hey, Buzz, hear any more from Dizzy Davis?
I'll see. Calling Davis in plane 22.
I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Cut him off. That guy'll sing us into the commissioner's office.
He sure got a rotten voice.
Hey, Jake.
Well, look who's here.
Hey, you mug, I've flown alone for the first time. Jake, I've soloed.
Mug, is that any way for an air stewardess to address her boss?
Oh, Jake, don't be so dignified. Give us a kiss, will you?
Cut it out. There's the boyfriend.
Hey, Tay.
Hello, Tommy.
Your trip okay, Lawson?
Oh, fine, Mr. Lee.
Hey, listen, I soloed. I made it just like that.
Hello, girl. Were you scared?
Well, kinda. Gee, it was sort of like falling in love and going to church and having your first cocktail all at once.
There's no doubt about it. You've just soloed.
Dinner tonight, Tay.
Oh, not tonight, honey. I got another trip to take out. 22 calling Newark. Boys, I'm almost home. I can smell the meadows.
Okay, 22.
Don't be so businesslike, Buzz. I'm trying to tell you I'm landing in Newark. Never mind the fatted calf. Making lobster thermidor at Mama Junie.
Okay, 22. Shut up.
Here I come, Jake. Yeah! Hey, Jakey, can I come in this upside down?
What? No.
Oh, come on, Jakey, be a sport. Let me come in upside down.
Now, listen, Dizzy, I said no. I don't want any fooling around.
Here I come. Look at me, Jakey. How's this?
He's doing it, Jake. He's going into a roll.
Dizzy, cut it. Straighten out, do you hear?
I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Dizzy, cut it out.
I can smell the dandelions on the field, Jakey. Don't worry, here I go. If I don't come out of this roll, I'll...
Dizzy, listen, Dizzy.
There he goes. Oh, he's okay, Jake.
I ought to break his neck.
Boy, can that man fly. Those sparrows just tucked their heads under their wings and fell right off the telephone
Check
wire.
him in, Buzz. I'll go out and say hello. Come on. Hey, you egg.
America, I love you,
Dizzy.
You old Texas.
Hey, cut it
Jake,
out.
you old sweetheart.
Look, Jake, he's got a new dimple.
Been having a facelift, Dizzy?
Sure, that's better than going a paunch like Tex.
Oh, now lay off. I'm building that up for a rainy day.
Looks like Noah's Ark already. Well, same old joint. Come on, I'm starved.
Wait a minute, fella. Are you Dizzy Davis?
In person, why?
I'm Joe Allen, Inspector, Bureau of Air Commerce.
Oh, well. How are you, Joe?
That was a very fancy landing, Davis. The next one like it'll draw you a suspension.
You government guys are always wrong. There isn't going to be any next time.
Cut it out, Dizzy. This is serious.
Let's see your pilot's license.
There you are, brother. You'll note my application for renewal has gone in.
I see you've applied for a waiver for physical defect. What is it?
Skippy Pump, 6 years old. How is Washington on us old cripples these days?
Tough.
You write a nice hand, Joe. I suppose you're going to put in a rap.
I've got my job to do, but I'm no stool pigeon. You get my notice about inspecting, Jake?
We're all ready for you, Joe.
Good. See you later.
As lucky as ever, Diz. Say, let's go over to the office.
Come on. Well, Jake, how's Mary?
Fine. She'll be over to pick me up pretty soon.
Well, how's your matrimony, Texas? Still moaning along?
Yep, on a clear day, I can hear her in Cleveland.
Go on in, Dizzy.
Hello, Dizzy.
Hiya, Buzz.
Hey, Tommy, come here. You want to meet a real pilot?
Around here? I'd be delighted.
This is Dizzy Davis.
How are you?
And Dizzy, this is Tommy Thomas.
Well. How are you? What was that name again?
Tommy Thomas.
Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you. You an aviator, Tommy?
No, not yet. I'm just a stewardess. Tex is teaching me to fly, though.
Yep, I'm her daddy.
Gee, your landing was a honey, Davis. I wish I could fly like that.
Well, maybe I could give you a lesson or two.
Would you really?
Right now, I can't think of anything I'd rather do.
Oh, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, Tay?
Number 11's inspected. I'm ready to take off.
Right. Oh, here, I want you to meet somebody. Pilot Davis, Pilot Lawson.
Hi.
Oh, welcome back to Newark.
Lawson's my right-hand man. Been developing this new de-icer to keep ice from forming on the ships. Go over the records with him when you get a chance.
Yeah, sure.
How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Well, now, wait a minute. I've got to see what my engagements are. Tell me, what are we doing tomorrow? I mean, what are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know yet. Why not ask me the day after tomorrow, and I'll tell you all about it. Come along. Okay, I'll walk down the ship with you.
Thanks, honey.
Hey! Did I get the brush, or is she always like that?
I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Dizzy was a good guy when he had it, huh, Jake?
Well, the old Meister isn't licked yet. That was routine number 1. Wait till you hear routine number 2. It's never failed yet.
Well, now that you're here, where are you going to stay, Dizzy?
Oh, Tex asked me to stay at his place.
Huh?
Well, didn't you?
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but, well,
Well, what?
I guess I better phone Lou. Excuse me.
Uh-huh. So you got to phone the little woman, huh? If it was up to her, I'd sleep in jail.
Oh, no.
Why so worried, Tex? Don't you ever wear the pants in your little home?
Well, you know darn well I do.
Tell her I won't be there much. I've got that roving insomnia.
Hello, Lou. This is Tex, your husband. Now, listen, honey. Dizzy's here. Yeah. She sends you her best, Dizzy.
Nice work.
Now, honey, look. I thought until he gets settled permanent that we might put him up.
Be firm, Texas. You're the man of the house.
Huh? Well, you could move the puppies off the sleeping porch.
Oh, no, Texas. That wouldn't be fair.
Well, how about a cot in the hall? No, I don't expect him to sleep with us.
Why not?
Well, there's still a sofa in the living room.
You're doing fine.
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me your mother was coming?
Well, that settles that.
Okay, honey. Bye, dear. Gee, Dizzy, I'm sorry, but my mother-in-law is...
Oh, forget it. Say, is that Lawson warming up?
Yeah, why?
Oh, nothing. How long will he be gone?
Back tomorrow.
That makes it perfect.
Jake, can I come in?
Oh, sure. Come in, Mike.
I cleaned up that brass door plate, Jake.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You can go home now.
Well, okay.
Mike, you old son of a gun.
You want something?
Hey, Mike, it's Dizzy. You remember me?
Oh, yes.
Dizzy Davis, 59th Squadron, Kelly Field. You remember?
Dizzy Davis? Oh, sure. I remember you. You were a pilot.
Yeah. I still am.
Well, you've been away.
Yeah. Out west for a while.
Thought I hadn't seen you around. Well, drop by the house sometime.
Thanks, Mike. I will.
I don't fly anymore.
Mm-hmm. I see.
I shined that plate, Jake. It looks good.
That's swell, Mike. Thanks.
Jake's afraid if the front door don't look right. People won't come in. Well, good night.
Oh, Jake, you can't do that. Mike's a pilot.
He was a pilot.
What happened?
Smacked a tree in a fog. You must have heard about it.
No, never a word. Mike Owen shining spittoons.
He doesn't do that very well. He's got a wife and 2 kids. We couldn't let him starve.
Tex.
Yeah?
Tex, here's a few bucks. Have Lou get Mike's kids something, will you? Well, Jake, what do you say we go someplace for chow and a few snorts? How about Mama Jeannie's? Still open?
Sure.
Good. I'll be back in a minute.
What's your idea?
I got to see Miss Thomas. Routine number 2. It has yet to fail. Hello.
Hello.
I thought you'd be coming back this way. I'd like to apologize.
For what?
Oh, for wisecracking. You know, you really hurt me terribly. I can't begin to tell you how you wounded me. But, I guess I had it coming.
All right. Let's forget it.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget it. I know I got off on the wrong foot, but I'd like to start all over and show you I'm not as bad as I looked.
And how are you going to do that?
Well, Tex and Jake are going over to have a bite with me at Mama Jeannie's. How about joining us?
Well,
Well, you've got to eat anyhow, haven't you?
well, yes.
Well, come on, I'll show you that I know which knife to use. It'll be straight from Emily Post.
Okay.
Swell.
Wait a minute. There goes Tay.
Yeah, there he goes. Back tomorrow, so I hear. Ready, Miss Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Dinner is served, honey. Let's go. curtain falls on the first act of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin. During this brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's evening, and the family are in the living room. As the scene opens, 14-year-old Midge is dancing about the room in a series of fantastic swing
I'm
steps.
just a jitterbug, a little jitterbug. Boy, does that music send me. I'm in the groove.
Midgie, calm down a little. Why all the
I'm
excitement?
practicing for the jam session at school, Mother. We're having a contest for the best dancer.
It takes more than dancing to win that contest, Midge.
Why, Dot, what do you mean?
Zippy, zippy, zum, little run. Stocking runs won't take any prizes, Midgie.
Oh, my gosh, have I got another run?
Yes, and it's a beauty. Zip clear down your leg when you were shagging just now.
Oh, dear, what am I going to do about these awful runs?
Oh, Midge, it's so simple. If you'll only remember to lux your stockings every night, that'll cut down on those runs. Look, Midge, why don't you make a little sign, Lux Stockings Tonight, and put it up on the bathroom mirror. Then you'll be sure to remember.
Dot, that's a grand idea. I'll do it right now.
Smooth-fitting stockings without a sign of a run. They help any girl to be a winner. And it's easy to have nice-looking stockings when you give them regular Lux care. Why? Because Lux saves elasticity, that live, springy quality in your stockings. When your stockings are nice and elastic, they give instead of breaking easily under strain. And that's exactly what you want, isn't it? So Lux your stockings every night. It takes only a moment. Do you run to things at the same time? Regular Lux care keeps them fresh and dainty, and you looking longer. Buy the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes. And now, Mr. DeMille. Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. It's late the same evening, and Mama Jimmy's, a cafe near the airport, is almost deserted. On the tiny dance floor, Dizzy and Tommy move slowly to the rhythm of the four-piece orchestra.
How am I doing?
All right. A little close, that's all.
Well, that's the way they taught me.
When, in the gay 90s?
Say, how old do you think I am? I'm only 34.
That's an awful lot when you're only 19.
But when you're 34, it's nothing. Say, you realize when you're 34, I'll only be 49?
What of it?
Well, if you think when I'm 49, I'm going to dance with an old hag of 34, you're crazy. Better enjoy yourself while you can. Look up here a second, will you?
What's the idea?
I'll show you.
You're not going to kiss me in public, I hope.
Sure. How was that?
Not bad.
Have another?
Oh, I don't think I'd better, thanks.
Oh, come on, just one more. Can't hurt you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's that?
My mother always told me to count 10 if I was tempted or something. Can you wait?
Sure, if you can. Come on, let's count together. 1,
2,
2, 3, 4. 4.
Hey, how about dancing this one with your boss?
Okay, Jake.
Beat it, Dizzy. You can keep Mary company.
Yeah, sure. You got up at the count of 5, Tommy. That means there was no knockout.
Well, stay on your feet. You may get a draw.
Hiya, Mary.
Sit down.
Say, you better watch that husband of yours, Mary. Look at him dancing around with that nice young girl. Ought to be ashamed of himself, the old reprobate.
What about you?
Oh, me? Well, I'm not old.
Uh-huh. Look, Dizzy, I don't want to preach, but Tommy's only 19.
Well, what of it?
Nothing. Only when you're 19, it's so easy to fall for a dashing aviator and get your heart broken into tiny pieces. I remember reading about a case like that.
Oh, you do, huh? But she turned out all right, didn't she? I mean, the girl you were reading about?
She turned out fine. Because right after that, she met a swell guy named Jake Lee. And she married him. She's had 4 of the happiest years in her life. You see, her husband didn't ask her any questions about what happened before.
Mm-hmm. Suppose he had asked her.
I think she'd have told him, without mentioning any names. Wouldn't make things any better to break up a lifelong friendship, would it?
No, guess not.
Whoa, Slug, that's my wife.
Sure. Hey, where's Tommy?
She want to make a phone call. We better head for home soon, Mary.
I'm ready.
Not me. I've got some counting to do.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, Mama Jeannie? Oh, that dinner was swell.
That's so good. Say, you know that girl who was here?
Yeah? Where is she?
Well, she's to say, to tell you she's to take a taxi.
What?
Sure, she's to go home.
Home? Well, that's fine. That's great. Hey, Mama,
Yeah?
what are you doing tonight?
NOAA calling all Federal Airline stations. Business dispatch. Bad weather ahead beginning this afternoon, affecting Eastern Division only. Passenger runs may be canceled on short notice. Male pilots will punch in regardless of weather until further orders. WWGR, Newark.
Here you are, Tommy. Catch.
Hey, watch where you throw things.
That's not a thing. It's a book. A little present.
What is it? Poetry?
No, it's a little arithmetic book I picked up. Got all the numbers from 1 to 10 inclusive.
Oh, thanks. Just what I wanted.
And after you get those down, I'm going to buy you a little book on etiquette.
And do I need that, too?
Well, you certainly don't know how to act toward a gentleman. What did you run out like that for? Think I was going to stick you with a check?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, you began to look so attractive to me last night. You know the way those soft lights flatter you when you're 35?
34.
All right, 34. Anyhow, you looked so attractive that my heart kept going pit-a-pat. I finally got hold of myself and said, "But Tommy, how does he look in the morning?" So I thought I'd wait until morning.
And now?
And now I know.
Will you let me in on it? How do I look in the morning?
Not a very good shave.
Oh, the quiet Rudy Toot and the razzmatazz. Well, how about teaching you some stunts this afternoon?
Oh, gee, that'd be swell.
Only one thing would be sweeter. Tonight you have dinner with me.
But you're scheduled to go to Cleveland this afternoon.
I can fix that. I'll get Tex to take my run.
Jake won't stand for that.
Now, you just leave that to me. I'll see Tex now. In the bag, honey. In the bag.
Hiya, Dizzy.
Hiya, Tex. How's the old...
Hey, what's the matter? Dizzy, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing.
Huh?
I'll be all right in a minute.
What is it? That bum ticker of yours?
Yeah.
Too much last night, huh?
Yeah.
You're getting old and you can't take it.
Yes, Tex. I guess you're right.
Say, you can't go to Cleveland feeling like that.
Oh, it's all right. I've done it before, and I can do it again. How would it look getting sick the minute I came?
Oh, well, what do you care how it looks? Now, listen, Diz. Don't you worry about your run. I'll take it.
No,
And you can take mine this weekend.
No, Tex. I've got no right to do that to you.
Why not, now?
Lou'll be sore.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. Well, let her be sore. I'm taking your run tonight.
Oh, gee, Tex. That's swell.
Bureau of Air Commerce, Washington, to all planes and stations, 8 o'clock weather. Colsman barometer, 2980. Temperature, 30. Dew point, 30. Surface wind calm. Heavy fog. Visibility 0. Ceiling 0.
Hand me that last report from Belfont.
Here you are.
This fog is thick enough to cut in chunks. Look at those seagulls are walking around.
Texas Clark in plane 9, calling Newark.
Go ahead, Texas.
Texas Clark to Newark, eastbound, 10 miles west of Bethlehem. Flying blind on instruments on Newark beam. Altitude 10,000. Visibility 0. What's the ceiling at Newark?
Ceiling here, still 0, Texas. Getting no better. Keep in touch.
Okay.
Boy, Dizzy should be happy he's on the sick list. He sure handed Tex a sweet run.
Dizzy recovered fast. I saw him at Mama Jeannie's having dinner with Tommy.
What's that? Is Dizzy at Jeannie's?
Yeah. Well, at least he was.
It was grand this afternoon. I didn't know anyone could handle a plane so smoothly.
You know, for a student, you're doing all right yourself.
Dizzy, what is it that makes flying so worth loving?
You're the first girl I ever heard talk like that. Well, I don't know. When you're up there, it's a one-man show, and the whole world slides under your wings. There's danger and thrills and progress. Hey, what the heck am I doing? Making a speech? Oh, I don't know what it is. All I know is I'd rather be a male pilot than king. But no passengers for mine.
You should complain. We stewardesses get the grief.
Hey, look at that fog out there.
Yeah, it is pretty low.
No more ceiling than a dugout. I didn't know Tex was going to be up against that when I asked him to take my run. Tommy, come on, let's hit the office and see how he's making out.
Blind on instruments on Newark beam. Altitude 10,000. Visibility 0. What's the ceiling at Newark?
Ceiling here, still 0, Texas. Getting no better.
Okay, as long as the beam's okay.
Hey, Dizzy. Texas radio sounds kind of sour.
What do you think he's a mind reader? Tell him about it.
Newark to Texas Clark. Check the connections and tubes on your radio set, Texas. Your transmission is blurred.
Okay, Newark.
You know, Tex would be in a bad spot tonight if his radio went dead.
Oh, Tex is an old hand. He'd figure out some way out of any jam.
Oh, sure. You know, I've been thinking, Dizzy. I still can't figure out how you did that barrel roll this afternoon.
Say, can't you think about anything but flying? When did the bug bite you anyway?
Do you remember the day Lindbergh came back from Paris?
Yeah, I do, but you don't. You were in your cradle.
I was only a kid. But I'll never forget it. You know, they wrote "Welcome Home" in smoke across the sky and signed it QB.
Yeah, you were there, all right.
I didn't even know what QB meant. When someone told me about the quiet birdmen, old pilots joining together to help a flying game. Gee, I love that. You know, they seemed apart from ordinary people.
They were. That first QB hangar was a great spot. Each QB had his own drinking mug. If he got bumped off, the mug was put on a shelf over the bar, bottom up. Your first drink was always a silent toast to the shelf.
How swell. You know, you ought to be proud of the way you feel and all the flying you've done.
Mm-hmm. You're a grand kid.
You're sort of goofy and tough and sweet all at once, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. How's your counting?
Cut it out, Dizzy.
Oh, come on.
No, Dizzy, you spoil everything.
Oh, now, don't be silly, baby. All right, big shot. Now that you've taken one from her, maybe you'd like one from me, too.
No, Tay, listen, it's quite all right.
It's not all right. What do you think you're doing, Davis? What's that to you? I'll show you. No. Never lead with your right, Lawson.
Cut it out. Cut it out! Cut it out! What's wrong with you guys? If I catch you pulling this stuff again, you'll both get fired. The least you can do is settle your snarls away from here.
I'm at your service anytime, Davis. That's fine. Remember to have my suit pressed in the morning.
Go on, Tay. Tommy, you go with him. Why don't you grow up, Dizzy, and let those kids alone?
Got a cigarette?
She's not your kind. She's not for you.
Why don't you let her decide that for herself?
Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. We're ready to check your transmitter. Go ahead, Texas. Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. Go ahead, Texas.
Doesn't he answer?
No, sir. His last report came in garbled. I told him to check his set.
Try him every couple of minutes. Notify all stations by teletype number 9 not reporting.
Yes, sir.
Radio must be dead.
Jake, I want you to know that I didn't swap with Tex just to hand him a tough one.
Forget it.
Jake, is Tex in the air in this?
Yep. On his way home, Mike.
It was a night like this. I was coming home. I couldn't see the ground, or the trees, or the houses, or anything. Then I hit. I stopped like a train hitting a wall. And I hurt all over.
Take it easy, fella.
Yes. Take it easy. I'm all right. I shined that brass plate, Jake. It looks real pretty.
Forget it, Mike. Run along home.
I guess I'd better. The wife might be worrying. She still thinks I'm flying.
Buzz, put that outside radio transmitter on the window ledge.
Yes, sir.
Tex will never get in here without radio unless he finds a hole.
A hole? In that mud? A solid overcast, 15,000 feet thick. No use worrying till he begins to look for the field.
Yeah, then we'll pray him down.
Hiya, Jake.
Oh, hello, Smiley.
Well, Dizzy, I heard you were back.
Hiya, Smiley. What are you doing over here among us common people? I thought you'd quit the racket.
Believe it or not, I'm looking for a job. Can you use a good aviator, Jake?
You wouldn't want to work for us.
Why not?
Have to spend at least a year learning the ropes as co-pilot.
Co-pilot? I'd hit the bread line before I'd start riding with some other guy at the controls.
Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. He still doesn't answer.
Keep trying.
Well, how you doing, Dizzy? And how are all your gals?
I can't complain.
Say, whatever happened to that slim brunette you used to chase around with?
Am I supposed to know the girl from that description?
You know the one I mean. You were going with her when I was testing those new transports.
Oh, yeah. You mean, I know. You mean Eileen?
Not that one. What was her name?
Oh, stop it, will you?
I've got it. Mary something.
Oh, cut it out. She wasn't my girl.
You remember, she lived in a little white house over in East Orange. Mary...
Shut up.
Was it Mary Miller?
Yeah, that was it. Mary Miller. You know her, Jake?
Yeah, I know her. I married her.
No, not Miller. This was, Mary Dillon. That was it, Dillon.
Oh, then I wouldn't know her.
No, you never met this girl. Well, if there's nothing here, I might as well be going. So long.
Was Mary really under your skin?
Oh, now, Jakey. You know the way I was, how I used to talk. It was just part of the act. Mary and I just clowned around, and then you came along and she found out what a foul ball I was.
If your reputation wasn't so cockeyed, it'd be easier to believe.
Oh, wait till Tex gets in here. He and I were living together, and he knows everybody I went around with. He'll smooth this out in no time.
Yeah? Try Tex, Buzz.
Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. No, he still doesn't answer.
Say, he ought to be here any second.
If he's on time. Doc, field lights.
Yes, sir.
Texas Clark and number 9 to Newark.
There he is.
Still flying blind on the Newark beam here in the field. Give me the surface wind and the Colesman barometer reading. I'm coming in.
Surface wind calm, Colesman barometer 2988, ceiling 0.
Newark, answer 9. I want to set my altimeter. I can't land without it. When I get on the ground, I'm going to wrap this radio around Buzz's neck. The beam's fading now. I can't hear.
Newark to Texas Clark, come in. Sounded like his sending set quit on him.
I wish it was me coming here instead of Tex.
Bad enough to have Tex up there. If it was you, we'd have an argument about how to get you down.
All lights okay, Mr. Lee.
Jake, I just heard a plane. It must be Tex.
Listen. That's him. He sounds high, Jake.
Yeah.
Come on, fella, talk him down.
This is Jake, Texas. You're approaching the field west of the office. You sound much too high. You must be 1,000 feet. You should be losing altitude very fast. Answer by radio or jazz your motor if you hear me.
Come on in, baby.
Why doesn't he answer?
He's probably getting it, but just can't send.
You're much too high, Texas. You're over the edge of the field now. You better circle back and make another approach. Come in much lower. You can't make it this time. You're sure to overshoot the field.
Oh, he's going on.
Didn't hear a word.
He's after far. I don't know how to see.
He won't pass the coast. He knows he's somewhere near New York.
Tex will bring you in if anyone can. He isn't one of these kid pilots. Hey, Jake. Jake, he sounds like he's coming back. Here he comes. Give me that mic. Hello? You are calling Texas Clock. You are calling Texas Clock. Go ahead, Texas. He's lower this time.
You won't land on that course. Keep trying.
You are calling Texas Clock. You are calling Texas Clock. You are calling Texas Clock.
He's passing again. He'll never get in. Tell him to climb for altitude and use his chute.
New York to Texas Clock and plane 9. Do not attempt to land. Climb for altitude and go over the side. That's orders. Acknowledge. Hey, Mr. Lee, here comes
New York,
wife.
Texas Clock. Climb for altitude and hit the silk. Acknowledge.
Here comes Texas' wife.
How did she...
Jake.
Come in, Lou.
Jake, what is it? What's wrong? I've been at home listening in. What is it?
Texas radio's dead. Don't worry. He'll get down all right.
Come on, Lou. You don't want to stay here. Let's go home. Home? I've just been there. Not just tonight, but one night after another. Sitting over the radio, alone, wondering whether Tex will ever come home or not. I know, darling, but please, come along. Oh, I've been through it so often. Sitting there, going crazy, waiting for the telephone to ring. Jake, what are you going to do? Can't you do something?
We tried to tell him to use his chute, Lou.
Tex ought not to be flying.
You'll make it all right, Lou. Don't worry.
Don't touch me. I know why you got Tex to take your place. Because you had a date with Tommy, the great Dizzy Davis, out after another girl.
Is that why you switched your run?
Jake, listen. He's turned back for the field. You hear that? He's picked up the field lights. You are calling Texas Clock. You are calling Texas Clock.
Jake, I'm heading in. At least I think I am. My radio sure is sick. Haven't heard a word for an hour.
You're coming into the field, Tex, toward number 1 hangar. You sound just about right. Keep her straight and settle in slow.
Why don't you answer me? Are you guys shooting crap or something?
You haven't reached the edge of the field yet, Tex. Your altimeter should read about 200 feet. You're headed over the hangars for the middle of the landing area. Keep her straight and steady.
Here I come, feeling for the ground. Why don't you answer? It's a wonder you wouldn't help a fellow.
He can't hear us. He's coming in blind.
You ought to be up there. You're a murderer. That's what you are. You're a murderer.
You sound a little low, Texas. Lift her up about 50 feet.
He's too close, Jake. Too low. He's coming right toward us.
Pull her up a little, Tex. Pull her up. You sound low. You're still outside the field, heading for the hangars. Watch it. Pull her up, Tex. Pull up, Tex. Pull up. You're too low. You're right on top of the hangar. Watch it. Pull up, Tex. Pull up.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act 2 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, who will be heard shortly in Act 3. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille introduces our guest. But first, I'd like to say a word about our product, Lux Flakes. Have you ever figured out how thrifty Lux really is? How much it can do for you? It's amazing how far a penny's worth of Lux will go. Listen to this. Unless the water is hard, about 1 penny's worth of Lux will do your underthings 3 times, your stockings 4 times, or your dishes for a whole day. Or you can look at it this way. Just a little more than a penny's worth of Lux does a sweater and a dress. Yes, Lux is thrifty, and it's safe. Safe for anything safe in water alone. So every time you buy the generous large-size box of Lux, just think to yourself, it's safe and it saves. Now, Mr. DeMille, as our guest tonight, I thought it most appropriate to present a man from the skies. Someone from real life who can match the color and skill of the pilots of our play. But he's as different from the aviators of our play as the plane which he's flying is different. The swift progress of aviation since the writing of Ceiling Zero has outstripped man's imagination in making air travel safe, and safer still. Right now, in the sky above the Lux Radio Theater, a modern transport plane is circling. At the controls is Major Carl A. Cover, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the famous Douglas Aircraft Company, makers of planes flown the world over. Major Cover trained the men who trained the pilots to fly in the World War, and has had much to do with the pursuit of safety for the past 20 years. But let's hear from Major Cover direct. Are you ready, Major?
I've been accustomed, Mr. DeMille, to look up to the Lux Theater. This is the first time I've ever looked down on it. Incidentally, I'm now speaking from a regular DC transport plane, while in the course of routine checkup flight. This plane belongs to the Royal Dutch Airlines. It will soon be delivered for operation in the longest passenger run in the world between Amsterdam and Batavia.
As you fly around up there, Major, what picture do you get of aviation today and in the future?
Well, I believe aviation has traveled farther in less time than any invention in the world. I think you'll agree that it has made as vast strides in the brief years since the period of Ceiling Zero as it did between its inception and the first showing of tonight's play. Safety and comfort in the air develop so fast that it's almost impossible for the average person to realize the changes. It would be a full-time job to keep up with the progress being made. As a result, only a few technically minded people can appreciate just where we stand today.
But doesn't such progress take all the romance and daring out of flying?
If you mean romance in the terms of such heroic daredevil performance as you have in Ceiling Zero, then the answer is yes. But there's another kind of romance, the conquest over nature. A conquest made possible by such things as the radio beam, the new altimeter, the icing equipment, the automatic pilot, and the amazing reliability of modern engines. There's romance, too, in the thought that you can fly in the space of a single day from a land of ice and glaciers to the palm trees of the tropics. I'll even predict that passengers will be able to make regular scheduled flights from here to Paris and London within a very few months. I'm not much in the romance angle, but I think that comes pretty close to being the real thing.
The world owes you and men like you a deep debt of gratitude for the safety you've brought about and are constantly increasing. I know that most of us in Hollywood, actors, actresses, and producers, are almost as much at home in the air as we are on the ground.
We hope so, Mr. DeMille. And now I'm sure you want to get back to Ceiling Zero. As for me, I'd like to hear the rest of it, too. Good luck, sir.
You've given wings to the world, Major, and to our program. Act 3 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. Pulled from the wreckage of the mail plane, Texas Clark was rushed to the hospital to linger for hours between life and death. In the anteroom, Tex's wife, Lou, numb by the tragedy, waits for word from the operating room. Mary is with her, and Dizzy Davis.
Lou, I know it sounds silly to say you're sorry. It's always too late. But I am sorry, Lou. At the bottom of my heart.
I know.
Lou...
Don't worry. I'm not going to shout. I don't think I can ever shout again. I don't want to hurt you, Dizzy. That won't help Tex. But you're no good. You never have been any good. Everyone you touch, you hurt. Jake helped you. Got you sent back here. And what do? You've already hurt Tay and Tommy. And if you stay here, you will hurt Mary.
Lou, so help me.
You can't help it, Dizzy. You're just no good. No good. Dizzy. She doesn't know what she's saying, Dizzy.
Oh, yes. Yes, she does. She's right. I'm poison, absolute poison, even to my friends.
Not to Jake, Dizzy.
Oh, to him, too. Smiley Johnson spilled the beans about us.
What did Jake say?
He doesn't know whether to believe him or not.
Then I've got to tell him, Dizzy.
Yeah, I guess you do. Only wait till this is over, will you? Goodbye, Mary. I'm going back to the office. Phone me if anything happens, huh?
Goodbye, Dizzy.
Well, any word?
He's still unconscious, Jake, but a little stronger.
Swell.
Jake, suppose Tex should die.
You weren't to blame for the crash. After Tex took to run, the show was all his.
That's easy for you to say. You're not in the picture. Lou named it. It's murder.
Forget it. He's going to pull through. Get well. But you got to learn to play the rules, Dizzy.
I know. Jake, listen. I've cut a lot of corners, but there's one guy I've always been on the level with, and that's you. Jake, I'd cut my heart out for you. Please don't be mad at me.
All right, forget it. What's the latest weather report on, Buzz?
0. Ice at 3,000.
Have Lawson stand by.
You want to push the night mail through that ice?
Probably not, but I never cancel any run in advance. We'll decide when the time comes. Number 7's rigged with those new de-icers. Be worth the crash to find out how they stand up.
You want me to make the hop?
Lawson's scheduled to go.
That kid? He won't get from here to the edge of the field.
No? Why don't you go out and tell him how?
Okay, Jake. I guess you're sickened of looking at me right now. I'll see you later.
Dizzy.
How are you, Half-Pint?
I'm pretty low. Dizzy, I feel so guilty about Tex. Only we hadn't made that silly date.
Oh, don't blame yourself. It was my bright idea. Everybody knows that.
Dizzy, you mustn't worry about what Lou said. Tex wouldn't want you to do that. He'd understand.
Tommy, you're the only nice thing that's happened to me since I got back here. The rest has been bad news.
Why don't you go home? It doesn't do any good staying here, making yourself unhappy.
I don't want to be alone. I'd go screwy over there by myself.
I wish I could help.
You could. Could help a lot.
How?
Staying close and being near me till it goes away. Will you?
Of course.
Sweet. Here's the key to my apartment. 1211 Wellington Road, number 14. You go down there and wait, and I'll be alone in a little while. We'll have some drinks and try to drown all this, huh?
All right. If you see Tay, will you tell him goodbye for me? Please.
I'll tell him with pleasure.
Hey, Dizzy. Jake wants you.
Right there. Go ahead, kid. Well, Jake?
I got a rap for you, Dizzy.
Yeah, what?
Read this. It just came from Washington.
Washington? For me?
They turned down your physical waiver, Dizzy. They won't renew your pilot's license.
Hey, what? Say, what is this, a gag?
No, Dizzy, it's straight.
Well, then I'm finished. Washed up.
Take it easy. We'll find some way out.
Yeah, maybe I could get a job like Mike Owens.
Don't be a fool.
What do I know except to push a plane around?
If you hold down this sort of a job, I can fix it.
Fix it? To sit around at a desk watching the other guys fly? Gee, that's great. That's marvelous.
Federal Airlines, Jake Lee speaking. What? When? Okay, thanks.
Was that about Tex?
Yeah. He's gone.
Oh.
Don't let it throw you. You've seen hundreds of crashes. And a lot of swell guys go west. It's all part of the game. Dizzy, pull out of it.
Oh, don't worry about me. What about Lou?
I better go see her. Take over the duty watch, will you?
Sure.
Hold the night mail. We're sure to cancel.
Okay.
Dizzy. Listen, Diz. Sometimes a guy gets to thinking he's fair and big. When he's in love with a woman, he can be pretty small. I don't know what got into me. I was jealous, I guess. Forget I ever said anything about you and Mary, will you?
I never heard a word of it.
Swell. So long, Diz.
So long, Jake. Tex. Oh, my God. I killed him. I shoot it.
Hey, Dizzy.
Yeah?
That kid Lawson's getting ready to leave. Is the trip canceled?
Canceled?
Yeah, it's awful bad up there. Ice all over the place. I guess the trip's out, huh?
Yeah. No, wait. Where's Lawson?
He's down by the hangar.
I'll go down there and see him. Hold everything. Hey, Lawson. You seen the weather map?
Yes. I'll take another look before I shove off.
From here to Cleveland, it's bird walking weather.
These days, planes fly when birds only sing.
Yeah. Hey, look. You really love that Tommy kid?
What's it to you?
Nothing much. You going to marry her?
Yes, I expect to marry her.
You know where she is now?
Well, I guess she's home.
Yeah. Now, what's the dope on these new de-icers?
An old hand like you should know all about that.
Answer my question. I'm in charge here.
Well, you know how they work. We've been running wind tunnel tests. Now they're installed on 7 here, ready to try out.
Suppose they don't click.
If it gets too bad, I'll go over the side.
Lawson, come on. Let's cut the squabbling. You're right. Tommy is swell. Too swell for me.
You mean that?
Yeah, sure. You kids are just getting started. Here you are. Here's all the happiness on earth.
Well, thanks, Dizzy. That's darn swell of you.
So long, kid. Have a good hop.
Well, thanks.
No. Now, Stay asleep until I get back. Hey, Doc.
Yep.
This kid Lawson is sick.
What?
Yeah, he just fainted. Come on, pick him up and take him inside, will you?
Gee. Hey, Baldy, put that ship up.
Oh, no, you don't. The ship stays. I'm taking the kid's trip.
You can't, Dizzy, not in this weather.
I'm giving orders here, and I'm taking that trip.
Yeah, but...
Now, go on. Do as you're told.
What'd you let him go out for? Why didn't you hold him?
I couldn't help it, Jake.
Shut
You
up.
told me to... Dizzy Davis and 7 to Newark. Altitude 3,000 feet. Flying blind on the Newark beam for Cleveland. Light ice forming on wings and tails. These new de-ices don't quite break it up.
Tell him to turn back and land at once.
Newark calling Davis and 7.
Go ahead, Newark.
Davis and 7 return to Newark and land at once. Division Superintendent's orders.
Tell Jake to come to the mic.
Dizzy, this is Jake.
Here. Here's the dope on these new de-ices, Jake.
Never mind the de-icers. You know you can't fly through that stuff. Get on the ground.
Come on, get this.
Take this down, Buzz.
The pressure has got to be doubled. The rear tube should be moved back 8 inches so the ice won't form behind it. And you need tubes on the tail, too. One on each leading edge. They'll work then like $1 million. Right now, the tubes are frozen flat. That's all, Jacob.
Okay, Dizzy. Now get back to Newark.
There's not much chance of that. Unless you send me up a skyhook. Ship's getting heavy. Losing altitude now.
Dizzy, leave the ship. Don't wait until she begins to spin. Drop your flares and go over the side. Bail out. Hit the silk.
No can do, baby. He's got ice all over her. Sure built up in a hurry.
Jake, when Dizzy got into that ship, he didn't wear a chute.
What?
He didn't. He wouldn't wait.
Dizzy, isn't there some way? Can't you nurse her down? Slide in on a wing so it'll be an easy crack up. Do something, Dizzy, anything.
She's falling pretty fast, Jake. The ice looks a foot thick on the leading edges. I'm down to 1,500 feet on the beam. Don't look for the crash tonight.
Dizzy, listen.
She's getting wishy now. I'm going to put her into a spin to see how that affects the ice. The ice still sticks to the ship, Jake. She won't answer the controls. Here she goes. So long, Jake. Don't be mad at me.
Newark to Davis and 7. Newark to Davis and 7. Answer 7. Answer 7. Davis! Dizzy! He's crashed.
We got the call, Jake.
They find the ship?
Yeah, pretty bad.
Dizzy. He's gone, huh?
Uh-huh. In the seat.
Sure. He would stick it.
You want to speak to the boys?
No. Not now. Beat it.
Okay.
Jake.
Yeah. What, Mary?
Jake, I've got something to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago.
Yeah?
It's about me. Dizzy.
You don't have to tell me anything about Dizzy. He was all right.
And what about me?
The only thing that keeps me from proposing to you all over again is that we're already married.
Oh, darling.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Here are Dizzy's notes about the de-icers. That's your next job. Remember, a swell guy made it easy for you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you standing around for? Doc, start the crash truck rolling.
Yes, sir.
Buzz, get a weather report. Notify all stations of the crash and tell them we're holding up trips for a better report. Tell Baldy to see that the ships are ready for everyone on tomorrow's schedule.
Yes, sir.
Snap it. We're running an airline.
Yes, sir.
Ring down the curtain on Act 3 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring back our stars to talk to you personally. But first, here's a bit of news for housewives. I read in the paper the other day that a housewife washes about an acre of dishes every year. Imagine all those dishes laid out over more than 43,000 square feet of ground. That's an acre of dishes. And it takes a good many hours to wash all those dishes. Yes, it does. It means your hands spend a lot of time in the dishpan. And if you're using a harsh soap for your dishes, your hands are apt to suffer. Harsh soaps with harmful alkali are likely to dry the natural oils in your skin. That's why your hands chap and get red and coarse. You don't want that to happen to your hands, do you? So won't you remember this? Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. They're mild. They have no harmful alkali. nothing to dry your skin and roughen your hands. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay smooth and young-looking. And that's pretty nice, isn't it? Having hands that are lovely to look at and thrilling to hold. Every woman wants them. Remember, Lux is fast, it's gentle, and it's thrifty. Yes, unless the water's very hard, it takes only about a penny's worth of Lux to do a day's dishes. Be sure to buy the generous big box of Lux Flakes. Mr. DeMille.
After spending the last week in the vigorous company of Messrs. Cagney, Bellamy, and Irwin, I'm sorry for only one thing.
Look out, boys. Here it comes.
No, it's not what you're thinking, Mr. Irwin. My lone regret is that all of you went with Barbara Stanwyck, Joel McRae, and me in the making of Union Pacific.
You mean we're too late? Gosh, what'll you ever do, Mr. DeMille?
Well, there's nothing to do, I guess, but hope. Hope that when the next one comes along, you'll be in the cast.
Say, I'd like to cast it for you right now, if I might. Of course, the first thing you'll need is a leading man, a hero. You know, somebody like Bellamy.
Gee, that's white of you, Jim. Darn white.
Well, yeah, but not exactly like Bellamy. What you want is a guy a little on the tough side, hard-boiled, fast-talking, see? Quick with his hands. He's okay on the inside, but on the outside, he's all brass knuckles.
You mean somebody like James Cagney?
No, like Stu Irwin.
Well, I don't doubt that Mr. Irwin has a heart of gold.
Oh,
but...
boy, that's the truth. There's so much gold in my heart that every time it thumps, it whispers, 16 carat, 16 carat. Anybody like to listen?
All right, so you got a heart of gold. But how tough can you be?
How tough can I be? Listen, Bellamy, just put up your hand.
Sure I will, Smarty.
Just as I figured, wide open for a kick in the shins.
Careful, Mr. Irwin. Ralph's in pretty good shape after working that farm of his.
Well, that's not quite as accurate, Mr. DeMille, as I'd like it to be. So relax, Stu. You see, we had a flood back there, and my farm went down the Connecticut River. Flood ruined everything except a couple of crops, but they're doing fine. Watermelons and watercress. Hope you're having better luck on Cape Cod, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm learning, Ralph, learning. I don't think I'll ever be a menace to the landed gentry, but come a few years, and I think I'd be able to live off the place if I had to. Of course, I might get a little tired of eating kohlrabi and rutabaga 3 times a day, but then I'm learning. Mr. DeMille, I got a great kick out of doing Ceiling Zero, and I hope we can all get together again sometime. Many thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Good night and happy landing.
In a moment, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille brings news of next Monday's program. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Assisting in Ceiling Zero were James Bush as Buzz Gordon, Mary Lansing as Mary Lee, Martha Wentworth as Mama Jeannie, Wilson, Lou Merrill as Alan Jones, Joseph Duval as Joe Allen, Frank Nelson as Tay Lawson, Ross Forrester as Mike Owen, and John Gibson as Smiley Johnson. Ralph Bellamy appeared through courtesy of Harry Cohen. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Wife, Husband, and Friend. Now, your producer.
The program planned for you next Monday night, like all programs in the Lux Radio Theater, is one in which you, too, play a major part. Just as we are occupied every day in the week preparing these productions, you are making them possible by bringing Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap into your homes each day. This cooperation enables us to present plays and stars of the caliber in store for you a week from tonight, when you'll hear Norma Shearer and William Powell. A great hit on the screen, our play is the dramatic story of an infinite love, one-way passage. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Norma Shearer and William Powell in One-Way Passage. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Your announcer has been Melville Rulick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Our play, It Happened One Night. Told to the tune of a roaring bus motor, it's a fast-moving story of a runaway society girl and the reporter who helped her run. Our guest is a real-life cross-country bus driver, Mr. Harold Burnham. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is under the direction of Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest-selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is safe in everything, safe in water alone, and it's thrifty. About a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water's hard, does under things 3 times, or stockings 4 times, or both a sweater and a dress. In hard water, a little extra Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom, laundry, and kitchen, too. Give your things the care they deserve, and help your hands stay nice-looking, too. You'll do that, won't you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, our host and producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It happened one night that a husky son was born to Mr. and Mrs. William Gable of Cadiz, Ohio. When the boy grew older, it happened one night that a friend who was an actor invited him backstage to witness a performance of the local stock company. The young man was allowed to peer through a peephole in the curtain, saw a vast bank of upturned, expectant faces, and discovered that it thrilled him, lured him as irresistibly as fate itself. Then came a swift, amazing series of ups and downs, until at last it happened one night in Hollywood that Clark Gable tossed a coin to decide whether he should continue to fight for a chance in the movies or head for home. The coin fell heads up, and he remained to become one of the most popular stars the screen has ever known. Clark is now working in Gone with the Wind and appears tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It happened one noon that a pretty young girl was crossing the Paramount lot on her way to lunch when a producer stopped her and asked her how she'd like to play the part of the wickedest woman in the world. Without a second's hesitation, she answered, "I'd love it." I was the producer, Claudette Colbert was the girl, and the picture was the sign of the cross, in which Miss Colbert appeared as Papier, the queen who invented the milk bath for beauty. Soon afterward, Frank Capra borrowed Claudette for the leading role in a film that became one of the great classic romantic comedies of the screen, and which we have adapted for radio. And that, roughly, is how it happens tonight that we're presenting It Happened One Night. Our stars repeat their Academy Award-winning parts in the Academy Award-winning film when Clark Gable plays Peter Warren and Claudette Colbert plays Ellie Andrews. Claudette will be seen shortly in the Paramount film Midnight, and is currently working in It's a Wonderful World for a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Other excellent artists who grace our stage tonight, playing the same parts they filled so ably on the screen, are Walter Connolly as Mr. Andrews and Roscoe Carnes as Shapley. And now in the Lux Radio Theater, the cross-country bus stands waiting. The oil is checked, the tank is full, and we're ready to start with Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it happened one night. A bus terminal in Miami, Florida. Passengers are milling about the ticket office, crowding around the newsstand, fighting for places at the lunch counter. In a telephone booth at the far end of the station, Peter Warren, a news reporter, has just put through a long-distance call to his paper.
Hello. Is this the New York Globe?
Yes, sir?
Well, this is Peter Warren talking. I want to speak to Harry Gordon right away.
Who?
Gordon, the managing editor.
Oh, one moment, please.
Fire me, huh? I'll show him the big baboon.
Hello?
Hello, Gordon?
Yeah?
This is Peter Warren.
Well, what of it?
Say, what's all this about my being fired?
You got my wire, didn't you?
Sure, but...
Well, it goes. You're through.
What for?
You know what for. Go on home and sleep it off.
What? Hey, listen here, monkey face. I'm the best news hound your filthy scandal sheet ever had.
Don't make me laugh. What were you doing last night?
None of your... I sent you my copy.
Sure. All about the bathing beauties of Miami Beach. It It was lovely. But did you know that Ellie Andrews disappeared last night from her father's yacht?
What?
Ellie Andrews, she disappeared. Do you know that?
No.
Well, that's why you're fired.
Hey, wait! Hello! Hello! No.
First waiting for Palm Beach, Savannah, Jacksonville, Philadelphia, New York.
Hey-o, get the newspapers. Read all about it. Funky Harris runs away. Hey-o, read all about it.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Want a paper?
What's the headline?
Oh, that's about a society girl. Her name's Ellie Andrews. She just run away from her old man's yacht.
Ellie Andrews, the banker's daughter, huh?
Yeah. Want a paper, mister?
Hey, what'd you run away for?
Oh, I don't know. She wants to marry some aviator guy, and her old man don't want her to, see? So she runs away. And then the old man... Hey, look, why don't you buy a paper? You can read the whole thing for 3 cents.
Who, me? I never read newspapers.
Well, for crying out...
Here's a dime. Buy yourself an automobile.
Okay, thanks, mister.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do I get the bus to New York?
Right outside the terminal.
Thanks.
Hey, get your paper here. Read all about it.
Hey, driver, does this bus go to New York?
There's a sign on the front. Can't you read?
Sorry, but I never got past the 4th grade. Where do I sit?
That don't worry me any.
Okay. If you'll be good enough to move this pile of newspapers, I'll take the seat here.
Move 'em yourself.
Fine.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing?
Huh?
The papers. What's the idea of throwing them out?
Oh, the papers. You know, it's a long story, my friend. I never did like the idea of sitting on newspapers. I did it once, and all the headlines came off of my white trousers.
You...
No, on the level. It actually happened. Nobody bought a newspaper that day. They just followed me around, read the news off the seat of my pants.
Ah, fresh guy, huh? What you need's a good sock on the nose.
Now, listen, partner. You may not like my nose, but I do. I always wear it out in the open, where if anybody wants to take a sock at it, they can do it.
Oh, yeah?
Now, that's a brilliant answer. Why didn't I think of it? Our conversation could have been over long ago.
Oh, yeah?
If you keep that up, we're not going to get anywhere.
Oh, yeah?
You got me.
Pardon me, I want to get by.
Yeah, come on through. This is liable to last all night.
Don't mind me. Thank you.
Hey, wait, you can't sit there. That's my seat.
I beg your pardon?
Listen, I'm putting up a stiff battle for that seat, so if it's just the same to you, scram.
Driver, are these seats reserved?
Nah, first come, first served.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, driver. These seats accommodate 2 people, don't they?
Well, maybe they do, and maybe they don't.
Thanks. Move over, sister.
Ow.
This is a maybe they do.
Well.
There. Comfortable?
Oh, very.
That's good. There's nothing like being comfortable when you have 2,000 miles to... Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I'm afraid not.
Funny, but I think I have. You ever had your picture in a newspaper?
Never.
Not even on the society page? Oh, well, my mistake. I could have almost sworn I've seen you before.
Really? Well, perhaps it was the livestock show in Chattanooga. I often go there with my old maid aunt from the country. We're simply mad about the merry-go-round.
Ford!
Take it away.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You have a good sleep?
Oh, fine, thank you. Well, everybody's gone. Where are we?
Jacksonville. We just got in. We change buses here and pull out in half an hour.
Oh, it was so foolish of me to fall asleep on your shoulder like that. Why didn't you push me away?
Oh, I hated to wake you up. You look kind of pretty asleep. How about some breakfast?
Oh, no, thank you. I never eat on a bus.
You mean you never traveled on a bus?
I beg your pardon?
Let it go. But you ought to eat something. You got to watch out for your health, you know.
Thank you. I can take care of myself. Excuse me, please. I'm getting out.
Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Oh, do you?
You'll never get away with it, Miss Andrews.
What are you talking about?
I said you'd never get away with it. Your father will stop you before you get halfway to New York.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Quit kidding. It's all over the front page. You know, I've always been curious to know what kind of a girl would want to marry a front-page aviator like King Wesley. Take my advice and grab the next bus back to Miami. That guy's a phony.
I didn't ask for your advice.
No, that's right. You didn't. Well, I guess I'll step out and send a telegram.
No, wait. You're not going to notify my father, are you?
What for?
You could probably get some money out of him.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Now, listen. If you'll promise not to do it, I'll pay you. I'll pay you as much as he will. You won't gain anything by giving me away as long as I'm willing to make it worth your while. And I will. Just as soon as I get to New York, I'll pay you.
Cut it.
What?
I said cut it. You know, I had you pegged right from the start. You're the spoiled brat of a rich father. The only way you can get anything is to buy it. Now you're in a jam, and all you think of is your money. It never fails, does it?
But,
Ever hear of the word humility? No, you wouldn't. I guess it never occurred to you to just say, please, mister, I'm in trouble. Will you help me? No, that'd bring you down off your high horse for a minute. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe it'll take a load off your mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in your money or your problems. You, King Wesley, your father, you're all a lot of hooey to me. So long, Miss Andrews.
Hiya, sister. All alone, I'll keep you company.
I'm sorry, you can't sit here. This
My
thing is
name's Shapley. Might as well get acquainted. It's going to be a long trip. Gets tiresome later on, especially for somebody like you. You look like you've got class. Yes, sir, with a capital K. Well, I'm the guy that knows class when he sees it. Believe you me. Ask any of the boys, they'll tell you. Shapley sure knows how to pick 'em. Yes, sir, Shapley's the name, and Shapley's the way I like 'em. Say, what's the matter, sister? You ain't saying much.
Seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance.
That's pretty good. It seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance. Well, shut my big, nasty mouth. Looks like you're one up on me. You know, there's nothing I like better than to meet a high-class mama that can snap 'em back at you. Yes, sir. You're just my type. Believe you me, sister, I could go for you in a big way. Fun on the side, Shapley, they call me. And the accent's on the fun. Believe you me.
Believe you me. You bore me to distraction.
Looks like you're two up on me now.
Hey, you.
Huh?
There's a seat over there for you.
What's the idea?
I'd like to sit next to my wife, if you don't mind.
Your wife?
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Oh, yeah, sure, Doc. I was just trying to make things pleasant for her. I didn't know it was your wife. You understand what I mean, don't you?
If you'll promise not to snap my head off, I'd like to thank you.
Yeah, forget it. I didn't do it for you. His voice was getting on my nerves. Say, your clothes are soaking wet. Did you get caught in that shower back at the last stop?
Yeah, it was a cool shower, too.
Here, take my coat and put it around you.
No.
Sure, go ahead. You're as helpless as a baby.
Thank you.
How'd you happen to get caught in it anyhow?
Well, those things do happen, don't they? I just ran into the terminal to buy a box of candy and...
Candy? Are you crazy?
What do you mean?
Let me see your purse.
Now, please, give me my purse.
Just as I thought. $1.60. Say, how do you expect to get to New York if you waste your money on candy?
That's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on. Here's your purse. I'll keep your money.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up. From now on, I'm the boss. Hey, driver, what's the matter?
There's a sign there that says the bridge at Dawson's been washed out. We might as well put up here for the night.
But where are we?
Dyke's Auto Camp. They got cabins here.
No chance of getting through, huh?
Not tonight.
That's enough for me. Come on, Brad.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. We're stopping here for the night. Let's go.
Here's your cabin, Mr. Warren.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid. This is it.
Oh, I'm dripping.
Well, good night. I hope you and your husband rest comfortably, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Well, go on in. What are you going to do? Stay out here in the rain all night?
Oh, darn clever, these Armenians.
Yeah, it's a gift.
I just had the unpleasant sensation of hearing you referred to as my husband.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. I registered as Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, you did? You know, compared to you, my friend Shapley's an amateur. Now, just whatever gave you the idea I'd stand for this?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out right now. If you're nursing any silly notion that I'm interested in you, forget it. You're just a headline to me.
A headline? You're not a newspaper man, are you?
Chalk one up for your side. Now, listen. You want to get to your fiancé, King Wesley, in New York, don't you? All right. I'm here to help you. What I want is your story. Exclusive. A day-to-day account. All about your mad flight to happiness. I need that story. Just between you and me, I've got to have it.
Isn't that just too cute? There's a brain behind that face of yours, isn't there? You've got everything nicely figured out for yourself. Even including this.
This? Oh, you mean the Mr. and Mrs. business. Oh, that's a matter of simple mathematics. These cabins cost $2 a night. And I'm sorry to inform you, wifey dear, that the family purse won't stand for our having separate establishments. You understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Smart girl. And now we come to the problem of retiring for the night. Which of these beds do you prefer? That one? Take it.
Thanks. Now that the popularity contest is over, What happens next?
Oh, simple. Give me the clothesline over there. Thank you. Now, we tie up one end of it here on the wall, like this. Pretty knot, don't you think?
About average.
The other end goes over this nail, and we tie it up on the opposite wall. So, that makes a clothesline extending from wall A to wall B, and passing exactly between beds X and Y. Then we take the blanket, G, and place it over the clothesline, A, B, so that you in bed X will not be troubled with the disturbing sight of me in bed Y. Do you follow me?
I suppose that makes everything all right.
I hope it does. I like privacy when I retire. Hence, the walls of Jericho. Maybe not as thick as the ones that Joshua blew down with his trumpet, but it's a lot safer. You see, I have no trumpet.
Well, now that is a relief.
And to show you my heart's in the right place, I'll give you my best pair of pajamas. Here.
Thanks.
Now, do you mind joining the Israelites on the other side of the wall?
I think it might be better. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Brett. Don't be worried. The walls of Jericho will protect you.
Would you mind putting out the light?
Oh, not at all. Turning in?
Mm-hmm.
Say, would you mind taking those things of yours off the walls of Jericho?
Oh, I'm sorry. How's that?
Better. It's nice, isn't it? Lying here and listening to the rain.
By the way, what's your name?
What's that?
Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm the whippoorwill that cries in the night. I'm the soft morning breeze that caresses your lovely face.
You've got a name, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a name. Peter Warren.
Peter Warren. I don't like it.
Don't let it bother you. You're giving it back to me in the morning.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Warren.
Pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Warren.
Good night.
Good night.
In a moment, you'll hear Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. During our brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's late at night, and the girls have come in from a date. They're getting ready for bed, I hope.
Gee, it was fun tonight, wasn't it, Midge?
I'll say. You know, Dot, I always sort of envy you when I see you with a crowd of people.
Why? What do you mean, Midgie?
Oh, it's just that you always look so pretty and fresh, and people sort of flock toward you like you were a magnet or something. They never do that with me.
Oh, now, Midge, you just imagine it.
Well, I'm too sleepy to think about it now. You about ready for bed?
No, not quite. I've got to lux my undies first.
At this hour? Goodness, why don't you skip it?
Oh, not on your life. Aren't you going to do yours?
No, I'm too tired.
Oh, but Midge, you must.
Oh, what difference does it make?
Oh, it's so much nicer putting on fresh things in the morning.
Well, just this once won't matter.
Oh, but Midge, dear, you're always saying that. Now, see here, honey. You say you want heaps of friends and parties and fun.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, believe me, daintiness has a lot to do with that. Here, give me your undies now, and I'll lux them with mine.
You angel. I'll do yours and mine both tomorrow night. Honest, I will.
Oh, girls, it takes only a few minutes to lux your things after every wearing. A quick dip in Lux Suds removes every trace of perspiration and leaves things fresh and lovely looking. There's no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing in Lux to fade colors or hurt fabrics. You can use it safely for anything safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box of Lux Lace in the house all the time. And Lux underthings after every wearing. Your dresses often. This dainty habit means so much to your happiness, helps you stay sweet and lovable, a woman everyone admires. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. It's early the following morning. In the tourist cabin, Peter is setting the table for breakfast as Ellie returns from the showers.
Hello.
Morning, wifey. About time you got back.
Oh, I met some very interesting women at the showers. We got to chatting about this and that. You know how time flies.
Mm-hmm. Come on, sit down. Breakfast all ready.
How nice. Scrambled egg.
Egg. 1 egg, 1 donut, black coffee. That's your ration until lunch. Any complaints?
Nope. No complaints.
That's nice for a change. Donut?
Thanks. You think this whole business is silly, don't you? I mean running away and everything.
No, it's too good a story.
Yes, you do. You think I'm a fool and a spoiled brat. Perhaps I am, although I don't see how I can be. People who are spoiled are accustomed to having their own way. I never have. I've always been told what to do and how to do it and where and with whom. Nurses, governesses, chaperones, even bodyguards. Oh, it's been a lot of fun.
One consolation, you can never be lonesome.
It had its moments. It got to be sort of a game to try and outwit Father's detectives. I did once. Actually went shopping without a bodyguard. It was swell. I felt absolutely immoral, but it didn't last long. They caught up with me in a department store. I was so mad, I ran out the back way and jumped into the first car I saw. Guess who was in it?
Santa Claus.
King Westley was in it.
No, is that how you met him?
Mm-hmm. We rode around all afternoon. Father was frantic. By 6 o'clock, he was having all the rivers dragged.
I can see it. Say, where did you learn to dunk? In finishing school?
Oh, now don't you start telling me I shouldn't dunk.
Of course you shouldn't. You don't know how to do it. Dunking's an art. Don't let it soak so long. A dip and plop into your mouth. If you let it soak so long, it'll get soft and fall off. It's all a matter of timing. I ought to write a book on it.
Thanks, Professor.
This goes to show you. 20 millions and you don't know how to dunk.
I change places with a plumber's daughter any day. What's the matter?
Shut up. Somebody's outside.
Now, how do I know who you are? I never saw you before. You can't go around bothering my tenants. Besides, how do I know you're a detective?
Oh, show him your credentials, Mac.
Detective?
Oh, that's Father at work. Peter, what'll I do? Maybe I can jump out of the window. They wouldn't see me.
Come here and get yourself all mussed up. Push your hair down over your eyes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I got a letter from Aunt Bella last week. She says if we don't stop over at Wilkes-Barre, she'll never forgive us.
What are you talking about?
What's the difference? Say something.
I
I guess I'll write to Aunt Bella today.
Yes, I would if I was you. Letters are always cheering to invalids.
Yeah, she says she's got the hay fever again.
You don't say.
Excuse me.
Oh, look, a man, darling.
I want to see you, miss. What's your name?
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Hey, wait a minute. That's my wife you're talking to. What do you want anyway?
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah? Well, look your head off. Only don't come busting in here. This ain't a public park. I got a notion to take a sock at you.
Oh, take it easy, son. Take it easy.
They're detectives, Mr. Warren.
I don't care if they're the whole police department. They can't come busting in here and shooting questions at my wife.
Now, don't get so excited, Peter. They just asked a civil question.
Oh, is that so? Say, how many times do I have to tell you to stop butting in when I'm having an argument?
Oh, you don't have to lose your temper.
Just a minute.
You don't have to lose your temper. That's what you said the other time, too. Every time I try to protect you.
Oh, keep quiet.
I won't keep quiet. You're just like your old man. Once a plumber's daughter, always a plumber's daughter. Ready an ounce of brains in your whole family.
Oh, Peter, why you gone far enough? I won't stand here and be insulted like this.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Oh, now you see what you've done. You've disturbed my guest.
Yeah, what do you mean by it anyway?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, but you see, we got to check up on everyone. We're looking for a girl by the name of Ellen Andrews, daughter of the Wall Street King.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you're not looking for the daughter of a plumber. Quit bawling. Quit bawling.
I'm sorry, folks. My mistake.
There, now, didn't I tell you there was a perfectly nice marriage?
Well, how do I know?
Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
Peter.
Yeah?
Peter, wake up.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to get some sleep?
Shapley's back with us. Did you know that?
Sure, what about it?
Look at him. He's got one of those newspapers with my picture in it. Oh, Peter, I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of? Have you still got me with you? Hey, where did Shapley get that paper?
We stopped a few miles back while you were sleeping. He must have got it there.
Well, it's too late to do anything now.
Oh, he's looking at me again. Do you think he recognizes me, Peter?
We'll find out soon enough. He couldn't keep a thing like that quiet if he cut his tongue out. Just sit tight and let things happen.
But what will we do?
Wait till the next stop. I'll get him into a conversation outside, and if he suspects anything, well, we'll see. Hello, Mrs. Shapley.
Hello. Nice to get out and stretch your legs, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I see you got a paper there.
That's right. Maybe you'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
Well, hold it here in the headlights, and you can read while you're waiting. Traveling like this, you sort of lose track of what's going on in the world. Take that story there, for instance, about Ellen Andrews. If I was to see that dame, you know what I'd do?
No. What?
I'd go 50-50 with you.
Why?
Because I don't believe in hogging it all, see? A bird that figures that way always ends up behind the 8 ball, is what I always say.
What's in your mind?
5 G's or I crab the works.
5 G's, huh?
You heard me.
Yeah. You know, it's a lucky thing my running into you. You're just the man I need.
You made no mistake, believe you me.
You pack a gat?
Huh?
A gat, a rod. Got any fireworks on you?
Why, no.
Well, it's all right anyway. I got a couple of machine guns in my suitcase. I'll let you have one of them. May have a little trouble up north. May have to shoot it out with the cops.
Huh?
If you come through all right, these 5 G's are as good as in the bag.
Yeah, but...
Of course, I'll have to talk with the killer, see that he takes care of you.
The killer?
Yeah, the big boy, the boss of the outfit.
You're not kidnapping her, are you?
What else, stupid? Say, you don't think we're after that penny ante reward, do you? $10,000? Chicken feed.
Well, pardon me, mister. I guess I don't want that dough after all.
Say, listen, you're in on this thing and you're staying in, get me? You know too much.
Yeah, but I won't say anything. Honest, I won't.
How do I know that? Say, I got a good nurse to plug you right now.
No, you can trust me, mister. I'll keep my mouth shut. My wife and my kids.
What's your name?
Oscar Shapley.
Where do you live?
Orange, New Jersey.
Got a couple of kids, huh?
Yes, sir. They're just babies. A little golden-haired girl.
You ever hear of Bugs Dooley?
Bugs Dooley?
He was a nice guy, just like you. But he made a mistake one day, got a little too talkative. You know what happened to his kids?
Oh.
Well, I can't tell you. But when Bugs heard about it, he blew his brains out.
Oh, gee, that was terrible.
Yeah. Now beat it.
Yeah, thanks, mister, thanks. Can I go back now?
To the bus? Say, what do you think I am? Crazy? You're walking, see?
Yes, sir.
Come on, scram.
Sure. Anything you say, mister. You ain't going to shoot me in the back, are you?
If you don't beat it...
I'll go.
All right, come on, get going.
All right, folks, all aboard.
Hey, wait a minute, driver.
Come on, get in.
Never mind, we're getting off here, me and the young lady.
What's that?
Come on, Brad.
What's the matter?
Come on, don't ask so many questions. Here, give me your hand.
Got your suitcase?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, now that we're stranded in the middle of a country road in the dead of night, maybe you'd let me in on the big secret. What's the idea?
The idea? We're going to take a little walk, Brat. Mr. Shapley may shoot off his mouth after all.
Where are we going to walk to?
Next town, wherever that is. Come on. Pick 'em up and lay 'em down. We've got a long way to go.
How long does this cross-country hike keep up? My feet are killing me.
Stop here if you want.
Here? Where are we?
Virginia?
Oh, I know, but where?
I can't say for sure right now, but from the looks of that hayrick, I guess we're on somebody's farm.
Where's the farmhouse?
What difference does that make?
You don't mean we're going to sleep out here in the open, do you?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to give a fairly good imitation of it.
Peter.
What?
I'm awfully hungry.
Oh, that's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. I'm hungry and scared.
You can't be hungry and scared both at the same time.
Well, I am.
If you're scared, it scares the hunger out of you.
Not if you're more hungry than scared.
Yeah, all right. You win. Now, let's forget about it.
I can't. I'm hungry.
Holy smokes. Why did I ever get mixed up with you? If I had any sense, I'd be in New York by this time.
What about your big story?
Taking a dame back to her fiancé. I turned out to be a prize sucker, all right. Here, your bed's all ready. Come on.
You mean I'm supposed to sleep on that hay?
That's the idea.
Oh, it's all crackly.
Oh, shut up and go to sleep. I'm sick and tired of listening to a lot of complaints.
You know, you're becoming awfully disagreeable lately. You just snap my head off every time I open my mouth. If being with me is so distasteful to you, you can leave. You can leave any time you see fit. Nobody's holding you here. I can get along. I can get along very nicely without you. Peter, are you listening? I said I can get along very Oh, Peter? Peter! Where are you? Oh, Peter!
What's the matter? Hey, what are you yelling about?
Oh, Peter, I was so worried.
What got into you? I was only gone a minute. I went to try to find you something to eat.
I know, but...
Well, here's a watermelon. I swiped it in the next field.
I don't want it now.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I was, but...
But what?
But I was so scared it scared the hunger right out of me.
Holy jumping catfish. You'd drive a guy crazy.
I guess...
Shut up.
I was only going to say, I guess you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right. Now go to sleep and forget about everything.
Yes, Peter. Peter,
What?
what are you thinking about?
By a strange coincidence, I was thinking of you.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering what makes dames like you so dizzy. What a morning. Look at the sun. Look at those fields.
Yes, look at my shoes. This dirt road is certainly hard on leather. By the way, what did you say we were supposed to be doing?
Hitchhiking.
Oh. You've given me a very good example of the hiking. Where does the hitching come in?
A little early yet. No cars out.
If it's all the same to you, I'm going to sit right down here and wait until they come.
Suit yourself.
I intend to. Peter, suppose nobody stops for us.
Oh, they'll stop all right. It's all a matter of knowing how to hail them.
You're an expert, I suppose.
I'm going to write a book about it. Call it The Hitchhiker's Hail.
There's no end to your accomplishment, is there?
Oh, you think it's simple, huh?
No.
Well, it is. It's all in the old thumb, see? Now, here, some people do it like this. Kind of a half wave and half point with a thumb, drooping across the palm. It's all wrong. Too indefinite. Never get any place.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah, but this old thumb never fails. Now, take number one, for instance. Elbow close to the side, thumb rigid, and parallel to the right shoulder. Then a short, jerky movement, just the hand and wrist. Like this. Shows you independence. You don't care whether they stop or not. You got money in your pocket, see?
Clever.
Yeah, but number two, that's a little wider movement from the elbow. The thumb describing a graceful arc from shoulder to waistline. A smile goes with it, like this. See? That, means you got a brand new story about,
Uh-huh. You figured that all out by yourself, huh?
Ah, that's nothing. Number three, that's a pit. Yeah, that's the pitiful one, you know, when you're broke and hungry and everything looks black.
Is that so?
Yeah, shoulders saggy, mouth down, chin drooping. It's a long, sweeping movement of the whole arm, like this. You gotta follow through, though.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, but it's no good if you haven't got a long face to go with it.
Oh, Peter, here comes the car.
Yeah, okay, now watch me. I'm gonna use number one. Keep your eye on that thumb, baby, and watch what happens.
Mm-hmm. I've still got my eye on the thumb.
Something must have gone wrong. I'll try number two this time. Hey, you!
Maybe he doesn't appreciate genius.
Let's try this, baby. Maybe number two won't work in us out. Going up, mister? I'll try number three the next time.
When you get to 100, wake me up, will you?
I don't think I'll write that book after all.
Oh, think of all the fun you had. Do you mind if I try the next one?
You? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Oh, you're such a smart aleck. Nobody knows anything but you. I'll stop this car, and I won't use my thumb.
What are you going to do?
It's a system all my own. Left hand gracefully on left hip, head back and incline gently in the direction of travel, eyes twinkling. It's the twinkle that does it. Step aside, please. Oh,
Hello, sister. You going my way?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, hop right in. My name is Baker.
Oh, it's so sweet of you, Mr. Baker. Would you mind if this gentleman rode with us, too?
Oh, him?
Yeah, me.
Well, I don't like his looks any too much, sister.
Oh, that's all right. He's my uncle. He can't help looking like that. He used to be a newspaper man.
Oh, well, all right. Get in the back.
Thanks.
As I was saying, it's a system all my own.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I think I'll write a book called The Feminine Touch or Go Thither with a Come Hither.
Oh, shut up.
So you want a cabin for a week, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
For you and your wife?
That's right.
That'll be $875.
Sold. Which one?
Take number 4 and pay in advance.
Now, listen, mister, I don't want to talk business right now. We're tired. I'll settle up with you in the morning.
Well, all right. Night.
Good night. Come on, Brett.
What'll you tell him in the morning?
Now, think of that then.
Oh, I'm glad I can lie down for a change.
Yeah, me too. Well, We're on our last lap. Tomorrow morning, if all goes well, you'll be in the arms of your fiancé, the dope.
Mm-hmm. You'll have a great story, won't you?
Yeah. Swell.
Thanks.
Well, you certainly outsmarted your father. And I guess you ought to be happy.
Am I going to see you in New York?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't make it a policy to run around with married women.
There's no harm in your coming to see us.
Not interested.
Won't I ever see you again?
What do you want to see me for? I've served my purpose. I brought you back to King Wesley, didn't I? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Peter, have you ever been in love?
Me?
Yes. Have you ever thought about it at all? It seems to me you could make some girl wonderfully happy.
Sure, I've thought about it. Yeah, who hasn't? If I could ever meet the right sort of girl. Yeah, but where are you going to find her? Somebody that's real. Somebody that's alive. They don't come that way anymore. You know, I saw an island in the Pacific once. Never been able to forget it. That's where I'd like to take her. She'd have to be the sort of a girl who'd jump in the surf with me and love it as much as I did. You know, nights when you and the moon and the water all become one. And you feel you're part of something big and marvelous. Those are the only places to live. Where the stars are so close over your head that you feel you can reach up and stir them around. Sure, I've been thinking of it. Boy, if I could only find a girl who was hungry for those things.
Take me with you, Peter. Oh, please take me to your island. I want to do all those things you talked about.
You? You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I love you, Peter. Nothing else matters. We can run away. Everything will take care of itself. Please, I cannot let you out of my life now. I couldn't live without you.
Ellie, you'd better go over there. Go to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Good night, Mr. Warren.
Ellie, did you really mean that? About the island? Would you really go?
Certainly not. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I guess I did. Just for a minute.
Peter? Peter? Where are you? Peter! Peter!
Good morning, Miss Warren.
Oh, good morning. Did you see Mr. Did you see my husband?
Husband? Well, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, ma'am. Left about an hour ago.
He didn't say where?
Not a word. But I heard him calling long distance. He spoke to a Mr. Gordon at the New York Globe office. Said he had a great story and was going right into New York to see him.
I see. Where's the telephone, please?
I don't think your husband will be there yet, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, stop calling me Mrs. Warren. I'm not Mrs. Warren. I never will be Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews.
Yes.
Ellie Andrews.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, where's that phone?
Over there, ma'am. Right over there.
Thank you.
Ow! Think it was my fault or something. My name ain't Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews. Andrews? Ellie Andrews. Ellie! Oh, Ma! Ma! Ma, come here quick. Ma!
I want to call New York, please. Yes, person to person. Mr. King Wesley. Wesley. W-E-S-T-L-E-Y.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Mr. DeMille introduces our guest for the evening in a moment. But first, a word about our product. You want to cut down on stocking runs, don't you? Then Lux your stockings after every wearing. With these gentle flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to damage the delicate silk threads. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs, helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. And remember this, one large-size box of Lux Flakes, unless the water's hard, will do your stockings for nearly 3 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux makes wonderful rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our bus-driving guest.
For a cross-section of America, take a cross-country bus. On board, you'll find people whose personalities and purposes are as varied as their destinations. And the man who observes them best is the man behind the wheel, the bus driver. Since a cross-country bus carries so much of the action of tonight's play, we're bringing you a typical pilot of these streamlined stagecoaches. He's Harold Burnham of the Pacific Greyhound Lines. After driving buses for 13 years and over 1.5 million miles without an accident, he's learned that he's required to do more than just get 'em there on time. He must be a diplomat, information bureau, nursemaid, counselor and guardian, and at times, even a motion picture actor.
Yes, they used one of our buses in the picture. It happened one night, and they happened to pick me to drive in a few of the scenes. But I guess I'd sooner be a bus driver than an actor. You meet so many interesting people.
As interesting and romantic as the Ellie Andrews and Peter Warren of our play?
I should say so. There's something about a bus that encourages romance. It even affects the hack hands themselves.
Hack hands?
Well, that's our name for a driver. I'm one of the very few hack hands who didn't first meet his wife as a passenger. There's a romantic angle about my favorite passengers. 5 years ago, on my regular run to Fresno from Los Angeles, a young couple met on my bus, and just a year later, they were back again. This time as husband and wife. They've been coming back every year on May the 15th to take the trip over again. Sentimental, but nice. I feel sort of responsible.
So from a hack hand's point of view, Mr. Burnham, what constitutes an ideal bus trip?
A solid load with plenty of chinners. By chinners, I mean talkers. That is, we like a bus full of people who like to talk. That makes the trip go quicker, and the passengers enjoy themselves more.
Well, while you're in a translating mood, will you explain what those headlight signals are that you often exchange on the highways with other buses and trucks?
Well, we want to warn a bus or truck coming the other way that they're about to run into a bad piece of road. We flash them 3 times with a spotlight. If there's a cop ahead who doesn't like us, we give 2 flashes. But I'm glad to say that most cops and hack hands get along swell. And the same goes for reefers. Reefers are big trucks. It's the road hog and fruit haulers or small trucks that keep our nerves on edge and our feet on the corks. Corks being our name for brakes.
What turned you into a bus driver, Mr. Burnham, and what's keeping you at it?
Well, it's pretty exciting, Mr. DeMille. I really mean that, because I quit the Army Air Corps to take my present job. There's something about it that gets you. You're out in the open all the time, and more or less on your own, always on the move. And I guess I like people, little kids traveling alone, strangers who need help, and even the lady who once came aboard with the stork and had a fine baby boy right on the bus. Yes, sir, you've got to be prepared for any emergency. But I guess I better put the corks on myself and let the people hear some more from 2 swell people, Mr. Gable and Miss Colbert. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Drive on, Mr. Burnham, and good luck to you. Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. The thread of an accidental meeting, which bound the lives of Ellie and Peter, has become a tangled knot. Ellie is convinced that Peter walked out on her and has given him no chance to explain. It's a week later, the morning of Ellie's marriage to King Westley. The bride-to-be sits alone in her room, staring mournfully at her reflection in the glass. Her father knocks at the door.
Ellie. Ellie.
Yes, Dad.
May I come in?
Come in. Hello, Dad.
I knocked several times.
I'm sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
Yes. Well, everything's set for the wedding. Great stunt King is going to pull, creating quite a furor.
Stunt?
Yes, landing on the lawn in an auto gyro.
Oh, yes, I heard.
Yes. Personally, I think it's silly, too. You look lovely, child. Are you pleased with the gown? Ellie.
Hmm? the gown. Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
What's the matter, child? What's wrong?
Nothing.
You haven't changed your mind about King Wesley, have you?
No.
Because if you have, it isn't too late. You know how I feel about him. But you gave me such a scare when I couldn't find you. You know, the old pump isn't what it used to be.
I'm sorry, Father. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
What's the matter, child? Aren't you happy?
Oh, Dad.
I thought so. I knew there was something on your mind. Oh, there now. What's the matter? You haven't fallen in love with someone else, have you? Have you? I haven't seen you cry since you were a baby. This must be serious. Where did you meet him?
On the road.
Now, don't tell me you've fallen in love with the bus driver.
No.
Who is he?
I don't know very much about him. Except that I love him.
Well, if it's as serious as all that, we'll move heaven and earth to...
No, it's no use. He despises me.
Oh, come now.
Yes, he does. He despises everything about me. He thinks I'm spoiled and selfish and pampered and thoroughly insincere.
Ridiculous.
He doesn't think much of you either.
Oh? No?
No. He blames you for everything that's wrong with me. He says you raised me stupidly. Oh, he's marvelous.
Eh? Well, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a talk with him.
No, it wouldn't do any good. I practically threw myself at him.
Well, under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to call off this wedding off?
No, I'll go through with it. What difference does it make? I'll never see Peter again.
Is that his name?
Yes, Peter.
Peter Warren?
Yes. Do you know him?
No, not exactly.
Oh, Father, you haven't heard from him, have you?
Well, this letter came this morning addressed to me.
From Peter?
Yes. Here you are.
Well, dear sir, as your daughter has probably forgotten to tell you that there's a little financial matter connected with her safe return to your indulgent arms that I would appreciate your settling with me at your earliest convenience. Yours truly, Peter Warren. Oh. Well, I guess that was his only interest in me, wasn't it? The reward. $10,000.
I'm sorry you read it.
Are you going to see him?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I sent word to him to come out here this afternoon. I suppose he'll show up soon.
Of course he will. Well, pay him off. He's entitled to it. He did an excellent job. He kept me thoroughly entertained. It's worth every penny he gets.
Sit down, Mr. Warren.
Thanks.
I was surprised to get your note. My daughter hadn't told me anything about you, about your helping her.
That's typical of your daughter. Takes all those things for granted.
I've discussed the matter with her since hearing from you, and she thinks you're entitled to anything you can get.
Oh, she does, huh? Now, isn't that sweet of her? Well, I've got it all itemized.
May I see the statement, please? Thank you. Cash outlay, $8.60, top coat, $15, suitcase, $7.50, hat, $4, 3 shirts, $4.50, total, $39.60. All the above items had to be hocked to provide food and shelter.
And I sold some shorts and socks, too, but I'm throwing them in.
Yes, I know, but...
Say, what's the matter? Isn't it cheap enough? A trip like that would cost you $1,000, maybe more.
Now, let me get this straight. You want $39.60 in addition to the $10,000.
What $10,000?
Why, the reward.
Who said anything about a reward? All I want is $39.60. If you give me a check for it, I'll get out of this joint. Gives me the jitters.
You're a peculiar chap.
We'll go into that some other time.
The average man would go after the reward. All you seem to
Listen, did anyone ever make a sucker out of you? This is a matter of principle. Something you probably wouldn't understand. But when anybody takes me for a buggy ride, I don't like the idea of having to pay for the privilege.
Were you taken for a buggy ride?
With all the trimming.
Well, my daughter seems to think she was on that ride, too. She thinks you walked out on her.
Listen, your daughter can think anything she wants. I went to New York to raise a little dough for your daughter so she could get out on that tropical island. And what do I get?
What tropical island?
Oh, none of your... When I come back to get her, she skipped. That's great, that is.
Now, wait a minute.
What about my dough? Do I get it or don't I?
Certainly.
Thank you.
But I'd like to ask you one question. Do you love my daughter?
Any guy that'd fall in love with your daughter ought to have his head examined.
That's an evasion. Do you love her?
A normal human being couldn't live under the same roof with her without going nutty. She's my idea of
I
nothing.
asked you a simple question. Do you love her?
Yes! Don't hold that against me. I'm a little screwy myself.
Well, well, well. Look who's here.
Hello. I was hoping I wouldn't have to bump into you.
Really? I hope you got your money.
You bet I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Same to you.
Ellie, dear.
Stay around and watch the fun. King's going to drop down out of the skies any minute now on his favorite gyro. You'll enjoy it immensely.
I would, but I've got a weak stomach. Goodbye, Miss Andrews.
Pleasant fellow, isn't he?
Ellie, dear, you shouldn't have talked to him like you did. He's a really fine boy. We had quite a conversation.
I'm not interested.
Now, see here, Ellie.
I tell you, I'm not interested. I don't want to hear another word about him.
What on earth is that?
King, I guess. Landing on the lawn in his gyro.
Seems to be creating quite a lot of excitement among the guests. Well, Ellie?
Come on, Dad. Let's go down and get it over with.
King is waiting at the altar. All right. Take my arm. Let's go. You know, Ellie, you're a sucker to go through with this. That guy Warren is okay.
Please, Dad.
He is. He didn't want the reward. All he asked for was $39.60 that he spent on you.
What?
Sure. He loves you, Ellie.
How do you know?
He told me so.
Oh, Daddy. Oh. Well, it's too late now.
Is it? You don't want to be married to a mug like Wesley. I can buy him off for a pot of gold. And you can make an old man happy. Pete Warren is a swell guy.
Oh, please don't.
If you should change your mind, your car's waiting at the back gate. What do you say, Ellie? You still got a few seconds.
Oh, Dad.
Is it Pete? Or is it this dumb cluck of an aviator?
It's Pete.
Hooray!
Daddy, quick, kiss me.
Goodbye, Ellie.
Goodbye.
Run, Ellie! Run! Go on, Ellie! Go on! They'll never catch you! Go on! Go on!
Peter,
Mm-hmm.
what did you do with the marriage certificate? I can't find it anyplace.
Don't worry, Brad. It's safe and sound in my inside pocket.
Oh, I was getting scared again.
You afraid I was going to back out?
It's too late now, Mr. Warren. Oh, Peter, I'm so happy. Where are we going for our honeymoon?
I got the place all picked out. A tourist cabin near Philadelphia.
A tourist cabin? Oh, Peter, that's grand.
Yeah. See that big bundle of stuff I bought in the last town?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, lots of things. A rope.
A rope?
Yeah. And a green blanket.
The Walt of Jericho.
Right.
Oh, is there anything else?
Hand me that little package.
This one?
That's it.
What's in it?
You'll see. There.
A trumpet. A toy trumpet.
Yeah. I never took a lesson, but I guess I can manage it. Listen to this.
Oh, Peter, that's beautiful.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable. In a moment, you'll hear from our stars personally. But first, let's indulge in a little fancy. Suppose your hands could talk. What would they say? Well, let's imagine Jane's hands are talking to each other while she's playing cards with her friends at the bridge table.
Isn't it fun? We fooled these women again.
Haven't we, though? They think Jane has a maid.
It's a great joke, isn't it? Why, we've been washing dishes for years.
Yes, and no one would guess it. Lux Flakes helps us to stay so lovely looking.
Yes, I'm sure that's the way your hands would talk if you use Lux for your dishes. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils in your skin. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay soft and young-looking, the kind of hands every woman wants. Just try Lux Flakes for your dishes. You'll like them. They're fast, they're gentle, and they're thrifty. Yes, unless the water is hard, the large-size box of Lux will do dishes about 60 times. In hard water, a little more Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy the generous large-size box, won't you? And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The happy journey from Miami to New York is ended, but our stars make a return trip to the microphone. We present Ellie Andrews as Claudette Colbert and Peter Warren as Clark Gable.
As Claudette Andrews or Ellie Colbert or whoever I'm supposed to be, I'd like to say that it's been great to do another play in the Lux Radio Theater.
As Pete Gable, I'd like to say that I can't imagine a better place to take a busman's holiday.
Well, assuming my most difficult characterization, that of Cecil B. DeMille, I'd like to compliment you both on a great performance.
Thank you, C.B. And I'm glad to learn from your introduction to the play that you're a fatalist.
Yeah, what?
It seems to me I heard the word fatalist. You know, C.B., one of those people who think that, one of those people who think that everything happens for the best, if it doesn't happen for the worst.
But I never said I belonged to such a cult.
Claudette probably assumes, in the way you talked about everything happening one night, that you're a believer in uncontrollable destiny.
Well, it's really nothing to be ashamed of, you know. Some very nice people are fatalists. You simply believe that everything happens for a purpose. And if you don't believe that way, you've nothing left but suppositions. For example, suppose Columbus had sailed east instead of west, or Paul Revere's horse had tripped over a cobblestone. That's you.
Oh, it's Mr. Gable. Suppose Claudette hadn't...
We have it here for you, sir.
Down to Mr. Gable for me. It's Mr. Gable, I think.
Suppose Claudette Colbert hadn't taken seriously when a playwright she met at a party in New York said, you ought to be an actress. Or suppose she hadn't starred on Broadway in The Barker. Would she be in Hollywood now?
I suppose that coin Clark tossed to see whether or not he'd reign in Hollywood hadn't fallen tails. Where would he be now?
Well, children, I'll give up. Where would you be now?
You mean seriously?
Sure, why not?
Well, let's see. I've gone back east. Not all the way east. Maybe I've stopped off in Texas again. I'd probably have gotten my old job back in the oil fields, and, well, I'd probably be fairly happy.
That's right. Pollyanna Gable, his friends would be calling him. Well, come along, Clark. It's time to blow. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night,
Good night, fatalists.
Mr. DeMille will be back shortly with news of next Monday night's play and cast. Our cast in It Happened One Night included John Gibson as bus driver, Chester Clute as Mr. Dyke, Eddie Waller as Mr. Dobbs, Lou Merrill as Harry Gordon, Walter Tetley as a newsboy, Marion A. as telephone operator, and Frank Nelson as a detective. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Alexander Graham Bell. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Hollywood recently observed its most important event in many months, the presentation of the Academy Awards, the highest tribute that the screen can give its personalities. For the second consecutive year, top acting honors among men went to the star whom you'll hear on this stage next Monday night, Spencer Tracy. And with him, we present one of the screen's loveliest ladies, Loretta Young. They'll bring Lux listeners the sharply realistic and romantic play for which they're so well remembered on the screen, A Man's Castle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle. And, ladies and gentlemen, before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night, I want you to make a... Before I say good night. Rebecca was a best-selling novel before it made its great screen success. And tonight, it's brought to you by one of America's best-selling products, Lux Flakes. And it's you, the women of America, who've made it a best-selling product. We want you to use our product week in and week out, not just because you like the plays in the Lux Radio Theater, but because Lux Flakes stands on its own merits. Take our word that it's worth a trial, and we'll take your word on the result. And we don't need three guesses what it's going to be. Now the curtain rises on a great love story, the strange drama of Rebecca. The scene of this drama is Manderley, the great stone manor house high on a cliff above the restless sea. You'll hear Ronald Colman as Maxim de Winter, Judith Anderson as Mrs. Danvers, and Ida Lupino as the woman whose name we do not know.
Last night, I dreamt I went to Manderley again. It seemed to me I stood by the iron gate leading to the drive. But for a while I could not enter, for the way was barred to me. Then, like all dreamers, I was possessed of a sudden with supernatural powers and passed like a spirit through the barrier before me. The drive wound away in front of me, twisting and turning, and finally, there was Manderley. Manderley, secretive and silent. Time could not mar the perfect symmetry of those walls, but I knew I looked upon a desolate, empty shell. We can never go back to Manderley again. That much is certain. But sometimes, in my dreams, I do go back to the strange days of my life which began for me in the south of France. There, on a great cliff, towering above the sea, I first saw him. He was looking down, staring at the rocks below. And then suddenly, I thought I saw him. No, stop!
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to stare, but you were so close to the edge of the cliff, I was afraid that...
You were. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, I was only walking. I came up the path
Well,
and...
get on with your walking. Don't hang about here screaming. Go on.
I shall never come to Monte Carlo out of season again. Not a single well-known personality in the hotel. Oh, this coffee is stone cold. Waiter, croissant.
I don't believe he heard you, Mrs. Van Hoffler.
Well, get him. What are you being paid for, girl? You, Why, it's Max de Winter. See him coming this way.
Oh.
What are you looking surprised about?
Why, I saw him today on the cliff path.
Mr. de Winter, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Edith Van Hopper. Do you remember me? It's so
yes.
nice to run into you here. Do sit down and have some coffee. Mr. de Winter is having coffee with me. You may go.
Of course, Mrs. Van Hopper.
I'm afraid I must contradict you. You shall both have coffee with me. Garçon, coffee, please.
Oui, monsieur. You know, I recognized you just as soon as you came in. Are you playing the tables much here at Monte?
No, I'm afraid that sort of thing ceased to amuse me years ago.
Oh, I can well understand that. If I had a home like Manderley, I should certainly never come to Monte. I hear it's one of the biggest places in that part of the country, and that you just can't beat it for beauty.
And what do you think of Monte Carlo? Or don't you think of it at all?
Well, I think it's rather artificial.
She's spoiled, Mr. De Winter. That's her trouble. Most girls would give their eyes for a chance to see Monte.
Wouldn't that rather defeat the purpose?
But now that we've found each other again, I hope I shall be seeing something of you. Your valet has unpacked for you, I suppose?
I'm afraid I don't possess one. Perhaps you'd like to do it for me.
This young lady might make herself useful. She's a capable child in many ways. Aren't you, dear?
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper.
That's a charming suggestion, but I'm afraid I cling to the old motto, he travels fastest who travels alone. Perhaps you've not heard of it. Good night.
Well, what do you make of that? Do you suppose that sudden departure was intended to be funny? Or perhaps he didn't quite realize how it looked. Poor thing. I suppose he just can't get over his wife's death. They say he simply adored her.
When I came alone to the dining room the following day, he was already there, at the next table. As I sat down, I paid the penalty of my awkwardness. I knocked over a vase of flowers, the water soaking the cloth.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What a stupid thing to do.
You may leave that, waiter. Go and lay another place at my table. Mademoiselle will have lunch with me.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Oh, please, don't be polite. It's very kind of you,
I wasn't being polite. I should have asked you to lunch with me, even if you hadn't been so clumsy. Sit down. We needn't talk to each other if we don't feel like it.
Well, Thank you very much.
What's happened to your friend?
Why, she's ill in bed with a cold.
Ah. I'm sorry I was rude to you yesterday. The only excuse I can offer is that I've become boorish through living alone.
Oh, but you weren't really. You just wanted to be by yourself.
Tell me, is Mrs. Van Hopper a friend of yours or just a relation?
No, she's my employer. I'm what is known as a paid companion.
I didn't know that companionship could be bought. Is that a sketching pad? Do you sketch?
Yes, I do a little.
Were you going sketching this afternoon?
Yes.
Where?
Well, I hadn't made up my mind.
I'll drive you somewhere in the car.
Oh, no. No, please, I didn't mean that.
Nonsense. Order your lunch and we'll get along. Well, you've taken long enough with that sketch. I'll expect a really fine work of art.
Well, you're not a very easy subject. Your expression keeps changing all the time.
Does it? Well, I'd concentrate on the view instead if I were you. It's much more worthwhile. Rather reminds me of our coastline at home. Do you know Cornwall at all?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went there once on a holiday. I remember. I was in a shop there, and I saw a postcard with a beautiful house on it right by the sea. I asked whose house it was, and the old lady said, "Why, that's Manderley."
Yes, Manderley is beautiful, but to me it's just the place where I was born and have lived in all my life. Now, I don't suppose I shall ever see it again.
Oh, well, we're lucky not to be home during the bad weather, aren't we? You know, I can't ever remember enjoying swimming at home until June, can you? But the water's so warm here, I could stay in all day. But do you know there's a dangerous undertow, and there was a man drowned here last year. But I never have any fear of drowning, have you?
Why did you say that?
Well, have I said something wrong? Oh, I didn't mean to.
Oh, well, come along, I'll take you home.
That night, I learned the reason for his strangeness. Coming home late, I opened the door. I heard Mrs. Van Hopper talking to the nurse.
Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. I knew his wife, too. She was the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth, you know, the most glamorous creature in all England. She was drowned, poor thing, while she was sailing near Manderley.
Oh, I'm glad it can't happen twice. That fever of first love. I've forgotten much of Monte Carlo, of those morning drives with him, of where we went and of what we said. But I've not forgotten how I trembled as I sat beside him. You know, I do wish there could be an invention that bottled up the memory like perfume. And then whenever I wanted to, I could just uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
And what particular moment in your young life would you want to keep?
Oh, all of them. All of these last few days.
Sometimes, you know, those little bottles contain demons that have a way of popping out at you, just as you're trying most desperately to forget.
Yes, of course.
And stop biting your nails.
Oh, I didn't know I was. Mr. De Winter, would you please tell me why you asked me to come out with you? Oh, it's obvious that you want to be kind, but why do you choose me for your charity?
I asked you to come out with me because I wanted your company. You've blotted out the past for me more than all the bright lights of Monte Carlo. But if you think I asked you out of kindness or charity, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Here. Take my handkerchief. You'd better blow your nose.
Thank you, Mr. De Winter.
And please, don't call me Mr. De Winter. I've a very impressive array of first names. George, Fortescue, Maximilian. But you needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim. Come in. Well, hello. And what are you doing here? Anything the matter?
I've come to say goodbye, Maxim. We're going away.
Oh. Where's she taking you to?
New York. Oh, I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Do you mind if I finish shaving? I shan't be long.
But I can't stay.
Tell me something. Which would you prefer, New York or Mandalay?
Oh, please don't joke about it. Mrs. Van Hopper's waiting. So I better say goodbye now.
I'll repeat what I said. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
You mean you want a secretary or something?
I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
Marry you?
Well, my suggestion doesn't seem to have gone at all well. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you don't understand. It's that I'm just not the sort of person men marry.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, I don't belong in your sort of world, for one thing.
What is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay. Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, I'm the best judge of whether you belong there or not. Of course, if you don't love me, that's a different thing. A fine blow to my conceit, that's all.
Oh, but I do love you. I love you most dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I'd never see you again.
Bless you for that. I'll remind you of this one day, and you won't believe me. It's a pity you have to grow up.
I was afraid to tell Mrs. Van Hopper, for I knew what she would say. When we were alone, she congratulated me, but I didn't like her smile.
But of course you know why he's marrying you, don't you? The fact is that empty house got on his nerves. He just couldn't go on living alone. You haven't flattered yourself that he's in love with you, I hope. Not after being married to Rebecca Hildreth, the most beautiful, the most cultured woman in all England. Well, goodbye, and good luck, Mrs. De Winter.
We were married that evening in a little village near the sea. And in early May, we came to Mandalay. It was raining as we drove through the high iron gates. The drive twisted and turned as a serpent. And then suddenly, there was the house. Mandalay. A thing of grace and beauty, and yet somehow almost frightening. As we came into the great hall, I saw that it was crowded with people, the staff of the house and the estate. They stood silent and curious, gazing at me. And then someone advanced from the sea of faces. She was tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, and her prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes gave her a sort of skull's face.
And this is Mrs. Danvers. You won't have to worry about the house at all, darling. Mrs. Danvers takes care of everything.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Danvers.
Good evening, madam. I have everything in readiness for you.
Well, that's so good of you.
Will you go to your room now, madam, or will you have tea in the library?
Why, I don't think
The room first, Mrs. Danvers.
Yes, sir. This way, if you please, madam. I hope you approve the new decorations of these rooms, madam.
Oh, I didn't know it had been changed. What did it look like before, Mrs. Danvers?
It had an old paper and different hangings. It was never used much, except for occasional visitors.
Oh, then it wasn't Mr. De Winter's room originally.
No, madam. He has never used the east wing before. The only good view of the sea is from the west wing.
Mrs. Danvers, I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Oh, I do hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Danvers. But you must be patient with me. You see, this sort of life is, well, it's so new to me. And I do want to make a success of it and make Mr. De Winter happy. So I know I can leave all the household arrangements to you.
I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction, madam. I have managed the house since Mrs. De Winter's death, and Mr. De Winter has never complained.
Well, I think I'll go downstairs now.
Certainly, madam. The room in the west wing I was telling you about is there, through that door. It's not used now. It's the most beautiful room in the house. The only one that looks down across the lawns to the sea. It was Mrs. De Winter's room.
I knew that night that Mrs. Danvers despised me. Standing there, watching me, laughing silently at my awkwardness, telling me over and over that there'd been another before me. The beautiful Rebecca Hildreth. There was everything to remind me of that. the embroidered letter R on the linens, her writing paper in the drawers of the desk, her dog who still slept outside her room. She was everywhere at Mandalay. Rebecca, who had died, and who still wandered through that house.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
You're Mrs. De Winter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
My name's Crawley. I manage the estate for Maxim. Awfully glad to meet you.
How do you do?
Fearful lot of stuff piled up while Maxim was away.
Yes, I'm sure there must have been. Oh, I do wish I could help with some of it.
Help him? Frank never allows anybody to help him. He's like an old mother hen with his bills and rents and taxes. Come on, Frank, we must go over those estimates.
I'll get my papers.
Later on this afternoon, we'll take a walk around the estate, darling, just you and I. There's a good deal I want you to see.
I'll be ready, Maxim, any time.
Come along, Jasper, come along. Keep that coat up around you, darling.
Oh, it isn't raining now, Maxim, must I?
Certainly. Can't be too careful with children, you know.
Oh, it's glorious here. I love every foot of it, Maxim.
Jasper! Here, not that way. Jasper, come back.
Oh, he went down those stairs by the cliff, Maxim. Where does that lead to?
Oh, it leads to a little cove where we used to keep a boat.
Oh, let's go down there.
No, it's only a dull and uninteresting stretch of sand, just like any other.
Oh, please, Maxim.
Some other time, dear, not today.
Listen. Is that Jasper? Well, there must be something wrong. Perhaps he's hurt himself.
He's all right. Leave him alone.
Oh, I think I'd better go and see.
No, come back. Don't bother about him. He can't come to any harm. He'll find his own way back.
Jasper! 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 Oh, there you are. What do you want in that cottage, Jasper? Come on home. Come on, boy. Come on, Jasper.
Looking for her.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know there was anybody.
Oh, no, that doggy comes from the house. He ain't yourn.
No. No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog.
Oh, no, that dog. He comes down looking for her.
Who? Whose cottage is this?
Mrs. De Winter.
Oh. Come here, Jasper.
You won't tell anyone you saw me in here, will you?
Don't you belong on the estate?
Oh, yes, but I won't do nothing. I was just putting my shells away. She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She'll never come back no more.
No. No, she'll never come back. Come on, Jasper. Come on, boy. Maxim! Maxim, here I am. Wait, Maxim. I'm so sorry I was such a time.
You knew I didn't want you to go there, but you deliberately went.
Oh, why not, Maxim? There was only a cottage down there and a strange man
Well, don't go there again. Do you hear?
Why not, Maxim?
Because I hate the place. And if you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or even think about it.
What's the matter? Oh, I'm so sorry. Maxim.
We should have stayed away. We should never have come back to Mandalay. What a fool I was.
I've made you unhappy. Somehow I've hurt you. I can't bear to see you like this, Maxim, because I love you so much.
But do you? Do you? Oh, I've made you cry. Forgive me. I sometimes seem to fly off the handle for no reason at all, don't I? Come. We'll go home and have some tea and forget all about it.
Yes. Yes, let's forget all about it.
So ends Act One of Rebecca, starring Ronald Colman, Ida Lupino, and Judith Anderson. Mr. DeMille brings you Act Two in just a moment. But now, a word about what women are telling us is the biggest bargain they've seen in a long time. The beautiful Gone with the Wind brooch, which the makers of Lux Flakes are now offering.
That's just what Mrs. Janet Bell of New York says, Mr. Ruick. She got her brooch the other day and wrote us a letter saying, "My Gone with the Wind brooch is so much lovelier even than I had thought it would be, and such a wonderful bargain that I want to thank you for it and to let you know how pleased I am with it. Thanks again for my lovely brooch and for such a wonderful product as Lux Flakes."
We know every one of you will feel just as delighted as Mrs. Bell when you see this stunning Gone with the Wind brooch. And in a moment, I'll tell you how easy it is to get it. The original was one of the gorgeous jewelry pieces worn in the movie Gone with the Wind. Our reproduction is a distinctive and expensive-looking pin with 5 simulated pearls and a lovely turquoise-colored stone in the center of an antique-style, gold-finished setting. It's big, round, and almost 2 inches across, with a graceful scalloped edge and a sturdy safety catch on the clasp. You'll find it adds a handsome touch to your new spring prints, and to daytime and party dresses, too. Now listen carefully. Here's what you do to get your Gone with the Wind brooch. First, buy a big box of Lux Flakes. You'll want plenty of new Quick Lux on hand anyway for all your nice things. For stockings, underthings, sweaters, washable dresses, and for dishwashing, too. Then, tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box. Mail it with 15 cents in coin. Please don't send stamps. To Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. And don't forget, we can't send you a brooch unless you send us your name and address. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for matching jewelry pieces. Ring, pendant, bracelet, earrings, and all wonderful bargains. Now be sure to send your order in soon, for these pins are going like hotcakes, and the offer is limited. We're sorry, but this offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We begin the second act of our play, starring Ronald Coleman as Maxim de Winter, Judith Anderson as Mrs. Danvers, and Ida Lupino as the woman who is now Mrs. de Winter, the woman who is telling this story of Rebecca.
The weather was wet and cold for almost a week, and we didn't go down to the beach again. But I couldn't forget the dark, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods. It was my fault. I'd gone down to that cottage. I seemed to have opened up a road into the past, and there was a barrier between us because of it. I began to dread any mention of the sea, until one morning in the library, I was alone with Frank Crawley. Mr. Crawley, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day. Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes, they are.
Oh. What did you use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
The boat? Was that the boat she was sailing in when she was drowned?
Yes, it capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel, about 2 months afterwards. Maxim went up to identify her. Oh, it was horrible for him.
Yes, it must have been. Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, but would you answer just one more question?
If it's something I'm able to answer.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
Maxim had to go up to London at the end of June. Some business at the estate. Frank Crawley had gone along with him, and I was alone at Mandalay. I was surprised one evening to hear voices coming from the west wing, from the room that was once Rebecca's.
I really don't think it was wise of you to come here, Mr. Jack.
Oh, nonsense. It's been just like coming back home. But I must say I feel a little like the poor relations sneaking around through back doors. Well, toodaloo, Danny.
Goodbye, Mr. Jack, and please be careful.
I will, don't worry. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Danny, all your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door.
Oh, but I wasn't really. I wasn't. I heard voices in here.
What about presenting me to the bride, Danny?
This is Mr. Fabell, madam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Will you have some tea or something?
Now, isn't that a charming invitation? I've been asked to stay to tea, Danny.
It's rather late.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. And we mustn't lead the bride astray, must we? Well, goodbye. Oh, and I know what was wrong with our introduction. Danny didn't tell you, did she? I'm Rebecca's favorite cousin. Toodaloo.
The man went quickly down the stairs, and Mrs. Danvers went after him. All of a sudden, I had a terrifying impulse to see what lay behind the door in front of me. door of Rebecca's room. I pushed it open slowly. I could hear the sea plainly through the window. I'd expected to see the furniture swathed in dust sheets. Nothing was covered up. There were flowers on the dressing table, a satin dressing gown on the chair, and beneath, a pair of bedroom slippers. Oh!
Do you wish anything, madam?
No. No, I just...
You've always wanted to see this room, haven't you, madam? Why did you never ask me to show it you? It's a lovely room, isn't it? The most beautiful room you've ever seen. Everything is kept just as Mrs. De Winter liked it. Nothing has been altered since that last night. You wouldn't think she'd been gone so long, would you? Sometimes, when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me, that quick, light step. I couldn't mistake it anywhere. It's not only in this room. It's in all the rooms in the house. I can almost hear it now. Do you believe the dead come back and watch the living?
No, I don't believe it.
Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't come back here to Mandalay and watch you and Mr. De Winter together. You look tired. Why don't you stay here a while and rest? Listen to the sea. It's so soothing.
No,
Listen to it. Listen to the sea.
I won't listen. I won't. Oh, Maxim, I'm so glad you're home again.
Hey, you're joking me. Well, what have you been doing with yourself?
Well, I've been thinking. Darling, could we have a costume ball just as you used to?
Well, what put that idea into your mind?
Oh, nothing. I just feel that we ought to do something to make people feel that Mandalay is the same as it always was. Oh, please, darling, could we?
Well, all right. If you think you'd enjoy it, you'd better get Mrs. Danvers to help you, hadn't you?
No, I don't need Mrs. Danvers to help me. I can do it myself, Maxim.
All right, my sweet.
But Mrs. Danvers did help me. It was she who suggested that I design my costume after one of the family portraits in the gallery. A lovely young woman in a white dress with great puffed sleeves. When the night of the party arrived, I could hardly contain myself for excitement, for I'd kept the costume as a surprise for Maxim. I ran quickly down the stairs, and then I waited for the clapping and the laughter that would greet me. But nobody clapped. Nobody moved. And then Maxim was coming toward me, his face white, his eyes blazing.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
Maxim, it's the picture, the one in the gallery. Oh, what have I done?
Go and take it off. Doesn't matter what you put on, anything will do. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Take it off!
I watched you go down the stairs, just as I watched her a year ago. Even in the same dress, you couldn't compare with her.
Same dress. You knew it. You knew that she wore it, and yet you deliberately suggested I wear it. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They're the same as those first weeks after she died. I used to listen to him walking up and down all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You thought you could be Mrs. De Winter, live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers. But she's too strong for you. You can't fight her. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Stop it! Stop it! Oh, stop it!
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open a window for you. A little air will do you good. Come and stand here, madam. Don't be afraid. Now look down there. Isn't the sea lovely? Why don't you go Why don't you leave Manderley? He doesn't need you. He's got his memories. You've nothing to stay for. You've nothing to live for, really, have you? Look down there. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you? Go on. Don't be afraid. Why don't you jump?
Ah! What is it? What's that noise? Maxim! Maxim, where are you? Maxim! What is it? What is it? What's happened?
Shipwreck. There's a ship aground sending up rockets. Robbie, notify the Coast Guard. Shipwreck.
Have you seen Maxim on the beach?
Not since half an hour ago.
He hasn't been in the house all night. I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Frank, what's the matter? You look terribly worried.
Well, the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship came across the hull of another boat, a little sailboat.
Oh, Frank, is it?
Yes, it's Rebecca's.
Rebecca's? Oh, why did they have to find it? Why couldn't they have left it there in peace at the bottom of the sea? Poor Maxim. It'll be so hard on him.
Yes, it's going to bring it all back again, and worse than before.
I searched the beach frantically for Maxim, but there was no sign of him. Then suddenly I came upon the boathouse, Rebecca's cottage. There was a light burning dimly in the window. I pushed open the door, and there in the light of the dying fire, I saw the tortured face of Maxim.
Hello. Come in.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. Have you forgiven me?
Forgiven you?
For last night, Maxim. My stupidity about the costume.
Oh, that. I'd forgotten.
Oh, Maxim, can't we start all over again? I don't ask that you should love me. I won't ask impossible things. I'll be your friend and companion. I'll be happy with that.
You love me very much, don't you? But it's too late, my darling. We've lost our little chance of happiness.
No, Maxim, no.
It's all over now. Rebecca has won. Her shadow has been between us all the time, keeping us from one another. She knew that this would happen.
What are you saying, Maxim?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
I know. Rebecca's boat.
The diver made another discovery. He broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There was a body in there.
A body? Well, then she wasn't alone. There was someone sailing with her.
No, you don't understand. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
Oh, no. No.
The woman that was washed up at Edgecombe, the woman that is now buried in the family crypt, that was not Rebecca. That was the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. I identified it, but I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was, lying on that cabin floor on the bottom of the sea.
How did you know, Maxim?
Because I put it there.
You?
Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, Maxim.
You see, I was right. It's too late.
No, it's not too late, Maxim. You're not to say that. We can't lose each other now. We must be together always.
We may only have a few hours, a few days.
Oh, Maxim, why didn't you tell me before?
Sometimes I nearly did, but you never seemed close enough.
How could we be close when I knew you were always thinking of Rebecca? How could I even ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still?
What are you talking about? You thought I loved Rebecca? I hated her.
Hated her?
I was carried away by her, yes, enchanted by her as everyone was. But I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love or tenderness or decency.
You didn't love her?
Do you remember that cliff where you first saw me in Monte Carlo? Well, I went there with Rebecca on our honeymoon. That was what I found out about her. Only 4 days after we were married. She stood there laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind, and told me all about herself. Things I'll never tell a living soul. I wanted to kill her. I'll make a bargain with you, she said. You'd look rather foolish trying to divorce me now after 4 days of marriage, so I'll play the part of a devoted wife, mistress of Manderley. And people will visit us and envy us and say we're the luckiest, happiest couple in the county. What a grand joke it will be. What a triumph. I should never have accepted her dirty bargain, but I did, and I kept it. So did she, apparently. But after a while, she began to grow careless. Then she started to bring her friends down here. I warned her, but she only shrugged her shoulders. And then there was a cousin of hers, a man named Favell.
Yes, I know him.
You?
Yes, he came the day you went to London.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I didn't like to, Maxim. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca.
Remind me? As if I needed reminding. Favell used to visit her here in this cottage. I found out about it, and I warned her that if he came here again, I'd shoot them both. One night, when I found that she'd come back quietly from London, I thought that Favell was with her. I decided to come down here and have it out with both of them. But she was alone. She was lying on the divan. She looked ill, queer. Suddenly she got up, started to walk toward me. When I have a child, she said, neither you nor anyone else can ever prove it wasn't yours. You'd like to have an heir, wouldn't you, Max, for your precious Manderley? And then she started to laugh. How funny, she said. I'll be the perfect mother, just as I've been the perfect wife, and no one will ever know. She was face to face with me. She was smiling. Well, Max, what are you going to do about it? Aren't you going to kill me? Well, I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant, and then she started forward toward me again, smiling. Suddenly she stumbled and fell. When I looked down, ages afterwards it seemed, she was lying on the floor. She'd struck her head on a heavy piece of ship's tackle. I remember wondering why she was still smiling, and then I realized she was dead.
But you didn't kill her, Maxim. It was an accident.
Who would believe me? I lost my head. I knew I had to do something, anything. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When the boat seemed a safe distance from the shore, I took a spike and drove it again and again through the planking of the hull. I opened up the seacocks, and the water began to come in fast. I climbed over into the dinghy and pulled away. Then I saw the boat heel over and sink.
Maxim, does anyone else know of this?
No one except you and me.
We must explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you've never seen before.
No, they're bound to know her. Her rings and bracelets, she always wore them. They'll identify her body. Then they'll remember the other woman buried in the crypt.
Oh, Maxim.
I've done a very selfish thing in marrying you. I've loved you, my darling. I shall always love you. But I've known all along that Rebecca would win in the end.
No, she hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won.
Hello. Oh, hello, Frank. Who? Colonel Julian? Yes, tell him I'll meet him there as soon as I possibly can.
What's happened, Maxim?
Colonel Julian called. He's the chief constable of the county. He wants to know if I could possibly have made a mistake about that other body.
Mr. DeMille presents Ronald Coleman, Ida Lupino, and Judith Anderson in Act 3 of Rebecca after a brief intermission. Meanwhile, it's breakfast time in the Browning household, and Midge is late, as usual.
Midge, hurry, dear. The postman left a package for you, and it's nearly school time.
Oh, where is it? It must be my brooch. Oh, it is. Oh, Mother, isn't it gorgeous? Now, I won't mind wearing my old dress to Betty's party with this on it.
Why, it's perfectly beautiful, dear. You know, it looks like some of that lovely old jewelry from Grandmother's family down in Charleston.
You'll agree with Mother Browning when you get this Gone with Wind brooch which Lux is offering, for it has an authentic Southern accent. The original was worn in Gone with the Wind. Now, it's entirely different from the Scarlett O'Hara brooch we offered last fall, and even lovelier. You'll wear it to add new glamour to a dress you've grown a bit bored with, and it will be smart with your new spring outfits, too. Let me describe it for you. In the center is a big turquoise-colored stone with 5 lovely simulated pearls around it. The setting is round, almost 2 inches wide, and gold-finished in antique style with a scalloped edge. It's beautifully made. Even has a safety catch on the clasp. Yet it's yours for only 15 cents and an opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes. Now, here's the way to get your Gone with the Wind brooch. Please listen carefully to these directions. And above all, please send for your brooch without delay, because the orders are pouring in, and the offer is for a limited time. Now, first, buy a big box of new, quick Lux Flakes. It comes in the same familiar package and costs you no more. Tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box and mail it with 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, we'll send an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, pendant, bracelet, earrings, and all wonderful bargains. Now remember, send the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes, 15 cents in coin, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Rebecca, and the girl whom Maxim de Winter brought home as a bride to the brooding towers of Mandalay goes on with her strange story.
The body they had found in the boat was identified as Rebecca de Winter. There had to be an inquest, of course. Maxim was calm. Almost too calm. I think that frightened me even more.
Sorry to drag you back for further questioning, Mr. De Winter. You've heard the statement of the boat builder, Mr. Tabb. I wonder if you can help us in any way.
I'm afraid not.
The holes in the planking were evidently made from the inside. Can you think of any reason for that?
Of course I can't think of any reason.
Then, since Mrs. De Winter went sailing alone, are we to believe that she drove those holes herself?
You may believe what you like.
Can you enlighten us as to why Mrs. De Winter should have wanted to end her own life?
I know of no reason whatever.
Mr. De Winter, however painful it may be, I have to ask you a very personal question. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? Once again, were relations between you...
I won't stand this any longer, and you might as well know that...
Maxim, don't you, can't you?
Mrs. De Winter.
We'll adjourn until after luncheon.
Darling, are you all right? Frank, help me. I'll take her outside. Careful, darling. There's no rush. I'll take you to the car.
Oh, Maxim, it was so foolish of me fainting like that.
Hello.
Maxim, it's that Pavel.
And how does the bride find herself today?
What do you want, Favel?
How are you, Max? I was rather worried about you when I heard about the inquest. That's why I came down.
Yes, I'm touched by your solicitude, but if you don't mind...
Well, my guess is that they'll turn in a verdict of suicide. That is, of course, unless something unforeseen occurs.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a strong feeling that before the day is out, somebody's going to make use of that rather expressive, though somewhat old-fashioned term, foul play.
Go on.
You see, Max, I find myself in a rather awkward position. You've only got to read this note to understand. It's from Rebecca. She wrote it to me the day she died.
What makes you think that note would interest me?
Oh, I'm not going to bother you with the contents now, but I can assure you that it's not the note of a woman who intends to drown herself that same night. You know, Max, I've often wondered what it would be like to retire to the country. I've never figured out what it would cost a year, but I'd like to talk about it with you.
Darling, Mr. Favel and I have a little business transaction on hand. I think we'd better conduct it over at the inn. They may have a private room there.
But, Maxim...
Are you all right now, dear?
Yes, I...
Frank will be here in a moment. Ask him to find Colonel Julian. Then come over to the inn immediately. Come on, Favel, let's go. Colonel Julian, this is Mr. Favel.
Oh, I know Colonel Julian. We're old friends, aren't we?
Good morning.
Well, since you're old friends, I assume you also know that he's head of the police here. I think he might be interested to hear your proposition.
I don't know what you mean. I only want to see justice done, Colonel. The evidence suggested certain possible theories concerning Rebecca's death. One of them, of course, is suicide. Now, I have a little note here which puts that possibility quite out of court. You read it, Colonel?
Yeah. Jack, darling, I've just seen the doctor, and I'm going down to Mandalay right away. I shall be at the cottage all this evening and shall leave the door open for you. I have something terribly important to tell you. Rebecca.
Now, does that look like the note of a woman who had made up her mind to kill herself? Come, Colonel, as an officer of the law, don't you feel that there are some slight grounds for suspicion?
Of murder?
Or what else?
It's blackmail, pure and simple. Well, blackmail's not so pure nor so simple. Mr. Favell, perhaps you can provide us also with a motive.
I knew you were going to bring that up, Colonel. Yes, I'll supply that, too.
Oh, Maxim, what is he going to do?
Will you come in, Mrs. Danvers? Thank you. Colonel Julian, Mrs. Danvers. I believe you know everyone else, Danny.
Mrs. Danvers, there are a few questions.
No offense, Colonel, but I think if I put this to Danny, she'll understand it more easily. Danny, who was Rebecca's doctor?
Mrs. De Winter always had Dr. McLean from the village.
Now, you heard. I said Rebecca's doctor in London. We know that Rebecca went to a doctor in London on the last day of her life. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand, Danny. You're trying to defend her, but that's just what I'm doing.
Mrs. Danvers, it has been suggested that Mrs. De Winter was deliberately murdered.
Murdered?
There you have it in a nutshell, Danny. But there's one more thing you'll want to know, the name of the murderer. George Fortescue Maximilian de Winter. Well, Danny?
There was a doctor. Mrs. De Winter sometimes went to him privately.
Well, what was his name?
Dr. Baker. 165 Gold Hawk Road, Shepherd's Bush.
There you are, Colonel. There's where you'll find your motive. He'll tell you why Rebecca went to him, to confirm the fact that she was going to have a child, a sweet, curly-headed little child. She told Max about it. So like the gentleman of the old school that he is, he killed her.
Maxim, I'm afraid we shall have to question this Dr. Baker.
I'm ready to leave now if you wish.
Oh, Maxim, let me go with you.
Oh, please, darling. Wait for me at Mandalay. I'll be back the first thing in the morning.
Never had a patient by the name of Rebecca De Winter?
Never.
You're sure of that, Dr. Baker?
Of course. Here are all the appointments for that day. Ross, Campbell, Stedall, Perino, Danvers, Matthews...
Danny, what the devil? Did you read that name again? Did you say Danvers?
Why, yes, I had a Mrs. Danvers for 3 o'clock.
What did she look like? Can you remember?
Oh, yes, I remember her quite well. She was a very beautiful woman. Tall, dark, exquisitely dressed. Rebecca.
The lady must have used an assumed name, Doctor.
Ah, is that so? This is a surprise.
What was the matter with her?
My dear sir, there are certain
ethics... could you supply a reason, Dr. Baker, for Mrs. De Winter's suicide?
For her murder, you mean? She was going to have a child, wasn't she? Come on, out with it.
No, she was not, Mr. Favell. But she was very seriously ill.
She was not going to have a child?
And that was what she thought, but my diagnosis was different. She wanted the truth, and I told her. She had only a few months to live.
A few months?
Perhaps even less. There was nothing could be done, nothing that she could do except wait.
Did she say anything when you told her?
Oh, she smiled in a queer sort of way. Oh, yes, I remember she said something that struck me as being very peculiar at the time. When I told her it was a matter of months, she said, "Oh, no, Doctor, not that long."
You've been very kind. You've told us all we wanted to know. I should like to have a talk with you, Mr. Favell.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought...
Will we be needed at the inquest any further, Colonel Julian?
No. I can see to it that Maxim's not troubled any further.
Thank you, sir. Frank?
Yes?
There's something you don't know.
Oh, no, there isn't.
There is. I didn't kill her, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. She lied on purpose. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she stood there laughing when she...
Don't think about it anymore. What's the matter, Max? Why'd you stop?
What time is it?
Oh, it must be 3 or 4. Why?
Well, look at the sky. Over that way. That can't be the dawn breaking.
Hardly. Perhaps it's the northern lights. It's in the winter that you see them, isn't it?
They aren't northern lights. That's Mandalay. It's burning. Robert, have you seen Mrs. De Winter? Where is she?
Maxim here.
Darling.
Oh, thank heaven you've come back to me.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Maxim. But Mrs. Gambit, she's gone mad. She started the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
There she is at that window, the west wing.
Oh, Maxim, she'll be killed. She'll... Ow!
Last night, I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. As I stood there, hushed and still, I could swear that the house was not an empty shell, but lived and breathed as it had long ago. But Mandalay is no more, and we're happy now, Maxim and I, for all our fears and suffering lie buried in its ruins.
Mr. DeMille and our stars will be back for their curtain calls in just a moment. But now Sally seems to have something on her mind. What is it, Sally?
It's a riddle for you to answer, Mr. Ruick. Listen. What articles of feminine wearing apparel will, if stretched end to end, go around the world 25 times, and yet no woman thinks she ever has enough of them?
Oh, I give up. Tell us, Sally.
Silk stockings, Mr. Ruick. In 1939, American women bought 682 million pairs of silk stockings. Stretched end to end, they would go 25 times around the world.
Why, you take my breath away, Sally.
And now, guess how long it takes to wash all those stockings?
I don't need to guess that, Sally. I know that New Quick Lux is America's favorite stocking care. And for these speedy flakes, it takes only a few moments a day to give stockings safe care.
That's right, because New Quick Lux flakes are so fast.
In water as cool as your hand, they dissolve 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps.
And that saves time.
And New Quick Lux is thrifty, because a little goes so far. That saves money.
And it's so safe, so gentle.
Yes. No wonder over 90% of the makers of women's stockings recommend Lux. It's so gentle, it saves stocking elasticity and cuts down on runs. Why not get that generous big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow for your stockings and other washables? You'll be delighted at how much longer they stay lovely with Lux Care. And the sooner you get the big Lux box, the sooner you can send for your beautiful Gone with the Wind brooch. Send the opening tab from the large box and 15 cents in coin to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Ronald Coleman, Ida Lupino, and Judith Anderson are here at the microphone again. And with them, we have a special guest tonight, the producer of the motion picture Rebecca, Mr. David O. Selznick.
Thank you, C.B. Purely as a member of the audience who enjoyed this radio play, I'd like to congratulate my old friend Ronald Coleman, Ida Lupino, and Judith Anderson on the fine performances they gave.
David, we were all delighted you could be here tonight.
I think it's wonderful when a producer spends his day off watching someone else produce.
You seem to enjoy that part especially, Mr. Selznick.
Well, I was as interested as though I'd never heard the story before. But then DeMille Productions have been moving and entertaining audiences ever since I can remember.
That's nice to hear, David, but don't go away. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I have an award to present to Mr. Selznick on behalf of the editors of Fame, representing 15,000 motion picture exhibitors and 80 million theater-goers. The award covers 26 of your pictures, David. Pictures like A Tale of Two Cities, which starred Ronald Coleman a few years ago, David Copperfield, Rebecca, and Gone with the Wind, which captured 10 out of 14 Academy Awards last year and brought you personally the Irving Thalberg Memorial Trophy for maintaining the highest quality in production. The Fame Award reads, in token of his record as a producer of the greatest number of box office champion pictures over a period of 9 years, denoting a special consistency of high competence in the art, Fame has the honor to present this document of commemoration to Mr. David Oliver Selznick. Signed, Martin Quigley, publisher of Fame.
I'm very grateful to the editors of Fame, C.B., and for this distinction. And I'm doubly appreciative to have it presented by so great a showman as yourself. But this award should really have been made to 300 or 400 of my associates, writers, directors like Victor Fleming of Gone with the Wind, and Alfred Hitchcock, who did such magnificent work on Rebecca, to cameramen and hundreds of other craftsmen, and naturally to talented players like Mr. Coleman and Miss Anderson.
That's very generous, David. Of course, you could cut that award up into 400 pieces, but I suppose it looks better as it is.
In fact, Mr. Selznick, we forbid you to divide it up.
You're all very kind. And right now, C.B., I'd like to congratulate you and your staff on the result of the New York World Telegram's annual poll of the nation's radio editors. I've just learned that your program has been selected as radio's leading dramatic program for the 7th successive year. That's quite an honor, C.B.
It's more than that to us, David. It's something to live up to.
Well, tell us, C.B., what you're going to do next, both on the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, I'm turning to the sea for my next picture, Ronnie. You probably read the story in the Saturday Evening Post. It's Reap the Wild Wind, a swashbuckling tale of wreckers on the Florida coast 100 years ago, and of a woman who wrecked a few hearts.
Well, that sounds very exciting, Mr. DeMille. What about the Lux Radio Theater next week?
Never a dull moment, Ida. Our stars will be Carol Lombard and James Stewart. You'll hear them in The Moon's Our Home. It's a story about a screen star and an explorer who fall in love, more or less incognito. Add Carol Lombard and James Stewart to a play like that, and the sum is pure enjoyment for all of us next Monday night.
Well, they're two favorites of mine, so I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And this certainly was a blue ribbon night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents James Stewart and Carol Lombard in The Moon's Our Home. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ronald Colman will soon be seen in the RKO picture, My Life with Caroline. Ida Lupino's current screen success is the Warner Brothers production, High Sierra. Heard in tonight's play were Roland Drew as Frank, Dennis Green as Favel, Verna Felton as Mrs. Van Hopper, Frederick Warlock as Colonel Julian, Hans Conried as Dr. Baker, and Lou Merrill as Coroner. The brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Flakes was designed from one worn in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar in The Maltese Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some people like mystery stories because of the intellectual challenge they present. Personally, I'm seldom able to figure out who done it without skipping to the back of the book. But give me a good detective story, and like presidents, bankers, housewives, and chorus girls the country over, I find that my own troubles fold up their tents like the Arabs and silently steal away. Tonight we point with pride to a triumph of the art. The Dashiell Hammett classic, The Maltese Falcon, brought to us by three of our favorite stars, Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger. The Warner Brothers screenplay was masterfully written and directed by John Huston, who comes by his talent naturally because he's Walter Huston's son. For the next hour, we'll follow the eerie trail of this fabulous falcon, which is coveted by many people to their great ill fortune and to the great ill health of a few. I think most of us have a secret desire to be detectives. At least that seems to be very true of this audience, because you've done some good practical detective work by discovering dozens of different ways to use Lux Flakes. And that doesn't make any of us unhappy. Nowadays, many familiar materials are doing a wartime job. Nylon and silk are going into parachutes, cotton, rayon, and wool into uniforms, and many other wartime uses. That means that we on the home front must make the things we have last longer, so that our boys on the fighting fronts will have what they need. You're all trying to track down ways and means to make washable fabrics last. And the clue that's giving you domestic detectives the solution is Lux Flakes. But now let's track down the Maltese Falcon, because here's the first act, starring Edward G. Robinson as Sam Spade, Gail Patrick as Bridget, and Laird Krieger as Gutman. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the city of San Francisco lies sleeping under a blanket of fog. Along a lonely street, a man walks slowly, his footsteps ringing hollowly against the wet pavement. He passes a deserted alley and stops. The man turns and peers for a long time into the shadows. Suddenly, one of the shadows moves. The man stumbles backward. His hands reach out to shield his body.
All right, Spade, open up. We know you're in there, Spade. Come on.
Who is it?
It's Dundee and Polehouse. Want to speak to you.
Come in, Lieutenant. Nice time to make a call.
Yeah.
4 in the morning. Or did your watch stop?
We don't have any hours on the force, Spade. Got a couple of questions to ask you.
Sure. Hi, Tom.
Hello, Sam. What do you know about this killing, Spade?
Very little.
Archie was your partner, wasn't he?
That's right.
Spade and Archie, private detective. Well, I guess you'll have to change that name.
Yeah. From now on, it's just Sam Spade.
Yeah. You don't seem very broken up over this, Spade. Miles Archie gets shot dead 2 hours ago, and you toss it off like a scotch and soda.
Oh, excuse me. Will you have one, Lieutenant?
No, I won't.
Okay. Mind if I have one, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't like me, do you, Dundee?
I don't like any cops who aren't on the force. I asked you what you knew about Miles Archie getting killed.
Well, once again, very little. Your boys called me at 10 after 2. I understand they found a Webley automatic in the alley with one bullet out of it.
Yeah. Was Archie out on a job last night?
Well, sure. He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
Thursby? What for? Come on, Spade. What for?
We were trying to find out where he lived.
Spade, suppose you answer once without thinking so hard.
I don't like this, Dundee. What are you sucking around for? Tell me or get out.
I asked you why you were tailing Thursby.
I wasn't. Miles was. For the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good United States money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Well, I'm sorry. I can't tell you that.
Be reasonable, Sam. Give us a chance. How can we turn up anything on Miles' killing if you won't tell us what you've got?
Okay. It was a girl who wanted us to tail Thursby.
What girl?
She came into the office yesterday afternoon. I didn't know who she was. Effie announced her about 3 o'clock. Said there was a girl to see me, a girl named
There's a girl to see you, Mr. Spade. She says her name's Wonderly.
What is she, Effie, a customer?
I guess so. You'll want to see her anyway, Mr. Spade. She's a knockout.
Well, sure in, Effie, darling.
Will you come in, Miss Wonderly? Thank you.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah, that's right. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Wonderly?
Well, I don't know where to start. I asked at the hotel for the name of a reliable private detective, and they mentioned yours.
I see. Well, I suppose you tell me about it from the very beginning.
Well, I'm from New York. I've come here to find my sister.
Uh-huh. Well, are you sure she's in San Francisco?
Well, she was 2 weeks ago. I had a letter from her. She came here with a man named Thursby, Floyd Thursby.
You mean she ran away with him?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Spade, I've got to find her. Mother and Father in Honolulu, and it would kill them. I've got to get her back before they come home.
Well, what did she say in the letter?
Nothing, except that she was all right. I sent her a note begging her not to do anything foolish. I sent it to General Delivery. I told her I was coming out to get her. I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Well, it's not always easy to know what to do. You haven't found her?
No. No, I told her I'd be at the St. Mark for her to meet me there. But I've waited 3 whole days. She didn't come, didn't even send a message.
Well, go on.
Oh, it was horrible, waiting. But yesterday afternoon I went to the post office. Corinne didn't come for her mail, but Floyd Thursby did.
Well, did you speak to him?
Yes. He wouldn't tell me where Corinne was, but he promised to bring her to the hotel this evening.
Hi, Sam. Say, Oh, excuse me.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right, Miles. Miss Wanderley, this is Mr. Archer, my partner.
Well, how do you do?
Mr. Archer.
Anything I can do, Sam?
Well, Miss Wanderley's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Thursby. Miss Wanderley has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight at the St. Mark. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him, but the chances are he won't. Miss Wanderley wants us to find the sister and get her away from him and back home, right?
Yes. But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne if he thought it would save him.
But at what time is he coming to see you?
Between 8 and 10.
All right, Miss Wanderley, we'll have a man there.
Oh, no, Sam, no. This is too important for that. I'll look after it myself, Miss Wanderley.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Oh, here, I've brought some money. Will $200 be enough?
Well, to begin with, yes. Oh, by the way, it would help some if you would meet Thursby in the lobby.
Oh, I will.
You don't have to look for me, Miss Wanderley. I'll see you all right.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wanderley. See you tonight.
Yes, goodbye.
Well, Miles, what do you think of it?
You saw her first, Sam, but I spoke first.
I wasn't talking about a figure. What about a story?
Huh? Oh, what about it?
Well, you got a great brain, Miles. Yes, you have.
So Miles went out to tail Thursby last night, huh?
Yeah.
And Thursby shot him. Is that what you think?
Well, that's what you think, Dante. I don't know.
Tom, get on the phone. Call the St. Mark and ask for a girl named Wonderly.
I thought of that myself, Lieutenant. She was never registered. The whole story was probably a fake.
Oh, was it? How about yours, Mr. Spade?
Tom, what's your boyfriend getting at?
I'll tell you what I'm getting at. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel an hour ago.
Take your paws off me.
Easy, boss. Don't drop him up. Where were you tonight, Spade?
I was right here all night long.
You got any proof?
No. So you think I shot Thursby, huh?
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, I know where I stand now. Did Thursby die?
Yes.
How did I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 3 times in the back with a .44.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
Well, did you find out who he was, what his game was?
Nope. We thought you could tell us that.
I've never seen Thursby, dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal out of me and most of the breaks. I don't know that I blame you a lot, the man who killed your partner, but that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
Well, fair enough. But I'd feel better about it if you'd have a drink with me. No?
No.
Well, good night, gentlemen. I'm tired. Hello. Yes? Oh, hello, Miss Wanderley. Where are you? Where? Coroner, Department 101, huh? I'll be there in a few minutes. Oh, by the way, what's your name this morning? Miss LeBlanc. Okay, Miss LeBlanc.
I have a terrible confession to make.
Yeah? Well, go ahead, Miss LeBlanc.
Well, that story I told you yesterday was all a story.
Oh, that's all right. I didn't believe your story anyhow. I believed you $200.
Oh?
You paid too much for someone who was telling the truth.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's clear up one thing first, Miss LeBlanc.
What?
Your name. Now, what is it? Not LeBlanc.
No, it's really Shaughnessy.
First name?
Bridget.
Bridget Shaughnessy. Oh, that's one I can believe.
Mr. Spade, tell me, am I to blame for last night?
Well, you warned us that Thursby was dangerous. I wouldn't say it was your fault.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Archer was so alive yesterday. So solid and hearty.
Now, stop it. He knew what he was doing. Those are the chances we take. Anyway, there's no time for worrying about that. Right now, there's a flock of cops running around with their noses to the ground.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
Well, so far, all they know is that there's a girl somewhere.
But must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage to shield me from
Well,
them?
maybe, but I'll have to know what it's all about.
Well, I can't tell you now. Later I will. You'll have to trust me. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't. Please trust me. Help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade.
You don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think. And that throb you get into your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not in what I said. You can leave if you like.
Oh, no, not yet. I've got nothing against trusting you blindly, but I can't do you any good if I don't know what it's all about. For instance, I've got to have some sort of a line on your friend Thursby.
I met him in Hong Kong. We came here just last week.
Where? Not from Hong Kong.
No.
Where?
Well, I can't tell you.
Well, go on.
I needed him. I was completely dependent on him. He knew it, and he took advantage of it to double-cross me.
How?
I can't tell you that either.
Well, why'd you want him shadowed?
I wanted to learn how far he'd gone, whom he was meeting.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
Well, Thursby had a Luger in his shoulder holster. Archer wasn't killed with a Luger.
Floyd always carried an extra revolver in his overcoat pocket.
Well, why all the guns?
He lived by them.
You picked a nice playmate. All right, let's have it now. How bad a spot are you in?
As bad could be.
Physical danger?
Yes, and I'm not heroic. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Now, shut up. You mean someone might kill you?
Yes, and they'll get me unless you help. You've got to help. Do you hear? You've got to.
I said shut up. All right, I'll help you. And they'll probably give it to me, too, huh? All right, so what? I guess I won't be the first guy who let a dame make a sucker out of him.
He's back again, Mr. Spade.
Who, Effie?
The fellow was here this morning. Here's his card.
Joel Cairo. Is he a character?
Mm-hmm. Foreign type. He smells like gardenia.
Gardenia, huh? Well, shoot him in, Effie.
Right. Will you come in, Mr. Cairo?
You're very kind. Thank you.
Now, sit down now, Mr. Cairo.
Thank you.
I'm Sam Spade. Something I can do for you, Mr. Cairo?
Yes, thank you. But first, may a stranger offer condolences for your partner's unfortunate death.
Thank you.
And may I ask, Mr. Spade, if there is a certain relationship between that and the death of the man Thursby? May I ask that?
No.
I beg your pardon. Mr. Spade, I'm trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped you could assist me.
Yeah?
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird.
Yeah?
And I'm prepared to pay on behalf of the figure's rightful owner the sum of $5,000 for its recovery, and what is the phrase? No questions will be asked.
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money. Come in.
Is there anything else for me, Mr. Spade?
Oh, no. Good night, Effie. And lock the door when you go, will you?
Good night.
Yes, Mr. Cairo, $5,000 is a very... What do you think you're doing?
I'm pointing a revolver at a spot directly between your eyes. You will please clasp your hands together at the back of your neck and do not move. I intend to search your office, and if you attempt to prevent me, I shall certainly shoot you.
All right, go ahead.
You will please stand. I shall make sure you are not armed.
Certainly. All right, Mr. Cairo. Drop the gun, please. Drop it. Drop it, or do I twist your arm off at the elbow?
You... Here. Take it.
Yeah. Thanks. Now, sit down over there and behave yourself.
You have bruised me, Mr. Spade.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little annoyed. I don't like guys who make a phony offer of $5,000.
You are mistaken, Mr. Spade. That was and is a genuine offer.
Yeah?
And I am prepared to pay $5,000 for the figure's return. You have the figure?
No.
Then why did you risk serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
Well, I should sit around, let people come in and stick me up, so the offer still goes, huh?
Most certainly.
All right. Now, let's put the cards on the table. Your first guess was that I have the bird. Now, there's nothing to that. Now, what's your second guess?
That you know where it is, or at least that you know it is where you can get it.
Well, you're not hiring me to do any murders or burglaries for you, but simply to get it back, if possible, in an honest, lawful way.
If possible, and in any event with discretion. I'm at the Hotel Belvedere when you wish to communicate with me. Good evening, Mr. Spade.
So long. Oh, wait. You know a girl named Wanderley?
No, I do not.
LeBlanc?
No.
Well, how about Bridget Shaughnessy?
The Hotel Belvedere, Mr. Spade. Room 655.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, may I have my revolver back, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd forgotten it. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, you will please keep your hands behind your head. I still intend to search your office.
Well, I'll be. All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Do you have any news for me?
Yeah, a little.
I mean, did you manage it so that the police won't have to know about me?
No, they won't. For a while, anyway.
Oh, and you won't get into any trouble. You won't, Mr. Spade.
Oh, I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble.
Do sit down, please.
Do sit down, please. Now, look, you aren't exactly the sort of person you pretend to be, are you?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Oh, schoolgirl manner, stammering, blushing, and all that. Because if you are, honey, we'll never get anyplace. Now, stop acting.
All right, I'm sorry.
Good. I saw Joel Cairo tonight.
You know him?
Only slightly.
What did he say?
About what?
About me.
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for the Black Bird.
Oh, did he? And what did you say?
Well, I said $5,000 is a lot of money.
It is. It's a lot more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your loyalty.
Oh, that's good. Coming from you. Now, what have you given me besides $200? Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth?
Can't you trust me a little longer?
Well, how much is a little? What are you waiting for?
Well, I must talk to Joel Cairo.
Well, you can see him tonight.
He can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
Well, my place, then. What about it?
All right. Your place.
Good.
But wait. You'll have to let me go about this in my own way. You mustn't interfere.
Well, I'll just sit and listen while you talk over old times.
You're a strange person. I like you.
Yeah? Well, don't overdo it. Sit down, Mr. Cairo. Sit down, Miss Shaughnessy.
I might advise you, Mr. Spade. There's a boy outside who seems to be watching the house.
Yes, I know. I spotted him.
What boy? Who is he?
Oh, I don't know. A gunman, I guess. He's been telling me around town all evening.
Did he follow you to my apartment?
No, I shook him before that. Well, let's start the meeting.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joel.
Well, I'll mix a drink. Just go ahead, Bridget.
Mr. Spade told me about your order for the Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
It is ready.
In cash?
Oh, yes.
You're ready to give us $5,000 if we turn over the Falcon to you.
I should be able to give you the money at, say, 10:30 in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
What?
Oh, don't worry. I'll have it in another week at the most.
Why must I wait a week?
Well, perhaps not a whole week.
And why, if I may ask, are you willing to sell it to me at all?
I'm afraid, after what happened to Floyd. I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Tell me, exactly what did happen to Floyd?
He was murdered by the fat man.
Fat man? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so. What difference does it make?
It might make a world of difference.
Yes, you might be able to get around the fat man, Joel, as you did that one in Istanbul. What was his name? The one you did away with.
That is a lie, you dirty little...
Get away from her. Get away, do you hear?
Oh!
Now, cool down.
This is the second time you've put your hands on me, Mr. Spade.
I'll try and make it the last. Now, you better get out, Cairo. I'll call you tomorrow.
You're working for her now, is that it?
I'm working for myself. If you want to withdraw your offer, just say so.
The offer still stands.
But all right, get out.
Very well. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Well, you've got some fine friends, Miss Shaughnessy. Do they always try to throttle you?
I suppose I ought to thank you.
Well, you've had your talk with Cairo, now you can talk to me.
Well, it didn't work out the way I hoped. I'll have to go now.
No, not until you've told me about it.
Am I a prisoner?
Maybe. Or maybe that kid outside hasn't gone home yet.
Do you think he's still there?
Likely.
I'll stay. For a while, anyhow.
Okay. Now, what's this bird, this falcon that everybody's all steamed up about?
It's a black figure of a bird, a hawk or a falcon, about a foot high.
Well, what makes it so important?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. But they promised me $5,000 if I helped them get it from the man who had it.
That was in Istanbul.
Yes.
Well, go ahead.
That's all. They promised me the money to help them, and I did. And then we found out that Joel Cairo meant to desert us, taking the Falcon with him and leaving Floyd and me nothing, so we did exactly that to Mr. Cairo. But then I wasn't any better off than before, because Floyd hadn't any intention of keeping his promise to me about sharing equally. I learned that by the time we got here.
What's the bird made of?
Porcelain or black stone, I don't know.
You're a liar.
What?
A liar.
Yes, I am. I've always been a liar.
Now, don't brag about it. Is there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some, not very much.
All right. We've got all night before us. I'll put some coffee on and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is the lie and what's the truth. Don't ask me. Please don't. If there's any kindness in you at all.
Now, what are you trying now? That's right. Turn on the beauty. Let your eyes get nice and starry. Put your arms around my neck and look pleadingly at me. Now, you're great. Do you think it's going to get you any place?
Oh, I couldn't with you.
No? Well, don't be so sure.
We'll hear Act Two of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar, in just a moment. Meantime, I have exciting news for you. The package of Lux you have in your home now looks just like the package you've always bought. But the flakes inside have been improved so that they can help you more than ever to save washables in wartime. Washables that may be irreplaceable. Remember, the Lux your dealer has now in the same familiar package is new improved Lux. Improved 3 ways. The first way, Mrs. Burton, how would you like to have a Lux that's even milder and safer than ever?
Why, that would be wonderful. But it's hard to see how Lux could be milder.
Well, new improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. To give today's precious washables the super safe care they need to make them last longer. Now, Mrs. Johnson, suppose I told you suds from new improved Lux are even richer, more cleansing than before.
Why, that's just what I need for the children's things. A soap that's really mild, but that really gets after the dirt.
And Mrs. Sutherland, how would you like a Lux made with suds that are even longer lasting?
Even longer lasting than before? Why, that would make Lux thriftier than ever.
Yes, new improved Lux is better than ever for every soap and water job you have to do. First, it's the mildest, safest Lux ever made. Second, its suds are richer, more cleansing. Third, they're longer-lasting suds that do more work. Give more of your washables this super-safe Lux care. Not only silks and woolens and rayons, but gay cottons, all your colored things. New improved Lux comes in the same familiar box. Your dealer has it now. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson as Sam Spade, Gail Patrick as Bridget, and Laird Kriegar as Gutman. On the trail of the Black Falcon, Sam Spade has followed nothing but blind alleys. But now a call comes from his secretary.
He was here twice, Mr. Spade. He wouldn't leave his name, though.
No place I can reach him?
He said something about the Hotel Barclay.
Well, what did he look like, Effie? Can you describe him?
Well, that's easy enough. A big fellow, about 270 pounds.
Yeah? The Fat Man.
In the lobby of the Hotel Barclay, Sam Spade watches for the Fat Man. But he sees only the boy who has followed him for the last 3 days.
All right, son. Where is he? What? Come on, where is he? You work for him, don't you?
Who?
A fat man. I want to speak to him.
What do you think you're doing, Jack? Kidding me?
I'll tell you when I am. You've been tailing around after me for 3 days, and I'm getting a little sick of it. You can tell the fat man I said so.
Shove off.
You'll have to talk to me before you're through, Sonny, and so will he.
I said shove
And you
off.
can take your hand out of your pocket. Guns don't scare me much.
Keep asking for it, and you're going to get it. Plenty.
People lose their teeth talking like that. If you want to hang around, be polite. I tell the fat man to call me and leave his name.
Hello, Mr. Spade. Mr. Gutman called. He says the boy gave him the message. Room 407, the Barclay, this afternoon at 3.
Ah, Mr. Spade. Delighted to see you, delighted.
How do you do, Mr. Gutman?
Sit down, my friend. We'll have a little drink.
Well, I can't stay long. Sorry, I've got an appointment at the district attorney's office.
So? It's interesting. Say when, Mr. Spade?
I'll leave it to you.
Excellent, excellent. I distrust a man who says when. If he's got to be careful not to drink too much, it's because he's not to be trusted when he does. You're a close-mouthed man, Mr. Spade.
No, I like the talk. I enjoy it.
Better and better. I distrust a close-mouthed man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong thing. Well, sir, we'll talk.
That's well. Will we talk about the black bird?
You're the man for me, sir. No beating about the bush, but right to the point. But first, sir, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss Shaughnessy's representative or Mr. Cairo?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
But which will you represent? It will be one or the other.
Not necessarily.
Who else is there?
Well, there's me.
Ah, that's wonderful, sir. Wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right off that he's looking out for himself.
Let's talk about the black bird.
Let's. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be got for that black bird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought so.
You know what the bird is, of course.
No, I don't.
You don't? They didn't tell you that?
Well, I know what it's supposed to look like, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
But Miss Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is. And Cairo didn't either? They must know what it is. What do they? What is your impression, sir?
Well, there isn't much to go by. Cairo wouldn't talk. The girl said she didn't know, but I took it for granted she was lying.
Then they don't know. I am the only one in this whole wide, wonderful world who does.
That's great. When you've told me, that'll make two of us.
Mathematically, correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Now, don't be foolish. You know what it is. I know where it is. That's why I'm here.
Well, sir, where is it? There, you see. I must tell things, but you refuse. That is hardly equitable, sir. No. I don't think we can do business along these lines.
You don't, huh? Well, think again and think fast. I told that gunman of yours that you'd have to talk to me before you finished. Now, I'll tell you now that you'll do your talking today or you're through. Now, what are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you. Now, talk!
Is anything wrong, boss?
Come in, Wilmer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come in, Sonny. Keep your hand off your gun or I'll knock your ears down.
Listen, you...
Wilmer. Just stand over there, Wilmer. Excitable young man, Mr. Spade.
Well, make up your mind, Gutman. While you're doing it, keep that gunsel away from me. I'll kill him.
Mr. Spade, I must say you've a most violent temper.
I'll think it over. You've got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps.
Now, look, Mr. Spade. I've got a murder on me. The boss is yelling for a conviction. We need your help. Now, perhaps you don't, but you could make an excellent guess.
Well, my guess might be excellent or it might be crummy, but Mrs. Spade didn't raise any children dippy enough to make guesses in front of a district attorney and a stenographer.
Mr. Spade, I wish you wouldn't regard this as a formal inquiry, and please don't think I have any belief in those theories that police seem to form. You see, they think you killed Thursday.
Yeah? Well, what's your theory?
Simple. Tell me who Archie was shadowing Thursday for, and I'll tell you the murder.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
Whether or not I'm wrong isn't for you to judge. I'm a sworn officer of the law, Mr. Spade. My duty
I
is...
thought this was an informal talk.
It is,
Well, then,
but
listen. The police think I'm mixed up in those, Kelly. Well, my best chance of clearing myself is to bring in the murderers all tied up. My only chance of ever tying them up is by keeping away from you and the cops, because you'd only gum up the work.
Now, just a minute,
And
Mr.
I don't want
Spade,
any more of these informal talks. If you want to see me again, pinch me or subpoena me or something, and I'll come down with my lawyer. See you at the inquest.
Hey. You.
Well, hiya, son. Didn't expect to see you until 5:25. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Keep on riding me, and they'll be picking iron out of your liver.
The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter. Gutman ready to talk?
He's waiting at the hotel. Get going.
Oh, they're on their way up now? Thank you. Oh, hello, operator. I don't want to receive any calls for about an hour. Yes, thank you.
Come on, get in, Sonny.
Mr. Spade.
Here, Gutman. Here's your gunman's six-shooter.
Well, what's this?
I took it away from him. I was afraid he might hurt himself.
I'll get you, Spade. Someday I'll let you have it right in the face.
Come on, get out of here.
Wait outside, Wilma. By gad, sir, you're a chap worth knowing. An amazing character. Here, I've mixed a drink for you.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, I owe you an apology.
Oh, never mind that. Never mind. Let's talk about the bird.
All right, sir, let's. Mr. Spade, this is going to be the most astounding thing you ever heard.
Yeah?
What do you know, sir, about the Knights of Rhodes?
Nothing.
Well, they were crusaders, Mr. Spade. In 1539, these crusading knights persuaded the Emperor Charles V to give them the island of Malta.
Yeah?
He made but one condition. They were to pay him each year the tribute of a falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain. Do you follow me?
Yeah, so far.
Good. Well, sir, the knights were profoundly grateful to the Emperor for his generosity toward them.
Uh-huh.
The very first year, they sent him not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Well, sir, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
These are facts, historical facts. They sent this jeweled bird to Charles, who was then in Spain. But it never reached Spain. The famous Admiral of Buccaneers took the knight's galley and the bird. In 1713, it turned up in Sicily. In 1840, it appeared in Paris.
Oh.
It had, by that time, acquired a coat of black enamel so that it looked like nothing more than a fairly interesting black statuette. Then in 1922, a Greek dealer named Charaleos found it in an obscure shop. No thickness of enamel could conceal value from his eyes. Drink up, sir.
Yeah, go on.
Well, sir, to hold it safe, Charaleos re-enameled the bird.
Okay.
I got wind of his find, but when I arrived in Athens, I discovered that the bird was gone, and Charaleos murdered. That was over 20 years ago. Well, sir, it took me 20 years to locate that bird, but I did. I traced it to the home of a Russian general, one Kemidov, in Istanbul. I sent some agents to get it. Well, sir, they got it. And I haven't got it.
Where's Kemidov?
Oh, Kemidov? He died.
Very suddenly.
Yes. His heart.
Was there a knife in it or a bullet?
Your glass, sir? Thank you. Now, before we start to talk prices, how soon are you willing to produce the falcon?
A couple of days.
Now, that's quite satisfactory. Well, sir, here's to a fair bargain. Drink up.
Well, what's your idea of a fair bargain?
$25,000 when you deliver the falcon to me, and another $25,000 later on. Or I'll give you 1/4 of what I realize on the falcon. That would amount to a vastly greater sum.
Well, how much greater?
Who knows? Shall I say 100,000? That would be the minimum.
And what's the maximum?
What would you say to $250,000?
Well, then you think the dingus is worth $1 million, huh?
At least.
Well, that's a lot of dough.
A lot of dough.
Minimum, huh? And the maximum? And
What's the matter, Mr. Spade? Are you feeling ill?
I feel. What was in that drink?
The drink? Oh, I drugged it.
Yeah?
You'll be unconscious very shortly, Mr. Spade. You'd better lie down. I wouldn't want you to fall.
Well, that's very good. That's very...
Oh, dear. Oh, Joel. Joel, come in.
Is he unconscious?
Yes. You know, he's a very interesting person, Joel. The kind of a man I enjoy dealing with.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar will return in the third act of The Maltese Falcon. Now, here's a question for the women in our audience.
If you could make your stockings last far longer just by doing one very easy thing, would you do it? Of course you would. Then listen to this.
Recent tests show how to cut down stocking runs over 50%.
Yes, a famous laboratory, the United States Testing Company Incorporated, repeatedly washed rayon stockings different ways, then tested them on an almost human machine, a sort of mechanical leg that strains stockings the way you do in actual wear. Here's what they found. Washing with new, improved Lux cut down runs over 50%. Yes, the Lux stockings tested on the machine didn't go into runs nearly as easily as stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. They lasted ever so much longer.
You see, new improved Lux saves elasticity, so stockings can take extra strain without breaking into runs so easily. And here's what girls find in actual experience.
Why, I got over twice the wear from my Lux stockings. Lux cut my runs almost in half.
That means a lot now that stockings are so precious. Better stick to Lux and avoid those enemies of stockings, cake soap rubbing and strong soaps. One special hint about rayons. They need 24 to 48 hours drying time. Get new improved Lux tomorrow. It's in the same familiar box, and your dealer has it right now. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
One of tonight's stars flew the Atlantic recently. We'll hear about it right after the play. Now the third act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar. When Sam Spade woke up, he was alone in the hotel room. Pale and still shaking from the effects of the drug, he's gone to his office, where Effie stares at him in alarm.
Mr. Spade, what happened to you?
I wouldn't know. I went visiting this afternoon with red knockout drops and came to just a little while ago, all spread out on a man's floor.
Who did it?
The fat man.
But why?
Didn't have a chance to ask. Evidently he wanted to get me out of the way for something.
But I don't get it. You... Hello? Yes? What? I can't hear you.
Who is it?
Give it to me again. Yes, I've got that. Captain who? Jacoby? Yes, Hello? Hello? She's gone.
Who's gone? Who?
It was the Shaughnessy girl. She wants you. Here's the address.
26 Ancho Street.
She's in some kind of trouble, Mr. Spade. She was telling me something about a captain, a ship captain named Jacoby. And then something happened to her.
What happened?
I don't know. Like she was being choked.
Listen, is that the outside door?
I'll see. Yes? What do you... Oh!
Mr. Spade.
Who is it, Effie?
I don't know. It's...
Mr. Spade.
Yes?
This package. For you. He told me. For you.
What's the matter with you?
For You.
Mr. Spade! Mr. Spade!
Shut up. Lock the door.
Yes. Here.
Give me the scissors from the desk, will you? I want to see what's in this package.
Here. Is he dead?
Got about 4 slugs in him, that's all.
Oh.
Come on, pull yourself together.
Well, I'm all right.
Well, now we'll see. Here, this is what I think it is. Yeah? Yeah.
What is it?
You've got it, Angel. We've got it. The Maltese Falcon.
The Falcon?
Look at it. The Blackbird. $1 million under a coat of enamel.
She sent him with it. That's what he tried to tell us. He must be Captain Jacoby.
Now, listen, I've got to get to her. As soon as I've gone, phone the police. Tell them how it happened. Don't forget he brought a bundle. Here, get it straight now.
Yes.
I'll leave the bird in the safe. When I call you, bring it to that Ancho Street address. Got it?
Yeah.
And after you bring it to me, go out and call Dundee. Tell him to come on the run with about 6 cops. No mistakes, Effie. I may need them.
Just keep your hands up, Mr. Spade, and come in. Wilma, shut the door. Well, sir, we're all here, waiting for you. Now, let's sit down, Mr. Spade, and be comfortable.
Sure.
Sam, I tried to call you. I wanted to tell you.
Oh, it's all right, honey. Take it easy.
But they've been holding me here all last night and today.
But you've come to no harm, Miss Shaughnessy, as yet. Oh, Mr. Spade, I believe you know Mr. Cairo.
Yeah.
How do you do?
And Wilma, of course.
You carrying a rod? Let me see.
Now, get away. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still.
Put your paw on me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Sit down, Wilma. Mr. Spade, you're certainly a most headstrong individual. Well, let's talk.
Yeah. You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
You're sure you have it?
Sam, have you?
I didn't this afternoon, but I have now.
Then I'm willing to pay. Joel, the money, please.
Yeah, wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Well, the police have got to have a victim. Somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
2? Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. The point is, I've got to come through with somebody, a victim, when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it.
And whom do you recommend as this victim?
Oh, well, I'm not fussy. How about giving them Wilma here? He'll do.
Why, you...
Get away, punk.
By gad, Mr. Spade, you are a character.
Well, it's our best bet. If we turn him over, the cops will be happy. We'll be free as the air.
Well, what do you think of this, Wilma? Mighty funny, huh?
Yeah, mighty funny.
Well, anyway, he killed Thursby, didn't he? He's made to order for the part.
Get up on your feet.
Go away, punk.
I've taken all the riding for you. I'm going to take it up and shoot it out.
Calm yourself, Wilma. Mr. Spade, your plan is not at all practical. Let's not say anything more about it.
Well, all right, I've got another suggestion. Want to hear it?
Most assuredly.
I'll give them Joel Cairo.
Suppose we give them you, Mr. Spade, or Miss Shaughnessy. How about that?
Now, look, you people want the Falcon. I've got it, and the fall guy is part of the prize. As for Miss Shaughnessy, well, if you think she can be rigged for the part, I'm perfectly willing to discuss it with you.
Sam,
What's the matter?
you don't mean it. You couldn't.
No, because I don't think the cops would be happy, Angel. Well, personally, I see only one guy who's really right. That's Wilma.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear?
Oh, let him go.
I told him to lay off me. I warned him.
I hated to do that, but the punk had it coming to him. There's your fall guy, Mr. Gutman. What do you say?
I don't like it, sir.
Well, either you'll say yes right now, or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole lot of you in.
All right. You can have Wilma. Carry him inside, George.
My secretary left an hour ago with the Falcon. She ought to be here in a few minutes. What about the money, Gutman?
In a few minutes. When she gets here.
Good enough. Now, let's get the details fixed. Now, why did Wilma kill Thursby, and why and where did he shoot Captain Jacoby?
Well, I shall be candid with you, sir. Thursby was Miss Shaughnessy's ally. We believed that disposing of him would frighten Miss Shaughnessy into patching up her differences with us.
That sounds all right. Now, Jacoby.
Captain Jacoby's death was entirely Miss Shaughnessy's fault.
That's a lie.
Well, tell me what happened.
Cairo saw in the newspaper that Jacoby's ship was arriving. he remembered that Jacoby and Miss Shaughnessy had been seen together in Hong Kong. Well, sir, he put two and two together and guessed the truth. She had given the bird to Jacoby to bring here.
Yes, and at that juncture, you decided to slip me the Mickey, huh?
Well, I'm sorry there was no place for you in our plans, Mr. Spade. Mr. Cairo and Wilmer and I went to the boat to call on Captain Jacoby and Miss Shaughnessy. We persuaded Miss Shaughnessy to come to terms, or so we thought. Well, sir, we mere men should have known better. En route to my hotel, Captain Jacoby and the Falcon slipped completely through our fingers. Except that Wilmer put a few bullets in him while he was running away. Oh, by the way, you said Jacoby died?
Yes, but not until after he brought me the Falcon.
Ah. Well, there's a bright side to everything, isn't there?
I'll get it. It's my secretary.
So you don't mind if I go to the door with you?
All right, come on.
Mr. Spade,
Well, thanks a lot, Effie.
I wrapped it up again. Is there anything else?
No, thanks. Bye, Effie.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Let me have it, Mr. Spade.
Easy.
Let me see it quickly.
Here, I guess the pleasure ought to be Mr. Gutman.
After 20 years. 20 years. Yes, there it is. There you are, beauty.
Is it the Falcon, the original?
We will make sure. Your knife, Joe.
Here.
There you go. Just a tiny cut in the enamel, and underneath we find...
Gutman, what's the matter?
It's a fake! It's lead! It's a fake!
But it can't be.
All right, Shaughnessy, you've had your little joke. Now tell us about it.
But no, Sam, no. That's the one I got from Kemidorf, I swear.
You bungled it, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it. Kemidorf caught on how valuable it was. He put a fake in its place.
Yes, that is Kemidorf's hand. There's no doubt of it. Well, Joel, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we go to Istanbul?
Istanbul? You are still going to look for the Falcon?
For 20 years I have wanted that little item and have been trying to get it. I'll go on trying.
Very well. I'll go with you.
Get Wilmer. We'll start tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Wilmer, Why, he's gone.
What?
The window is open. He's gone.
Oh, swell lot of thieves.
We have little enough to boast about, sir. But the world hasn't come to an end just because we've run into a little setback. I'm sorry about your money, Mr. Spade, but of course you didn't earn it.
Well, I held up my end. You got your Falcon. It's your hard luck, not mine, that it wasn't what you wanted.
My hat, Joe.
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Spade, it will do you no good to argue. I haven't the money with me anyhow.
Well, I had an idea that was it.
Now, sir, we'll say goodbye to you. And since the shortest farewells are the best, adieu. And to you, Miss Shaughnessy, I leave the lead Falcon as a little memento. Adieu.
Sam, what are you going to do?
Nothing.
But those murders, you were mixed up in them. You said yourself the police needed a victim. Call them now. Tell them about Gutman.
I don't have to call him. Gutman will be nailed before he goes to block. But when he's nailed, he'll talk about you. Now, we're sitting on dynamite, and we've only got a couple of minutes to get all set for the cops. Now, give me all of it fast. Talk.
Well, where shall I begin?
Well, the day you first came to my office, why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I told you, Sam. I suspected him of betraying me, and I wanted to find out.
Now, that's a lie. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Jacoby came with a bird. Isn't that so?
Yes.
What was your scheme?
Well, I thought that if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Well, then you must have told Thursby that Archie was following him.
Yes, I told him. But please believe me, Sam. I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Thursby would kill him.
Well, if you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
No. Archie had been a cop too long to be caught like that, up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he would have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam.
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked in the dark and put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that night.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Oh, shut up. This isn't the spot for the schoolgirl act. Why did you shoot him?
Oh, I didn't mean to at first. I didn't really, but when I saw that Thursby couldn't be frightened, Oh, Sam, darling.
Go on. When you found that Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archie, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
Yes.
You didn't know then that Gutman was here hunting for you until you heard Thursby had been shot. And then you knew you needed another protector, so you came back to me.
Yes, but Sam, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first minute I saw you, I knew that
Oh, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years, and you can come back to me then.
What? Oh, no, you're not going to...
I'm going to send you over.
Oh, no, don't, Sam. Don't say that.
You're taking the fall, darling.
You're doing this to me? Don't you understand, Sam? I'm in love with you.
That's good.
But you can't. You can't.
Yes, I can. You killed a man, darling, remember?
You know deep down in your heart, you know that in spite of anything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. I'm not going to play the sucker. I won't walk in Thursby's, and I don't know how many others' footsteps. You killed Miles, and you're going over for it.
Sam.
That's the cops.
Don't let them in, please.
Sit tight, honey.
Sam.
Hello, Spade.
Come in. Did you get the fat boy?
We got them. The kid, too.
Swell. Here's another one for you. She killed Miles.
Can you prove it?
Can I, Miss Shaughnessy? Can I prove it? Go on, tell them.
Yes.
All right, come on.
So long, Miss Shaughnessy.
This doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
Maybe. But you're going anyway. The chances are you'll get off for 20 years. If you do, I'll wait for you. And if they hang you, Angel, I'll always remember you.
Our stars will return to the microphone in just a moment. But now, listen a minute. Ammunition for attack. Shells for defense against the enemy. Our boys must have these things to win the war. And you may be unknowingly throwing away material needed to help them win. Waste fats and greases from your kitchen contain glycerin, one of the things that goes into the making of explosives. No amount is too small to save. Think of it this way. One man doesn't make an army, yet together, millions of individual Americans make up the finest army in the world. If every American housewife turns in 1 pound of waste household fats a month, together, that will make 540 million pounds of smokeless powder a year. Now, here's what our government asks us to do. Strain waste fats and greases into a can. Any clean, smooth-edged can. Don't use glass or paper containers because they break or leak. The cans you use will be salvaged later. Keep the can in a cool place, and when it's full, take it to your local meat dealer. He'll pay you cash for each pound of fat. Try to do this early in the week when he's not so busy as weekends. Remember, only waste fats and oils are wanted, not anything you can use or reuse yourself. Every bit is precious. Save it carefully. Within 21 days of the time you turn it in to your butcher, it will be on its way to send your message to the Axis. Now, here's Mr. DeMille.
Next week's play asks a very vital question. So vital, I'm taking it to the man on the street for an answer before I introduce our stars. The question, are husbands necessary? Now, here's a man who's just come in from the street. What do you think, sir? Are husbands necessary?
My wife says yes. My draft board says no. Me, I just do what they tell me.
Now let's see what this young lady has to say. In your opinion, miss, are husbands necessary?
Are you kidding?
Well, that's the way it goes. Nobody agrees. But we'll go into that matter later, because the big news has to do with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tonight, the Maltese Falcon had its share of thrills. But in recent weeks, Edward G. Robinson has been on the road to adventure in real life. We'll get the inside story now, as he and Gail Patrick and Laird Krieger come back for a curtain call.
It must have been pretty exciting crossing the Atlantic in wartime, Eddie.
Well, we went over by plane, Gail, and as we approached the other side, it was nip and tuck there for a few minutes. I wasn't sure whether I'd make it or not.
Nazi planes go after you?
No, we were playing bridge, and I made the bid doubled and redoubled.
Did you fly back too, Eddie?
I came back on a ship, Laird. I was sure I'd get a chance to see a submarine, but nothing happened.
The word must have gone out that Little Caesar was aboard.
Now, don't kid about that, CB. Purely because of Little Caesar, I received a great distinction. The fellows made me an honorary member of the gun crew.
Oh, seriously, Eddie, in entertaining our soldiers in England, how did you find them? Are they cheerful?
Cheerful and determined, CB. As for the English people, nothing seems to bother them. They've had rationing so long, it isn't the topic of conversation now. And that great clock, Big Ben, was symbolic of the whole country to me. Every time it strikes, it seems to be saying, it's later than you think, Adolf Hitler.
I suppose you did some broadcasting yourself while you were there, Eddie.
Well, one afternoon I broadcast 6 messages to the continent in French, Spanish, Romanian, German, Danish, and Italian.
What, no Greek?
Well, I'm working on Russian at the moment, Gail. I want to be able to say thank you to all the Russians I meet from now on.
Now, you've had many successes on the screen, but in years to come, I think you'll value most the success you achieved in this job for your country.
Oh, thank you, C.B. What are you doing here next week?
Well, that's when the big question comes up again, Eddie. Because next week, our play is the Paramount comedy hit, Our Husbands Necessary. And in it, we'll present those eminent thespians, George Burns and Gracie Allen. In the play, George works in a bank, and Gracie is secretly trying to help his career. So tune in next Monday night and get Gracie Allen's answer to that burning question, are husbands necessary?
Oh, sounds like a lot of fun, C.B. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And don't miss George and Gracie. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Burns and Gracie Allen in Are Husbands Necessary? This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Destroyer. Gail Patrick is starred in the Republic production Hit Parade of 1943. And Laird Kriegar's next picture is the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production Hello, Frisco, Hello. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Cairo, Bea Benaderet as Effie, Eddie Marr as Wilmer, and Warren Ash, Charles Seal, Leo Cleary, Fred Mackay, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear George Burns and Gracie Allen in Our Husbands Necessary.
Here's what Betty said.
Hasn't Jane got a lot of pep and charm?
But here's what Betty thought.
That woman gets in my hair. Where does she get all that energy?
Do you envy others because they have more pep than you? Maybe your trouble is plain vitamin deficiency. Vims may help you feel better than you ever thought you could. Vims have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Get that Vims feeling. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Teresa Wright in Shadow of a Doubt, and as our special guest, Miss America of 1943. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There are connoisseurs of paintings, of wines, of furniture, and of all the other fine arts, but none quite so violent in their opinions as the connoisseurs of mystery stories. And tonight we offer these discriminating critics a collector's item, a piece known to the whodunit fraternity as a Hitchcock, so called because the director, Alfred Hitchcock, is a master of suspense, and the universal picture Shadow of a Doubt is one of his triumphs. Tonight we bring it to you with William Powell and Teresa Wright in the starring roles. We borrowed Bill from the cast of Heavenly Body, the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. Bill made the Thin Man famous and became one of the screen's most versatile sleuths. But this evening, instead of a detective, well, just wait. Those who saw Teresa Wright on the screen as Mrs. Lou Gehrig and in tonight's play know how fine a performance they may expect from her. Just the fact that she plays a girl named Charlie is a hint of the surprises to come. And speaking of surprises, I imagine it would be a very unpleasant one if you dropped into a store to buy a few cakes of Lux toilet soap and were charged $300 or $400. I have a newspaper clipping here, sent in by a listener. The paper quotes a missionary in China who says that over there, 1 cake of Lux may cost as much as $120 in Chinese money. Here we take the little comforts of life for granted. But this newspaper should make all of us appreciate buying Lux toilet soap for just a few cents. Now the footlights brighten and the curtain rises on Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte.
Well, did you get any dope on him?
Yeah, he's living in a rooming house, 104 East Street, just outside of Newark.
What name is he using?
Spencer. The landlady says he's been there a week.
Did you ask to see him?
No, he wasn't in.
Okay, we'll try it this afternoon.
104 East Street, just outside of Newark, is a mean-looking wooden frame building on a mean-looking street. Upstairs in a shabby, cheerless room, a man lies across the iron bedstead. He's fully dressed, his hands clasped behind his head. Through half-closed eyes, he gazes steadily at the cracked ceiling above him. Then, hearing a step in the hall, his eyes close, and his face becomes an expressionless mask.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah?
Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you, but I thought you'd like to know there were two men here asking for you. They were sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Did they, say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly. Maybe I should have let them in. Oh, you said not to disturb you.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Martin.
You look kind of tired to me. I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Yes. I could stand a rest.
Those friends of yours told me not to say they'd called. Wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know.
Of course. And if they come back, can you show them up?
Yes.
You know, it's a funny thing. Very funny thing. Up to now, those two friends of mine have never seen me. Every time they've called, I've been out, even at other places. Isn't that odd, Mrs. Martin?
Well, yes, it is odd.
Well, now I'll have to meet them, I suppose. I might even go to meet them. And then again, I may not. Not yet.
Well, you just go ahead with your nap.
Yeah, thank you.
If you want anything, you just call.
What do they know? They can't know anything. They're just bluffing. They haven't got a thing on me. Not a thing.
Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer, they're here again. They're here. Why, he's gone. Well, to land's sakes, he's gone.
Hello, Western Union? I'm in a pay station. I want to send a telegram. Yes, I've got change. It's to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. Here's the message. Ready? Homesick for you all. Stop. Coming to stay a while. Stop. Arrive Thursday. Love to everybody. And a kiss for little Charlie. From our Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's the signature. Uncle Charlie.
Hello, the Newton residence. A telegram? Well, who's it for, Mrs. Henderson? Well, Mother isn't home yet, so maybe she'd better call you back. Goodbye.
Hello, Anne. Where's your mother?
Oh, good evening, Father. She's out.
Out where?
Well, I really don't know, Father.
Well, how about a kiss?
Of course, Father.
That's the girl. Say, you better not read in here, Anne. The light's bad.
Well, I've got to finish this book before dinner.
And ruin your eyes. Where's Roger?
Out.
How about Charlotte?
Upstairs in her room. Thinking.
Thinking? What's she thinking about?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask Charlotte, Father.
All right, you know what I meant. Charlotte? Charlotte? Why doesn't she answer? Charlotte?
Who is it?
It's me. Who do you suppose?
Come in, Papa.
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family's just gone to pieces?
We have.
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens. We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother. She works like a dog, just like a dog.
That's what I came up to ask. Where is she?
She's out. When she comes back, it'll be the same thing. Dinner, then dishes, then bed. I don't see how she stands it.
What were you thinking we can do about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something.
Oh, here she is. I'm in Charlotte's room, Emmy.
For heaven's sake, you lying down, Charlotte? What's the matter? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it
Oh,
seems
I've
like...
just become a nagging old maid. And you went downtown in that awful old hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Oh, goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If he has something to say...
I'll take care of him. Roger! Stop yelling like that.
Charlotte, dear, what is it? Mama, I'm going downtown and send a telegram. Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to? I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up. So we'll be good and dignified and intelligent again. Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us? All this time there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address? Charlotte, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money. No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come. Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all this way for nothing. He'd come for me. I'm named after him. With each present, he sends me a special little message. Besides, we're the only relatives he has in the world. I'd like to send a telegram.
Why, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house. Telegram to your mother from your uncle, I think.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie?
That's him. He's coming to visit you. Arrives Thursday.
Oh, Mrs. Henderson, do you believe in telepathy?
I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, not telegraphy. Mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and he answers you. And it's all mental.
I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way.
There he is. Isn't that Uncle Charlie down there? Hey, Charles.
Papa, look, he's sick.
Huh?
Uncle Charlie must be sick. The porter's helping him off the train. Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Sir. Feeling okay, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Ain't been much of a trip for you, sir, lying sick in a made-up berth all the way.
You've been very kind. Here, this is for you. Thank you.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Uncle Charlie. Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Charlie! Well, little Charlie, hello.
Oh, are you sick? Let me look at you. You aren't sick, are you?
What, me? Me sick? Well, certainly not.
But I thought the porter was helping you. Oh, Uncle Charlie, that was the funniest thing.
Oh, well, little Charlie. Glad to see me, huh?
Oh, yes.
Hello, Charles.
Well, Joe, say, how are you? You haven't changed a bit.
How are you, Charles? You're looking great.
Hello, Uncle Charlie.
And this is Anne. I'll bet you don't remember me, Anne.
Well, I remember you sort of. But you look different, sort of.
Where's Roger? Roger, come here.
Hello there, Roger.
Hello.
Well, we better get started. Emma's got dinner almost ready.
I've got your suitcase, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, say now, wait. That looks pretty heavy for you.
Oh, it's nothing. I love to carry.
You'd have some more lamb, Charles, won't you?
Well, Emmy, it's pretty good.
What were you saying about your boat, Charles?
Well, that's about the finish of it, Joe. She was a beauty, that boat. Had some fine times on it. But all that's over and done with. It's a different world these days. We might as well face it.
That's the truth, Charles.
Say, I've been forgetting something all this time. I brought a few things back with me. There you are, Joe. This is yours.
For me?
I didn't know whether you had one, Joe.
Well, you didn't have to think of me, Charles. Presents are all right for the children. Say, a wristwatch. Why, I've never had a wristwatch. The fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
One for you, Emmy. Now, you just try this on.
Charles, is it? Oh, no.
Silver fox.
Charles, I've wanted one all my life.
It's what you should have.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And now, your little present, Charlie.
Well, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee.
Charlotte.
She's crazy. Yes, me. I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school. She's got brains.
Well, she'll like this when she sees it. Now, you folks just sit here, and I'll take it to her.
Tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
All right. Charlie, what's the matter? Here, now, you just put those dishes down a minute.
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
Oh, I can't explain. You came here, and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. It would spoil things if you should give me anything.
Well, you're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either.
I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows. Something wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Here, give me your hand. Now, you wear this ring. You wear it for me. You hear?
Thank you.
But you haven't even looked at it.
I don't have to look at it.
Let me show it to you. It's a good emerald, a really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Oh, you've had something engraved on it.
No, I haven't, but I will, if you'd like me to.
But you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. I can just read it. It says, T.S. from D.M. What? They must be someone else's initials.
The jeweler rooked me. He rooked me.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
Second hand, he rooked me. Ah, the whole rotten world's crooked. Give it back to me.
Well, but I like it this way. Someone else is probably happy with this ring.
The world's rotten. Give it back to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. I'm going to keep it, Uncle Charlie.
It's a beautiful ring. You're too good, Charles.
Well, nothing's too good for my favorite niece.
Coffee, Uncle Charlie?
Thanks.
Charles, why can't you stay here forever?
I've been thinking about that, Emmy. You know, I'd like to open up a new chapter in my life. New surroundings. Everything new.
What is that thing I'm humming? Anybody know?
Sing at the table, you'll marry a crazy husband.
Yes, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. I suppose you take money at your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do, all right. Rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning and open an account. Say 30, 40,000. Just start things off right.
Hey, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune, and then pretty soon I hear somebody else humming it. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie? What is it?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, I know what that is. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
It's the Blue Danube Waltz. Yeah.
Of course, that's what it is. Oh, no, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the Mary...
Oh, now look what I did. A whole cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Annie. Hand me a napkin, Anne.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Just sit down, Anne. And, Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and read the evening paper. You look tired.
All right, I will. Thanks, Emmy.
Uncle Charlie, when you get finished with the paper, will you give me the funny?
Oh, you can have them now if you want.
I can wait.
Anytime you say. Oh, nothing much to read these days, Rogers. Nothing but trouble. You know, sometimes I think that...
What's the matter? What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? What are you looking at? Say, you better not do that to Papa's paper. He gets mad.
Oh, Roger, come here.
Huh?
Look, did you ever make a house out of newspapers? You see what I mean? Now, first you stretch them all out on the floor, see? And then you, look, you cut out a door. See, now, this is the doorway.
Hey! Roger, Papa wants the paper.
Here you are, Ann. And look what we've got, a real Eskimo's igloo.
You've got Papa's paper.
Say, I guess I should have thought of that. Well, we'll fold it up again, and your father won't know the difference.
Can you make hats, Uncle Charlie?
Hats? Well, let's see. No, I don't think I can make hats. You show me how, Roger.
What are you all up to? Why, Anne, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
It's my fault. I began it. I was showing him a game, and I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 1, 2, page 5. Where's page 3? Where is it? Anne, did you go out in the porch with it somewhere?
I just came in here.
Yeah, that's funny.
Page 3 and 4. Where are they?
Well, we never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one who touched it.
Well, Papa may not notice it. We fold it very neatly, see, and very even.
Well, that's fine, Charlie. You're a lifesaver. Come in. Hello. Well, you still up?
I remembered you'd like a pitcher of water by your bed. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, dear. You're very thoughtful. And if guess I ought to thank you for giving up your room to me, too.
Well, I'll be comfortable in with Anne.
Well, good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything from me? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
Well, now, how do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger and Ann. You didn't want us to know, and you wanted to tear it out of the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me. But it wasn't about me.
Is that the page there on the dresser?
Doyle, look now. Just don't bother your head about it.
I want to see it.
No.
But I want to.
Now, it's none of your business. Give it to me.
Oh.
Let go, you hear?
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. But give me the paper, Charlie.
You hurt my wrist.
Oh, Charlie, I didn't mean to. I guess I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. You know, it was some gossip. Not too pretty. Not someone I met up with once. It's nothing for you to read. Forget it. Charlie, don't look at me like that. It's nothing, really.
Nothing?
Of course not. Now, good night.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents William Powell and Teresa Wright in Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt.
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes, Sally?
isn't it nice that there's still time to make a New Year's resolution?
Yes, I guess January 3rd is still under the line. Why, Sally? Have you something special in mind, may I ask?
Well, I've been thinking how many women must have made up their minds that they're really going to do right by their own good looks and look their prettiest during 1944.
A very fine resolution, Sally, and one that should make life brighter for everybody.
But it's one thing to decide you ought to do that, and another thing to do it. So here's one simple, easy way I've thought of that will help any woman to be lovelier.
Aha. Something involving Lux toilet soap, maybe, Sally?
Of course. If every woman who really wants her skin to be softer, smoother, more appealing would say to herself, I'm not going to neglect my Lux soap facials for even a single day. And if she should stick to that resolution...
In a very short time, she'd be delighted at how much nicer her skin looks.
You bet she would. Daily facials with Lux toilet soap give complexions real beauty care. Famous screen stars depend on that rich, active lather to give their skin protection it needs.
Right, Sally. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap. It's so gentle and mild, they say, and it leaves skin feeling soft and smooth. And now, I'm going to ask the ladies in our audience to take your tips, Sally. They'll find they never made a wiser beauty resolution than to use this fine white soap regularly. Day by day, it helps skin to be lovelier. Recent tests show actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with regular Lux toilet soap care. Why not ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow? And if your dealer is out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, the beauty soap of the stars, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte. It's the following morning, and Emmy has just brought Uncle Charlie his breakfast. He sits up in bed, the tray on his knees, smiling genially at his sister.
Oh, I can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak.
Well, I don't mind coddling you your first morning.
What are you all up to today?
Well, a young man came about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody.
Yes, he's been sent around the country by a magazine or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions.
How do you have to pick this family?
Well, he said he'd looked around and asked around, and he decided that we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Oh, why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes, you see, there were really 2 young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, there were 2 of them.
Yes, but Mr. Graham was the nicest, though.
Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Well, why do you let two strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Oh, but Charlie...
Good morning, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, good morning. Hey, your mother just been telling me about the Newtons being picked for All-American suckers. Now, look here, Annie. I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor. My advice to you is to slam the door in their faces.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Well, I think it's kind of exciting. They'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life. I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
Oh, I tell you, there are none.
Well, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
It's right here. I think you're cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see. Oh, I don't remember this at all.
You were 9, Charles. You had it taken the Christmas you got your bicycle just before your accident.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Wasn't he, though? But I always said Papa should never have bought you that bicycle. Charlotte, he took it right out on the icy road and he skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Why, he had a fractured skull. He was laid up so long. And when he got well, there was no holding him. It was as though all that rest he got was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world's rotten. The whole world's changed. Everything's different.
Oh, you were a wonderful boy, really, Charles.
What's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today's the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you'd better get your clothes on and get to the bank. Joe will be waiting. He's going to take you into Mr. Green. He's the president.
Did you say $30,000, Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, 30, maybe 40. Green?
Well.
Yes, I thought I might settle down here for a while. Great country, great country.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Spencer?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. Real estate, shipping, South America. It's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well.
Harry, I wonder... Oh, dear, I didn't know you were busy. I could come back.
Come in, Ella. Now that you're here, come in. Mr. Spencer, this is Mrs. Potter.
Oh, Emma's brother. Oh, we've heard so much about you, Mr. Spencer.
How do you do, Miss Potter?
Oh, no, Mrs. Potter. I'm a widow.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was something about you that made me think...
Yes?
What did you want, Ella?
Oh, well, I was going shopping and I only had $5, and I thought...
There you are. I'll make out the withdrawal slip later.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Spencer? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Potter.
Now, Mr. Spencer, where were we?
Very attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. A widow, huh?
Yes, Potter left her quite a bit of money.
You don't say.
Okay, Saunders, go ahead and get some pictures of the upstairs room, right? And then we'd like one of you, Miss Charlotte.
All right. Should I change my dress, Mr. Graham?
No, just as you are, please.
Funny you happened to choose our family. Why did you?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions, thought you were just about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closet, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as ours?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you are average.
Oh, that's because you're seeing me now. You should have seen me a few days ago. I was in the dumps. And then Uncle Charlie came, and he's so wonderful he's waked us all up. He makes me feel wonderful, too.
But he only got here last night. You haven't seen him in a long time. Maybe you just think that...
I don't think. I know. It's funny. When I try to think how I feel, I always come back to Uncle Charlie. Are you trying to tell me not to think he's so wonderful?
Why would I do that? I haven't even seen him.
He's not interested in the survey, Mr. Gray, and I promised him he wouldn't be bothered.
But you see, the whole idea of this thing
When
is...
someone asks for privacy, he should have it.
Okay, Miss Charlotte.
I'll take the roll of film, please.
What's the matter? I only wanted to take...
Give it to me.
Uncle Charlie, what's the matter?
Hey, Graham, I took some shots of the upstairs hall, and this guy was there, and he wants
I said give me that film. I don't like to be photographed. Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Okay. Too bad, though. Mrs. Newton's on this roll, too. Here. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you.
It's all right. Oh, Miss Charlotte, I wonder if you'd show me around the town this evening. I'd like to pick up some atmosphere.
Why, of course.
Thanks. I'll drop around about 8. Come on, Saunders.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10 and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
Am I wanting to run away from home and you wanting to run away from home?
I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either. I guess I was just showing off.
Well, you don't have to show off with me. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
You know, Mr. Green, I think you must have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, asking a lot of questions. Just like an international spy. That tune you're whistling.
Yeah?
Why did you whistle that?
No particular reason. Why do you ask?
Something strange about you. All those questions, the things you want to know.
Charlotte, listen.
I know what you are. You're a detective. There's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Listen to me.
I don't want to listen. You're not making a survey at all. What do you want with us? What are you doing around here lying to us? You keep away from us.
Charlotte, come back.
Keep away.
Look, you've got to listen to me. You've got to trust me. All right. I am a detective. I came here to this town to find a man. I hadn't counted on you.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlotte, think. How much do you know about your uncle?
Why, he's my uncle. He's my mother's brother. What has he done?
Can't tell you what he's done, but this man we want may be your uncle.
Well, I don't believe you.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be the man. We think he is. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
Well, Uncle Charlie hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he'd done anything. Why, he's her brother just like Roger is mine. Why don't they arrest the man in Maine? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
Charlotte, I'm going to try and make it easy for you. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here? In this town?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. And he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Well, of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in my life.
Charlotte, the library's supposed to close at 9 o'clock sharp.
Yes, I know, Miss Corcoran. I just want to look at this newspaper.
If I make one exception, I'll have to make 1,000. Anyway, that's yesterday's paper.
It's the recipe I wanted. Someone tore it out at home.
Well, hurry up. I'm closing right away.
Police hunt murderer. Boston, Massachusetts, February 8th. In a search for the so-called Mary Widow murderer, the police have thrown a cordon around the northeastern states, and the announcement of his arrest is expected daily. All names he has used are thought to be aliases. When found, he'll be charged with the murder of 3 wealthy women. His victims have uniformly been widows of large means. His latest victim was Mrs. Bruce Matheson, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as Teresa Shenley. P.S. From the end. The ring. P.S. Praise Shenley.
Come on now, everybody sit down. Dinner's ready.
Where's Charlie? I haven't seen her all day.
Been in her room. Had a headache.
Oh, I'm glad she's had a good rest. She's not looking like herself at all.
She was out last night with that young journalist fellow, wasn't she?
Yes, I was.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight, Charlotte. Nobody who sleeps all day can sleep all night, too.
Oh, I slept all right. And I kept dreaming. Perfect nightmares. About you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares? About me?
About you. I'll tell them to you if you like. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt happy. Terribly happy.
But, Charlotte, how could you be happy seeing Uncle Charlie on a train? I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. He has to go sometime. We have to face the facts.
Now, Charlotte, what's the matter with you?
I guess Charlie slept a little too long. She's not awake yet. I suppose that young fellow kept her out half the night.
No, she got back quite early. I was surprised.
Well, Charlie's a pretty girl. I suppose he's been hanging around today.
He called twice, but she didn't see him. Oh, Charles,
Charles, you're going to kill me when you hear what I've done.
Emmy, I'd never kill you no matter what you've done.
Well, I've simply promised Mrs. Potter, the president of our club, that you'd speak to the ladies.
Oh, is that all? Well, I guess we can manage that.
For Mrs. Potter, yes. She's a widow, Uncle Charlie.
She'll be so pleased, Charles.
What kind of audience will it be?
Oh, women like myself. Pretty busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Yes, most women keep busy in towns like this. Cities is different. Cities are full of women, middle-aged widows. Their husbands are dead. The husbands who spent their lives making thousands, working. And then they die. Leave the money to their wives. Their silly wives. What do the wives do? These useless women. You see them in hotels, best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat, greedy women.
But they're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human? Or are they just fat, wheezing animals? What happens to animals when they get too fat and too old?
Mama, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon.
Charlotte! Well, what in the world is she... Roger, go after her.
No, I'll go. I'll catch up with her. Charlie, wait.
Let me go, please.
Charlie, what's the matter? Look, we can go to this bar here. I want to talk to you.
You're hurting my arm again.
Then come in with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
It's all right.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
Well, what does it matter where you are? Sit down.
Yeah, what'll it be?
Nothing.
Bring her a ginger ale, and I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? Okay.
What, Charlie?
Well?
You think you know something? That young fellow told you something.
Jack, why should he know anything about you?
Look, Charlie, something's come between us. And I don't want that to happen. But we're old friends. More than old friends. Like twins. You said so yourself.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie. Don't touch my hand.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
I want to give you back your ring, Uncle Charlie. T.S. from B.M. Teresa Shenley from Bruce Mathewson. I'm going home.
No, sit down. Sit down. Charlie, you think you're the clever little girl who knows something, don't you? Well, what do you really know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep filled with pleasant, stupid dreams. That I brought you the nightmares? Or did I? You live in a dream. You're a sleepwalker, blind. What do you know about the world? Do you know that if you rip away the fronts of houses, you'll find swine? The world is rotten. What does it matter what happens in it? Are you silly enough to imagine that what I've done is important to anyone? Wake up. Use your wits, Charlie. Learn something.
Let go of my hand. Let me alone.
Charlie, come back. You've got to listen to me, Charlie.
Oh, please.
So you think you found me out, you and your young friend Graham?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell him what I know. He may find out, but I won't tell him.
He won't find out.
I'm only asking you one thing. Go away and leave us alone.
No. I'm staying, Charlie. I'm not going away. Charlie?
I'm going in the house.
Look, you've got to listen to me, Charlie, now.
What do you want?
Charlie, help me. Will you help me?
Help you?
Charlie, the same blood flows through our veins. A week ago, I was at the end of my rope. Oh, I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the amount of running a man can do. And then I got the idea of coming out here. It was my last chance. Give it to me. These men, Graham, the others, they don't know. There's another man in the east. They suspect him, too. They're trying to catch him. If they catch him... Oh, give me this one chance, Charlie.
Yes, it would kill my mother. It would kill you, too, wouldn't it, Uncle Charlie? Well, you can have your few days, then get away from here.
Do you realize what it means if they get me? The electric chair.
Huh?
I count on you, Charlie. Don't forget, you said it yourself. We're not any ordinary uncle and niece. No matter what I've done, we're twins.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, before William Powell and Teresa Wright return for Act 3 of Shadow of a Doubt, Mr. DeMille presents our special guest of the evening.
America is many things. A little white house on an elm-shaded street, 50,000 people yelling at an umpire, sodas at the corner drugstore, and pretty girls who'd like to be Miss America. And we have Miss America here with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, the glamour girl of the year, Miss Jean Bartell, who is Miss America of 1943.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I hate to disillusion you, but I'm not a glamour girl.
No, my eyes can't be that far wrong.
This year, Miss America was to be a typical American girl who might be able to carry out a mission for her country.
In ordinary years, Miss America makes theater appearances, sings in nightclubs, haunts Hollywood for a contract, and usually makes herself quite a tidy little fortune. But this year things are different. The fortune is
$2.5 million.
And it went to the United States government.
Mm-hmm.
Since last September, Miss America has been going up and down America selling war bonds. I'll bet that $2.5 million represents a lot of kisses.
Not a single one.
Well, that's unheard of. You can't sell bonds without kisses.
Well, I thought the customers would rather kiss a movie star.
That's what you think. I don't want to sound like the Chamber of Commerce, but I must point out that before Jean became Miss America, she was Miss California and a co-ed at the University of California in Los Angeles. How'd you get started on the road to Atlantic City, Jean?
I was singing at a war bond rally, and someone suggested I try for the contest. The next thing I knew, someone was putting a crown on my head.
The key to a city in your pocket.
I do have quite a collection. Keys to about 40 cities, everywhere but Los Angeles.
We knew you didn't need one to get home with, Jean. What were the exciting moments of your tour?
Well, I saw snow for the first time. That was in Minneapolis. Then I had Thanksgiving dinner at four of New Orleans' wonderful restaurants.
I know just what you mean. I've sampled their cooking.
Those things were all fun, but I think the biggest thrills came in places like a war plant in Cleveland at 2 o'clock in the morning and a hospital in Denver late on a winter afternoon.
Did you sell bonds in the hospital?
No, I went to sing for the boys. But as I was walking around the wards, one of them called me over and said, listen, baby, I'm not very well healed with dough at the moment, but I could manage a few war stamps. Here's the money. He was just back from North Africa.
To that boy, you were really Miss America. I suppose now that you're home in Los Angeles, you'll settle down for a good long rest.
I'm leaving tomorrow for New York to help open the 4th War Loan Drive on January the 18th. After that, I'm going to continue with my career, which is singing.
Well, I think you're singing a very sweet tune for the Treasury Department right now.
It's not a solo, Mr. DeMille. It's a chorus. A chorus of 130 million people. They know there's a war on, and they and their sons and daughters will finish it. Thank you for asking me to come here. Now I'd like to join the audience for the third act. Good night.
Good night, Miss America. Your hometown is proud of you. After the mystery is solved, we'll have a chat with our stars. But now here's the curtain for the third act of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell and Teresa Wright. There's no longer any doubt in Charlotte's mind. She knows now that her Uncle Charlie is a criminal, a murderer. The few days' grace she gave him are almost gone, and still he hasn't left the house. Now, on a Sunday afternoon, the family is gathered in the living room, waiting for dinner.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No, seats enough for everyone.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Shows had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
We prayed for you, Uncle Charlie. At least I did.
Thanks.
Say, here's an interesting thing.
What's that, Joe?
The paper here. Says they got that married widow murderer.
They got him? Where?
Up in Maine, Portland. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police to the airport. He ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane. Cut him to pieces.
Well, what do you know? Yeah, I guess that solves that case. I guess that solves it, Charlie.
Yes, Uncle Charlie.
Well, I think I'll wash up for dinner. I'm hungry. I don't know when I've been so hungry.
Charlotte, that young reporter fellow's here. He wants to see you.
Well, tell him to wait out in front. I'll be right there.
See you at dinner, Charlie?
Yes, of course.
Fine.
Then we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Me too. Now that it's over, Jack, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that nothing ever happened.
Well, you won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen. I'm glad you never did know what we suspected your uncle of.
Yes.
Well, I guess that's all. Well, look, Charlotte, Saunders and
I know. You have to go away.
Yes.
I knew you'd have to go away, but I hadn't thought about it. I'll be alone again.
Alone? In that beehive you live in? Besides, I'm coming back.
Well, when? When are you coming back?
As soon as I can make it.
I don't want you to go. I feel...
How do you feel? You're not frightened now, are you, Charlotte?
Frightened?
Well, I know what I did to you. And don't think I haven't tossed around every night for a week worrying about you.
Why? Why, Jack?
I don't know. I guess it's probably because I'm in love with you.
Are you?
That's why I'm coming back.
Oh?
I thought if we got engaged now, today I mean, then maybe we could get married when I get back.
I suppose it is better to be engaged for a while, even if it is only for a little while.
We'll get married. That's all there is to it. Oh, Charlotte.
Oh, there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spencer. I was just saying goodbye to Charlotte.
Oh, all finished here?
All finished. I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh, yeah?
Not on business, though.
Well, sometimes I'm pretty obtuse, but I think I understand about your coming back. Well, Charlotte's a fine girl.
I think so, too. Goodbye, Mr. Spencer.
Goodbye.
Bye, Charlotte.
Goodbye. Come back soon, Jack.
You bet. Take good care of her, Mr. Spencer.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. A fine boy, Charlie. Fine boy.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, no need to hurry now. We're all happy here.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Look, I just told your mother. I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you.
When are you leaving?
Well, I'm not going. I want to settle down here. Have money in the bank, have some sort of business. Be a part of this family.
I see.
And the most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. Make life easier for your mother. Make you all happy.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
And how do you think your mother would have felt? What do you think it'll do to her now?
I know. Don't be afraid. I can't tell.
Oh, but I'm not afraid, Charlie. And what have you to tell? Who believes you? A waltz runs through your head. You don't like the initials in a ring. You connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't a ring. I don't know what became of it.
You haven't.
Have I? Oh, no, I gave it to you.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you. Go away.
She's the only one who knows. Only one. If it weren't for her, I'd never have to worry. I'd be safe. Safe.
Hurry up, Joe. We'll be late for the lecture.
Is Uncle Charlie going to speak, Mama?
Yes, dear. Now, you get your coat. It's almost 8 o'clock. Where's Charlotte?
She went out to the garage to get the car.
Oh, Roger, when the lecture's over, we're having company here. They're all coming home with us. But you're not...
Something happened to Charlotte.
Anne.
In the garage. Something's happened. I think she's dead.
Charlotte. dear. Are you all right, darling?
Yes, yes.
Oh, sure, she's fine. Emmy, don't worry. See? She's fine now.
She was locked in the garage. I heard the car running. I opened the garage door, and she was lying there on the floor.
Carbon monoxide. Very common type of accident.
Charlotte, how did it happen, dear?
It was so funny. When I went to get the car, the motor was running. I couldn't find the key. The key was gone, and then I heard the garage door close behind me.
It must have been the wind.
Yes, the wind, but the key. Why weren't they in the car?
Oh, why, they were, Charlie. When Anne found you, I went in and turned off the motor myself.
Oh, I see. It was you, Uncle Charlie.
Yes, I turned off the motor.
I see.
Well, come on now. I'll carry you upstairs.
No, Charlotte. I don't want him to carry me. I'm all right now.
Well, I'll call and postpone the lecture.
No, Mama, please go. I want you to go, all of you. Please.
All right, dear. All right.
Fine speech there, Mr. Spencer. Congratulations. Thank you.
I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Potter.
Have a drop of wine, Mrs. Potter? Why, I believe I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to propose a toast to... Oh, is that Charlie? Charlie, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm all right now, thank you. I feel fine.
My favorite little niece. Well, now, you don't think you ought to be in bed, Charlie?
Oh, no, I wanted to come down. I wanted to show everybody my new ring.
Your ring?
The one you gave me, Uncle Charlie. I found it. You know where? In your room. I must have gone in and left it there. Force of habit.
Oh, yes, probably.
It's a beautiful ring, dear. Just beautiful.
Yes, it has an inscription, too. Shall I show it, Uncle Charlie, or shall we keep our little secret?
Charlie.
Oh, do show it.
Well, Uncle Charlie?
We'll talk it over later. Charlie, you're just in time for a farewell toast. I hate to break the news like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Oh, you can't leave us there.
Children, better get off, or the train will stop with us. Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye, Emmy. I will. You write me.
I'm coming.
So, Charlie, wait. I'll go out the platform with you.
Goodbye, Uncle Charlie.
We've got a minute or two. I want to speak to you.
Well, I've got to get off.
Oh, but there's plenty of time.
Charles, you to get... Oh! What? That was Mrs. Potter.
Oh, was it?
The widow Potter. Is she going with you?
Oh, now, don't be a little fool.
You know that I know about you, don't you, Uncle Charlie? And if I ever hear or read about anything, well, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
You're being a foolish girl.
I'm warning you.
Charlie, listen.
The train's moving.
Charlie.
Let me go.
No, Charlie, listen. You did a fine thing for your mother. Right not to let her know.
My arm, you're hurting me.
You're not getting off yet, Charlie. Wait a while. You see? We can just open the door like this.
What are you doing? What?
Then you can get off in just a minute or two.
You're mad. You're a mad.
Wait. Just a little faster. A little faster. I don't want you to be hurt, so just a little faster. Don't scream. No, Charlie, it's all simple, isn't it? She tried to get off while the train was moving. She was killed. Nice girl. Too bad. Now, Charlie. Now. Don't fight, Charlie. It's better for you if you don't. Oh!
Miss, what is it?
Mary fell off the
They held a funeral yesterday. The minister said that Santa Rosa had gained and lost a son that we could all be proud of. They didn't know.
Charlotte, I wish I'd been here. If you'd only told me, darling.
I couldn't. He was my uncle.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He hated them. He hated the whole world.
Do you, Charlotte?
Hate the world? No. Oh, it sometimes needs a lot of watching, I guess. Seems to go to pieces now and then, like him. But it gets better. Almost in spite of itself, it gets better, and there's still love in the world. So much love.
hasn't a shadow of a doubt about the kind of acting we heard tonight. And here are William Powell and Teresa Wright for a well-deserved curtain call.
Thank you, Cecil. You know, this was really the first time I've been connected with a drama where I played opposite a beautiful girl named Charlie.
The first play I ever heard of where Bill Powell turned out to be the murderer. What would the Thin Man say?
Now, we'll try and get you on the right side of the law next time, Bill. Did you know, by the way, that your co-star holds one of the most unusual records in Hollywood?
Well, she became a star just about overnight.
Now, in addition to that, and this can only be whispered, Teresa has never been seen in a nightclub.
That's practically a scandal in Hollywood.
I may never live it down.
We'll forgive you if you keep up the standard of performance you've already set. What was your background in the theater, Teresa?
I played in summer stock. Naturally, that included building scenery, wrestling props, painting backdrops, taking tickets, and sweeping up the theater.
That sounds like old home week to me.
And just before Mr. Goldwyn brought me to Hollywood, I was in Life with Father in New York.
From Life with Father to Life with Goldwyn.
Sam and I started in the picture business together more than 30 years ago. He's a good showman, and I'll bet he's got something special in mind for you now.
I believe the picture will be called Those Endearing Young Charms.
Now, that's a perfect title for you, Teresa. You know, we're kind of in the endearing young charms business ourselves.
If you mean Lux Soap, Mr. DeMille, you're absolutely right. It endeared itself to me when I was quite young, and everyone knows it's very helpful in keeping a charming complexion.
Now, for proof of that, Teresa, I refer the Lux audience to any photograph that does you justice.
And that comes from an experienced judge of beauty. Now, what's on the docket next week, Cecil?
It's the current Warner Brothers success, The Constant Nymph. And our stars will be Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan. The Constant Nymph is the story of a composer and a girl whose deep affection and sacrifice inspires his work. It was a great favorite on Broadway and has just become a hit motion picture.
I think you'll repeat that success on the air, Cecil. Good night.
Night.
Good night. Good night. The next time we have a murder case, Bill, we'll send for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very fine New Year's gift has just come to the Lux Radio Theater. This program has been named radio's #1 dramatic production of 1943 in 2 different polls. One conducted by Radio Daily, the other by Motion Picture Daily. We're grateful to the editors and to you, our audience, for this honor. We regard it as a challenge for all of 1944. And now, I'd like to tell you about a new radio program that starts this week. On Wednesday night, over these same stations, Frank Sinatra, he of the famous voice, will begin a show of his own with Bert Wheeler. Ginger Rogers will be Frank's first guest. And I understand Mrs. Nussbaum is coming over from the Jack Benny Show. The Vims Chorus and Orchestra rounds out a program that I think will be an important radio event of the week. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Shadow of a Doubt was produced by Universal Pictures, whose current release is the Walter Wanger production Gung Ho, starring Randolph Scott. Teresa Wright will co-star with Gary Cooper in the International Pictures production Casanova Q. Brown. Heard in tonight's play were Ed Emerson as Jack, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Newton, Norman Field as Mr. Newton, and Verna Pelton, Mary Lou Harrington, Tommy Cook, Leo Cleary, Charlotte Treadway, Myra Marsh, Buck Wood, and Charles Steele. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas by shortwave through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph.
Want to know a secret?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further. When you're cooking with fries.
Yes, ma'am. Fry's the buy. Gives lighter cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods, mouth-melting pastry. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for Fry shortening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 This is the Columbia Broadcasting...
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Casablanca with Edgar Barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One bright January morning, just a year ago, the city of Casablanca in French Morocco woke up and found itself famous. It had entertained many mysterious visitors from a world at war, but never before the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Within a few days, Warner Brothers had rushed their screen drama, Casablanca, to the theaters of the nation, and people marveled at a Hollywood miracle. Actually, of course, the picture had been planned and filmed during the months previous, because Casablanca had an exciting story to tell even before the President and Prime Minister arrived. It's a story of love and hate and a background of adventure and sudden death. Tonight we bring you that drama with a cast that producers dream about. Hedy Lamarr and Alan Ladd and John Loder. Hedy came back to town last week from Texas with the applause of the soldiers at Camp Hood still ringing in her ears. And so we borrowed her from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where she's just completed the picture, Heavenly Body. Alan Ladd, of course, came to us from Paramount. I'm hoping to have Alan for my next picture, following the story of Dr. Wassel. Getting these players together in one drama is a talent scoop of the first magnitude in Hollywood, and it's unlikely that it would ever happen in a picture, because our stars are under contract at different studios and are kept so busy on their home lots that they aren't loaned out, as the phrase goes. We really should thank Lux Toilet Soap for making this occasion possible. Every bit of work and artistry that has gone into our production, from the first word of the script on paper to the final dress rehearsal, has been designed for your enjoyment. We might call it a bonus that you get when you buy Lux Toilet Soap, above and beyond the bonus of beauty that you expect. And we'll pay that bonus right now, as the curtain rises on the first act of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick, Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa Lund, and John Loder as Victor Laszlo, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. Everyone knows that name today, Casablanca. Before the war, Casablanca was just another small seaport with its face to the Mediterranean and its back to the North Atlantic. But then, as the Nazi lash descended upon Europe, hordes of refugees, like the boiling waters of a burst dam, flooded into the sanctuary of its white walls. Those with money enough or influence enough obtained exit visas bearing the seal of the Vichy government and fled to Lisbon, and from Lisbon to the Americas. The others just waited and waited. But all who came to Casablanca were not refugees. The German intelligence was always there when anything unusual occurred, as, for example, the murder of 2 Nazi couriers.
Major Strasser, may I present Captain Renaud, Police Prefect of Casablanca?
Unoccupied France welcomes you, Major.
Thank you.
You may find the climate of Casablanca a trifle warm.
We Germans must get used to all climates, Captain, from Russian to the Sahara. But perhaps you were not referring to the weather.
Oh, what else, my dear Major?
The murder of the couriers. What has been done about it?
Captain Renaud already knows who the murderer is.
Excellent. He is in custody?
There is no hurry. Tonight he will come to Rick's.
That cafe, Major, I pointed it out to you.
Everybody in Casablanca comes to Rick's, but this one will not leave.
Frankly, Captain, I did not journey here simply to find an assassin. The real reason for my visit is Victor Laszlo.
I thought as much.
Has he arrived yet?
Yes, this afternoon, with a very beautiful young woman. I met them.
Renaud, Laszlo must not leave Casablanca. I have learned that he is prepared to offer a fabulous bribe for a visa to Lisbon.
I am prepared to refuse it.
Where is he staying, you know?
Major, I even know the time he intends to bathe.
I would like to talk with Laszlo. Can it be arranged?
Undoubtedly, he too will be at Rick's tonight. Everybody comes to Rick's. Or did I mention that before?
Yes, monsieur?
I reserved a table. Victor Laszlo.
Yes, Monsieur Laszlo, just one moment, please.
Victor, are you sure we should have come here? So in public?
There's often the greatest safety in what appears to be a risk.
I see no one here who forgot its description.
Neither do I. He'll be here, though.
Excuse me. I have a ring here.
What?
A ring. Forced to sell it at a great sacrifice.
Well, I hardly think that...
Perhaps the lady. The ring is quite unique. You see?
That's it, Victor.
Yes, it's a very interesting ring. What's your name?
Berger, monsieur. I recognized you from the newspaper photographs. We read 5 times that you were killed in 5 different places.
As you see, 5 different places? As you can see, it's true each time. Thank heaven we found you, Berger. I'm looking for a man by the name of Ugarte. He's supposed to help us.
He's here somewhere. You'll need all the help you can get.
Yes, this time they mean to stop me.
Oh, I'm so afraid for you, Victor.
We've been in difficult places before.
Why, waiter's coming back.
That's all, Berger. Meet us at the bar later.
Oh, I don't think we want to buy the ring, but thank you for showing it to us.
Yeah?
It's Franz, Rick. Franz Ugarte.
Come in.
Hi, what do you want?
Oh, nothing much, Rick. Too bad about those German couriers, eh?
Well, they got a break. Yesterday, they were just 2 clerks. Today, they're among the honored dead.
You will forgive me for saying this, Rick, but you are a very cynical person.
I forgive you.
You despise me, don't you?
Well, if I gave you any thought, I probably would.
But think of the poor refugees who must rot in Casablanca if I did not help them. Is it so bad that through ways of my own I provide them with exit visas?
For a price, Ugarte, for a price.
Oh, those poor wretches who cannot meet Renault's price, I get it for them at half. Is that so parasitic?
Well, I don't mind a parasite. I just object to a cut-rate one.
Well, after tonight, I'm through with the whole business. I'm leaving Casablanca. Rick, look.
What?
Look, Rick, look. Do you know what these papers are? Letters of transit signed by Marshal Weygand. With his signature, they cannot be rescinded or questioned. Not even by Renault.
So?
So I'm selling these for more money than I ever dreamed of. And then, goodbye.
What are you trying to say, Ugarte?
Rick, I have many friends in Casablanca. But because you despise me, you are the only one I trust. Will you keep these letters for me?
How long?
For an hour, perhaps, till my client arrives.
Okay. But I don't want them here overnight.
Oh, thank you. No fear of that. Now, Rick, I hope you are more impressed with me. I'll go to share my luck now with your roulette wheel.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
I heard a rumor that those Nazi couriers were carrying letters of transit.
No. Yes, poor devils. I heard that rumor, too.
You're right, Ugarte. I am a little more impressed with you.
Good evening, Rick.
Well, hello, Renault.
Hear that plane, Ricky? It's going to Lisbon. You'd like to be on it?
Why, what's in Lisbon?
The clipper that goes to America. Rick, I have often speculated on why you do not return to America.
There's a roulette table inside for people who like to speculate.
Yes. I noticed Ugarte just went in.
Yes, you'll come out poor.
What was it, Rick? Whatever brought you to Casablanca? Did you abscond with the church funds back home? Did you run off with somebody's wife? I should like to think that you killed a man. It's the romantic in me.
Well, I'll tell you. It was a combination of all 3.
Someday I'll find out. Oh, Rick, before you came, I took the liberty of escorting a visitor to your best table, a German, Major Strasser. I wanted him to be on hand for the excitement, Because tonight we're making an arrest here.
Again?
This time a murderer. Please don't warn him, Rick.
Now, look, I stick my neck out for nobody.
And I'm staging the arrest here out of my high regard for you. It'll interest the customers.
And perhaps Major Strasser.
Perhaps. Cassell.
Yes, Captain.
You will find Franz Ugarte inside at the roulette table.
Yes?
Arrest him for the murder of the German couriers.
Yes, Captain.
Or he'll be carrying some letters of transit. Be sure you get them.
Yes.
Louis, there's more than Ugarte on your mind tonight.
Oh, you're very observant, Rick. There are many exit visas sold in this cafe, but we know that you have never sold them. That is why I permit you to remain open.
No, I thought it was because I let you win at roulette.
Oh, that's another reason. Rick, a man arrived today in Casablanca on his way to America. Right now he's at the bar. He will offer a fortune to anyone who will furnish him with an exit visa.
What man?
Victor Laszlo. Why, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so interested.
Laszlo has succeeded in interesting half the world. I wonder how he'll manage it.
Manage what?
His escape.
He escaped from a concentration camp, and the Nazis have chased him all over Europe. But this is the end of the chase, Rick.
10,000 Frank says it isn't.
Make it 5,000. I'm only a poor, corrupt official. No matter how clever he is, he still needs an exit visa. I should say 2. He's traveling with a lady.
He'll settle for 1.
Oh, I think not. I have seen the lady.
Now, where did you get the idea that I might help Laszlo?
Because I know all about you, Ricky. Enough at least to know you're more a sentimentalist than a cynic. I know that in 1935 you ran guns into Ethiopia. I know that in 1936 you risked your neck with the loyalists in Spain.
And got well paid on both occasions?
The winning side would have paid you much better.
Maybe. Louis, why do you want to keep Laszlo here? Gestapo stank?
You overestimate the influence of the Gestapo. In Casablanca, I'm the boss. I do not interfere with them, nor they. Cassell is a very noisy policeman. Monsieur Laszlo, Mademoiselle Lind, welcome to Rick's.
You welcomed us this afternoon at the airport, Captain.
I welcome everyone, everywhere. Oh, my profoundest apologies for the recent disturbance, most unfortunate.
Yes, for the poor man who was killed. Horrible.
Horrible, mademoiselle? But then may I ask, why did you remain?
Oh, permit me. Major Strasser, Mademoiselle Lind, Monsieur Laszlo.
We've heard of you, Major.
The Major asked, why did you remain after the regrettable shooting?
We were here to meet someone. He's not yet arrived. Ilza, I think perhaps we should leave now.
It might be wiser, monsieur. I do not think your friend will come. They just removed the body of Franz Ugarte to the morgue.
Franz Ugarte?
Your friend.
I'm sorry, Captain, but the name Franz Ugarte means absolutely nothing to me.
Oh, come now, monsieur. We know that
This is enough for tonight. Tomorrow at 10, Monsieur Laszlo, in the captain's office. With Mademoiselle.
We are not under your authority, Major. This is French soil. Captain Renault, is it your order that we come to your office?
Let us say it is my request.
Very well.
At 10 o'clock in the morning. Good night.
Sleep well, Major? Now, my friends, after all this unpleasantness, a little relaxation. Sit down, please. Waiter.
Yes, Captain.
A bottle of the best champagne. Put it on my bill.
Oh, now, please.
Oh, they put it on my bill. I tear the bill up. It's just a little game we play.
We shouldn't stay. We seem to be the only ones left.
I'm afraid Ricky will be very cross with me. Killing one customer and driving the others away. Oh, but that's no reason why you shouldn't be entertained. Sam.
Even, Captain.
Sing something nice for my guest, Sam.
Sure, boss.
Mademoiselle, I had been informed you were the most beautiful woman ever to visit Casablanca. That is a gross understatement.
Thank you. You're very kind. Captain, that man's singing.
He's been staring at you for the past 5 minutes, Ilza.
I've seen him before somewhere.
Oh, Sam? Oh, he came here from Paris with Rick.
Rick? Who is he?
Mademoiselle, you are in Rick's. And Rick is, well...
Is what?
Well, he is the kind of a man that... Well, if I were a woman and I were not around, I would be in love with Rick. No offense, monsieur.
If you both won't think me terribly rude, will you excuse me a moment? I want to talk to Sam.
To Sam? Of course, my dear.
Hurry back, mademoiselle.
With all your faults, I love you still.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Ilsa. Never expected to see you again.
It's been a long time.
Yes, miss.
Where is he, Sam?
Why, who, miss?
Rick.
I don't know. I ain't seen him all night.
Will he be back?
Not tonight no more. He ain't coming. He went home.
Does he always leave so early after a shooting? Oh, Sam, you used to be a much better liar.
Leave him alone, Miss Ilsa. You're bad luck to him.
Sam, play it once, for old time's sake.
I don't know what you mean.
Play it, Sam, as time goes by.
I can't remember it, Miss Ilsa.
Please. Sing it, Sam.
Oh, Miss Ilsa. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say...
Hey. I thought I told you never to play that.
Now you've done it.
Well, Rick, come here. I want you to meet some charming people.
Well, hello, Elsa.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, you two know each other. Well, then you also know Monsieur Victor Laszlo?
No.
Oh.
One hears a great deal about Rick in Casablanca.
And about you everywhere.
Won't you join us for a drink? This is the most interesting cafe, even without the gunplay. I congratulate you.
And I congratulate you.
What for?
For your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
Well, I can't get over you two knowing each other.
I wasn't sure you were the same. Let's see. The last time we met, wasn't it in Paris?
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to remember. It was the day the Germans marched in. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
Ilsa, I don't wish to be the one to say it, but it is late.
Yes, so it is. Carl, the bill.
Forget it, Carl. It's my party.
Oh, it is. Well, all in all, a most unusual evening.
We'll come again.
Do that.
Will you say goodnight to Sam for me?
Sure.
There's still nobody in the world who can sing As Time Goes By like Sam.
He hasn't done it in a long time. Good night.
Oh, I'd like just one word with Rick, Monsieur Laszlo, and then if you wish, I'd be delighted to drive you to your hotel.
Thank you. We'll wait outside. A very puzzling fellow, this Rick. Just what sort is he?
I really can't say. I met him in Paris. We were once acquaintances.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille presents Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Act Two of Casablanca. And now, here are two young workers in a busy office getting ready to leave for the day.
Sue, if you look in that mirror any harder, you'll break it. Why the anxious expression? Oh, no letter from Jim today?
Yes, Jim wrote, and he may get a furlough next month. Say, Peggy.
Yes, Sue?
You know, everyone used to say what a swell complexion I had. Guess it was my best feature. But lately, it doesn't look like anything.
Lost the old sparkle, eh? And now you're worrying because Jim's coming home. You've been working all hours lately. Been neglecting your beauty care, I'll bet.
Well, it is easier not to bother sometimes, I'll admit.
Yes, and it's practically fatal to take that attitude about your looks. Now, listen to your Aunt Peggy, Susie. She's got it prescribed for you. Every day without fail, an active lather facial.
Active lather facial?
With Lux toilet soap. The soap screen stars use. And believe me, it works. I know because Lux Soap Care helped my skin to look lots nicer. Now, here's what you do.
And this is the Lux Soap Beauty Facial Peggy told her friend to take.
Cover your face generously with that nice, creamy lather. Work it in gently, but thoroughly, too. Now, rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and dry with a soft towel. Easy, isn't it? Just try that every single day from now on.
And only a few weeks later, Sue said,
Oh, Peggy, I owe you and Lux Soap a world of thanks. What a thrill it was to have Jim tell me.
Sue, darling, you look lovely. Prettier than ever.
Many a girl has found daily Lux toilet soap facials really make skin lovelier. Recent tests show that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with this care, grew softer, smoother. Why not let this fine white soap give your skin protecting care it should have? Ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And if you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, be sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa, and John Loder as Victor, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. It's hours later, and in Rick's cafe, a solitary lamp still burns. Rick sits at a table staring into an empty highball glass, and in the shadows, Sam fingers the keyboard quietly.
Boss, ain't you going to bed?
Not right now.
Well, ain't you planning on going to bed in the near future?
No. Go on, keep playing, will you?
Okay. Boss, let's get out of here. There ain't nothing but trouble for you here.
She's coming back. I know she's coming back.
Well, we could take the car, you and me, and drive till morning. We go fishing somewhere and stay until she leaves.
Ugarte dies and she walks in. One out, one in. Of all the joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Hey, what's that you're playing?
Oh, just a little something of my own.
Now, stop it. You know what I want to hear?
No, I don't.
Now, you played it for her, you can play it for me.
Yes, boss. Boss, listen.
What?
You got company.
I was counting on it.
Rick, may I talk to you?
So long, boss. Miss Ilsa, you shouldn't have come.
Want a drink?
No.
Why did you have to come to Casablanca?
I wouldn't have come if I'd known you were here. Believe me, Rick, it's true.
Why about your voice? Still the same. Rick, dear, I'll go any place with you. We'll get on a train together and we'll never stop.
Don't, Rick. Please don't. I understand how you feel.
How long did I know you, honey?
Oh, I didn't count the days.
I did. Every one of them. Mostly I remember the last one. Paris. The wow finish. Guy waiting at a station in the rain with a marriage license in his pocket and a funny look on his kisser because a sledgehammer just hit him between the eyes.
Can I tell you a story, Rick?
There's a go. I'll finish.
I don't know the finish yet myself.
Okay. Maybe one will come to you as you go along.
It's about a girl who met a man she's heard about all her life. A great and courageous man. And soon, everything this girl knew or ever became was because of this man. She looked up to him and worshipped him with a feeling she thought was love.
I've heard better stories in my time. Tell me, was he the guy you left me for? Was it Laszlo? Or were there a few others in between?
Rick.
A lot of people ran away from Paris that day. I wonder if they all left notes. You left a note, didn't you? Sam brought it to me at the railroad station. I guess it was the love light in my eyes that helped him spot me and all that mob.
Yes, I wrote you a note. I know it was cowardly, but I just couldn't face you.
I cannot go with you or ever see you again. Remember? I must not ask why. You just believe that I love you, and God bless you. It's a literal translation, Elson.
I thought if I came here tonight and spoke to you, I could make you understand. I'm sorry, Rick.
Don't give up, honey. I'm just a slow study. Call again sometime and give it another whirl.
We have searched Ugarte's apartment again, Major. No luck. Someone else must have them.
And I strongly suspect that someone is Rick. I suggest you continue the search in the cafe.
If Rick has the letters of transit, he is much too smart to let you find them there.
You give him too much credit. Just another blundering American.
We must not underestimate American blundering, Major. I was with them when they blundered into Berlin in 1918.
As to Laszlo, we want him watched. 24 hours a day.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock, Major, and he and the girl are waiting now for us.
Send them in.
Send them in, Cassell. I do not think we're going to get very far with Laszlo this morning.
Nevertheless, there's no loss in making him the obvious offers.
Only a loss of time. Oh, good morning. I'm delighted to see you both.
Laszlo, mademoiselle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Laszlo, we will not mince words.
Good. Let's begin by saying that I'm an escaped prisoner of the Third Reich. from whom no one ever escapes.
I do not deny you are an exceptional man. Monsieur, you say Third Reich as if you expect there will be others.
I take what comes, Major.
So far, yes. You have been fortunate enough to elude us. You have reached Casablanca. I intend to make certain you stay here.
Whether or not you succeed, Major, is of course problematical.
Not quite. On all exit visas issued here in Casablanca, Captain Renault's signature is necessary. Captain, would you think it possible that Laszlo will receive a visa?
And I'm afraid not, monsieur.
Well, perhaps I'll like it here.
And you, mademoiselle?
You needn't be concerned about me.
As a matter of fact, you could both be on your way to Lisbon this very night.
But, of course, under certain conditions. Well, Major, what are your terms?
As leader of the underground movement, you know who the other leaders are. In Paris, Athens, Prague, Amsterdam.
And Berlin?
Furnish me their names and exact whereabouts, and you will have your visa immediately.
And the honor of serving the Third Reich.
Major, what if he did give them to you? What if you did track them down and kill them? From every corner of Europe, hundreds, thousands would rise and take our places. Even Nazis can't kill that fast.
You make only one mistake. In the event anything unfortunate should occur to Monsieur Laszlo, no one could take his place.
Thank you.
You wouldn't dare interfere with him here. This is still unoccupied France.
Any violation of neutrality will reflect on you, Captain.
Monsieur, so far as it is in my power, that neutrality will be respected.
Are you finished with us?
For the moment, yes.
Then good day. Come, Ilse.
Your next step toward securing a visa is what, monsieur?
I don't know.
Well, let me save you some time. Sooner or later, the man to see will be Senor Ferrari, and he operates the Blue Parrot Cafe across the street from your hotel. Good day, mademoiselle.
Hello, Ferrari. I saw the supply truck come in. I thought I'd stop by for the American cigarettes.
But why yourself? My boy will bring them over.
Every time he does, the order's a little bit short.
Carrying charges, my boy, carrying charges. I'm glad you're here, Rick. I want to talk to you. The news about Ugarte upset me very much.
Now, look, you don't feel any sorrier for Ugarte than I do.
Of course not. What upsets me is that no one knows where those letters of transit are.
Practically no one.
If I could lay my hands on them, I could make a fortune.
And so could I. And I'm a poor businessman.
I have a proposition for whoever has those letters. I'll handle the entire transaction, get rid of the letters, and take all the risk for a small percentage. That's the proposition I have for whoever has those letters.
Well, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Rick, I think you know where they are.
The Norton-Strasser thinks so, too. That's really why I came over here. To give them a good chance to tear my place apart.
Excuse me, senor.
Yes?
There's a man who wishes to see you. Monsieur Laszlo.
I was rather expecting him. Send him in.
Is he alone?
There is a lady also. She said she would wait outside.
But she will not wait alone, hey, Rick?
Well, suppose you just concentrate on Laszlo. Eh, Ferrari?
Send him in, Sasha. The back way. A little courtesy for Rick.
Good morning.
Hello, Rick.
I'm sorry about last night.
Doesn't matter.
The story had me a little confused, or maybe it was the bourbon.
Forget it.
You can repeat it now. I'm reasonably sober.
I don't think I will.
Why not? After all, I got stuck with a railway ticket.
All right. Victor Laszlo is my husband.
Well, what do you know?
And he was, even when I knew you in Paris.
I don't believe it.
There seems to be so much you don't believe.
What about it?
It happened almost a year before I met you. He loved me, and I thought I loved him. Soon after we were married, he had to leave France.
And this time he has to leave Casablanca.
Yes, he must. Oh, you have so changed, Rick. The Rick I knew in Paris, I could tell him, but not you. I'll be leaving Casablanca soon, and I hope we'll never meet again. If we leave it that way, maybe we'll remember those old days and forget last night.
Well, I'm not leaving Casablanca. I'm settled now. Above a saloon. You walk up one flight of stairs. I'll expect you.
It will take a miracle to get you out of Casablanca, Monsieur Laszlo. And the Germans have outlawed miracles.
I got tired of waiting, Victor. Do you mind?
Sit down, mademoiselle, please. You see, as leader of all illegal activities in Casablanca, I am an influential and respected man. But I am helpless to do anything for Monsieur Laszlo. You, however, are a different matter.
He thinks it might just be possible to get an exit visa for you.
To go alone?
Yes.
We're only interested in 2 visas, senor.
Please, Ilse, you must get to America. And believe me, somehow, sometime, I'll join you.
What if things were different? What if I had to stay and there was only one visa? Would you take it?
Yes, I would.
Then why didn't you leave me in Lille? When I had trouble getting out of there, or in Marseille when I was ill, and you were in desperate danger every second. Why didn't you leave me then, Victor?
I meant to. But something always held me up.
I, too, am a very sensitive man, monsieur. I know.
I happen to love her very much.
So, for the present, senor, we'll go on looking for two visas. Thank you.
I am moved to make a suggestion. You are aware of Ugarte and the letters of transit?
Yes, slightly.
I'll venture to guess that Ugarte left those letters in Rick's cafe. He is a difficult customer, but it is worth the chance.
You have been very patient, senor. Good day.
Now, what's all this about?
A near riot in your own cafe. You don't even bother to get up and see for yourself.
I got other things on my mind. What happened?
Some German officers started to sing the Watch on the Rhine. They wanted the customers to join in.
Well?
They did. Except what they sang sounded more like La Marseillaise. So with my usual tact, I handled the situation perfectly. Now, Rick. My men gave this place a rather thorough going over this morning.
Yeah, we just barely got it cleaned up in time to open.
As I told my men to be especially destructive. You know how that impresses Germans. Where are the letters, Rick?
You see, Captain, the situation is not as much under control as you believe. That song is verboten. How dare they sing it?
Now, my dear Major, we cooperate with your government, but we cannot control the feelings of these refugees.
Captain, are you entirely certain which side you are on?
Oh, I blow with the wind, Major. And right now, the prevailing breeze is from Vichy.
Well, I have been thinking. It is too dangerous for us to let Laszlo leave Casablanca, but it may also be too dangerous to let him stay. We know all of North Africa is honeycombed with traders just waiting for someone to lead them.
Yes, it poses an intricate problem.
There's one man who could solve it.
Who?
He just walked in. Victor Laszlo. I'm a very bright boy, Laszlo. I figured you came here to see me, and I figured you preferred seeing me in my office, alone.
You do nothing but bewilder me.
But you hope I may also be able to help you.
You told me once you knew of my activities. Then you must know how important it is that I get out of here to help continue the work of a very great movement.
The problems of the world are beyond me, Laszlo. I'm just a saloon keeper.
My friends in the underground have told me differently. They mention Spain and Ethiopia, and a strange tendency of yours to be always with the underdog.
Well, I found it a very expensive hobby. But then I never was much of a businessman.
Are you enough of a businessman to appreciate an offer of 100,000 francs?
I appreciate it, but I don't accept.
200,000?
Make it 1,000,000 francs or 10 francs. The answer is still no.
There must be some reason why you refuse to sell the letters.
There is. I suggest you ask your wife.
I beg your pardon?
I said ask your wife.
Are you leaving, Victor? Where are you going?
Oh, I thought I mentioned it. There's a meeting of the underground.
Oh, please don't go, Victor. I'm frightened. Look out the window.
I don't have to, darling. I'm used to being trailed.
What's going to happen, Victor?
Who knows, Ilse, dear? Strasser now threatens to find some excuse to put me quietly away in jail.
All the more reason why you must stay here tonight.
I'm frightened too, Ilse, but what can I do? Hide in a hotel room or carry on the best I can?
Whatever I'd say, you'd carry on. Victor, why didn't you tell me about Rick? You saw him, didn't you?
Apparently he has the letters.
Yes?
But no intention of selling them. You'd think that if sentiment wouldn't persuade him, that money would.
Did he give you any reason?
He suggested that I ask you.
Ask me?
Ilse, when I was in the concentration camp, were you lonely in Paris?
Yes, Victor, I was.
I know what it is to be lonely. Is there anything you wish to tell me?
No. No, there isn't.
My dear, I love you very much.
Yes, I know. Victor, whatever I do, will you believe me that I...
You don't even have to say it. I'll believe you. Good night, dear.
Good night, Victor. Please be careful.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars Alan Ladd, Hedy Lamarr, and John Loder will return in Act 3 of Casablanca. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Greetings, Libby. What's new?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Kennedy, my hat. What do you think of it?
Your hat, Libby? Why, it's nice. Very nice. Yes, I like it.
Oh, come on now. Stop hedging. What do you really think of it?
To tell the truth, Libby, I hardly noticed the hat. I was looking at you.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, that's a compliment. But just let me turn around. Now look.
Oh, I see. It's really quite a hat. Libby, that must be very new.
It is, but well, how would you know?
Well, it's so sort of simple. Not one of those dizzy numbers that looks as though it might fly off into space any minute.
Mr. Kennedy, you're an observant man. This is the newest thing. The profile cloche. It fits snugly on the head, and it's meant to frame the face, not take attention away from it.
I think I begin to see why you wore that little hat tonight, Libby.
Of course. To show that it's more important than ever for a woman to have nice, smooth skin.
Sure. Because with that kind of headgear, the emphasis is less on the hat than it is on the face underneath it. Well, Libby, I guess many a woman is going to be mighty happy about her Lux Soap complexion care then.
Yes, this hat seems designed to set off a lovely Lux complexion, and it's going to be a popular style this spring.
Then daily Lux Soap complexion care ought to be more popular than ever, too. Because gentle Lux toilet soap really makes skin softer, smoother. Recent tests showed that Lux Soap beauty facials improved actually 3 out of 4 complexions, you know.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, nearly every famous star in Hollywood is devoted to this fine white soap. Screen stars say the creamy Lux Soap lather is wonderfully kind to delicate skin.
And that's why, Libby, I'm going to urge every woman in our audience who hasn't tried Lux toilet soap to get some of Hollywood's beauty soap and use it every day. Here's a thrift tip, too. It's patriotic not to waste soap. And because Lux soap is hard milled, you can use it down to the last thin sliver. It'll last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Moisten the thin leftover piece and press against your new cake of Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll report on the offstage doings of our stars after the play. But now here's the curtain for Act 3 of Casablanca, starring Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder, with Edgar Barrier. For nearly an hour after Victor Laszlo left for the meeting of the Underground, Ilsa sat motionless in the drab hotel room. Suddenly, her mind made up, she takes an object out of her husband's briefcase, walks through the dark, quiet night to Rick's Cafe, and up the outside stairs that lead to the second floor.
I told you this morning you'd come around. But this is a little ahead of schedule.
Rick, I had to see you.
That's what you said last night. All this has nothing to do with the letters of transit, has it? Seems as long as I have those letters, I'll never be lonely.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give them to me.
I went through all that with your husband. It's no deal.
I know how you feel about me, but I'm asking you to put your feelings aside for something more important.
Do I have to hear again what a great man your husband is, what an important cause he's fighting for?
It was your cause, too. In your own way, you fought for the same thing.
Well, I'm not fighting for anything anymore except myself.
Rick, once you loved me. If those days mean anything at all to you...
I would bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Listen to me, Rick. If you only knew the truth.
I wouldn't believe you no matter what you told me. You'd say anything now to get what you want.
You want to feel sorry for yourself, don't you? One woman has hurt you, and you take your revenge on the rest of the world. Rick, please help us. If you don't, Victor will die in Casablanca.
Well, I'm going to die in Casablanca, too. It's a good spot for it.
All right. I tried to reason with you, Rick. Now I want those letters.
A gun, Ilsa? Is that really a gun in your hand?
Where are the letters?
Right here in my pocket.
Put them on the table.
Uh-uh.
For the last time, put them on the table.
All right, go ahead and shoot, Ilsa. You'll be doing me a favor.
I can't. You know I can't. I've done nothing but make a fool of myself. Oh, I don't know what to do, what to say. I thought I would never see you again. The day you left Paris, if you knew what I went through, if you knew how much I loved you, how much I still love you.
All right, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, but I believe you. You win. Ilsa, what happened? What was it? I've imagined everything in the world and none of it very pretty.
I've tried to tell you. A few months after Victor left France, Word came that he was in a concentration camp. And then, not long after, another message that he was dead, shot trying to escape. I had nothing, not even hope. Then I met you.
Why weren't you honest with me then? Why didn't you tell me you'd been married, that he was dead or something?
Victor wanted it that way. It was his way of protecting me. I knew too much about his work. The Gestapo found out I was his wife. It would be dangerous for me and for those working with us.
When did you find out he was still alive?
Just before you and I were going to leave, his friends came. They were hiding him in a freight car on the outskirts of Paris. He was almost dead. Well, that's it, Rick.
Still a story without an ending. What about now?
Now, I don't know. Except that I'll never have the strength again to run away from you.
And Laszlo?
You'll help him, won't you? You'll see that he gets out, and then he'll live at his work. All that he's been living for.
All except you.
Oh, I can't fight anymore. I don't know anymore what's right and what's wrong. You'll have to think for both of us. For all of us.
Okay. Okay, I will.
If only I didn't love you so.
How else Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Just for the door closed, quiet.
Hey, Sam. Is that you?
Yeah, boss.
What's the matter?
That Mr. Laszlo, I found him crawling through our cellar window.
Victor.
Come up here.
Does he know you're here?
No. There was a meeting of the underground tonight. They must have been following him. Ono's men, Strasser's men.
So he picks my place to hide. That's fine.
You got some iodine, boss? He cut his hand breaking the window and... Oh.
Hello, Sam.
Evening, Miss Ilsa.
Sam, I want you to take Miss Lund to a hotel.
What about Victor?
He cut his hand, didn't he? I don't like blood on my floor. I'll get down and patch him up. And Sam.
Yeah, boss.
Miss Lund will prefer going out the back stairs.
I'm sorry about this, Rick. I've had a little trouble.
I'll forget it. Well, I guess that ought to take care of your hand.
Thanks. If it's all right with you, I'd like to stay here a few minutes longer.
Yeah. Don't you sometimes wonder if it's worth all this, what you're fighting for?
We might as well question why we breathe. If we stop breathing, we'll die. If we stop fighting our enemies, the world will die.
What of it?
You know how you sound, Rick. Like a man who is trying to convince himself of something he doesn't at all believe. Each of us has a destiny, for good or evil.
I get the point.
I wonder if you do. I wonder if you know that you're trying to escape from yourself, and you'll never succeed.
You seem to know all about it.
I know a good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we should both be in love with her. No one's to blame, and I ask no explanation. I ask only one thing. You won't give me the letters of transit? All right. But I want Ilsa to be safe. I ask you as a favor to use the letters to take her away from Casablanca.
You love her that much?
Apparently you think of me only as the leader of a cause. Well, I'm also a human being. Yes, I love her that much.
You should not leave your back doors unlocked, Monsieur.
Yeah, that's right, Cassell. No telling who might break in.
Monsieur Laszlo, you'll come with us. We have a warrant for your arrest.
Ricky, I advise you not to be too interested in what happens to Laszlo.
Oh, come on. Stop bluffing. All you can do is find him a few thousand francs. You might as well let him go now. Hey, what are you charging him with?
I haven't quite decided. Meanwhile, if by any chance you are thinking of helping him to escape...
And what makes you think I'd do that?
Because, one, you bet 5,000 francs that he would, and two, you've got the letters of transit. Don't bother to deny it.
All right, get ready for a shock, Louis. Yeah, I have the letters, but I intend to use them myself. I'm leaving Casablanca on the last plane tonight.
What?
And I'm taking a friend with me. One you'd appreciate.
What friend?
Ilsa Lund. Now, that ought to put your mind at rest about my wanting to help Laszlo escape. He's the last man I'd want to see get out of here.
You didn't come here to tell me this. Since you have the letters, you know very well you can fill in your names and leave any time you wish.
Yeah. We have a legal right to go, but people sometimes are held in Casablanca in spite of their legal rights. Laszlo, for instance.
What makes you think I'd want to hold you?
Ilsa's Laszlo's wife. She knows things that would interest Strasser tremendously. Louis, I'll make a deal with you.
Go on.
If you could get something really big against Laszlo, something that would chuck him in a concentration camp for years, that would be quite a haul for you, wouldn't it?
Yes. Germany, Vichy would be very grateful.
Mm-hmm. Then release Laszlo now. You'll be at my place half an hour before the plane leaves. I'll arrange to have Laszlo come there to pick up the letters at transit. That will give you criminal grounds to arrest him. You take him, and Ilse and I get away.
There's something about this I don't quite understand. You were never before interested in any woman.
Well, she just isn't any woman.
I see. How do you know that I'll keep my end of the bargain, or that you'll keep your end of the bargain?
You've got Laszlo inside?
Yes.
Well, let me see him alone now. We'll make the arrangements. Open up your microphones, and you'll hear every word. You would anyway.
Ricky, I'm really going to miss you. Apparently, you're the only one in Casablanca who has even less scruples than I. Well, Rick, 40 minutes, and you'll be on your way to Lisbon.
Yep.
Rick's Cafe. Oh, this place will never be the same without you.
And I sold it to Ferrari. Oh, don't worry. He understands you're still the winner at roulette.
Oh, thanks. You have the letters, Rick?
Yeah, right here.
Tell me, when we searched the place, where were they?
I dropped them in Sam's piano.
Serves me right for not being musical.
Oh, here they are. You better wait in my office.
Yes, a good idea.
Hello, Elsa. Where's Laszlo?
Oh, he'll be right in. He's just paying the driver. Rick.
What?
Haven't you told Victor yet that he's going alone? He thinks I'm leaving with him.
I'll tell him later.
But it's all right, isn't it? You were able to arrange everything.
Oh, sure.
But, Victor...
We'll tell him at the airport. The less time to think, the easier for all of us. Just trust me.
Yes.
I don't know how to thank you, Rick.
Save it. There's still lots of things to do.
I brought the money. It's in this briefcase.
Forget it. You'll need it in America.
But we made a deal.
Never mind that. Here, I got the letters here. They're made out in blank and signed by General Vagon. All you have to do is fill in the blanks.
I'm sorry, Laszlo. You're under arrest again. Accessory to the murder of the couriers from whom those letters were stolen. You're surprised about my friend Ricky. Well, the explanation is simple. Love, it seems, has triumphed over virtue.
Oh, now take it easy, Louis. Nobody's going to be arrested. Not for a while yet.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Yeah. Now sit down.
Oh, Ricky, put down that gun.
Now, look, I wouldn't like to shoot you, Louis, but I will if you don't behave.
Oh. Under the circumstances, then I will sit down.
Yeah, and keep your hands on the table.
I'm very unhappy, Ricky.
There's a telephone right next to you, Louis. Now pick it up and dial the airport. We don't want any trouble out there either. Remember, Louis, this gun is pointed right at your heart.
Oh, that's my least vulnerable spot.
Hello?
Hello? Is this the airport?
What are you talking about? This is Major Strasser.
Captain Reno, I want to speak to the operations manager.
What? Oh, go ahead, Renault.
Oh, monsieur. A man and a woman will arrive shortly at the airport.
Huh?
They will go aboard the Lisbon plane. They carry 2 letters of transit.
Ah.
There is to be absolutely no trouble made for them. Understand?
I'll be there right away.
Thank you.
Lisbon plane taking off in 5 minutes. This is the last call for passengers to please board the plane. Lisbon plane, 5 minutes.
You gotta hurry now, Laszlo. Take care of your luggage. We'll wait here. Here's a fountain pen, Louis. I think it might look nicer if you filled in the names on the letters.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yeah. And the names are Mr. and Mrs. Victor Laszlo.
Rick, why my name?
Because you're getting on the plane.
I don't understand. What about you?
Yes, what about you?
I'm staying here.
No, Rick, what's happened? Last night you said...
Last night I said I'd do the thinking for the both of us. Well, I've done a lot of it since then. It all adds up to just one thing. You're getting on that plane with Laszlo.
I won't leave you again, Rick. I won't.
Listen to me. Do you have any idea what you would have to look forward to if you stay here? We'd both wind up in a concentration camp.
I'm afraid Major Strasser might insist.
You're saying this only to make me go.
I'm saying it because it's true. Inside of us, we both know that you belong to Victor.
And what happens to you?
Well, I've got a job to do, Ilse. And where I'm going, you can't follow. I'm sounding noble now. I'm not very good at it. But it doesn't take much to see that the problems of 2 little people, well, they just don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. Someday you'll understand that.
Everything's in order.
All except one thing. There's something you have to know before we leave.
Please, you don't have to explain anything.
But I'm going to, because it may make a difference to you later on. You know about Rick and me?
Yes?
But you didn't know I was with him last night at his place when you were there.
No.
She came to get the letters. She tried everything to get them, and nothing worked. She did her best to convince me she was still in love with me. But that was over a long time ago. For your sake, she pretended it wasn't. Well, I let her pretend.
I understand.
Now, here are the letters. Good luck.
Welcome back to the fight, Rick. Are you ready, darling?
Yes, I am. Goodbye, Rick. God bless you.
Come on, you better hurry. You'll miss that plane.
Well, there they go, Rick. I was right. You are a sentimentalist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know I'll have to arrest you, of course.
Yeah, as soon as the plane takes off, Louis.
Captain Renault.
Oh, I may still win my bet, Rick.
Renault, what was the meaning of that phone call?
Victor Laszlo is on that plane.
No, stop him! Stop him! What are you standing here for?
Because Monsieur Rick has a gun in my stomach.
I was willing to shoot Captain Renault. I'm willing to shoot you, too, Major.
Are you crazy? Guards! Guards!
Don't call anyone, Major. I'll shoot.
I'll stop it myself. Wait! Wait! The plane must not take off! The plane must... What's over here? Did someone shoot? What are you doing? Oh, Captain Renault.
Someone has just shot Major Strasser.
Oh!
Telephone Lieutenant Cassell immediately. And tell him to round up the usual suspects.
Yes, Captain.
Ricky, it might be a good idea for you to disappear from Casablanca for a while. There's a Free French garrison at Brazzaville. I could be induced to arrange your passage.
Hey, look, you still owe me 5,000 francs.
5,000 francs should just about pay our expenses.
Our expenses?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
In private life, Hedy Lamarr is Mrs. John Loder. And so, as we present our stars for a curtain call, I'll introduce them as Alan Ladd and Mr. and Mrs. John Loder. Although they've been married almost a year, it's our first chance to congratulate them.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know he beats me.
What do you
Take
mean?
off
Come
your
on, take
coat,
off your
Mr.
coat.
Loder.
At Gin Rummy.
You just saved me.
We want your expert opinion on something, Mr. DeMille.
For you, Hedy, anything.
When a husband and wife are in one of your plays, do you recommend a little extra rehearsing at home?
Oh, definitely, John. Offhand, I can't think of anything more pleasant than going over a love scene with Hedy.
If Mrs. DeMille is listening, he's only kidding.
We better drop this.
Well, I'll change the subject, CB. Because there's something I want to say to Humphrey Bogart's fans. It was a privilege for me to play a part that he made famous, but, well, really, nobody could play it like Bogey. And I'd like to wish him... And I'd like to wish him all the luck in the world over there in the Mediterranean area, where he's entertaining American soldiers.
Now, luck and a safe return. I suppose Alan has shown you the photographs of his new daughter, Hedy.
Why, no.
Well, how'd I miss you? It seems I just have a dozen or so around or something.
Pure accident, pure accident. But her beauty reminds me of something that I must ask John as man to man.
Straight answer?
Yes, John. I want to know if Hedy sees that you get the right kind of soap at home.
Why, Mr. DeMille?
I'll answer that, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little hurt you even asked. I have Lux soap in my dressing room at the studio, and naturally at home, too. I've used it for years.
And lucky Lux to be on such good terms with you, Hedy. Now let me tell you what we've planned for next week.
What's the show, CB?
One of the big dramatic prizes of the past year, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Random Harvest. And that isn't all, because our stars will be Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. They're the original stars of the picture. And next Monday night, we present them both in this powerful story of a soldier and the girl who loves him. A great drama made even greater by the artistry of Greer Garson and Ronald Colman.
It's a wonderful picture, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night. Good night. Good night. That applause goes from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a tiny island in the mid-Pacific called Tarawa. That pronunciation, incidentally, is from the National Geographic Society. That island will never be important economically. It is no rich source of raw materials. But the name of Tarawa has been written indelibly into American memory in the blood of American sons. Out of the first group of Marines who landed on Tarawa, more than half will never fight again. Is there anyone listening who can truthfully say, I can't afford to buy any more war bonds? That was just a tiny island. The continent of Europe is yet to come. The tempo of invasion is moving ever faster. That's why we have a fourth war loan drive. That's why every American who deserves that name will buy at least one extra war bond now. We must not only back the attack, we must help our boys to lead it. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Alan Ladd appeared through the cooperation of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Miracle of Morgan's Creek. John Loder is currently seen in the Warner Brothers picture Old Acquaintance and is now making the Jules Levy production The Hairy Ape. Edgar Barrier is now seen in the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest.
Have you heard about Spry?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with Spry.
Yep, Spry is the shortening by. Women everywhere are saying,
A jar of Spry, please.
A jar of Spry?
A jar of Spry, please. Spry, Spry, Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall in To Have and Have Not. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We've had many premieres on the Lux Radio Theater. And tonight, on our 12th anniversary, we bring you one of Hollywood's most fascinating couples, together for the first time on the air. They are Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, co-starred in Warner Brothers' thrilling screenplay, To Have and Have Not. To Have and Have Not is a story of intrigue and action, with Lauren Bacall in the sultry and romantic role that won her instantaneous acclaim. To bring the Bogart family to rehearsals, we had to lure them from their brand new mountain home, where, along with a dog, 14 chickens, and 8 ducks, they are still in the process of getting settled. No phone as yet, no tables, and no drapes. But if you should drop in on a friendly visit of inspection, as I did, you'd find Lux Flakes doing their part in washing curtains, bedspreads, blankets, etc., etc., etc. When I commented on this fact, Bogey assured me that on his 54-foot yawl in Newport Harbor, which is the Bogart's home away from home, Lux Flakes are a standard part of the equipment, making this family loyal to Lux Flakes on land and sea. It's curtain time, and here's the first act of To Have and Have Not, starring Humphrey Bogart as Harry Morgan and Lauren Bacall as Mary Browning. In 1940, following the fall of France, the rule of the new Vichy government stretched to a group of islands due east and south of the tip of Florida, the French West Indies, among them the island of Martinique. It's early evening. At a little town on the Martinique coast, a boat has just come into port.
All right, Eddie, tie her up.
That's what I'm doing, Harry. Tying her up good.
Well, Mr. Johnson,
Want to go out again in the morning?
No, I'm fed up with this kind of fishing.
Yeah, I can see how you would be. You hook a couple of marlin that any good fisherman would give his life to tie in when you lose them both.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, you're just unlucky.
Shut up, Eddie. About my bill. 16 days plus the rod and reel you lost overboard.
The fishing tackle's your risk.
Not when you lose it the way you did.
I paid for the rent of it every day.
Now, look, if you hired a car and ran it over a cliff, you'd have to pay for it.
Well, that's entirely different.
Not if you was in it. That's a good one, Harry?
Yeah, that's a good one, Eddie.
Now, look, I'm not trying
I lost
to...
that gear through carelessness. It cost me $275. Then there's 16 days at $35 a day. That's a total of $835.
I'll go to the bank in the morning.
I was figuring you'd pay me off tonight.
I don't keep cash like that at the hotel.
Okay.
Well, let's go up and have a drink.
Yeah, why not? All right, lock up, Eddie.
You mean I can't go with you?
That's just what I mean.
That drunken old fool.
Hey, look, Mr. Johnson, Eddie's my worry, see? Now, don't you worry about Eddie.
Well, are you coming or not?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Well, monsieur, what luck today?
Not so good, Frenchie.
Couple of bourbons straight.
What are you doing behind the bar, Frenchie?
Oh, a small hotel like this, Harry, the proprietor does a little of everything. So, the fish would not bite, eh? Maybe tomorrow you do better, eh?
Not me. I'm through. This is my last day.
Oh, that's too bad, eh?
Yeah.
Well, here's to you. I'm going to wash up. Oh, that bill was
$835.
$835.
Oh, Johnson.
Yeah?
What time tomorrow morning?
Oh, after the bank opens, around 10:30.
I'll be waiting.
Harry, you are free after today? No more fishing parties?
Why?
There are some people who want to hire your boat.
No, not a chance.
They only want it for one night, Harry. They pay well.
Well, I can't afford to get mixed up in politics.
I would not speak if it were not important.
You better not speak at all. Company's coming.
Company? Oh, good evening, mademoiselle.
Anybody got a match?
Oh, yeah. Here's a match.
Thanks.
Hey, who's that?
She came in on the afternoon plane.
Oh. Well, about my boat, I know what your sympathies are, and it's all right for you, but I don't want any part of it.
They are coming here tonight, Harry, to talk to you.
Well, then get word to them. They'd be wasting their time.
Oh, I am sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Harry, I've been looking all over for
What's doing, Frenchie?
Those men who wanted to see you. I was unable to reach them.
Well, tell them when I get here.
It is dangerous for them to come here at all, but to come here for nothing. Oh, you don't even listen.
Well, I'm looking at my client, Mr. Johnson. What's that dame doing with Johnson?
Dame?
The one who was out of matches.
Oh, she's been with Johnson all evening. Her name is Browning, Marie Browning. Oh, she's leaving.
Yeah, so am I. How are you?
Who? Oh, hello.
Going someplace?
Just to my room, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind, but mine's much closer. It's right here.
Say, mister, what's got into you?
Come on, let's have it.
Have what?
Johnson's wallet. I want that wallet, Slim.
I'd rather you wouldn't call me Slim. You see, Steve, I'm a little too skinny to take it kindly.
I'll quit the baby talk and hand it over.
I didn't know you were a hotel detective.
Johnson's my client.
He didn't speak so well of you.
Well, he's still my client.
Here.
That's more like it. Johnson owes me money. You know, you ought to pick on somebody to steal from who doesn't owe me money.
He dropped his wallet and I picked it up.
And you were going to give it back to him.
No, I wasn't. I don't like him.
Well, that's a pretty good reason.
Besides, I need boat fare to get out of Martinique.
That's another good reason.
Well, what's in it?
$60, a plane ticket, and $1,400 in traveler's checks.
Did you expect more?
Well, that bird owed me $835. And he said he'd have to go back to the bank tomorrow, and all the time he's got a ticket on a plane leaving at daylight.
Then I've done you a favor.
That's right. Well, I'm entitled to something. See, what do you think is fair, 50-50?
Well, company.
Please, Harry, I told him what you said, but I insisted on...
It is not Gerard's fault, Mr. Morgan. I am Jean Beauclair. Come in, boys. Close the door.
I told Gerard I wasn't interested.
Wait a minute. This girl.
I'd better go.
No, stick around. all right to talk in front of you, isn't it, Slim?
Go ahead. I don't mind.
We'll give you 2,500 francs. We'd offer you more, but we haven't got it.
Sorry, my boat's not available.
I thought all Americans were friendly to our side, Monsieur Morgan.
Yeah, well, there's a rumor they put fellas on Devil's Island for doing what you're doing. I'm not that friendly to anybody.
Hey!
Who's that?
Relax. In here, Eddie.
Hiya, Harry. Say, I wanted to talk to you about the... Hey, who are these guys? I saw them hanging around the dock after you left.
For one who drinks, you have a good memory.
Drinking don't bother my memory. If I did, I wouldn't drink. Forget how good it was. Say, was you ever bit by a dead bee?
I have no memory of ever being bitten by any kind of bee.
Were you, Eddie?
Was I? Say, you're all right. You know, you gotta be careful of dead bees if you go around barefooted, because if you step on them, they sting you just as bad as if they's alive. I bet I've been bit 100 times that way.
Why don't you bite them back?
That's what Harry always says. But I ain't got no stinger.
Please, must we listen to this?
All right, Eddie. What do you want?
Huh? Oh, I guess I forgot, Harry.
Yeah, well, then I'll see you down at the dock later on tonight.
Say, Harry, could you let me have a couple
Here.
of... thanks. You're all right, Harry. Well, so long.
Now, look, Beauclair, I don't care who runs France or Martinique or who wants to run it. You'll have to get somebody else's boat.
You're leaving?
Yeah. Make yourselves at home.
Good night, gentlemen.
Sorry, Beauclair, but I got a client waiting downstairs. Come on, Slim. I want to see Johnson's face when you hand him back his wallet.
Well, there he is, still sitting at the same table.
Hey, where you been? I've been looking all over for you. You're a fine one, Morgan, running off with my girl.
She's got something she wants to give you, Mr. Johnson. Go ahead, Slim. Hand it over.
That's my wallet.
Yeah.
Where'd you get this?
I stole it.
Stole it? And just what are you going to do about
The
it?
question is, what are you going to do about it? Maybe you'd better look it over.
Oh, it's all right, I'm sure.
Oh, you better be sure the plane ticket's still there.
Goodbye, Mr. Morgan.
You're not staying, huh?
No, we're not staying.
Excuse the interruption, Mr. Johnson.
Now, look, I was going to pay you off.
Sure, you were going to sign some of those traveler's checks, weren't you?
I wouldn't skip out on you.
Yeah, well, here's a pen. Start signing.
835.
That's right, 835 bucks.
Oh, what's that? What's going on there?
Police.
Look, Steve, those men who are just in your room, they're after
Pipe down, baby, and duck quick.
Harry, he's dead. Mr. Johnson is dead.
Yeah, that's right, Frenchie. Stray bullet. He couldn't ride any faster than he could duck. How do you feel, Slim?
Oh, I'm fine, Steve, just fine.
Another minute and those traveler's checks would have been good.
Has it struck you it might be an idea to get out of here?
Oh, it is no use. The police are coming back.
They were after your friends, huh, Beauclair?
Yes.
You, Gerard, stay where you are.
Remember, you know nothing?
Hey, they're not regular cops.
No, Sûreté Nationale.
Gestapo, huh?
Yes, quiet now, quiet.
What happened to this man on the floor?
A stray bullet, monsieur. His name is Johnson, an American.
Unfortunate. Take him away. Your attention, everyone. There is no cause for alarm. Inspector Renard is only interested in those persons who have violated regulations. Monsieur Gerard.
Yes?
Headquarters for questioning. And you?
It's not nice to point, Lieutenant. The name's Morgan.
Shut up. You, mademoiselle.
Say, Steve, was you ever bit by a dead bee?
You will come with us at once.
Hello? No, I told you nothing new. Beauclair and the others escaped. I don't know. Yes, later. Now then, you were saying, Monsieur Morgan, you did not know those men.
That's right, Inspector.
What was your connection with the dead man, Monsieur Johnson?
He chartered my boat.
But he was leaving Martinique in the morning, eh? Ah, his wallet here. There is no money in it, only traveler's checks.
Yeah, well, there was some money in it. $60. I took it.
Why?
Because he owed me over $800.
You will surrender it, please.
Now, wait a minute.
And your passport. But do not be concerned. If your claim is just, it will be returned. That is all at the moment. Mademoiselle?
Yes?
Mary Browning, American, age 22. How long have you been in the city?
I arrived by plane this afternoon.
Residence?
Hotel Marquis.
Where did you come from?
Trinidad.
Alone?
Yes.
Why did you get off here?
To buy a new hat.
Why?
To buy a new hat. Read the label. Maybe you'll believe me then.
I never doubted you. It is your tone that is objectionable. I will ask you again.
Because I didn't have money enough to go further.
Where were you when the shooting occurred?
I was in...
You don't have to answer that stuff.
Shut up, you.
Don't answer
I
it.
told you to shut up.
Go ahead. Slap me.
Monsieur Morgan, we wish merely to get to the bottom of this affair.
Well, you'll never do it by slapping people around. It's bad luck.
We shall see. If we need to question you further, you will be at the hotel?
Well, you've got my dough and my passport. I'm stuck.
By the way, what are your sympathies?
Minding my own business.
May I suggest...
I don't need any advice about continuing to do it either. Let's go, Slim. Oh, how do you feel?
I'm breathing fresh air again, but I don't understand all this. What's it about, Steve?
Well, you see that character Renard works for Vichy. You know what that is.
Yeah, something you put in a drink, isn't it?
Yeah, that's close enough. Well, the other fellows, the ones they were shooting at in the hotel there, they're free French. Most of the people on the island are, but they haven't been able to do much about it.
You know, I could use a drink.
Well, there's a cafe across the street. Let's... Uh-oh, I forgot. No dough. Those guys cleaned me out, remember?
Maybe I can do something about that. Another Mr. Johnson, maybe. Oh, any objections?
Well, if you're that thirsty, go ahead.
You don't mind?
I'll wait out here. If I get tired, I'll be back at the hotel.
You're not sore, are you?
Oh, why should I be?
I won't be long.
Come in?
You didn't wait for me very long, did you?
No.
You're sore, aren't you?
Why should I be sore?
Well, I didn't behave very well, did I?
Yes, you did all right. I see you got a bottle.
There was a naval officer. I asked for a bottle, and he gave it to me.
Just like that.
Yeah, he was feeling good, but you're not.
Now, look, I don't give
I know. You don't give a hoop what I do. But when I do it, you get sore. After all, you told me to, you know.
I told you.
Well, you said go ahead, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I guess I did.
Would you rather I wouldn't do things like that?
Oh, why ask me?
I'd like to know.
Well, of all the screwy...
All right, I won't do it anymore.
Now, look, I didn't
I
say...
know you didn't. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, as long as you do, sit down. How long have you been away from home?
This is about the time for it, isn't it? The story of my life.
I got a pretty fair idea already.
Who told you?
You did? That slap you took from Reynard, you hardly blinked an eye. It takes practice to be able to do that.
The next time I get slapped, I'll be sure to do something about it.
Hey, you forgot your bottle.
I don't want it.
Who's sore now?
I am. Who is it?
It's me.
The door's unlocked.
Here's your bottle.
I said I didn't want it.
Oh, you are sore, aren't you? I asked you a question. You didn't answer me. I said you're sore, aren't you?
Look, I'm tired. I'd like to get some sleep.
What's made you so mad?
I've been mad ever since I met you.
Well, most people are.
One look and you made up your mind just what you wanted to think about me.
Well, go ahead. Keep going.
You don't know me at all, Steve. It doesn't work, Steve. I brought that bottle up here to make you feel cheap. And that didn't work either. Instead, I'm the one who feels cheap, and I've never felt that way before. I wanted to... Well, I thought that... Oh, get out of here, will you, before I make a complete fool of myself.
How long have you been away from home, Slim?
About 6 months.
Going back?
How?
Oh, what are you going to do here?
I don't know. Get a job, maybe.
Jobs are hard to get. Nice perfume.
Remind you of somebody, Steve?
No, this is the brand new one to me. Would you go back if you could?
I'd walk if it weren't for all that water. Good night, Steve.
Good night. And quit worrying. You'll get back all right.
Could I see you for a minute?
What the... Oh, all right. Open the door.
Here's that bottle again.
Yeah, that bottle's getting to be quite a problem, isn't it? Well, you want a drink?
No.
I thought you were so tired.
I am. But you gave me something to think about. You said you might be able to help me.
That's right.
You're going to take that job with those men Frenchie brought up here?
Yeah, if I can find what's left of them, but don't get the idea I'd take that job just to help you. I need money, too.
Wait a minute. Here, can you use this?
Oh, now that's great. She carries her dough in her shoe. And I thought you said you were broke. Oh, you're awful good, Slim. I'd walk home if it weren't for all that water.
Who was the girl, Steve?
Who was what girl?
The one who left you with such a high opinion of women. You think I lied to you about this money, don't you? Well, there's $32 here. Not enough for boat fare or any other kind of fare. But you can have it if you want it.
I'm sorry. I still say you're awful good, and I wouldn't...
I know. You wouldn't take anything from anyone. You know, Steve, you're not very hard to figure. Only at times. Most of the time, I know exactly what you're going to say. The other times, you're just a stinker.
What'd you kiss me for?
I've been wondering whether I'd like it.
What's the decision?
I don't know yet.
Do you know now?
Well, that was better. You're sure you won't change your mind about the money?
Uh-huh.
The money belongs to me, and so do my lips. I don't see any difference.
Oh, I do.
Okay. You know you don't have to act with me, Steve. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
You just put your lips together and...
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, will return with Act Two of To Have and Have Not in just a moment. Where have you been today, Libby?
Sure, and I've been drinking cambric tea with a sweet and gracious little lady.
Oh, someone with an Irish brogue.
A temporary brogue. Margaret O'Brien had to learn it for her part in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Three Wise Fools, so she loves to practice it.
Margaret never lacks for admirers.
Oh, everyone she works with adores her. It's no wonder she's so convincing in Three Wise Fools when she wraps the three old bachelors around her finger. Lionel Barrymore, Lewis Stone, and Edward Arnold enjoyed it thoroughly.
Margaret takes a keen interest in the other actors, doesn't she?
Oh, yes. I don't know whether she was more intrigued by a troupe of midgets who masquerade as fairies or by lovely Sid Charisse, the famous ballerina. Margaret dances in her next picture, so Sid taught her some ballet steps between scenes in MGM's Three Wise Fools.
Sounds like quite a stocking risk for Sid.
Oh, no. Her stockings hardly ever get runs. She told Margaret the fairies helped her.
The fairies in a box of Lux Flakes?
You guessed it. Having a box of Lux is just like having a troupe of fairy godmothers to help you.
That's right. Lux Help stockings last twice as long, so you get the wear of an extra pair from every one you buy. That's just like having a fairy godmother present you with an extra pair.
You're sure that's no fairy tale?
Quite. We've scientific tests to back it up. Dozens of stockings were washed with Lux Flakes, the same number with a strong soap. Then strain tests were made to see how soon they'd go into runs. The Lux stockings lasted twice as long. Rayon, nylon, silk, and cotton all showed similar results.
That's like finding extra stockings in every box of Lux.
Remember, those Lux Flakes are precious. Don't waste them. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
Act Two of To Have and Have Not, starring Humphrey Bogart as Harry Morgan and Lauren Bacall as Marie. Since escaping the Vichy police, Jean Beauclair of the French underground has been hiding out on the outskirts of town, a bullet wound in his leg. It's early morning now, and Beauclair has two visitors, Gerard, the hotel proprietor, and Harry Morgan.
Last night, Mr. Morgan, you definitely refused to have anything to do with us. Why have you changed your mind?
I need the money. Last night I didn't. What's the job?
You will take your boat to Anguilla. About 3 kilometers from the point.
There's a cove and little jetty.
You know it then.
Yeah.
You will go at night. When you're off the jetty, flash a light. It will be answered. There will be 2 people to take aboard. I know the name of only one, Paul de Brissac.
How about landing him back here?
Oh, not here. You know Cape St. Pierre, Harry?
Uh-huh.
I will have a rowboat and will meet you there offshore.
Okay, I'll leave around noon. With luck and no patrol boats, I'll be back at St. Pierre a little after midnight. Well, I won't be carrying lights, Frenchy, so keep your eyes open.
If it weren't for this leg of mine, I'm glad you're on our side, Morgan.
Oh, I'm not. I'm getting paid. I'd like my money now.
There, that envelope.
Thanks. How is the leg?
Please, I'd feel better if you were on your way.
All right, good luck.
You need the luck now. You and de Bersac. Oh, that girl, Morgan. The one you call Slim.
Well, she's leaving Martinique on the afternoon plane. We can both forget about her.
Morning, Steve. Have some breakfast?
I had mine 2 hours ago.
What have you been doing?
Arranging so you could get in the afternoon plane. Can you make it?
Sure.
Frenchie here will see you get the ticket.
Gladly, if you wish.
You took that job, didn't you?
Yeah. I figured this way you wouldn't get your feet wet.
You want me to go, Steve?
Yes. I want you to go.
Okay.
Help her get on that plane, will you, Frenchie?
I will.
Well, I've got to get down at the dock. I probably won't see you again. If I ever do get up your way,
Yes, do that. I'll leave my address with Frenchie.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll know how to whistle by then.
So long, Mr. Morgan. Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Perhaps it is better this way, Miss Browning. A strange man. Very strange.
Yeah.
Come out of there. Come on out of there before I... Eddie.
Put down the gun, Harry. It's just me.
Well, now, how'd you get aboard? I thought I told you to...
I sneaked on at the dock while you was working on the engines.
Oh, if I thought you could swim, I'd dump you overboard.
You're an old joker, Harry. You and me's got to stick together when there's trouble.
How do you know there's trouble?
You can't fool me. Say, where are we going?
Eddie, what would you do if somebody took a shot at you?
Took a shot at me? With a gun? Who's going to shoot at me?
Well, if you're lucky, nobody.
Harry, where are we going?
I'll tell you when the time comes. Put on a sweater. It's getting cold.
Say, what's going on? What's all the darn guns for? 2 rifles and...
In case we run into a shark or something.
Hey, what do you mean, or something?
We're going on a job. Can you shoot one of those things?
Anybody knows how to handle a rifle. All you got to do is work the lever and pull the trigger. What do I got to work a gun for?
I just wondered if you could.
Sometimes you act so stupid, Harry. Sometimes... Is it going to be that bad?
It all depends.
That's why you didn't want to carry me. You was afraid I'd get hurt. You was thinking of me. What are you laughing at?
I was just wondering whether you're going to hold together or not.
I'm a good man, Harry. You know I am.
Yeah, well, we're going to pick up a couple of guys, Eddie. Now take this gun and get aft. If there's any trouble, start shooting. Yeah, but don't shoot me.
Yeah, but supposing something happens to you, what do I do then?
Well, how do I know? You invited yourself on this trip. We'll make an Angela in about 30 minutes.
There they are, Harry. Standing on the jetty. I see them come out of the shadows.
Turn off that flashlight.
Yes, monsieur.
All right, get aboard. There's a strong tide here.
We are coming. Who are you, please?
Beauclair sent me. My name's Morgan.
It's all right, Helene. Quickly now.
Now, wait a minute. Beauclair didn't say anything about a woman.
Permit me, Captain. This is my wife.
How do you do?
Now, what do you want to bring her? Well, it's your funeral. All right, Eddie, let's get out of here.
What happened to Beauclair, Captain?
Well, he ran into a little trouble.
Monsieur Morgan, who are you?
I own this boat. Beauclair hired me to pick you up.
You're on our side?
No.
I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand what kind of a war you guys was fighting. Lugging your wives around with you.
You're being paid for this.
That's what I said.
Then I suggest you stop talking and get us to Martinique.
That's just where we're going, sister.
We'll hit the Cape pretty soon, Harry. You want I should store the rifles? I said you want I should store...
Shut up.
There you go again. I asked you...
Turn the motors off.
Huh?
Turn them off. See anything? You hear anything?
No.
Listen. There's a ship out there.
Patrol boat.
Take the wheel, Eddie.
Why did you shut off your engine?
Keep quiet.
What is it?
It is a patrol boat, ain't it?
Here, give me that gun.
You can't fight them guys.
Oh, what's the matter, Eddie? This is where you ought to be telling me how good you are.
If I can do it, what do you want me to do?
What does this mean, Monsieur Morgan?
You and your wife get down on the deck and stay there.
You'll try to resist them with a rifle?
They've got a searchlight. They see us.
Get down on the deck. You save France. I'm going to save my boat.
Stand by! Stand by or we'll fire!
Harry, get their a searchlight. Shoot it out.
Well, I can try anyway.
You got it, Harry. Hey, you want me to shoot too?
Stay on that wheel. Full speed, Eddie. All she's got. Hurry.
Oh, they're shooting at us.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Save your breath, mister.
They'll run us down. They'll sink us.
Yeah, they might. That's a chance we'll have to take. Get down. Duck.
Paul!
Got him, huh?
Yeah.
He should have laid down.
Well, he's down now.
Do something. Please, do something.
I am, lady. I'm getting us out of here.
They're coming in on the Cape, Harry.
Yeah. Take over for a while and watch for Frenchie's boat. Well, how's your husband?
Please, help me get him on the seat.
Now, we'll leave him where he is. It's just his arm. Besides, I don't want him bleeding all over my cushion.
How can you be so heartless?
That's something I ask myself at least once a day. Now, we'll be picking up Gerard any minute. He'll take care of both of you.
Where will he take us?
I don't know.
There he is, Harry.
Okay, slow down and watch the drift.
Can't I get a drink now? Just one.
Sorry, Eddie. I need one worse than you do. Yeah?
Hello, Steve.
Ah. That all you got to say? What's the idea, Slim? What happened to that plane?
I missed it.
Why? Didn't you like the accommodations, or
I
didn't
just
you...
decided to stay.
Oh, now, look,
Well,
I've been to a lot of trouble to get you out of here, and...
That's why I didn't go. Not sore, are you?
Well, it'd be all right if I had any dough,
I
but...
got a refund on the ticket. Here.
Oh, that's going to help a lot.
I'll be all right, Steve. I've got a job. Frenchie seems to think I can sing.
Well, it's his place.
Sometimes you make me so mad I
Harry.
You could what?
Harry, I need your help. De Bursac is badly wounded.
Well, the bullet hit the gun first and is practically spent. All you got to do is get somebody to take it out.
We don't dare call a doctor. You could...
Me? I'm hotter than any doctor right now. Don't you think they recognize my boat? All I got to do is walk out of here.
You don't have to go out of here. De Bursac is in the cellar.
Oh, why didn't you put him in a goldfish bowl in the lobby?
We had to do something. They're watching every road out of town.
Well, Slim, you see what you got yourself into, sticking around here?
I'm ready to leave any time you are.
Oh, Harry,
Not a
please.
chance.
Harry, my wife tells me your bill is overdue. 6,356 francs.
Oh.
We will be glad to dismiss the bill if you will do this for us.
You'll throw her bill in, too, Slim's?
Yes, hers, too.
Uh-huh. Okay, you'll find a medical kit inside, Slim. Bring it down to cellar.
Sure.
And bring some boiling water, too.
Get away from him. You're not to touch my husband.
That's all right with me.
Oh, Harry, please. She's not herself.
Now, look, lady, they can't get a doctor without giving the whole show away.
I won't let you do it.
He's not badly hurt. He's unconscious because he's... Oh, come in, Slim.
Hello.
Miss Browning, this is Madame de Boussac.
Who are you? Nobody, just another volunteer. What'll I do with this water, Steve?
I dropped these instruments in it. You better get out of here, Mrs. de Boussac. You may not like this.
I'll be all right.
Then hold this can of chloroform. If he comes to while I'm probing, pour some on this cotton and give him a whiff. Don't open it until I tell you to.
His arm. Look at it. How can you?
Oh, fine. She's out.
Like a light.
Madame.
Oh, now, let her alone, Frenchie. Slim, any chloroform left?
Some. Enough, maybe.
All right, fan those fumes away or we'll all be out. Hey, wait a minute. Not towards her. Well, keep your fingers crossed. Let's have that dressing, Frenchie.
Here, Harry, here.
Bandages?
Now, you and Frenchie can do that. Adhesive tape in the box. I'm afraid the patient's going to recover. Well, I better get Nursey up off the floor. She may catch cold.
Oh, she's all right. Just fainted.
I've got her.
What are you trying to do? Guess her weight?
Oh, she's heftier than you think.
Maybe you'd better just look after her husband.
He's not going to run out on me.
Neither is she.
Yeah, when you're finished, go upstairs and get some sleep, and thanks for your help.
I'd rather stay here.
You heard me. Oh, for the lover. Now, what did I do?
You know, Harry, before I told Miss Browning you are a very strange man. Now I tell you, she is a very strange girl.
Yeah.
Funny. That is what she said. Yeah.
How do you feel now?
Very stupid. I'm not in the habit of fainting.
Well, your husband's okay. I just put him to sleep again with a pill.
I'll stay here with him.
Tell me, why did you tag along on a trip like this?
I wanted to be with him.
Well, that's no reason.
I was also told to come. They said no man was much good if he left someone behind for the Nazis to find and hold.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense.
I told them I'd be no good, but I was afraid. Now I've made Paul that way, too. Now he's afraid.
Well, he didn't invent it.
Invent what?
Being afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan,
You're not going to faint again, are you?
No. I'm just having a hard time trying to say something.
Well, I won't bite you.
I'm sorry for the way I behaved.
You're just sorry you made a fool of yourself.
You don't make me angry when you say that. I don't think I'll ever be angry again with anything you say.
Oh, another screwy dame. Now, how can you...
Hello. I hate to break this up, but I thought you'd want something to eat.
Thank you.
How's the patient, Doctor, or haven't you looked lately?
He'll be all right.
I hope you have everything you need here, Mrs. de Bersac. The eggs may be a little hard-boiled,
Oh, they're fine. I like them that way.
You're lucky, isn't she?
Well, I'm going up and get some sleep. If you need me, tell Gerard.
I followed you up here, Steve. Do you mind?
Oh, suit yourself.
Thanks.
For what?
I'd like a match.
Here.
Now I need a cigarette.
Well, help yourself.
Thank you. Steve, aren't you hungry?
Nope.
Let me help you take your shoes
Look,
off.
I'll take my own shoes off. All I want to do is get some sleep.
Then I'll fix you a nice hot bath. You'll sleep better.
Look, Junior, I'm not hungry. I'll take my own shoes off, and I don't want a nice hot bath.
You mean there's nothing I can do?
Uh-huh. You can get out.
You know, Mr. Morgan, you don't make me angry when you say that. I don't think I'll ever be angry again at anything you say. How am I doing, Steve? Does it work a second time?
Look, you want to do something for me, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, then, try this. Walk around me. No, go ahead, walk around me.
I don't get it.
You find anything?
No, Steve. There are no strings tied to you. Not yet.
What do you mean, not yet? Come here.
I like that. Except for the beard. Why don't you shave, Steve, and we'll try it again sometime.
Harry.
Yeah, Frenchie?
He's here. Inspector Renard. You better come right down.
Oh, no, not now, Frenchie. I gotta shave.
Harry, he's got your men. He's got Eddie.
He's got... Eddie?
Yes. He's giving him whiskey. He's asking questions.
Oh, well, I'll be right down then. No, Slim, I've got no strings. Only a rope right around my neck.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll bring you Act 3 of To Have and Have Not, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, in a moment. Being discovered by a talent scout doesn't usually mean immediate stardom. Months of training in diction and acting may precede a starlet's introduction to the public. Our guest tonight, lovely Miss Carrie McCord, is training at Fox right now, and it looks as though big things were in store for her. Do you spend much time on the sets, Carrie?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Keeley. When I first signed, Fox was just finishing Darrell F. Zanuck's The Razor's Edge, and I watched Gene Tierney every chance I could.
An excellent way to learn technique.
Well, I liked Tyrone Powers, too.
Well, they were both perfect casting for Somerset Maugham's novel.
I'd love to be in a picture that called for a stunning wardrobe like Jean's.
You're naturally interested in clothes.
Oh, yes. I used to be a model. Fashion shows especially.
Well, Jean Tierney was also a model.
Oh, that's encouraging. We're alike in something else, too.
What's that?
Our clothes get the same kind of care.
Lux Flakes?
Naturally. I found out from the wardrobe mistress that the beautiful blouses and sweaters Jean wears in the Razor's Edge were washed regularly with Lux. I've used Lux for my own nice things for years.
You'll find Lux is the favorite of Hollywood studios, Carrie, because it takes such good care of colors and nice fabrics.
Well, that's been my experience, Mr. Kennedy.
Actual tests support that, too. Carefully supervised washing tests were made by a famous laboratory on dozens of different fabrics and colors. In case after case, those washed the Lux way were still lovely, when those washed the wrong way were faded and drab. In fact, the Lux ones stayed color fresh and new-looking up to 3 times as long.
With the high cost of clothes these days, keeping them attractive longer is important to any girl.
And that's one of the reasons Lux is worth waiting for if you can't get it the first time you try. Just keep asking for it. More is on the way. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the play, we'll bring our stars back for their customary curtain call. Here they are in Act 3 of To Have and Have Not. Humphrey Bogart as Harry Morgan, Lauren Bacall as Marie. It's a few moments later. In a corner of the hotel bar, Harry Morgan finds Inspector Renard and Sergeant Coy of the Secret Police. Seated between them is Eddie.
We are buying your friend a drink, Captain Morgan. We find Mr. Eddie very entertaining when he drinks.
You hear that, Harry? He called me Mister.
Yeah, what were you boys talking about?
Yeah, I was telling him about the big marlin you and me hooked onto last night.
Oh, yeah.
That fish was so big that me and Harry could hardly budge him.
Yeah, that's right.
Must have weighed 1,000 pounds.
Every time he takes a drink, the fish grows larger.
Well, judging from what's left in this bottle, he must have started with a mackerel.
And how did you finally manage to land such a great fish?
Oh, didn't Eddie tell you? We didn't land him. We ran into a German submarine.
Oh?
A German submarine?
Well, whatever it was that opened fire on us, I didn't stick around to find out.
I do not think anybody could give a more logical explanation for refusing to obey the challenge of our patrol boat.
Patrol boat? Oh, so that's what it was. Now, Eddie kept saying it was a patrol boat, but I wouldn't believe him.
Now we get down to business, eh, Morgan? What about your passengers last night?
What passengers?
The ones you brought over from Angela. Would $500 refresh your memory?
Oh, my memory's pretty good. For instance, I can remember you're the guy who lifted my passport and all my cash.
And if your passport, the money will return.
Including the $835 Johnson owed me?
Why not? Now, where are they, your passengers?
Well, if these people are as important as you seem to think they are, they're going to be pretty hard for me to find.
For a man of your resourcefulness? Not too difficult. Think it over. Let me know, Morgan. Come along, Coyo.
Goodbye, Mr. Reddy. See me again when you get thirsty.
Them guys don't think that I'm wise, do they, Harry? They was trying to get me drunk. They don't know me, do they?
Well, what happened? What did they want?
De Bersac.
I heard you're arranging a deal. Renard thinks you will turn them in, eh?
Well, that's what you want him to think, isn't it?
What will happen?
Well, Renard hasn't searched this hotel yet, has he?
No, not yet.
Well, here's your answer. Renard doesn't want just de Bersac and his wife. He wants the whole setup.
And what shall we do?
Oh, it's not we. It's you. And you can't do anything until de Bersac is strong enough to move. Now, how about some breakfast?
Sure.
I thought you didn't want any breakfast.
Oh, how are you, Slim?
I asked you before if you were hungry.
Sit down.
Hey, you know, Harry, them guys, they were trying to find out something. What do you suppose it is?
Well, you don't know?
No, I ain't got no idea.
Well, that's a good way to leave it. Say, you got the hiccups.
Have I, Harry? Oh, yeah.
Don't you think you'd better take a drink of water?
Water? I'm getting out of here. And don't you worry none about me, Harry.
Yeah, well, you stay away from the police. You know, they're not going to believe that story you told them a second time.
What story was that, Harry? I forgot.
Well, just beat it and keep out of sight.
Sure, Harry, sure.
Well, I'm starting work tonight, Steve.
You're a singer now,
I'd be interested to know what you think. Will you be there?
I don't know, maybe.
So you decided to drop in, huh?
Yeah.
I do my song in a few minutes. Like my dress?
Well, you won't have to sing much in that outfit.
You know, Steve, sometimes you make me so
That's
mad.
why I do it. You haven't seen Eddie, have you?
Not since noon. Why?
Well, he left the boat and he hasn't come back.
Anything wrong?
Plenty. They don't look now, but there's a guy by the door been following me. Keep an eye on him, will you? I'll be down the cellar.
Give Mrs. de Bersac my love.
I'd give her my own if she had that dress on.
How's your patient?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Much better, Harry, you see?
There has been no bleeding all afternoon.
I am very grateful, monsieur, believe me.
Well, you won't need me anymore, de Bersac. Frenchie, I'm pulling out.
When?
As soon as I can find Eddie.
Missing?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go without him?
No, I don't think Eddie likes that. Now, look, Frenchie. As soon as I'm gone, Renard's going to turn this place upside down. You better start figuring how and where you're going to move our patient here.
It would be best if my wife and I went with you.
Well, I'm still trying to get out of the jam I got into bringing you here. Just why'd you come in the first place?
Did you ever hear of Pierre Villemar?
Villemar? Yeah. Hey, he was quite a guy. The Vichy got him, didn't he? Didn't they? He's dead, isn't he?
No, monsieur, he's not dead. He's on Devil's Island. They sent me here to get him. He's a man whom an oppressed people will believe in and follow.
And just how are you going to get him off Devil's Island?
You don't think much of me, do you, Monsieur Morgan? You are right. I am not a brave man.
Well, I'd still like to know how you're going to spring Villemars.
We will find a way. If it fails, if I die, someone else will try again. There always will be someone else.
Yeah.
Originally, we planned to do everything from here, but now, because of my clumsiness, it is impossible. That's the reason we have to go with you.
Well, they've got the docks covered. They're all over the place.
How will you go?
Well, they're watching me to find you. As long as I haven't got you along, I can get on my boat. There'll be a fog tonight. I can drift out beyond the breakwater before I start my engines. I'll have trouble enough without you.
Harry, if only
No, Morgan is right, Gerard. This is not his fight yet. Oh, Gerard told me of your refusing Renard's offer.
How do you know I won't take it?
There are many things a man will do, monsieur. But betrayal for a price is not in your makeup.
Well, good luck.
I hope you find your friend.
Thanks. Well, I'll be around, Frenchie. There are a few things I want to talk to you about before I blow.
Hey, I'll be up presently.
Any sign of Eddie?
No. Your friend's still at the door.
Yeah, so I see. I've got a hunch the whole thing's going to blow up, and soon.
Any plans, Steve?
A few. We're going to pull out of here tonight.
We?
Yeah. As soon as I can find Eddie, and don't look so happy about it. It'll be rough. I'm broke. If we do get out, it'll be with a couple of 100 gallons of gas and a few francs, just enough to get us to Port-au-Prince, maybe.
I've never been there.
I don't know when you'll get back home. It could be a long time.
Could be forever. Or is that what you're afraid of? I'm hard to get, Steve. All you have to do is ask me.
How long will it take you to... Oh, now, wait, break it up. We're being watched.
I'd better give out with another song anyway. I'll see you later on.
Yeah, later on.
Harry, she wants to see you. Madame de Bersac.
Now, look, Frenchie, that's all over.
I just took her to your room.
You what?
Please, Harry, she has to talk to you.
Okay. And tell Slim I'm... come to think of it, don't tell her anything. You shouldn't have come up here. It's too much of a chance.
I had to see you. It's about this jewelry. I'd like you to take these. They're all Paul and I have left. Save them until we can come for
What
them.
if they get me before I get out?
And throw them overboard. At least they won't have them.
Well, suppose I never see you again.
And let it be a part payment for all you've done for us. Miss Browning.
I keep barging in, don't I? Renard just came in, Steve. He's on his way up.
Did he see you?
I don't think so.
All right, get in the other room, both of you. Go on, hurry.
But suppose he...
And keep quiet. As soon as I get rid of Renard, take her back down to the cellar.
Okay, Steve.
Are you looking for me, Renard?
Do you mind if we come in?
No, not at all. And any friends of yours...
Shut up. Search him.
Keep your hands up, Morgan.
Keep relax. I don't carry guns. Now, what's on your mind, Renard?
The whereabouts of Monsieur and Madame de Bursac.
Well, how would I know?
Well, I thought perhaps you... Perfume. Very nice.
You like it, huh?
Yes.
So do I. All right, Slim, come on out.
Good evening.
Mademoiselle. Well, now we are all here, except your friend, Mr. Eddie.
You've got Eddie?
Yes, we've got Eddie.
What are you going to do with him?
Oh, if you will not give us the information we want, perhaps he will. We made a mistake this morning of giving him liquor. This time we will withhold it.
Oh, he couldn't stand that. He'd crack wide open.
All of which you could prevent.
Yeah. Yeah, I could. You got a cigarette, Slim?
Here.
Thanks. Can't you make Eddie talk, Renard?
When necessary.
Got a match, Slim?
Sorry,
There's some over in that drawer.
You could save your friend a great deal of, shall we say, discomfort?
I don't see any matches, Steve.
Well, there's a whole box of them. Never mind, I'll get them. How much money did you offer me, Renard? $835 and $500, wasn't it?
Except now I don't believe I will pay anything.
Yeah. Hey, you're probably right. Eddie will talk. He'll have to talk. There's nothing else I can do but...
But what?
But this.
Look out, he's got the gun!
Oh. Sorry, Renard. Coyo shouldn't have shot first. When somebody shoots at you, you got to shoot back. All right, Slim.
Yes, Steve.
You know, I'd forgotten all about the gun in the drawer. Thanks.
Listen to me, Morgan.
I've listened to you long enough. Now get him up.
You forget we still have that drunk.
So you were going to drive Eddie nuts, picking on a poor old rummy that never... and slapping girls around. That's right. Go for your gun, Renard. Your boy on the floor needs company.
No, Harry, don't.
Get the gun, Frenchie.
Yes, Harry, yes.
Now get over that couch, Renard, both of you. Don't bother me, Frenchie. I'm getting mad. All right, Madame de Bersac, come on out. Let me introduce you, fellas. This is Madame de Bersac. The other one's down the cellar, her husband. Take her down, Frenchie. Get some help. Have them both ready to leave on the boat, then come back here. Slim, you pack. We're shoving off as soon as we get Eddie out.
And just how do you think you will get him out?
Shut up. At the telephone in the hall, Renard. You're going to tell someone to let Eddie out. Oh, yes, you are. One of you. Because you're both going to take a beating until someone gets on that phone. That means one of you is going to take a beating for nothing. I don't care which one it is. But I'd like to start with you, Renard.
Where is the phone?
I'll show it to you just as soon as you tie up your partner here.
Yes, you hear me? I said you will release him immediately.
Tell him he'll explain later.
I will explain it later. Do nothing till you hear from me. Then I'll take the responsibility. Goodbye.
Thanks, Renard. Now back to my room. You've got some harbor passes to fill out.
Everything is ready, Harry. De Bursac and Madame, they're waiting.
Yeah, we'll take them down to the wharf. Here, these passes will get them through the guards.
Where will you take them, Harry?
Well, maybe Devil's Island.
Huh? What?
Well, it's just a short stop to pick up your friend Vilmers. He's still there, isn't he?
Oh, Harry, do not joke.
Well, that's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Oh, Harry, je suis tellement reconnaissant que tu fais ça pour moi.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Just don't kiss me.
Oh, now, Harry. Why are you doing this, Harry?
I don't know. Maybe because I like you, and maybe because I don't like them. Oh, you'll have to take care of those guys. Renard and his pal are in my room.
We will give you plenty of time.
If you let them go, they'll come back here and burn this place down.
It will be a very small fire. When Vilmar comes back, we will start a bigger fire.
Okay. I'll see you at the boat, Frenchie.
Say, how's everything been going, Harry?
Everything is all right now.
You look glad to see me. You know, a funny thing.
Yeah, I know.
At the police station. I've been at the police station.
We're shoving off, Eddie. Ready, Slim?
Already. The down in your cabin.
Hey, what is this? She going with us?
Yeah, looks like it. She and those people we picked up.
But, Harry, what's she got to... Who are you?
Was you ever bit by a dead bee?
Was you?
Yeah. You know you gotta be careful of dead bees. They can sting you just as bad as live ones, especially if they was kind of mad when they got killed.
I feel like I was talking to myself.
I bet I've been bit 100 times that way.
Why don't you bite 'em back?
I would, only I haven't got a stinger.
Now I remember you. You're all right. She can come, Harry. It's okay with me.
Thanks.
Now, I'll have the two of you to take care of, won't I?
Yeah, that's right, Eddie. Throw off that line.
Sure, Harry. All clear.
Well, here we go, Slim.
Yes, here we go.
You don't have to act with me. That's what you said, remember? You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything.
Oh, maybe just whistle.
Bill, I've been practicing.
Oh?
Listen. You feeling happy, Slim?
What do you think?
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Grandmother is sitting quietly in the living room. That is, until young Jane bursts in.
Mother!
Your mother's out, Jane. What is it?
Oh, hello, Grandma. Look what I just bought. A ducky new slip.
Do you mean to say your mother allows you to wear things like that?
Well, why not? What's the matter with it?
Silk and lace. Why, in my day...
But it isn't silk, Grandma. It's rayon. And I've looked all over town for a blue like this.
We wore sensible clothes when I was young.
Oh, but Grandma, pretty undies make you feel so wonderful.
Sheer extravagance.
Not really, Grandma. I've got lots like this, and they wear and wear. You see, I use Lux.
You take care of your own things.
Well, I should say so. On my clothes allowance, I can't afford to have them wear out fast. With Lux Care, they look simply swell.
Sensible Jane. Lux Care really does keep pretty undies lovely longer. Up to 3 times as long, in fact. Color tests show. I've seen identical slips. One washed the wrong way with the wrong kind of soap, and one washed the right way, the Lux way. And you'd be amazed at the difference after 30 washings. One was faded and drab. The Luxed ones were still lovely looking. So, if you value your pretty things, Lux them after every wearing. If you don't find Lux Flakes at your dealer's, try again soon. More is on the way to him. Lux Flakes are worth waiting for. We return you now to William Keighley.
Back for a well-deserved curtain call come the stars of To Have and Have Not, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Lauren, all our heartiest congratulations on your first appearance on the air. I'm sure there'll be many more.
Thank you, Bill.
Hey, see, that wasn't so bad now, was it? What if you do make a slip on the air? There's only 30 million people out there ready to jump down your throat.
You know, Lauren...
No, just a minute, Bill. The name she answers to is Betty. You only call her Lauren when you're sore at her.
I see. Okay, Bogey. As I said earlier, Betty, we've had many premieres in this theater. But tonight, I'd like to bring our audience a world premiere, something never before heard on the air.
But I'm not sure Bogey would approve.
But think, Bogey, 30 million people waiting breathlessly to hear it.
Yeah, but think of me, my nerves. Every time I hear it, I jump.
Yes, but in spite of personal sacrifice, the audience must come first. Now, how about it, Betty?
Oh, shall I, Bogey?
Okay, honey.
Thank you, Bogey. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the air, you're about to hear an instrument made famous by tonight's play, immortalized by the line, "Whenever you want me, whistle." It's Betty Bacall blowing the special whistle which she carries for that special purpose. Ready, Betty?
Ready, Bill.
Blow. Well, Bogey, I can see how you'd find that whistle irresistible. Incidentally, Betty, I notice you don't use it in your current Warner Brothers picture, The Big Sleep.
No, she doesn't need to. She has me hooked right from the beginning of that picture.
Well, both of you do a splendid job in bringing Raymond Chandler's mystery to the screen.
Thanks, Bill. What do you have coming up on Lux next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a household full of humor, drama, and romance. It's Paramount's recent screen success, Miss Susie Slagles, starring Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf. One of the newest and brightest stars of Hollywood, Miss Caulfield plays her original screen role, as does Billy DeWolf, in this poignant story of a group of students in pursuit of fame and happiness and love.
Oh, that ought to make a great hit with your audience, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and many thanks to both of you. Our sponsor, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening, when the Lux Radio Theater brings you William Holden, Joan Caulfield, and Billy DeWolf in Miss Susie Slagles. This is William Keighley, saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Suppose you had to do without a month's supply of soap. That could happen if used fats aren't turned in by the housewives of America. Scores of major industries need oils and grease, yet there's a shortage of oils all over the world. So if they're going to keep going, they must boost their supplies with used fats or cut into the supply of fine soap-making oils. And that would mean less soap for you. So don't throw a single drop of used fat down the drain. Your dealer will give you 4 cents for every pound. Heard in our cast tonight were Tim Graham as Eddie, George Sorrell as Gerard, and Jack Crucian as Inspector Renard. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Miss Susie Slagles with Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
First time I come up with them was in Tampico. That's a seaport town. Tampico, northeast Mexico. I was having a beer near the docks when they came in. Hot Sunday afternoon.
You a fellow American?
Yeah, that's right, mister. What do you want?
I want to know about a guy named McCormick. You ever hear of him?
Cormick? Cormick. Oh, yeah, in the oil business. That's right, oil.
Have you seen him lately? Where can we find him?
If I was you gentlemen, I'd run clear McCormick. Hires a crew to work in the oil field, see, then he never pays them off. Slick. Slick like oil.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't mean to tell me he's hooked 2 smart fellow Americans like you.
That's right, Pop. 6 weeks in the oil fields, 120 in the shade. Only I ain't through with Mr. McCormick. Fred C. Dobbs is going to get his wages, see?
Come on, Dobbs, let's have a beer.
Oh, I could hear him talking at the bar. Drifters, both of them. Not what you call good friends, either. Just a couple of guys that happen to wind up in Tampico. Yeah, just like me. Only difference is they're young. Yeah, I see him again that night. They came wandering in the flop house. 50-cent tovers for a bed. Me? I'm sitting up talking to a couple of sailors. The subject of the conversation is gold.
Hey, Pop, you mean there's gold here in Mexico?
Not 10 days from this very spot. Whole mountain of gold's waiting for the right guy to come along, discover her treasure, and then tickle her till she lets him have it. Question is, are you the right guy? Tell me something. Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce?
I don't know, Pop. Because it's scarce, I guess.
1,000 men say go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. Now, his find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months or 500 years scrabbling over mountains, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went in to find the getting of it.
Yeah, never thought of it just like that.
Well, there's no other explanation, mister. You start out, you tell yourself you'll be satisfied with 25,000 handsome smackers worth of them. So help my Lord and cross my heart. Fine resolution. After months of sweating yourself dizzy and growing short on provisions and finding nothing, you finally come down to 15,000 and 10. Finally, you say, Lord, let me just find $5,000 worth and never ask for anything more the rest of my life.
Yeah, $5,000 is still a lot of dough.
Yeah, here in this joint seems like a lot, but I tell you, if it was to make a real strike, you couldn't be dragged away. Not even the threat of miserable death could keep you from trying to add 10,000 more, Get 10, you want 25. 25, you want to get 50. 50, 100. Like roulette. One more turn, always one more.
It wouldn't be that way with me.
Oh, hello, mister. You didn't find McCormick, huh?
I'll find him. But about gold, I swear it wouldn't be that way with me. I take only what I set out to get, even if there was still $500,000 lying around, just waiting to be picked up.
I've dug for gold all over the world. I know what gold does to a man.
You talk as if you once struck it rich. How about it, Pop?
Yeah, what are you doing in here? A down and outer.
That's the gold, mister. That's what it makes of us. Never knew a prospector yet that died rich. Sure, I'm an odd old bone now, but say, don't you guys think the spirit's gone? I'm all set to shoulder a pick and shovel any time anybody's willing to share expenses.
I bet you are.
Rather go by myself. Going it alone's the best way. It's got to have a stomach for loneliness. On the other hand, going with a partner or two is dangerous. Murder's always lurking about. Partners accusing each other of all sorts of meanness.
So why should finding gold make a man any different? If he's the right kind of a man to start with, gold ain't going to change him.
You ever tried running her down, mister? Ever tried prospecting?
No, I ain't.
You didn't have the answer to that. Yeah, I knew that answer.
You know it all, Pop. Well, I think I'll go to sleep and dream about piles of gold growing bigger and bigger and bigger.
A week later, I see him again, Dobbs and Curtin, all lumps and bloodied up. Looking for me they were, something to tell me. They take me to a cantina and put a bottle of beer under my nose.
And we found McCormick, Pop.
Yeah, from the looks of you, found a peck of trouble, too.
Well, we got our wages. Every last penny.
Yeah, we've been thinking. Why not try digging gold for a change? Well, it ain't any riskier than waiting around here for a break. And this is a country where the nuggets of gold are just crying for you to take them out of the ground and make them shine on coins. And have the fingers and necks of swell dames. Well, that's what you said the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's so funny? Living out in the open is cheaper than living in town. Our money'd last longer.
Yeah, sure it would, sure. Only you have to have equipment. Ever think of that? How much that all cost?
Well, we figured we'd ask you. We ain't denying anything when you come right down to it. We don't know much about prospecting. Of course, if you wasn't so old...
maybe I'd go with you, huh? Is that what's on your mind? You want to take me along?
Would you go?
Would I? Say, what a question. Of course I'll go. Any time, any day, out for gold. Always at your service. Well, I got 200 American bucks ready cash. Last money I got in the world. How much dough you guys got to put in?
$150. Curtin here has the same.
Total 500. Ain't hardly enough to buy the tools, weapons, and essential provisions.
What do we need guns for?
Well, for one thing, meat. For another thing, bandits. Bandit country's where we'd be going. We ought to have $600 between us.
Well, that much, huh?
Can't dig up anymore, huh?
Not a red cent.
Senor Dobbs, I look all over for you. Give me my money, senor. Give me my money.
Get away from me, will you?
Senor, you don't comprehend.
You'll comprehend a glass full of beer right in your kisser if you don't leave me alone. I tell you, I don't want any lottery tickets. Now beat it.
Lottery tickets? Oh, that's for gambling men.
But always whoever wins the lucky number gives the seller a present of 10%.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Dobbs. He's trying to tell you he sold you the winning ticket.
Here, look, the list of all the winning numbers. You buy ticket for 5 centavos, remember? 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
You win, senor. A 200 peso prize.
Oh, give me that paper. Oh, just look at that fat, rich, printed number.
You got the ticket?
Sure, I got the ticket. Oh, 200 pesos. Welcome, sweet little smackaroos. Here, son, here's a present for you with my blessing.
Go to the lottery office, senor. Get the money.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations yourself. You stand a profit out of this the same as I do.
How do you figure that?
Well, did he just say we needed $600? Well, that's what we got now, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Just like that. Stroke of fate. Fortunate circumstance.
But how come you're putting up for me?
Because this is an all-or-nothing proposition. We make a find, we'll be lighting cigars with $100 bills. If we don't, the difference between what you put up and what I put up ain't enough to keep me from being right back where I was this afternoon. Polishing the park bench with the seat of my pants. Put her there, pard.
Thanks, Dobbs.
Well, gentlemen, now here's what we do. We'll take a train to Perla. That's a little town at the foot of the Sierra Madre Mountains. And there, when we're there, we'll buy our burrs and get away from the railroad. No use looking for gold anywhere near a railroad. You gotta have, we gotta go where there's no trails at all. Just bandits.
Now, that sounds okay to me. Okay, partner?
Sure.
Yeah. We gotta go where no surveyor, anybody who knows anything about prospecting has ever been there before. Well, drink up, gentlemen. Drink up. We'll buy a map and some railroad tickets. Bought about half our gear there in Tampico and then took the train for Perla. About 50 miles from Perla out in the desert, there's a big boulder on the tracks. Bandits trying to raid the train.
Hey, they're retreating. Look, they're retreating. Look, they're riding off.
Hey, save your bullets, Mr. Dobbs. They're too far off now.
I got 3 of them. Credit me with 3. How many did you get?
Couple, I guess.
Bandits. Guess they were expected. That's how come so many Federal soldiers riding on this train.
That bandit that rode right up to the train. The one with the gold hat.
Yeah, I had my sights on him nice as you please. But the train gave a jolt and I missed him. I sure wish I could have got him.
Well, you boys cooled off enough to look at this map?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Yeah, it ain't much of a map. Don't properly show whether it's mountain or desert. That shows the makers of the map themselves don't know for sure. That's good. What are you doing, Dobbs?
Why, reloading. Can't tell if them bandits may come back.
Yeah, that's right. Well, wake me up when the shooting starts.
Una con una media luna arriba. Eso es lo mismo. Una con una media luna arriba, my friend.
Hey, Pop. What's he saying, the storekeeper?
Well, he's proving he's got a right to sell us these burrs. They all got the same brand, see? Letter A. Elsewise, some native or Indian might meet up with us and claim our burrs.
I will load your supplies on the burro, senor.
Oh, thanks, son. Thanks, yeah.
My father is much worried for you, senor.
Worried? What's he worried for?
Yeah, we paid him, didn't we?
Well, he says we're going into very wild country, jungles, and then high mountains, and tigers so big and strong they can climb a tree with a burr in their mouth.
Tigers? Here?
Yeah, more like leopards, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear such tall tales, gentlemen. That means mighty few outsiders ever set foot there.
Yeah, well, let's get going then. Come on, kid, shake it up. We're in a hurry. Get them burros loaded. Hey, Curtin, take it easy. That is mountain climbing. Ain't like a walk around the block.
I'm dead. Let's sit a while.
Yeah. If there is gold in these mountains, how long would it have been here? Millions and millions of years, wouldn't it? And then what's our hurry? A couple of days, more or less, ain't gonna matter.
Look at the old man. Way ahead of us there.
Yeah.
You and me scared we'd have to pack him on our backs.
Yeah. That was when I took him for an ordinary human being. He's part goat. Let him climb, will you?
If I'd have known what prospecting meant, I'd have stayed in Tampico and waited for another job to turn up.
Hey, Curtin, look.
What's the matter?
These rocks, look, these little veins running through the rocks. Look at them glitter yellow, too, like gold.
Gold? We've been sitting on a gold mine.
Get the water bag. Wash some of that dirt off. Say, Howard, come back. We found something.
Yeah, we found something. Here's the water.
There's a vein all over the rock. We struck it, Curtin. Look over there. It's in all the rocks, just like he said, a bonanza.
Howard, look. Look at these rocks.
Oh, they're full of gold, veins of gold.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to show me? Yeah. I saw it when I passed by. Gentlemen, this stuff wouldn't pay you dinner for a carload.
It ain't gold?
Pyrite, fool's gold. Oh, not there ain't plenty of the real stuff hereabouts. Walked over it 4 or 5 times already.
You mean we've been passing it up? Why?
Not enough of it. Not enough to pay us a good day's wages. Well, you figure to set it out here all day?
Come on, Kurt, let's go.
Next time you fellas strike it rich, holler for me before it starts splashing water around. Water's precious. Sometimes it'll be more precious than gold. Get, you burro. Get, burro. That was a fine country, inspiring. Didn't see a soul, just the beasts of the jungle and birds, all bright, gay colors. Felt good, 10 years younger. Better man than either of them. Warm down to just plain gristle. Come out, well, they just lay on the ground, puffing and groaning, too dogged out to sit up and eat their beans.
I can't move. I just want to lie here.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't you guys going to eat some beans? You want some beans? Going through some mighty rough country tomorrow. You better have some beans.
Oh, shut up, Pop. Go on, eat 'em up. Let us alone.
How's your feet feel, Dobbsy? Bet you jump up like a jackrabbit was a pretty woman to stroll by. Bet your feet wouldn't bother you nothing then.
That wind. Blowing up awful cold.
Getting cold, is it? Getting cold. Feels like a norther. Yeah. When they blow hard, they set that desert country up down there on its hind legs. We're lucky to be up here, all right.
Lucky.
Reckon there's only a couple of more days of this heavy stuff. Pretty soon it'll be leveling off. Pretty soon now.
Howard. Howard, come here. A couple of more days, you said. That was 3 nights ago.
We've had enough, Howard. Dobbs and me, we want to give up.
Give up, huh?
Yeah. Leave the whole outfit right here. Go back to civilization.
Well, tell my whole grandmother. Go back to civilization. I got 2 very fine, elegant bedfellows who kick at the first drop of rain and hide the closet when thunder rumbles. My. What great prospect.
Now lay off us, Howard.
Yeah, 2 shoe clerks is what you are. 2 shoe clerks reading the magazine about prospecting for the land, gold in the land of the midnight sun. South the border, west of the Rockies.
Got your trap. Shut up or I'll smash your head flat.
Go ahead. Pick up that rock and throw it. Go ahead. If you did, you'd never leave this wilderness alive. Without me, you 2 would die here more miserable than rats.
Leave him alone, Dobbs. Can't you see the old man's nuts?
Nuts, am I? Let me tell you something, my 2 fine bedfellows. You're so dumb there's nothing to compare you with. You're dumber than the dumbest jackass. Look at you. Did you ever see anything like yourselves for being dumb specimens? You're so dumb, you don't even see the riches you're treading on with your own feet. Look at me. I'm doing a dance on a mountain of gold.
What are you talking about? This is it? There's gold here?
Yeah, what'd you expect to see? Nuggets of molten gold? Sure, it's here. Rich too, but not rich enough for me. Yeah, and here ain't the place to dig. It comes from someplace further up there. See? That's where we've got to go. Up there. Only I'm going alone, because my 2 courageous companions have agreed between themselves to desert and go back. Well, go on. Get.
I'll take 1 more day of it. What do you say, Kurt?
1 more day won't kill us.
Change your minds, huh? Thank you, my 2 fine friends. You moved me to tears with your faith and trust in me. 1 more day, huh? Then you can follow my trail, because I'm going to be camping there tonight.
This is it, Howard? This stuff right here?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Gold. Sure don't look like I thought it would.
It's just sand. That's just sand.
Yeah, it's just like plain sand. It don't glitter. I thought it would glitter.
Oh, it'll glitter when it's refined. But that's another guy's job. Yeah, you got to know how to recognize it. And that ain't all. Not to find it, not by a long shot. You got to know how to tickle her so she'll come out. Yeah, it's mighty rich, this sand. It'll pay good.
How good?
Oh, about 20 ounces a ton.
It's some $20 an ounce.
How many tons can we handle in a week?
Depends on how hard we work. Well, we'd better pitch our camp down the mountain a bit.
Why do that when the gold is here?
In case anybody happens by, bandits or soldiers chasing bandits or Indians, or a pretty woman out for a stroll. In that case, we'll tell them we're hunters. And maybe we'll get away with it, maybe.
Hunters? Wouldn't it be easier just to file a claim?
Easier, maybe, but not so profitable. Wouldn't be no time for an emissary from one of those big mining companies would be right up here with a paper in his hand showing us we had no right to be here. Well, how does it feel, you feller, just to be men of property?
I'm sorry about the fuss we kicked up, Pop. Guess we was pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we made it, and we're here. Men of property, what do you know?
Yeah. Everything's going to be all right from now on, huh? Everything's going to be fine.
Sure it is. Why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, we'll find out, won't we, Dotsy? Yeah, we'll find out.
Our stars will return in a moment with Act 2 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
Oh, for a month we didn't mind a grain of ore. There were things to do first, setting up camp, corral for the birds, and a sluice way out the creek to wash out the gold. Finally, the time come when we weighed our first stake of the treasure.
How much, Howard? How much you figure we got?
Oh, about $5,000 worth, I reckon.
It's not bad when When do we start dividing it up?
Why divide it now? When the time comes, we're all going back together.
I'm for dividing as we go along. Make each guy responsible for his own goods.
Well, I just soon have it that way. I haven't liked the responsibility of guarding your treasure any too well.
Who asked you to, Pop?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you never asked me. Only I thought I was the most trustworthy of the three.
You? How come?
I said trustworthy. As far as being honest, well, no one can say.
I don't get it.
All right, suppose you were charged with taking care of the goods. One day I am deep in the brush and Curtin's on his way to the village to get provisions. That'd be your big chance to pack up and leave us in the cold.
Only a guy that's a thief at heart would think me likely to pull a stunt like that.
Well, right now it wouldn't be worth your while, but, well, when the pile has grown, yes, sir. Well, think of such things you will.
Yeah? How about yourself?
Oh, me? Well, I'm not picking the feet any longer. You fellas are a lot tougher than when we started out. Yeah, you'd have me strung up in no time. That's why I think I'm the most trustworthy.
Well, looking at it that way, I guess you're right. But let's do like Dobbs says, divide the proceeds every night.
Well, by me, gentlemen. Then each one of us will have to hide his share of the treasure from the other two, huh?
Well, why not?
Having done so, he'll have to be forever on the watch to see that his hiding place is not discovered.
What a dirty, filthy mind you got.
Oh, no. No, not dirty, baby. Only I know what kind of ideas even supposedly decent people get when gold's at stake. All right, Curtin, hand me them weighing scales. Here she goes, boys, 3 ways.
Venison stew. Sure tastes good, Pop. Where's Doc?
He ate before.
Alone?
Yeah.
Tell me something, Pop. What are you going to do with all your hard-earned money?
Oh, I reckon I'll settle down some quiet place, get me a little business, hardware, grocery store, spend the better part of my time reading comic strips and adventure stories. One thing's for sure. I'm not going prospecting again.
Well, what's all that about?
Oh, we're just jawing, Dobbsy, telling each other what we'll do when we get back.
Me? I got it all figured. First off, I'm going to get a brand new set of duds, a dozen of everything. And I'm going to a swell cafe. Order everything on the bill of fare, and if it ain't just right, and even if it is, I'm going to ball out the manager and make him take it all back.
What's next on the program?
Well, what would be?
You know what? We ought to put up some kind of a limit on our take. Agree now that when we get so much, well, we'll just pull up stakes and beat it.
What kind of a limit?
Oh, say $25,000 worth for each man.
25,000? Small potatoes, 50 anyway. 75 would be more like it. I'm young. I need dough and plenty of it.
No use making hogs of ourselves.
Hog, am I? Maybe you don't know it. I'd be within my rights if I demanded half again as much as you get.
How come?
Well, I put up the lion's share of the cash, didn't I?
Well, so you did, Dobbsy. I always meant to pay you back.
In any civilized place, the biggest investor gets the biggest return, don't he?
That's one thing in favor of the wilds.
Oh, not that I intended to demand it, but I'd be within my rights if I did. So next time you go calling me a hog, just remember what I could have done if I'd wanted to. It's funny, ain't it, Pop? Yeah, real funny. Catch me sleeping, huh? I'm not that dumb. Hey, them guys try to put anything over on me, it'll be a costly one for both of them. Any more lip out of them, and I'll let them have it. You know what's good for you? You don't monkey around with Fred C. Dobbs.
What'd you say, Dobbs?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
You better look out. Bad sign when a guy starts talking to him.
Yeah? Well, who else am I going to talk to? Certainly not to you or Curtin. And don't get the idea you two are putting anything over on me. I know what your game is.
You know more than I do.
So why am I elected to go to the village tomorrow? Why me instead of you or Curtin? Time I'd be gone, give you plenty of chance to discover where I hid my goods, wouldn't it?
Got any fear along those lines? Why don't you take your goods with you?
Well, and run the risk of having them taken from me by bandits?
They'd kill you anyway, Dobbsy. Just for the sport of it.
Ah, so that's it. You're hoping bandits will get me. That'd save you two a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
All right, Dobbs. Forget about it.
Well, I ain't going to the village, see? You can go back and tell that to Curtin.
Okay, partner. I'll tell him. So Curtin went down to the village for provisions. He was all stirred up coming back. There were soldiers in the village chasing bandits. That wasn't all. He met up with an American, a fellow named Cody.
And he kept pumping me. Followed me into the store. Wanted to know what I was doing here.
What'd you tell him?
I said I was a hunter, a professional hunter. Kept asking me, did I see anything up here that looked like gold?
Shook him off, Curtin? You got rid of him, huh?
I couldn't. He followed me.
You sure he trailed you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What makes you so positive?
Because every time... Because if you turn around, you can see for yourself. There he is.
Hello. All right, you. Walk over here to the fire.
I guess I'm not wanted, huh? I just couldn't resist the chance to sit around and jaw with an American.
Now, don't make any mistake, mister. We got no use for you. We're full up. No vacancies. Go back where you came from. Take our blessing with you.
Thanks.
Hungry, mister? Go on, help yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead. We don't want a guy to starve to death. Tonight you're our guest, see? But tomorrow morning, look out. No trespassing. Beware of the dogs. Get it? I got a few hides while you were gone, Curtin. 5 foxes and a tiger.
How are the skins?
Pretty good.
Excuse me for butting in. But there's no wild game around here worth going after.
Yeah, you're right, mister. You're right. That's why I've made up our minds to clear out.
Yet it might be pretty good ground for something else.
I told you in the village there's no gold around here.
My boy, if there'd been one single ounce of it, I'd have smelled it, believe me.
Then you're not as smart as you appear to be.
Gold, huh? It gives me an idea. Guess I'll sleep on it, gentlemen.
Yeah, me too. See you in the morning, Cody.
Sorry there's no room in our tent. If you want to, you can roll up here by the fire.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I can't figure him out. Is he wise to us or not?
Now, you guys go to sleep. I'll be watchdog for a couple of hours, and then you and Dobbs can take your turns.
You got a gun handy?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
You didn't get much sleep last night, did you, Fred?
That's fact. We didn't.
Well, let's lay our cards on the table right now, huh? You found gold here. I know it. And because I know it, you'll have to do one of 3 things.
Now, look who's telling us what we got to do.
One of 3 things. Kill me, run me off, or take me in as a partner.
Partner? Well,
Now, let's consider the first. If you start killing people, just how far are you prepared to go with it? Another guy may come along tomorrow.
Not much we'd stop at, mister, to protect our interests.
I only say that killing me isn't the answer. As for choice number 2, you run me off, and I might very well inform on you. 25% of your gold is the reward I'd get.
It's a pretty strong argument in favor of killing you.
Yeah, I don't deny it. But take me in as a partner, and you don't lose anything. I'm not asking for a share of what you've made so far, only in the profits to come. Think it over. I'll be looking after my borrows.
Well, Howard?
Yeah. Send them away is out of the question.
Fred C. Dobbs ain't a guy who likes being taken advantage of. We got no real choice at all. Bump him off.
What do we gain by killing him? I don't mind being taken some advantage of as long as there ain't no money out of my pocket.
And whoever else happens along, they're to be invited in too. Come one, come all, huh?
You got a point there, Dobbsy. No question about that. But to kill a man.
What's the matter? Ain't you up to it?
Sure, I'm up to it. Let the majority decide. What do you say, Curtin? For or against?
Well, for or against?
For.
Okay. We'll make it short and sweet for him. Stand right where you are, Cody.
Guns, huh? Gonna shoot me, huh?
Yeah. You convinced us.
Before you start shooting, you better take a look down there in the valley. There's some men coming on horses.
Oh, so that's your stinking game. I knew you was an informer. I knew it all the time.
You're wrong, brother. This means all our funerals.
Yeah. They're bandits, gentlemen. About a dozen of them.
Someone at the village must have told them about the American hunter up here.
Well, we better start thinking of a way to defend ourselves. We could try hiding the rocks, but then we'd lose the birds and the whole outfit. No, the best thing for us to make a fight of it.
Is it you 3 against them or us 4?
Well, now I guess it's us 4.
Yeah. We'll settle your case later.
If you're alive.
He's got something there, Dobbsy. That's right. If we're alive. Ben has turned out to be Gold Hat and his boys. Same crowd that held the train on the way up to Perla. They spotted us, all right. Started pouring it on us. And all at once they turned and took off. Didn't make sense. When we saw why, far down the mountain, hot on their trail, was maybe 50 soldiers, federales. We just stood there watching them shoot it out, half a mile below us.
Look at them federales. Sick 'em tied, chew 'em up and swallow 'em. Oh, boy, am I happy. Well, to tell you the truth, I was already eating dirt.
Hey, you better stay covered, Dod. See, if them soldiers start spreading out, we may have company after all.
Yeah. Get down, Curtin.
Come here, you guys. Looks like the bandits settled our problem. Cody's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Take a look.
Bullet. Right through his neck.
Yeah, I wonder who he was. Maybe we better go through his pockets. Maybe he's got folks somewhere.
Here's his wallet, Pop. James Cody, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, and a picture. A girl, a little kid. Guess she's his wife, huh?
Oh, it's not bad. Well, I guess we better dig a hole for him. Funny how it's all worked out. We didn't have to shoot him after all.
Gentlemen, if you'd asked me, I'd say it's about time we considered leaving this mountain.
How much gold do you figure we got?
Upwards of 35,000 apiece, and I'll tell you what, we ought to be plenty thankful.
Well, let's call it quits then. The sooner the better.
Take another week to put the mountain back in shape.
Do what to the mountain?
We've wounded this mountain. It's our duty to close her wounds. The least we can do for all the wealth she's given us. If you guys don't want to help me, then I'll do it alone.
You talk about a mountain like it was a real woman.
You've been a lot better to me than any woman I ever knew. Keep your shirt on, old-timer. Sure, I'll help you.
6 days later, we loaded the gold on the burrs and little canvas bags and started down. Late that afternoon, pushing through the brush, we walked straight into a bunch of Indians. I don't know where they come. Peaceful, all right, friendly. But they wanted help.
What do you mean, help? What kind of help?
They've been heading for Durango. Seems like a little boy in their village fell into the river. They fished him out, but he won't come to. He ain't dead, but they say he just won't come to.
Well, that's tough.
Well, they want me to go back to the village with them. Ain't far. Maybe I can do something.
Why?
Was I to refuse them? They'd make me go. I'll be back soon, before morning, probably.
And if you're not?
I'm leaving my burrs with you. Look after my goods till I get back.
It's okay, Pop. We'll wait for you here.
No use arguing. Sorry, gentlemen. I got to go back again to the village.
Yeah, but you just said you fixed the kid. You said he was cured.
Yeah, fixing the kid was simple. Artificial respiration, a few Boy Scout tricks. But they say I got to visit them with, well, I got to go with them. Their gods will be angry if they don't show their gratitude to me.
Tell them to forget it. They don't owe us a thing.
I tried, just made them mad. Well, that's them over there waiting for me.
I'll handle it. Sabe, hombre? No puede quedar. No.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't you touch your gun. Don't touch your gun, or we'll be scalped in half an hour.
El señor no importa. El doctor sí importa.
Now, what's he saying now?
Well, he says it makes no difference about you guys, but I've got to go back with him.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
They just want you.
Looks like it.
Well, go on then. We'll meet in Durango.
Well, what about my goods?
Take them with you.
If they found out, they might forget he was their honored guest and bump him off, huh, Pop?
Well, what'll I do? Dump them out here on the ground?
We'll take them with us if you want us to.
Well.
Any better ideas, Pop?
I reckon that's about the only solution.
I'll bet you remember this the next time you try to do a good deed.
Don't worry, Pop. Good luck.
Yeah, we'll be lonesome without you, Pop. Look out for those Indian dames. One of them squaws might marry you.
Yeah, maybe I'll do just that. Pick me out a good-looking squaw and marry her. They're easy to dress and feed and entertain. Well, so long, partners. See you in Durango. So I left them and went back with the Indians. No choice. I had to go. Behind me, in the keeping of Curtin and Dobbs, was my share of the treasure, $35,000. I knew they'd have a time of it. Just as hard going down them mountains as it was going up.
I'm stopping here for the night. You hear me, Curtin? I'm stopping here.
It's early yet. We can wait 4 or 5 miles before dark.
Well, go on then. Take his burros with you. Ain't my responsibility.
Since when?
Give us nothing but trouble for 2 days. Straying off trails, smashing their packs against the rocks. He knew what he was doing when he turned them over to us. Mighty cute of him, wasn't it?
So you're staying here for the night, huh?
Yeah, you heard me.
Well, you can't go any further.
Who says I can't? It don't make me laugh. I go 4 times as far as a mug like you, but I don't want to. I could if I want to. I want to, but I don't want to. See, Mug?
What's the use of hollering, Dobbsy? Okay, we'll cancel it.
How far do you suppose the railroad is from here?
Well, it's hard to say. We'll reach the high pass in 2 days more and get fresh water. After that, I don't know. That's a joke, Dobbsy.
I was just thinking what a bonehead play that old jackass made when he put all his goods in our keeping. Figured he'd let us do his sweating for him, did he? We'll show him.
Show him what?
Can't you see it's all ours now? We don't go back to Durango at all. Nowhere near Durango.
Steal his goods?
Where'd you ever grow up? Sure. Take his goods and go north. Leave the old jackass flat.
Now, look, you don't really mean that.
Fred C. Dobbs don't say nothing he don't mean.
As long as I can do anything about it, you won't take a single grain of the old man's goods.
So you want to take it all for yourself and cut me out?
Why, you're out of your head. I'm on the level with the old man, same as I'd be with you.
Oh, sure. For a long time I've had my suspicions about you, and now I know I've been right.
What suspicion?
Bump me off. Bury me out here in the brush like a dog.
Oh, you're crazy, Dobbs. You're out.
And you'd have not only the old man's good, but mine in the bargain. You'd have yourself a big laugh, wouldn't you? Thinking how dumb the old man and I were. Put your hands up, Curtin. Go on, put your hands up.
Dobbs.
Was I right or was I right? Go on, stand up, get on your feet and take it like a man. Trying to put one over on Fred C. Dobbs.
Pull a gun on me, huh? Pull a gun on me. Only now I got the gun and you listen to me.
Go on. Pull the trigger.
Oh, Dobbsy, look, you're all wrong. I never intended to rob you.
If you really mean that, then give me back my gun.
Look, wouldn't it be better the way things are to split up? I mean now, tonight.
Yeah, that would suit you fine, wouldn't it? So you could fall on me but from behind. Shoot me in the back.
All right, then. I'll go first.
Wait for me on the trail. Ambush me.
If I meant to kill you, why wouldn't I do it here?
Because you're yeller. You're yeller. You haven't got the nerve to pull the trigger when I'm looking you straight in the eye.
You really believe that, don't you?
Jokes. Full of jokes.
Well, then we won't separate. We'll go on together. And every day you'll take the trail right ahead of me, and every night I'll tie you up.
I'll tell you what, Kurt. I'll make you a little bet. 3 times 35 is 105. I'll bet you $105,000 you go to sleep before I do. How long can you go without sleeping, Curtin? 2 days? 3? 4? Whatever it is, I can go longer, see? And the day you fall down on the trail, that's the day that Fred C. Dobbs wins his bet. $105,000. Just like I said, Curtin, you couldn't take it, could you? Fell asleep, didn't you? Who wins the bet? Who wins the bet?
The old man will catch up with you.
He will. Oh, he will he? Well, I got an answer for that one, too. I'll tell him you tied me to a tree, that you stole all the goods, yours, mine, and his. So he'll be looking for you, Curtin, not for me. And a fat chance he's got of finding you. So long, partner.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
Yeah, I left Dobbs and Curtin on the trail with all my goods and gone to the village of the Indians. They couldn't do enough for me. Food, drink, pretty little girls to brush flies off me. Yes, sir, old man Howard was a regular mogul. Real potentate. Then some of their hunters came in from the brush. They were carrying a man. Curtin it was. Curtin, with 2 bullet holes in him.
Dobbs did it, Howard. Dobbs.
Yeah, made off with our goods, huh?
How could he be such a bad shot? He left me there. He thought I was dead.
Now, take it easy, son. Take it easy. You're talking too much.
Don't worry about me. I'll pull out of this if only to get that guy.
Well, I reckon I can't blame Dobbs too much.
What do you mean?
Well, Dobbs ain't a real killer as killers go. I think he's honest as the next fella, almost. Big mistake was leaving you two fellas alone in the wilderness. Mighty big temptation, partner, believe me.
Dobbs shot me down in cold blood. He shot me a second time just to make sure.
A man goes crazy with that much wealth in his reach. Maybe if I'd have been young, been out there with either one of you, I might have been tempted too. Well, Curtin, nothing to do but set out after him.
Couple of days, I'll be okay.
Yeah, but not for chasing down a mountainside.
The Indians, they could loan us horses.
That's why I figure I'll catch Dobbs. He'd go as far and as fast as a man can, but alone, with them burrs and on foot.
I'm going with you.
Give me 10 days, 2 weeks, and I'll come back for you.
I'm going with you.
Look at you. You're weak as a newborn kitten. Don't worry. I'll look after our interests.
I'm still going.
Yeah? Yeah, I reckon you're going. Some of the Indians came with me. Said they had to protect me as he rode north. Tried to figure out what I'd do with Iron Dobbs's boots. I tried to make time. I'd sacrifice anything for time, sleep, rations, even water.
Otro burrito muerto, señor. El tercero con la marca de la letra.
Howard, what have they found?
Another dead burro. Dobbs is really driving. That's the third burro he's killed off.
I don't like this wind. Dust blowing like this cover up his trail.
Yeah, it might blow like this for days. Fills a man's lungs with dust. Burns him out like pure poison.
We're not going to stop, are we? Dobbs won't stop.
We'll keep going. He'd be running out of water soon.
We were going to fill up at the high pass.
Yeah. Only he went north. My friends say water's mighty scarce in the north. They say something else, too, Curtin.
Yeah?
Yeah. Gold Hat and a couple of his pals escaped the federales. They're on foot. They passed here just a day before Dobbs.
There he is, amigo, see? At the mud hole. One man and 6 burros trying to squeeze water out of the mud hole.
Ay, 6 burros. Shoes he wears, see? Shoes.
I think the 3 of us have a little fun, huh? Jewelry too, maybe, huh? Come on, we say hello to our friend.
Water. Oh, I made it. Town can't be far off now. A road. That's a road over there. Just one more day and...
Oiga, amigo.
What? What do you want?
Senor, we are 3 poor men in rags. Cigarettes? You have cigarettes, maybe?
No, I haven't. I got a little tobacco, that'll do.
He's got a little tobacco.
No paper to roll it in?
Paper? Yeah, here.
Going into Perla, amigo?
Yeah, I gotta sell my burros. I gotta get some money.
Matches. Or cigarette.
Match, yeah. Here.
Your handshakes, amigo. You sick, maybe?
Sick? No, I ran out of water. I'm all right now. I could use a good burro driver, maybe 2 or 3.
Burro drivers.
Yeah, I'll pay when we get to town. I'm a hunter. See all those hides?
Hey, did I know you from someplace? Maybe I know you, huh?
No, I don't think so.
You are all alone, a poor, lonely man?
No, I'm not alone. I got a couple of friends coming along. They ought to be here any minute.
And look at your face. Sure, I know I've seen you before. Up in the mountains. The guy in the rocks before the Federales chased us.
You're crazy. I never seen you till now.
You don't remember me? Me with the yellow sombrero, the gold hat? But then you tell a lie.
No,
So you have a load of hides on the burros, huh?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a hunter.
Ought to bring lots of money, huh? All these hides?
Now get away from them. Get away from them hides.
We can sell these burros, too.
Hey,
What's these? Little cloth bags filled with something. Hey, give me a knife. I think I look in the little bag.
You touch those bags and I'll kill you.
Hey, it's some kind of joke. Nothing in this bag, only sand, dirt. All the little bags got only sand.
Get out of here. Clear out before
A pistol, huh? For you can't even frighten a sick louse with that. You can only shoot one of us before the other two jump on you. And that one wouldn't mind too much because the federales are after him anyway.
Stand back there.
Hey, with the rock. I hit him with the rock.
His shoes? I'm going to get his shoes.
Finish him off. Come on, finish him.
How you feeling, Curtin?
I'm all right.
Town is over the hill there, Perla. We're almost there.
But will Dobbs be there?
Yes, sir. That's the question, all right.
Shooting?
Yeah. Kind of like a volley. Sound seemed to come from the town.
Miranda, señor. Quizás los federales encontraron bandidos.
Sí, federales. Execution, probably. Well, we'll know about it pretty soon now. Looks like we guessed it all right, Curtin. Execution, 3 bandits. Storekeeper here says that one of them was Gold Hat. They finally got him.
Y eso no es todo, señor.
He says that's not all.
Look, we better keep after Dobbs.
Yo tengo malas noticias, señor. Su compañero.
Bueno, amigo.
Su compañero fue matado a sangre fría por los 3 bandidos.
He's dead, Curtin. Dobbs is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, those bandits.
But our goods. What does he say about our goods?
¿Dónde están nuestras cosas?
Aquí, señor. Yo tengo todo aquí, incluyendo los burritos. Están detrás de la tienda.
He says he's got everything. This way, Curtin, the back of the store.
It's not here, Howard. The gold's gone. Everything else is here but the gold.
Keep your shirt on. Señor.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
¿Sabe algo sobre unas costelitas muy pesadas?
No, señor, no. De eso no sé nada.
Well?
Says everything the bandits had is right here.
Senor, you asked my father about some little canvas bags?
Yeah. Where are they?
Costalitos. ¿De qué habla, hijo?
Un momento, Papa. I do not know where the bags are, senor. But I heard the Bonnes talking in the jail. They said the senor whom they killed had canvas bags with sand in them. Many, many bags on the burros.
Well, where are they? Where did they kill the American?
At the water hole by the ruined wall, outside the town.
Can you take us there?
Oh, yes, senor. Right away.
Here's another one, Howard. Empty. The bags are all empty. They're cut open and empty. Keep looking. Keep looking.
Yeah, they're all... Yeah, they're empty, all right. Another couple of hours in this wind, and we wouldn't even find the bags. Swept away and buried under the dust of the earth.
But what happened?
Bandits. Them miserable, stupid, ignorant bandits. Stole Dobbs' shoes, took the shirt off his back, and threw away $105,000 worth of gold because they thought it was sand.
But then it must be here on the ground somewhere.
Here in this wind. Ha! Ha 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 ha! It's a great joke, Curtin, old boy. It's a great joke. Played on us by the Lord or fate or nature, whatever you prefer. But whoever or whatever played it certainly had a sense of humor. The gold is gone, Curtin. Gone back to where we found it.
Gone. It's all gone. Dobbs is dead and the gold is gone.
This joke is worth 10 months of suffering and labor. This joke is.
Look at the Indians. They're laughing too, and they don't know what they're laughing at.
That's our own private joke, Curtin, old boy.
Well, Howard, what next, I wonder?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm all fixed. I'll go back with the Indians, be a medicine man. 3 meals a day, 5 I want them, roof over my head and a drink every now and then to warm me up. I'll be worshipped and fed and treated like a high priest for telling people things they want to hear. Good medicine men are born, not made. Come and see me sometime, my boy. You'll take your hat off when you see how respected I am. Yeah, I'm all fixed up for the rest of my natural life. How about yourself? What are you aiming to do?
I haven't got any idea.
You're young yet. Got plenty of time to make 3 or 4 fortunes for yourself.
You know, I'm really no worse off than I was back in Tampico. I'm out a couple of $100 when you come right down to it. Not very much compared to what Dobbsy lost.
Any special place you're bent on going?
No. All places are the same to me.
Tell you what, you keep my share of what the Burrs and the Hydes will bring, and if you use the money to buy a ticket to Dallas, see Cody's widow. Better than writing. Tell her what happened.
Okay, Pop. I'll go to Dallas.
Hey, you son, come here.
Yes, senor?
Tell your father to give this man all the Hydes and Burrs. They're all his now. I'm going off with the Indians.
Yes, senor. I will tell him.
Well, I guess I'll round up my heathen brethren and we'll be on our way. Bye, Curtin.
Bye, Howard.
Good luck.
Same to you.
Presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien in Key Largo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's recipe for your enjoyment is melodrama. That spine-tingling compound of mystery, murder, and romance, Key Largo. It brings back to this theater a famous star of melodrama on both stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. And Key Largo gives Eddie the kind of part he made famous in the days of Little Caesar. Co-starring with him are Claire Trevor, who repeats the brilliant performance which won her an Academy Award in the picture, and Edmund O'Brien, an actor with a fine talent for action drama. Maxwell Anderson was the author of the stage play, and Warner Brothers repeated the Broadway success with their screen version. You know, it takes just the right ingredients and the playwright's know-how to make a successful drama. And it takes just the right ingredients and scientific know-how to make a product like Lux Toilet Soap. But women everywhere recognize its quality, and like 9 out of 10 screen stars, choose Lux Toilet Soap as their own complexion care. It's curtain time, and here is Act 1 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. At the southernmost point of the United States are the Florida Keys, a string of small islands connected by a concrete causeway. Largest of these remote islands is Key Largo. Key Largo has very few visitors this time of year. It's midsummer, and the old wooden hotel is drowsing in the heat. But there are guests in the hotel. A few men and a girl gathered at the little bar just off the lobby. And now, a newcomer walks in.
Okay, Jack, what do you want? I just got off the bus. Is the proprietor around, Mr. Temple?
He ain't here. The hotel's closed.
When'll he be back?
I don't know.
Oh, it's awful hot. How about a beer?
Bar's closed.
That's right, Jack. Everything's closed in the summertime.
Give him a drink. You heard me. Give him a drink.
Well, thank you.
Oh, please. Think nothing of it.
Wake up, Toots. The buzzer.
I hear it. Mr. Brown wants his drink.
Oh, his drink. He does. Oh, put plenty of ice. Plenty of ice. Hey, listen, I'll take it up to him.
When he wants you, he'll send for you.
I know he will. I know that. Well, Turn on the radio. It's almost time for the races. You just wait and see that first race. This, Fancy Freak. That's the one. He'll just walk away with it.
Yeah, sure.
You know why? They've been holding him back his last two. Today he wins. Hey, fella, what do you think? You play the ponies?
Me? No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the money.
This is what I want to tell you. I play the long shots because, you see, well, betting on the favorite, what do you win? Now, for instance, take this Fancy Free. You know the odds? 20 to 1.
Real long shot.
Say, what's her name?
McLeod, Frank McLeod.
Oh, I'm Miss Dawn. Miss Gay Dawn.
Okay, Miss Dawn, he wants you upstairs.
Oh, he wants me. I better, excuse me, please.
Look, mister, if you're thinking of putting up here, the hotel's closed.
Well, I don't plan to stay here. I just want to see Mr. Temple.
Oh, why'd you say so? He's outside down at the dock.
Yeah, by the boathouse.
Thanks. I'll go see him.
That's right, brother. I'm Mr. Temple.
My name's McLeod, Frank McLeod.
McLeod? Frank? Major McLeod? Nora! Nora, come here. When'd you get here?
A few minutes ago. I'm on my way to Key West.
Nora, look who's here. This is Major Frank McLeod. And this is Nora. This is George's wife.
Your husband and I were in the same outfit overseas.
As if she didn't know.
I wrote you a letter, Major, but it came back.
Well, I haven't been staying put very long.
Ever been down here before?
No, sir.
She cooled off some come November. Right livable then for about 3 months. How long you going to be with us?
Oh, for an hour or so till the next bus.
An hour? Why, you could spare us more time than that, surely.
Well,
overnight, at least. So you will. He can have George's room, Nora.
Yes, Dad, of course. Oh, it looks as if we have more company. Hi.
Oh. Local police, Major. They're looking for a couple of Indians.
Afternoon. Any sign of the Osceola brothers?
Sorry, Ben. No sign of them around here. I want you and Clyde to meet my son's commanding officer. This is Major McLeod.
Nice to know you, Major.
Hi, Major. If you don't mind, Mr. Temple, we'd like to have a look around.
Was I you, I'd save myself the trouble. They'll give themselves up by morning.
Well, Clyde and Mr. Temple says they ain't here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Temple.
Such a fuss over a couple of harmless Indians.
Nora's right, Major. They just got a little snootful and started to take Florida back for the Seminoles. Well, I sent word for them to come here and give themselves up. Not that I'm supposed to know where they are, you understand. Well, let's get inside and cool off. You mind giving me a hand?
Be glad to. George told me how you were sort of crippled up.
Yeah, my legs. Tree fell on them 8 years ago. Hurricane. Been no good for anything ever since.
I'll go on and see about your room, Major.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hiya, Mr. Temple. I see the fellow found you okay.
Major McLeod here. He was my son's commanding officer overseas.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were in the Italian campaign together. My boy George was killed at Casino.
Yeah?
What's going on up there?
Nothing, Mr. Temple, nothing at all.
Nora, what is it?
It's Miss Dawn.
Case of one's too many, Pop. Miss Dawn drinks too much.
You had no right to hit her.
If you people can't behave yourselves, you gotta leave.
Oh, don't worry about it, Pop. She'll behave.
You got the room ready, Nora? Maybe the Major'd like to wash up.
Yes, it's ready. This way, please. Up the stairs.
Thanks. Say, these other guests, how long have they been here?
3 days. That's their yacht you saw off the pier. Mr. Brown's yacht.
Which one is Mr. Brown?
Oh, he's in his room. Rich, I guess, from the way they all jump when he lifts a finger. He's a lady killer. Or he thinks he is. Anyway, they'll be leaving soon. Well, here's your room. Major, were you with George when he died?
Yes, I was.
Did he suffer a lot?
No. No, he never knew what hit him.
I was afraid he might.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Come down to Dad's office when you're ready, Major.
So you're staying the night, huh? I'm Curly Hoff. I hope you're not sore. I mean the way we handle you downstairs.
No, I'm not sore about anything.
I guess you're wondering what we're doing here, huh?
I don't suppose it's any of my business.
We come down from Milwaukee, the four of us, deep sea fishing. More than a year we've been planning this trip. So what happens? The blonde shows up. If she isn't drunk and crying, then she's got a hangover and arguing. Now, I ask you, can you blame us for not being nice and polite?
No, I don't blame you.
You're going downstairs? Let's have a little drink.
Well, not right now, thanks.
Well, come on, Jack. Just to show there's no hard fit. Hey, miss. Was you just talking on the telephone?
Yes, the Coast Guard called.
Oh. I thought maybe it was for one of us.
The storm signals are up. Hurricane's on its way.
You see what I mean, Mr. Hurricane? Yeah.
Dad's in here, Major, in the office.
Sit down, Major. Sit down.
The war's over, Mr. Temple. I'm not a major anymore. Well, guess you want to know about George. He was a good soldier, Mr. Temple. You can be proud of him.
I always was.
George was a born hero, I guess. It's a wonder he lasted till Casino. But when you believe like George believed, maybe dying isn't very important. Well, he talked a lot about both of you. You'd be surprised how much I know.
What's it like where George is buried?
Sort of pretty and peaceful. Crosses on a slope and high up what's left of a church. You can see a river from where George is.
I'd like to pay a visit to that place.
Maybe someday we can, Dad.
Go to Italy and see where George is buried.
Dad, there's a storm warning. I'd better see to the boat.
Maybe Frank would like to go with you.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me something. What brought you down here?
Oh, I like the sea, and I thought I'd like to make my living at it.
Doing what?
Doesn't matter. Life on land's getting too complicated for my taste.
What'd you do before the war?
Circulation manager for a newspaper. Good job.
Didn't you go back to it?
Yeah, but I couldn't stick to it. I've done a lot of things since. Anything to make a dollar.
Well, this is our boat, the Santana. Not much you can do when it starts to blow like this. Just hope for the best.
How's your ground tackle off stern?
Oh, plenty heavy.
I'd better double up in these bow lines.
Where'd you learn about boats?
Oh, my first sweetheart was a boat. Say, that yacht out there. That's his, huh? Mr. Brown's?
I think he chartered it.
You'd better get away from the reefs.
Oh, there's a skipper aboard. He ought to know what to do.
Hello, Miss Nora.
What? Tom. Hello, and John. Well, come here. Frank, this is Tom and John Osceola.
How do you do? We're bad Indians, huh, Miss Nora? Well, we give ourselves up to police.
I'm glad, Tom. Dad says it's the best thing.
We do whatever he says. He's a good friend.
Well, did you come here alone?
Oh, no, miss. All Indians on Crawfish Island come. Best thing when hurricane blows.
It's all right, Miss Nora. The family stay on hotel porch, not make any bother.
Of course it's all right. Where are they all?
At Cove, miss. We'll go tell them.
Well, I'll tell Dad. He'll telephone the police.
Yes, miss. Very good.
They'd do anything at all for Dad. As far as they're concerned, he's the United States of America.
You're very happy here, aren't you?
Very.
Never lonely?
No, not anymore. Before George, my life hadn't made much sense. I never had much of a home and didn't like what I had. Well, George gave me roots. When he went overseas, I came down here to stay with his father, and the roots took hold. Now I'm like one of those men.
Well, I guess that answers my question. Oh, here it comes.
Come on, before we get soaked.
Well, I just talked to the Osceola brothers. We're going to wait out there on the porch.
I thought you said the police had come back.
Car's down the road, all right, but no sign of Ben or Clyde. Wonder where they went.
Where'd those people go, Dad? Up in their room?
They're all in the bar. Well, this is going to be an experience for them. Real Florida hurricane.
I'll get it, Dad.
It's okay, miss. I'll take it.
But
I said I'll take it.
Hello? No, Mr. Temple's not here now.
Of course I'm here. Who is it?
Me? I'm a guest at the hotel. No, we haven't seen him.
Give me that phone.
You heard her. Give her the phone.
Take it easy, soldier.
Put down that gun. What do you think you're doing here?
Shut up, all of you.
Okay, Sheriff. If Sawyer shows up, I'll have him call you right back.
That was Ben Wade.
Yeah, I guess it was. He's looking for his deputy.
Then Clyde Sawyer must have come here alone. That's his car down the road.
Is it?
Well, I'm calling Ben right back.
You're not phoning anybody, Pop.
Who are you? Pack of thieves? Put that gun away.
Come on, Toots. Let's take him upstairs and see Mr. Brown. Angel, keep your eyes open.
Curly's got him across the hall, boss. The old man, the girl, and the soldier.
Well, what happened? Who's on the phone?
The law, sheriff, looking for the deputy.
Well, that means it won't be long then. Oh, you think this rain will cool things off, but it don't. Gonna have a hurricane, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Brown. Open that door and come out here.
Well, now, what's all this about? No, good evening, Mr. Temple. Who's the young man?
My name's McLeod.
I want some answers, Mr. Brown. You want money? Is this a robbery?
Now, look, Bob. Let's be nice and sensible, huh? Now, forget the questions. What you don't know won't hurt you. I'm expecting a friend. He ought to get here in a couple of hours now, and then we'll get out of here. Now, try and put up with us that long, huh? Well, sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Pompano, maybe?
Am I to understand we're prisoners?
Well, put it this way, Pop. You're going to be my guest for a little while. You know, back in Chicago in the old days, we used to pay $8 or $10 for an order of pompano. Used to fly it in. And the way they served it. Yes, sirree. All done up in a brown paper bag. Oh, got any champagne, miss?
No champagne, boss. I looked before.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Champagne and pompano. They really go together.
Hey, boss, the cop's starting to come around.
Sawyer! You got Sawyer in there.
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Mr. Temple, call Ben Wade. Tell him I need help.
I happened to run into him, Pop, about 10 minutes ago down on the beach.
Look at him. He's all beaten up. Why did you hurt that boy?
He's a cop, that's why.
And who are you? Answer me, who are you?
He's Johnny Rocco, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Rocco.
Please, let me help Mr. Sawyer. He's badly hurt.
Okay, go on in. Curly, let her help him.
Rocco. I know that name.
Johnny Rocco, the gangster. The one and only Rocco.
But they threw you out of the country.
Yeah, that's right. After living in the USA for more than 30 years, they call me an undesirable alien. Me, Johnny Rocco. Like I was a dirty red or something.
Well, how can you be here?
Well, maybe I'm not, Pop. You know, this ain't real what's happening. You're having a dream.
Yeah, wake up, Pop. You're snoring.
All right. You shouldn't have been deported. You should have been exterminated.
I'll show you.
Rocco. I apologize for Mr. Temple. He doesn't know what he's talking about, or who to. Sir, Johnny Rocco was a king, an emperor. His rule extended over beer, slot machines, the numbers racket, and a dozen other forbidden enterprises. He's a master of the fix. Whom he couldn't corrupt, he terrified. Whom he couldn't terrify, he murdered.
You filth. You city filth.
Mr. Temple, please. Welcome back, Mr. Rocco. It was all a mistake. America's sorry for what it did to you.
Hey, on the level, boss. Were you that big?
Yeah, that's me, sure. I was all of those things and more. When Rocco talked, everybody shut up and listened. What Rocco said went. Nobody was as big as Rocco. I'll be back up there one of these days, and then you're really going to see something. Now, what's with you, wise guy? Well, give. You were in the war, huh?
Yeah.
Get any medals?
Couple.
Brave, huh?
No, not very.
Why'd you stick your neck out?
No good reason.
Frank, what are you saying?
I believed some words.
Words? What words?
Well, it went like this, Mr. Rocco. But we are not making all this sacrifice of human effort and human lives to return to the kind of world we had after the last World War. We're fighting to cleanse the world of ancient evils, ancient ills.
What's all that about?
I remember those words.
That makes two of us.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all, Rocco. You ain't coming back.
Who's going to stop me, old man?
If I wasn't all crippled up...
You wouldn't be talking this way. Right, Bob?
Filth, you filth.
Yeah, that's it, Bob. Go on, get him. Go on, stick him.
Go on, keep swinging, Bob. Come in, hit me, will you? Oh, you're not quitting, are you?
My boy George never quit, and I ain't quitting. I ain't never...
Dad! I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Little wildcat, huh? I like that. Yeah. Got claws, huh? Want to scratch, huh?
Hey, boss, telephone. Miami wants you on the phone.
Okay. You stay here, sister. I'll be back for some more in a few minutes.
It's all right, Nora. He won't touch you. Not as long as I'm alive.
You're a real man, Pop.
Boss, there's a whole bunch of people out of the porch. Look like Indians.
What do they want?
They want in, the hurricane.
Well, keep them out. Where's the blonde? How come she's missed all this?
I guess she's still in the room, sleeping it off.
Yeah. Hand me the phone. Hello? Yeah, this Mr. Brown. Oh, hello, Ziggy. How are you? Yeah. Well, it's well hearing from you again. Well, how's every little thing? Who's at the door? What'd you say, Ziggy?
Maybe it's the law.
Well, show him in. Look, when you coming down here? What hurricane? Is that right?
Hey, it's the guy guy from the yacht board, the skipper.
Well, so what, Ziggy? You're only a couple of hours away. No. It's got to be tonight. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, see you in a couple of hours. How you doing, Skipper?
Storm warning. Big blow on way.
So what?
If this reef not safe, senor, got to make for deep water right away.
Well, the boat stays right here.
No, too dangerous. Boat bust up on reef.
I tell you when to move that boat.
I am skipper.
Now, you want your dough, you do as I say.
Please, senor, I got to move my boat.
Angel, give me your rod. See this? Now, you try to move that boat, and I'll blow your brains out. Now, we'll be out of here in a couple of hours.
Si, senor.
All right, get back to the boat. Angel, that cop's car, drive it off the road. Bring it around back.
Sure. Hey, boss, Ziggy's coming, huh?
Yeah. Just 2 more hours.
Then what, huh? Then what?
And Johnny Rocco is back in business.
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of Key Largo. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
Isn't it good to have Betty Hutton back on the screen again, Mr. Keeley, after a 2-year absence?
I should say so. You know, Betty is just the girl to put over a madcap musical like Paramount's Red Hot and Blue.
Oh, there's no one quite like Betty. She's her own slam-bang self once again. Victor Mature plays her boyfriend in the picture, and I must say they make a wonderful pair.
There's also a new twist, Libby, having the villain of the picture played by Frank Lesser, composer of the 4 song hits in Red Hot and Blue.
You know, it's his first screen role, and he enjoyed it as much as he did hearing Betty sing his songs.
Looks lovelier than ever, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, you know she's now the mother of a second adorable daughter.
Well, that makes 3 beauties in the family. All Lux girls, I'll bet.
Yes, John. You can be sure those little girls will get the right start on complexion care. Betty has used Lux soap for years to protect her lovely complexion.
You know, Libby, Lux toilet soap just has to be good. When 9 out of 10 famous stars depend on it for daily beauty care.
There couldn't be a finer soap. Women love the softer, smoother look Lux soap facials give their skin.
And these facials do make skin lovelier. Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
A Lux soap facial is so quick and easy. Just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in. Rinse. Pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But it works.
Why not take a tip from Hollywood? Try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company, the gentle complexion soap that screen stars recommend. You'll be delighted with the fresh new beauty Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. It's a few minutes later. On the porch of the modest hotel, a cluster of Indians patiently observe the increasing fury of the hurricane. Inside, the lobby and bar are deserted. Johnny Rocco is going up the stairs.
Can you talk, Clive? Are you feeling better?
Well, I guess I'm all right now, Mrs. Temple.
What happened?
Go ahead, copper. Tell him.
I drove back here alone. I was sure those 2 Indians were around here somewhere. I was near your dock when somebody slugged me. Whose room is this?
A very famous man, Johnny Rocco's.
Rocco?
You heard him, Deputy.
What did Miami have to say?
They're on their way. Well, how you feeling, copper? You gave your left eye to nail me, wouldn't you? Local deputy captured Johnny Rocco. Your picture in all the papers, huh? Well, listen, Hick. That was too much for any big city police to handle. They tried, but they couldn't.
That's right, Mr. Sawyer. It took the United States government to get Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, and I'm back again, ain't I? They threw me out, but now I'm back. And before you know it, I'll be pulling the strings again. I'll be electing mayors and governors before you ever get a $10 raise. Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. I made them like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody seat, teach him what to say. I pay for his campaign expenses, dish out a lot of groceries and coal. Get my boys to bring the voters out and then count the votes over and over again till they add up right, and he's elected. And what happens? Does he remember when the going gets tough, when the heat's on? Oh, no. All he wanted was to save his own dirty neck. Yeah. Public enemy, he calls me. Me, who gave him his public all wrapped up with a fancy bow on it. What am I getting mad about? Curly, lay out my clothes.
What suit, Johnny?
The gray one and the white shirt. Nora, huh? Your name is Nora, huh? A little wildcat. What are you sore about, honey?
Keep away from me.
Wait till I'm dressed up. You like style, I can tell.
Keep away from me.
You know, I knew one like you a long time ago. Scratched, kicked, bit, even stuck a knife in me once. Little and kind of skinny she was, with a real fireball. Her name was Maggie Mahoney. And then, for professional reasons, I had to change her to Gay Dawn.
She was sure some knockout in those days.
Yeah, just like this one, eh, Curly? Just like this one, huh?
Now look at him. The great Johnny Rocco, slapped by a girl.
Shut up, old man. You hillbillies. There's nothing to stop me from wiping you all out.
Give her a smack. Get it out of your system.
That might be right for you, Curly, but not for Johnny Rocco.
I need your advice, soldier. I asked for it.
No, smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. And he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But he needs your help. So he's going to forget it.
Wise guy, huh? Regular wise guy.
Unlock the door! Unlock this door! I want out!
It's the blonde, Johnny, sounding off again.
Now, let her out. Get out, all of you. I've got to get dressed.
I'd take off my hat to you, soldier. It's a good thing you said what you did. I know Johnny. He'd have started shooting.
Where is everybody? Downstairs? Oh. Hi, everybody. Where's Johnny?
In his room.
I need a drink. What's everybody doing upstairs? Miss Temple. Hey, what's wrong, honey? You've been crying. Has somebody been mean to you? Oh, him, huh? Did you make her cry?
I may be partly responsible.
Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Come on, downstairs. Downstairs.
Come on, let's go to the bar, honey. Have a little drink. It'll chase the blues away.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one.
The boss said that you...
I don't care what he said. I need a drink. I don't feel well. How many times do I have to tell you?
Johnny says no more drink.
This is a free country. If I want a drink, I can have one. I can buy my own. See? There. Well, it's money, isn't it? Take it.
Sorry, baby. The boss said...
The boss. Tell the boss he can... Hello, darling.
How come it's hotter at night than in the day? When it's raining than when it ain't. Well, wise guy?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought you was a wise guy from way back. You got $1 million?
No.
How much?
Nothing.
But you're a wise guy.
Johnny, why don't you talk to me?
Well, wise guy?
You see, Mr. Rocco, I was educated only in impractical things. With you, it's just the opposite.
Johnny, I'm afraid of the storm. I hate thunder.
Say, Pop, this is a hurricane, huh? A real thing.
It's the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Can cars get through during a hurricane?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think I'll have a scotch and soda, please.
No.
Oh, please,
No.
darling.
You, McLeod.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can see right through you. You're saying to yourself, I'm better than Rocco. He's felt. Like the old man says here. Right?
Right.
You say to yourself, Rocco's got a gun, and I haven't. You figure it's a gun. Well, listen, soldier. Thousands of guys got guns, but there's only one Johnny Rocco.
How do you account for it?
He knows what he wants, Mr.
Sure.
What do you want?
Tell him, Rocco.
Well, I want,
He wants more.
Yeah, that's it, more. I want more.
Will you ever get enough?
Well, I never have. No, I guess I won't. You know what you want?
I had hopes once, but I gave them up.
Hopes for what?
A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco.
Okay, soldier. Here's your chance. Give me a gun, Curly. Now you take mine, soldier. Go on, take it. That's it. All right, you can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. You got a gun now? You gonna use it or not?
Kill him, Frank. Kill him.
Yeah, kill him. Go ahead now. Show him how you're not afraid to die for your hopes.
No. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
Give it to me. Give me the gun and the same chance.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm afraid you'd use it. What's the matter? What's the matter, Nora, honey? You look like you lost somebody near and dear. A live war hero. Well, now I know how you did it. Hey, Curly, Gay, anybody want a hero? Here's one for sale, cheap.
All right, Rocco. Let you and me play that game.
He got the gun. Clyde got the gun. Kill him, Clyde. Kill him.
You can stop me from going out that door, Rocco.
Sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield.
The gun wasn't loaded. He didn't have a chance.
Murderer! Well, I had to do it, old man, or he would have been out that door and gone.
Hey, sure gone now, Johnny.
You were right, little lady. That gun wasn't loaded, but the brave deputy didn't know it.
But you knew the gun was empty, didn't you, Frank? You could tell by the weight.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, but you a smart fella. I always say it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero. Oh, excuse me. I guess I was talking.
You weren't afraid, son. We know that.
I was afraid. That's not why I didn't pull the trigger. What do I care about Johnny Rocco, whether he lives or dies? Rocco wants to come back to America. Let him. Let him be president. I fight nobody's battles but my own.
No, Frank, no.
Yeah, say, that's good. Rocco for president.
If I believed your way, I'd want to be dead. It's true you are a coward.
Hey, Toots, get rid of the deputy. You and Curly, get rid of him. And as for you, sister, I want something to eat.
Our best is none too good for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, well, now you're talking, sister. Only, you go to the kitchen with her, Angel. I ain't ready to die yet. Not from cockroach poison.
He's on the phone, boss. Ziggy, why ain't he here? Why ain't he coming?
Oh, he's coming, all right. Give me that phone. Hey, what's the idea, Ziggy? Why ain't you started yet? Well, we got a hurricane here, too, so what? Now, look, wait a minute. Now, keep quiet. Look, I make the run from Cuba. I risk my neck, and you won't come out in the rain. I'll give you 2 hours to get here. You ain't here by 10, the deal's off. Hello. Well? Phone's gone dead. So what? You heard what I had to say. Gay. Didn't I say no drinking?
Oh, please, honey, just one.
There are some people at the door, Mr. Rocco. They want to come in.
It's them Indians, boss. Getting kind of blowy out there, I guess.
I'll send them away. Get rid of them.
No, you have no right.
Zoe has no right.
I'm going upstairs.
You're not going anywhere, Sonny. Well, Mr. McLeod, ain't you got any conversation left?
I've said my piece.
Yeah, you sure did, wise guy. Well, let's talk about her, the lady on the bar stool. You know, one thing I can't stand is a dame that's a drunk. What I mean is they tear my stomach. No good to themselves or anybody else.
Drunk? I haven't even had one drink.
She's got the shake, see? So she has a drink to get rid of them. That one tastes so good, she has another one.
You gave me my first drink, Johnny.
So it's all my fault now. Everybody has that first drink, don't they? But everybody ain't a lush.
Oh, if I'd have known you were going to act this way, I wouldn't have come here.
You know, 8 years since I seen her, Pop. You wouldn't know it was the same dame.
Gee, honey, you're as mean as can be.
Mean as can... Now, what does that remind me of?
Don't you remember, Johnny? In a song, she used to sing it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, meet it. You know, I gave her a first chance. Took her out of the chorus, made her a singer. Mention that while you're at it.
Gee, Johnny, I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, she could have had a future.
That's right. She had everything.
Yeah, voice, looks, plenty of class.
Yeah, I was a rage. Gee, honey, I've never...
Now, look, Gay. Why don't you give us your old song? Come on.
You mean right now?
Yeah, now.
I can't.
Sure you can.
Please, Johnny, don't make me.
Now, look, if you were nice, if you sang a song for us, you can have a drink.
Well, can I have the drink?
No, the song, then the drink.
Without any accompaniment?
Now, look, do you want the drink or don't you?
Okay.
Well?
You should have seen me then in this temple. See, my gowns were gorgeous. Only the best. And yet I hardly wore any makeup. Just some lipstick, that's all. And no lights when I came out. Just a baby spot. They play the intro in the dark, and then the spot would come on, and there I'd be.
Well, go ahead now. Sing for the people, honey. Keep quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Gay, sing.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be, he's the kind of man, he's the kind of woman like me. Gonna die, my sweet man should pass me by. If I die, Johnny, the drink. Give me the drink.
No.
Johnny.
No.
Make a promise.
You were lousy. You couldn't even finish the number.
Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks, fella. Johnny, let him alone. No.
Yeah, you're right. Let him alone. He ain't worth slapping around. Hey, old man. The storm. How bad can it get? How bad?
Back in 35, 800 people washed out to sea.
Yeah? Well, how far away was that from here?
Oh, a few miles.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want a drink. Fix everybody a drink, Angel. Oh, everybody except her.
Frank, I'm sorry about the things I said before.
Forget it, Nora.
You gave her a drink. He was ready to kill you for that, but that made no difference. You had to help her. Your head said one way, but your whole life said another. The other things, maybe they're true. Maybe it is a rotten world. But a cause isn't lost as long as someone is willing to go on fighting.
Only I'm not that someone.
You may not want to be, but you can't help yourself.
What do you know about me?
A lot. From the way you looked and talked. From the things George wrote.
Come on, break it up over there, will you? I don't like people whispering. Why's everybody so quiet? Well, go on, talk, why don't you? You, Curly, say something.
What do you want me to say, Johnny?
Well, anything, just so it's talk. Go on, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you 2-3 years we get prohibition back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
This time we make it stick.
Yeah.
I bet you 2-3 years prohibition comes back. Absolutely, yeah.
I bet you.
The trouble was, before, too many guys wanting to be on top.
Yeah.
One mob gets to massacring the other. The papers play it up big, see? So what happens?
Look, Pop, I don't believe it. 800 guys getting washed out at sea. You're a liar, old man.
200 miles an hour that wind blew. The tidal wave, 12 feet high, went right across the key. A month afterwards, bodies were found in the mangrove swamp.
You don't like it, do you, Rocco? The storm. Show it your gun, why don't you? If it doesn't stop, shoot it.
So the public votes out prohibition, and that's the end of the mobs. Next time it'll be different, though. We learned our lesson all right. Next time the mobs will all get together.
I'm asking God Almighty to make a big wave now. Send it crashing down on us. Destroy us all if need be, but punish him.
Shut up, Pop. I'm warning you. Shut up.
Hammy! I'll kill you!
The temple, don't. He will.
You don't have to stand in front of me. Let him shoot me. Make a big wave, Lord. Send it against us. Take us all, but destroy him.
I guess we both forgot, Mr. Rocco. Your gun, it's empty.
No, it ain't empty now. I'm loading it. See, wise guy?
Johnny, we'll all be killed in this place. The storm is getting worse.
It's slowing down. The whole place is slowing down. Outside, Johnny, it's people outside. Destroy him, Lord. Destroy him.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll present the third act of Key Largo. I believe our guest tonight, Miss Debbie Reynolds, has established a record. You must be the youngest starlet on the Warner Brothers lot, Debbie.
Well, I'm 17, Mr. Keeley, and I was lucky enough to be signed even before I graduated from high school.
Wonderful. Had time to catch your breath yet?
Not quite, Mr. Keeley. There's so much to learn. I never missed a studio showing of a new picture. One that especially impressed me was The Hasty Heart.
Ah, yes, a most unusual story starring Ronald Reagan and Patricia Neal.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. And in addition, there's Richard Todd, the new British actor. I'm perfectly sure he's going to make a hit over here.
And moviegoers will applaud Patricia Neal as an army nurse. You know, she plays her role with great charm and conviction.
Isn't she lovely? Ronald Reagan is the American soldier who falls in love with her.
Well, now, Debbie, who could blame him? She's mighty easy on the eyes.
Oh, yes, a gorgeous blonde. And in her nurse's uniform, she's simply dreamy. What a complexion. She's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy. Never neglects her daily Lux soap facial.
Like most screen stars, she knows it's a care she can depend on. A gentle, protecting care that's right for delicate skin.
Well, it certainly works for me. It's a real beauty soap. And I'd like to recommend Lux Soap Care to any girl who wants a nicer complexion.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Reynolds, for that very sound beauty hint. 9 out of 10 screen stars, you know, use Lux Toilet Soap for daily complexion care. Try it for your precious complexion soon. You'll discover that this fine white soap with a delicate fragrance really makes skin lovelier. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeling.
The curtain rises on the third act of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. On Key Largo, the little hotel still stands. It's weathered another hurricane, and now the storm is passing out to sea. It's nearly 10 o'clock. In the lobby, Johnny Rocco stands before a window, peering out into the night.
I don't mind telling you, Pup, that storm had me a little scared there for a while.
I'm sorry it's gone. I'm sorry you're still alive.
Well, keep praying, Pop. Maybe something will happen.
You think Ziggy's going to show up?
Sure he'll show up.
Oh, we'll get out of here then, won't we, honey? I'm all packed. I'm ready to leave any
Well, let's
time.
get upstairs, Curly. We'll get the stuff ready for when Ziggy gets here. Oh, Angel, stay there, will you? Watch him.
Yeah, sure.
You'll be leaving too, Frank?
Yes, I guess so.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, I hope so.
Why don't you stay right on here with us? You're most welcome. Go on, tell him, Nora. You tell him.
Have you any folks?
No.
I'd be proud to have you regard us as your family.
Maybe that isn't what Frank wants to have. Maybe...
Hey, boss! Boss! Hey, where is he?
Upstairs.
What's the matter?
Hey, the boat's gone. Not a sign of it.
Gone, huh? Oh, he done it. That skipper. I told him I'd kill him, but he took the boat anyway, just the same. Hey, what's the joke?
No boat. It strikes me funny.
Well, there is a boat. All ready for us down at the dock. Pop, we're going to borrow your boat.
Who's going to run it for you? Answer me that.
That's right, Johnny. We don't know nothing about boats.
He's going to run it. The soldier. The wise guy. He knows about boats, don't you?
Yeah, some. His first sweetheart was the boat. I heard him tell her.
Well, you're taking us to Cuba.
Why should I?
Because you know it'll happen to you if you don't. Besides, one Rocco, more or less, ain't worth dying for. Ain't that what you said?
Hey, boss, the law boss. Sheriff.
Okay. One wrong word out of anybody, and he gets it now.
Mr. Temple.
Understand me, old man? All right, sister, let him in.
Just a minute, Mr. Wade.
Hey, miss. I'm looking for Clyde Sawyer.
He's not here.
Been here?
No, not tonight.
That's funny. Put in a call for me from here about 7 o'clock. Oh, evening, Temple, folks. Pretty good blow, huh?
Yeah, a regular hurricane. How's the road?
Passable. I'm trying to find my deputy. By the way, on the telephone, who answered?
Nobody was around, so I answered. I guess Mr. Sawyer must have got stalled along the road.
Seen anything of the Indians, Mr. Temple, those Osceola brothers?
No.
Sheriff! Get up, you dog!
Dog, I guess the storm upset him some.
I don't mind saying it had us all a little upset.
That's funny.
Sheriff!
He's found something out there. I know that bar.
You got a flashlight? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, he's found something all right. Let's go.
That's some dog he's got, Mr. Temple. He found something, all right. A dead man.
It was him, Temple. Clyde. He'd been murdered.
Well, I don't like to say anything, Sheriff. After all, it's not my business, but those Indians you were talking about, they were here before.
The Osceolas?
Yeah, they were out there all during the storm. Left only a few minutes ago.
I'll get them. I'll get them Indian if it's the last thing I do.
No, Ben, no. You lied to me, Temple. Your Indians murdered Clyde Sawyer.
Watch yourself, Sawyer. You one peep and I shoot.
Said you hadn't seen the Osceolas. You lied, didn't you?
Ben.
They murdered Clyde. Them Indians thought they could hide his body, but the storm tore it loose and threw it up right out there, right in front of your door. And that's where the crime belongs, right at your door.
Ben, that's shooting just now.
They tried to get away. I killed them both.
Kill them.
You, what's your name?
Killed them?
Me? Howard Brown.
Address?
Hotel Central, Milwaukee.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
No, I don't think so. Oh, these other men, they're friends of mine. We're all here from Milwaukee, Sheriff. Deep sea fishing.
See that you all stay here. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, you did a great job, didn't you, hiding that body?
Boss, how did I know the storm would...
Now, shut up. Ziggy. Here, Ziggy, don't come now.
Ziggy's here, boss. Him and his boys, they're here.
What are you talking about?
They drove up in the back while the sheriff was out hunting Indians.
That's Ziggy. All right, Pop. You and the soldier boy and the dame inside. Get in your office. Come on, you too, Gay.
No, but
I
honey...
said inside. Angel, you stay with him. I don't want no more trouble. All right, bring him in, Curly. Ziggy and his mom. Bring him in. Well, look at him. Ziggy. Well. You sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Sure great to see you again, Johnny pal. Hey, put on a little weight, huh?
Now look who's talking. Say, guess who's here?
Huh?
The blonde. Remember? Gay Dawn.
Gay? Here?
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Gay! Come on, get in here.
Hey, as pretty as ever. Yeah. Where you been, honey, all the time Johnny was away?
All around.
If I'd have known that, I'd have tried to beat Johnny's time.
Yeah, the same old Ziggy. All right, baby, all right. Come on, step aside. Why don't you go over there, fix yourself a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Ziggy, the stuff's all here in the suitcase.
Open up, let's see it. Hey, Lou, come here.
Who's he?
Lou, just about the best expert there is on counterfeit dough.
Oh.
Take a look, Lou.
The paper feels good. Blade works okay. Portrait's good. No breaks in the lines.
Serial numbers check out?
What do you think? I'm an amateur?
That cover's okay, Ziggy. Looks like high-class merchandise.
Okay, huh?
So far, yeah. Now bring out the engraving.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just don't stall, Ziggy, will you? I'm in kind of in a hurry.
Time, Mr. McCloud. They'll be leaving soon. What are you going to do?
Not much choice, is there? I'll run the boat for them.
Oh, no, don't. Don't go with us. They'd wait till you got in sight of Cuba and then they'd kill you.
She's right, Frank. Tell them you'll go. Then when you get outside in the dark, make a break. Run. Try to get away.
Yes, your only chance, fella. Out there in the dark. Make a break. Run.
Yeah, that's what my head says.
You ain't gonna make a fight of it.
I don't know. Not that one Rocco, more or less, makes any difference. What I said still goes. And it's just
They'll
that
kill you.
A man's a fighter. He can't walk away from a fight. That's the answer, I guess. I know how he feels.
Well, listen, they're leaving. They made their deal.
Yeah. Well, we just wait now. See what happens.
Hey, you, McCloud. Come in here. All of you, come in here.
Your friends leave?
Yeah. Are you coming with a soldier, yes or no? I'm in a hurry.
You win, Mr. Rocco.
Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind. Well, Nora, want to come along, sister? Want to come along?
Where are my things, Johnny? I better get my things.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you're not coming.
Johnny.
Not go with me. Will you get off me?
Please take me with you. You got to, Johnny. You got to. Oh, please, I'll stop drinking.
Get out of my way.
I'll kill myself. I will. Johnny, please. Please listen. I'll be good like I was before. I won't let you go without me. You got to take me with you. You've got to.
Johnny, we're wasting time. Get away from me. Now, stay close to the soldier, will you? If he tries anything, let him have it good. So long, old man. Next time you have a hurricane, think of Johnny Rocco.
Frank. Goodbye, Frank.
Good luck, son.
Thanks.
They're on the dock. I can see him. He's starting the motor.
He'll make his break now. He'll run away. He's got a gun now. He'll be able to.
Gun? What gun?
Yeah, Rocco's. I took Rocco's gun and gave it to him. You? Yeah, why doesn't he run? Run, fella. Run! Why doesn't he run?
He's in the boat. They're casting off.
He had a chance to run. His only chance. And he didn't take it.
No answer. The phone's still dead. I'll take the car, Dad. I'll drive to Palm Grove, the Coast Guard station.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
I'll hurry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
How we doing, McCloud?
We're on our course, or close to it.
Just see that you keep us that way. Hey, Toots, how you feeling?
I told you I could never stand a boat. I feel awful. All this bouncing up and down.
There's a bed down there.
Yeah, it's too hot down there. Hey, what time is it?
Little after 4. Not halfway there yet. Watch McCloud. If he tries anything, shoot.
Yeah, sure.
Had a little nap. Everything all right up there, Curly?
Yeah. What's the matter with Angel?
No, I'm sleeping. He'll take over for Toots after a while. Yeah, they've been talking about us on the radio just now. We got boats out looking for us. Coast Guard.
We got too much of a start for him.
Yeah, fog like this, they couldn't find a Queen Mary. Got some cards? Let's kill a little time.
Hey, you, Toots. What do you want? Are you try anything? Take a look over the stern. See if we picked up any kelp. Any what? Seaweed. can foul up the shaft. You better look.
Okay.
No, I don't see any. Help! Help!
What's the matter? What's going on out there?
Your friend, he fell overboard.
You did it when you revved the motors just now. Yeah, when you swung the wheel, you made him fall over. Johnny!
I got a gun. Stay where you are, Curly.
Johnny! Watch it. He's got a gun.
Oh, Curly. Curly, what's the matter? Curly!
He don't answer. Nobody answers Toots and Curly.
Curly!
Steps, Johnny. Blood coming down steps.
Well, it's him, McLeod. The soldier. Curly killed him. Go on, go up there. Get up there and see. Well, don't you hear me?
I'll get killed.
You gonna go up there, are you? There's nothing to be afraid of. Curly shot him. He's dead.
Then you go, Johnny. You go up.
Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Johnny.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, listen to me. I know you're up there. Say something. Curly's dead, huh? Well, so is Angel. Just me now. Me down here and you up there. From now on, we'll be partners. Everything will be 50-50. I got $100,000 out here. $100,000. Well, what do you say? Can you hear me? What do you say? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You'll get rid of me and have all the money for yourself. Is that it? Is it? Well, suppose I say the money is yours. Yeah, I'll toss up the suitcase. I'll throw it up there on deck. There! Now do you believe me? It's yours. And plenty more when we get to Cuba. Do you hear me? I'll make you rich. Soldier! Soldier! You're not big enough to do this to Rocco. I'll kill you! You'll never bring me. You never! Now, look. Look, soldier, look. I know what it is. Yeah, you figure that I got Angel's gun, that you can't trust me, right? Okay. I'll throw the gun up there, too. There! There's the gun. The money in my gun. Now, what else have I got? I'm leveling with you, soldier. Okay, you believe me now? Look, I'm coming up. I got no gun, and I'm coming up. Where are you? Dark up here.
Get back to the stern, Rocco.
Nobody gives me orders. Some wise guy, huh? That was the deputy's gun I threw away. You don't think I...
Go ahead, Santana. We lost you. Come in, please. We lost your signal. Come in, please. Over.
Sorry. I was calling Coast Guard.
This is the Coast Guard. Please identify yourself. Over.
My name is Frank McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Are you all right? Are you all right? Over.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'll need medical attention. Over.
Continue on course. Stand by on this frequency.
I'm standing by. Will you put me through to the Largo Hotel?
Stand by, Santana. We'll try to put you through.
No sign of them at all?
Checked the Coast Guard 10 minutes ago. Nothing yet, Mr. Temple. I'll have to take you in, Miss Dawn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Take me in.
They all get away, huh, Ben? Sawyer dead, those poor Indians dead, McLeod as good as dead, but Rocco and his gang get away. You get one woman who didn't have anything to do with it.
They didn't all get away, Dad. The state police picked up that man they called Ziggy.
Yeah. They want all of you to identify him. Mr. Temple, I'm mighty grateful to you for saving my life and all, but those two boys, the Osceolas, well, I'd rather have been killed than have innocent blood on my hands.
I'm the one to blame. If they hadn't trusted me, they wouldn't have turned up here. They'd still be alive.
Oh, no, Mr. Temple, it wasn't you. It wasn't the law or anybody. It was only Johnny Rocco. Nobody in the whole world is safe as long as he's alive.
We better go, miss.
I'll take it, Dad. Hotel Largo. Yes, it's the Coast Guard. Yes. Yes, I'll hold on. Frank. Oh, thank God. Yes. Yes, Frank.
Yes, we'll be waiting.
Nora.
He's all right there. He's coming back to us.
The curtain falls on Key Largo, and the spotlight turns to our stars as you meet them in person. Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien. Claire, it's easy to understand how your performance in Key Largo won you an Academy Award.
Well, thank you, Bill. And speaking of awards, Eddie Robinson won a very important one in Europe recently. The famous World Award for Acting, presented to him in Cannes, France.
Our congratulations, Eddie. And it's certainly good to have you back after so many months abroad.
Good to be back, Bill, and learn all the news, such as Edmund O'Brien being the father of the prettiest daughter born in Hollywood this year.
Well, what's her name, Edmund?
Bridget Eileen. What else could an O'Brien be named?
Eddie, I hope you know there are certain things a daughter should be taught very early. Things like the right complexion care. Lux soap has been mine for a long time.
What are they saying about that in Paris these days, Eddie?
Well, the same idea, only slightly different words. Le savon Lux et le soin préféré pour mon teint. You know, Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
Well, that's the perfect way to express it, Eddie. By the way, what was the high spot of your summer in Europe?
Well, I think it was the day I spent in the House of Commons in London to listen to a debate between Mr. Churchill and Mr. Bevan. Now, won't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Next week's play was a smash hit on both stage and screen. It's the Paramount success, Dear Ruth. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Caulfield and William Holden. This is a comedy made to order for family entertainment, so I know you'll all want to join us next Monday night.
Oh, it's a delightful play, Bill.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Caulfield and William Holden in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the London Films production My Daughter Joy. Claire Trevor will soon be seen in the Universal International release Borderline, starring with Fred McMurray. Edmund O'Brien will next be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Backfire. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 Columbia Broadcasting.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher, to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay, and the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry, Wrong Number completes the circle and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
In the tangled network of a great city, the telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for tonight, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case a window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check the...
Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible. Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you. You dialed a number for me, and then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and I...
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors, as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then... out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care
Do you
about...
happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
But a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, why should anybody? What have I...
Yeah, you see, lady, you got nothing to worry about.
Now, just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings. Elizabeth Jennings.
Why, no, Mrs. Stevenson. I haven't any idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord, telephone. 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as to where...
Yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
Look, why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.B. Cotterill.
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspirin heiress?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
I'm trying to be funny.
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh. What college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one. A Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on. Don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
Neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I've worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless clock of a husband, a guy who
Let
doesn't
me alone.
Leona,
You don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick
And what
again.
good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things
Oh,
like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to.
Oh.
Look, we'll talk it all over again as soon as...
Oh.
Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor!
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona. Hearing from me after all these years.
But I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him.
Worried? About what?
Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
Something funny, Sally. Here in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah. Remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it with me.
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Eh? Don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, well, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Bolger to line it up. No, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock.
I'm sorry if it seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to Southbury. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house. That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of a house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, hmm? Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now.
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday my husband was making out a
We
report.
have your phone call, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back, and then
Deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel only a
I
couple
am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator! Operator!
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was a gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce McKenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux soap care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. No wonder Lux toilet soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men, but this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona, but I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No. Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh. Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning.
Oh.
Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh. Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case your window is open and she should scream.
Clarence says the coast is clear.
I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Take it next train up. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be
I
the
said
matter?
I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, you try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. Simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night. And I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft off your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterell's for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes. And someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry, wait.
Now, that's a little silly, isn't it? Locking the door.
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona. Give me that
You
key.
can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that
Henry,
key?
please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home that evening, he said your father was waiting for him at the door, angry and worried.
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack. A heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterill, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job?
Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. I'll go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for it.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the situation.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money, and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored. Bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it. Not just the stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, a lack of control, her frustrations. The whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easier for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. Do you have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose, and I'll...
Liars. Liars, liars, liars! Hello.
Mrs. Stevenson?
Who is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled Morano, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. Maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago, at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test.
And here you are in picture.
Yes. And from now on, I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as the stern father is simply perfect.
You remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care. And she's really keen about the new bath size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
And, tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And, you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself. No responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses. Just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
Now you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be a way out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man, vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them is... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson. A systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now, listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne. And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, When I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our pleasant little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board would give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... Well, what's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevens. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Milano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number.
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Milano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Milano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving, and may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000?
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson, and thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
Bellevue.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city
It
hospital.
doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone. All alone in this horrible empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder. A murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. as though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you will...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who's down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not wish
Did you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept the call, madam?
Oh, yes, yes.
One moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry! Henry, where are you?
Well, I'm on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But, of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
Now, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained it to the
I've been alone for hours. I've been afraid of every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up, dear. Now just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and that... Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Heaven said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted. Why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
Try
can't.
to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and start screaming, Leona. Scream out of the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and I...
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes time.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confess everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried. I erased it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed. Walk, Leona. Walk.
No, I can't. Henry. Oh, Henry, save me. The train. I can hear the train. It's near the bridge.
Please, Leona, wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no. No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Ready with your party, sir.
Leona. No. Leona.
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Barbara.
In what way?
Well, we keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theater or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can. Isn't she wonderful?
I sound like
How
Andy
many...
Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Bert.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Bert, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Bert, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have 2 other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates in Sunset Boulevard. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Sunset Boulevard, a busy thoroughfare in the heart of Hollywood, is far more typical of the motion picture capital than even Hollywood and Vine Streets. Here you will find the site of the first motion picture studio, the swank offices of the actors' agents, the night spots. And very far out, almost to the Pacific Ocean, the homes of the screen stars themselves. And this is where tonight's play takes place. In the home of a famous but forgotten glamorous actress of the silent days. Recreating her original role is Gloria Swanson, one of the most glamorous women of silent or talking pictures. Also playing his original role in this Paramount picture, which, by the way, received 11 nominations for Academy Awards, is that excellent actor, William Holden, and Nancy Gates, making her first appearance on our stage. Yes, Sunset Boulevard, with its many Lux girls traveling from studio to studio, is as representative of Hollywood as the Lux girls themselves. For in this capital of beauty, Lux toilet soap is a favorite complexion care. Now here's Sunset Boulevard, starring Gloria Swanson as Norma Desmond, William Holden as Joe Gillis, and Nancy Gates as Betty Schaefer, with John Wengraff as Max.
20 minutes ago, a murder was committed on Sunset Boulevard. At one of those great big mansions between Hollywood and the beach. You're going to hear a lot about it, because an old-time movie star is involved. One of the biggest. The police haven't arrived yet, but they're on their way, I guess. The victim's body is still floating in the swimming pool. Nobody important, really. Just a movie writer with a couple of B pictures to his credit. The poor dope. He always wanted a swimming pool. Well, he got the pool. Only the price turned out to be a little high. Let's go back about 6 months and find the day when it all started. Things had been pretty tough. I hadn't sold a story in months. But I knew a big shot over at Paramount who always seemed to have liked me. And the time had come to take advantage of it. He was a smart producer with a set of ulcers to prove it.
All right, Gillis, you got 5 minutes. What's your story about?
Well, it's about a baseball player, Mr. Sheldrake.
No?
The poor kid was once mixed up in a holdup, but he's trying to go straight. I submitted an outline a while back. I imagine your story department's got a report on it.
Baseball story, huh?
Yeah, with a real good gimmick at the end.
You got a title?
Bases loaded. And you got exactly the man for it right here on the lot, Alan Ladd. Be a great change of pace for him.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Sheldrake.
Hello.
On that bases loaded, I have a 2-page synopsis. You may want to look at it.
Oh, thank you.
Personally, though, I wouldn't bother.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
It's from hunger.
I'm sure you'll be very glad to meet Mr. Gillis. He wrote it. This is Miss Schaefer from the reading department.
And right now, I wish I could crawl in a hole and pull it in after me.
If I could be of any help, Miss Schaefer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillis. I just didn't think it was any good.
Just what kind of material do you recommend? James Joyce, Dostoevsky?
Perhaps the reason I hated Bases Loaded is that I knew your name. I'd always heard that you had some talent.
That was last year. This year I'm trying to pay the rent.
That'll be all, Miss Schaefer. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Mr. Gillis.
Look, I don't want you to think I thought this was going to win any Academy Award, but I'm over a barrel, Mr. Sheldrake. I need a job.
I haven't got a thing.
Any kind of an assignment. Additional dialogue, rewrite.
There's nothing, honest.
Mr. Sheldrake, well, could you let me have $300? It's for my car. They're after my car. I mean yourself as a personal loan.
Could I? Gillis, last year somebody talked me into buying a ranch in the valley. So I borrowed the money from the bank to pay for the ranch. This year I had to mortgage the ranch so I could keep up my life insurance, so I could borrow on my insurance, so I could pay the bank. Then there's a little matter called income tax. Now, in case you don't...
Well, that was that. I drove out of the parking lot. No place in particular. Just driving and trying to think things out. The time had come to wrap up the whole Hollywood deal and somehow get back to Ohio. I stopped for a traffic light. Behind me in the mirror, I saw a very familiar car. 2 gentlemen from the Friendly Finance Company. I jumped the light and stepped on the gas. I was on Sunset Boulevard now, heading toward the beach. Suddenly, a tire blew out. There wasn't time to think twice. I turned off the road into a private driveway. I ducked behind some fancy shrubbery and waited. I was safe. The house was a great big white elephant of a place. The kind crazy movie people built in the crazy 20s. A neglected house gets an unhappy look. This one had it in spades. Dismal and damp-looking, all grown over with some devouring sort of ivy. I started wondering how anyone could ever...
You there. Why are you so late?
Oh, I beg your pardon, but I'm,
In here. Come in.
I just left my car in the driveway. I had a blowout. I thought maybe
Go inside.
Have him come up back.
Wipe your feet. Go on. You're not properly dressed for the occasion.
What occasion?
Go up the stairs.
Now, suppose you listen to me for just a
Madame,
minute.
it's waiting.
For me? Okay.
If you need any help, call me.
So I went up the staircase. It led to a huge bedroom. On a table, covered with a Spanish shawl, was a monkey. A dead monkey. I guess I just stood there staring.
You should have been here hours ago. I put him there because he always liked to be near the fire. Well, I've made up my mind that he'll be buried in the garden. Any city laws against that?
I wouldn't know.
I don't care anyway. I want the coffin to be white. I want it specially lined with satin. White. Or maybe deep pink. Now, I warn you, don't quote me a fancy price just because I'm rich.
Look, you've got the wrong man, lady. I had some trouble with my car. I thought this place was empty.
It is not. Get out.
I'm sorry. Hey, excuse me. But haven't I seen you before?
Get out.
You're Norma Desmond. You used to be in silent pictures. You used to be big.
I am big. It's the pictures that got small.
Yeah, I knew there was something wrong with them.
They're dead. They're finished. There was a time when they had the eyes of the whole wide world, but that wasn't good enough for them. Oh, no. They had to have the ears of the world, too. So they opened their big mouths, and out came talk. Talk.
Yeah, well, that's where the popcorn business comes in. You buy yourself a bag and plug up your ear.
Look at them in those front offices, the masterminds. They took the idols and smashed them. The Fairbankses, the Gilberts, the Valentinos. And who have you got now? Some nobody.
Well, don't blame me. I'm not a producer, just a writer.
You are. Writing words. Words. More words. Well, you've made a rope of words and strangled this business.
Shh. You wake up the monkey.
Get out. Max!
Okay, I'm going.
Just a minute, you. A writer, you said.
Well?
Are you or aren't you?
Oh, sure. The last story I sold was about Okies in the Dust Bowl, but you'd never know because when it reached the screen, the whole thing played on a torpedo boat.
I happen to have written a script myself. It's the story of Salome. I think I'll have DeMille direct it.
And you'll play Salome?
Who else?
Only asking. I didn't know you were planning a comeback.
I hate that word. It's a return. A return to the millions of people who have never forgiven me for deserting the screen.
Fair enough.
Salome. What a woman. What a part. The princess in love with a holy man. He rejects her, so she demands his head on a golden tray, kissing his cold, dead lips.
They'll love it in Pomona.
They love it every place. Read it. Read my manuscript. Read the scene just before she has him killed.
Now, look, never let another writer read your material, Miss Desmond. He may steal it.
I'm not afraid. Max!
Yes, madame?
The young man is staying for a while. Get some champagne.
So I started to read. Sometimes it's interesting just to see how bad writing can be. This promised to go the limit. She sat in front of me, coiled up like a watch spring, defying me not to like what I read, or maybe begging me in her own proud way to like it. It meant so much to her. It was sure a cozy setup. That bundle of raw nerves, and Max, and the dead monkey. Later on, just for comedy relief, the real guy arrived with a little coffin. It was all done with great dignity. He must have been a very important chimp. It got to be evening. I was feeling a little sick at my stomach, what with the champagne and that tripe I'd been reading. By then, however, I'd started making up a little plot of my own.
Well, you're not going to stop reading.
This is fascinating.
Of course it is.
All it needs is maybe a little more dialogue.
What for? I can say anything I want with my eyes.
Well, it certainly could use a little editing.
I will not have it butchered.
Oh, of course not. Just a touch here and there. You can find somebody.
Oh, I'd have to have somebody I could trust. When were you born? I mean, what sign of the zodiac?
I don't know.
What month? What date?
Oh, December 21st.
Sagittarius. I like Sagittarians. You can trust them.
Thank you.
I want you to do this work.
Me? Oh, no, I'm busy. I've got a job.
I don't care.
And I'm pretty expensive. I get $500 a week.
I wouldn't worry about money. I'll make it worth your while.
Well, maybe I'd better take it home and look it over there.
Oh, no. I won't let it out of my house. You'll have to work here.
Well, it's getting kind of late.
Are you married, Mr.?
The name is Gillis, single.
Where do you live?
Hollywood, Aldo Nido Apartments.
There's something wrong with your car, you said.
There sure is.
Why shouldn't you stay here?
Look, I'll come back tomorrow.
Nonsense. There's a room over the garage. Max will take you there. Max, come here.
I felt kind of pleased with the way I'd handled the situation. Sure, I'd work on a script. Meanwhile, my car would be safe and the money prospects looked very good indeed.
This garage room has not been used for a long time.
I guess it's okay for one night. She's quite a character, isn't she?
She was the greatest of them all. You wouldn't know. You're too young. In 1 week, she received 17,000 fan letters.
Yeah. I sure turned into an interesting driveway.
You did, sir. Good night, Mr. Young.
I pegged him as slightly cuckoo, too. A stroke, maybe. Come to think of it, the whole place seemed to have been stricken with a kind of creeping paralysis. Out of beat with the rest of the world, crumbling apart in slow motion. When I woke up the next morning, all my belongings were there. Suitcases, books, even my typewriter. I threw on some clothes and ran over to the house.
Of course your things are there. I brought them myself.
Is that so? Well, who said you could? Who asked you to?
I did. It seemed like a good idea if we are to work together.
Well, there's nothing in the deal about my staying here.
You like it here. Besides, you can't work in an apartment where you owe 3 months' rent.
I'll take care of that.
It's all taken care of. Max, unpack Mr. Gillis's things.
Has been done, madam.
Well, pack them up again. I didn't say I was staying.
Then suppose you make up your mind. Do you want this job or not?
Yes, I wanted the job. I wanted the dough. But it wasn't so simple getting some coherence into those wild hallucinations she called a script. And what made it even tougher was that she was around all the time, hovering over me, afraid I'd do some injury to that precious brainchild. Oh, just a scene I threw out.
What scene?
Well, the one where you go to the slave market. It's better to cut directly to John the Baptist.
Cut away from me.
Well, honestly, they don't want to see you in every scene.
Don't they? Then why do they write me fan letters every day? Why do they beg me for my photographs? Why? Because they want to see me, Norma Desmond.
Okay.
Put those pages back there where they belong.
So I put them back. You don't yell at a sleepwalker. He may fall and break his neck. That was it. She was still sleepwalking along the giddy heights of a lost career, plain crazy when it came to that one subject, her celluloid self, the great Norma Desmond. It wasn't all work, of course. Sometimes there'd be little bridge games at the house, friends of hers, actors, dim figures you might still remember from silent pictures. I used to think of them as her waxworks, fragile and old. They'd come and they'd go, quietly like ghosts. They never spoke to me. I don't believe they even asked her who I was. On other nights, Max would operate a motion picture machine. We'd see a movie right in her living room. A silent movie. I guess I don't have to tell you who the star was. They were always her pictures. That's all she wanted to see.
Still wonderful, isn't it? And no dialogue. We didn't need dialogue. We had faces. Oh, those idiot producers. Those imbeciles. Haven't they got any eyes? Have they forgotten what a star looks like? I'll show them. I'll be up there again, so help me.
One morning, Max came in with bad news for me. The men from the finance company had paid us a visit. They'd found my car and towed it away.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. They took your car. It's not a matter of life and death.
Well, it is to me. That's why I took this job.
Now you're being silly. We don't need 2 cars. We have a car. And not one of those cheap new things made of chromium and spit. Nisada Fischini. Have you ever heard of a Nisada Fischini? All handmade. Cost me $28,000.
So Max got the old bus down off its blocks and polished it up again. It was upholstered in leopard skin and had one of those car phones, gold-plated.
That's a dreadful shirt you're wearing, Joe.
Yeah? What's wrong with it?
Nothing. You should work in a filling station. And I'm getting rather bored with that same sport jacket and the same baggy pants. Max?
Yes, madam.
Take us to a good men's shop in town. The very best. Take us there now.
But I don't need any clothes, and I certainly don't want you buying them for me.
Why begrudge me a little fun? I just want you to look nice. And, must you chew gum?
The last week in December, the rains came. It came right through the old roof of my room over the garage. So she had Max move me into the main house. I didn't much like the idea, but it was better than sleeping in a raincoat and galoshes.
You should be quite comfortable here, Mr. Gillis.
Uh-huh. Whose room was this?
It was the room of the husband. Or the husbands, I should say. Madame has been married 3 times.
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with the door? There isn't any lock.
There are no locks anywhere in this house, sir.
How come?
Madame has had some moments of melancholy. There have been some attempts at suicide.
Oh.
We have to be very careful. No sleeping pills, no razor blades. We turned off the gas in Madame's bedroom.
Why? Her career? She got enough out of it. She's not forgotten. She still gets those fan letters.
Those letters? I would not look too closely at the postmarks.
You send them. Is that it, Max?
I'd better press your evening clothes, sir. Mr. Gillis has not forgotten Madame's New Year's Eve party.
No, I hadn't forgotten the party. I dreaded it. But I was curious as to who would be there. I heard voices. Max ushering in the orchestra. A little later on, they started to play. I went downstairs. This was the night I was to find out how she felt about me. I'd been an idiot not to have sensed it coming. That sad, embarrassing revelation. She was dancing alone, a tango. And then she saw me and came over to the foot of the stairs.
2 of Sunset Boulevard, starring Gloria Swanson as Norma Desmond, William Holden as Joe, and Nancy Gates as Betty.
If there had been any hope of ducking that New Year's Eve party, believe me, I wouldn't have been there. As it was, I had put on that dinner jacket from the best shop in town and went downstairs.
Oh, you look absolutely divine. Turn around.
Oh, please.
Come on. Perfect. Wonderful shoulders. And I love that line.
Oh, it's all padding. Don't let it fool you.
Cute. You know, this floor used to be wood, but I had it changed. Valentina said there's nothing like tile for a tango. You tango, don't you?
Not on the same floor with Valentino. Norma, it's late. What time are they supposed to get here?
Who?
The other guests.
There are no other guests. This is for you and me, Joe.
Oh?
Hold me tighter.
Okay.
You'll think this is all very funny.
A little.
Be patient, Joe. You think it's nice, not funny. You think it's very nice.
So we danced. Norma Desmond and I, in a room big enough for a softball game, to the music of a 20-piece orchestra.
What a wonderful year it's going to be, Joe. What fun we'll have. I'll fill my pool for you. I'll open my house in Malibu, and you can have the whole ocean. And when our picture's finished, I'll buy you a boat, and we'll sail to Honolulu.
Oh, stop it. You're not going to buy me anything anymore.
Don't be silly. I'm rich, Joe. I'm richer than all this new Hollywood trash. I've got $1 million.
Keep it.
I own 3 blocks downtown. I've got oil in a Bakersfield, pumping. What's it for? But to buy us anything we want.
Cut out that us business.
What's the matter with you?
Has it ever occurred to you that I may have a life of my own, that there may be some girl that I'm crazy about?
Who? Some car hop? Some dress extra from Central Casting?
What I'm trying to say is that I'm all wrong for you. You want a Valentino, somebody with polo ponies, a big shot.
What you're trying to say is you don't want me to love you, is that it? Well, say it! Say it!
She left the room and rushed upstairs, and the orchestra kept playing. Well, I'd had enough. I grabbed my coat and left. I thought about a friend of mine, Artie Green, an assistant director. There was bound to be a New Year's shindig going on in his apartment. I walked down to the boulevard and hitched a ride into town.
Well, what do you know, Joe Gillis?
Hi, Artie.
Where you been? I dropped by your place a couple of weeks ago on the land.
Well, I moved out to a deep freeze. Look, I'll give you a full report later. Meantime, could I stick around here for a while?
Oh, this'll go on all night.
No, I mean, could you put me up for a week or so?
Oh, sure, Joe, sure. Just stand by, kid. I'll get you a drink.
Hello, Mr. Gillis.
Oh, hello.
Eddie Schaefer, remember? Sheldrake's office.
Oh, yes.
I've been hoping I'd run into you, Mr. Gillis.
What for? To recover that knife you stuck in my back?
Well, I did feel a little guilty. So I got out some of your old stories.
Why, you sweet kid.
Please, I would like to talk to you. Come on, let's go in the kitchen.
I didn't pay much attention to what Betty was trying to tell me. Too much noise, too many people having a good time. But suddenly I knew I was feeling good again, and that she was part of that feeling. I told her to wait for me. I'd be right back. I had to make a phone call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillis, but I cannot talk to you now.
Yes, you can. Now, look, Max, I want you to get out my old suitcase and pack all of my
I
old...
have no time to do anything now. The doctor is here.
Doctor? What's going on?
Madame got the razor from your room, and she cut her wrist.
Max. Hello, Max.
Hey, Joe, where you going? What did you do to him, honey? Scare him or something?
Who is he talking to, Artie? Why would he leave like that?
I don't know. How do you like that guy?
Thank you for coming back, Mr. Gillis. How is she? The doctor says she will be all right. Be careful, Mr. Gillis. Be careful what you say to her.
Norma?
Go away. Don't look at me. Go away and let me alone.
What kind of a silly thing was that to do?
To fall in love with you. That was the idiotic thing.
It sure would have made attractive headlines. Great star kills herself for unknown writer.
Great stars and great pride. Go away. Go back to that girl of yours.
Look, I was making that up because I thought the whole thing was a mistake. I didn't want to hurt you. You've been good to me, Norma. You're the only person in this stinking town who has been good to me.
Then why don't you just say thank you? Just get out.
Not until you promise to act like a sensible human being.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Norma. Happy New Year, Norma.
Oh, Joe. Joe. Happy New Year.
By the following day, if it hadn't been for her bandaged wrists, No one would have dreamed that here was a woman who'd tried to kill herself.
Immediately, Max, immediately. Take the script over to Paramount, and be sure you deliver it to Mr. DeMille in person.
Very good, madam.
You're really going to send it to DeMille?
Well, this is the day. This is the day, Joe. Look, here's the chart from my astrologer. She's read DeMille's horoscope. She's read mine.
Did she read the script? Norma, scripts don't sell on astrologers' charts.
But, darling, I'm not just selling the script. I'm selling me. DeMille always said I was his greatest star.
When did he say it, Norma?
Well, all right, it was quite a few years ago. But the point is, I never looked better in my life. Do you know why? Because I've never been as happy in my life. Now, hurry, Max, hurry!
It's for you, madam. The telephone. Paramount is calling.
Now, do you believe me, Joe? Paramount is calling. I told you DeMille would jump at my story.
It's not Mr. DeMille in person, madam. Someone by the name of Gordon Cole. He says it is very important.
Certainly it's important. The very idea of having some assistant call me. Say that I'm busy and hang up.
Very good, madam.
How do you like that? We made 12 pictures together. His greatest successes.
Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's shooting.
I know that trick. He's trying to belittle me. He's trying to get my price down. I've waited 20 years for this call. Now DeMille can wait until I'm good.
About 3 days later, she was good and ready. Incredible as it may seem, there had been more of those urgent calls from Paramount. So she put on a half a pound of makeup, fixed it up with a veil, and set forth to see DeMille in person.
Joe, are you sure you don't want to see Mr. DeMille with me, dear?
No, I'll wait outside. It's your script, Norma. It's your show. Good luck.
Thank you, darling. Max, what are we waiting for?
The gate, madam.
Hold that noise, will you, please?
To see Mr. DeMille. Open the gate.
Mr. DeMille is shooting. Have you got an appointment?
No appointment necessary. I am bringing Norma Desmond.
Norma who?
Norma Desmond.
Jonesy, it is you, Jonesy.
What? Why, Miss Desmond. Oh, how have you been, Miss Desmond?
Just tell that officer to open the gate.
Sure, Miss Desmond. Okay, Mac, open it up. Yeah, they can't drive on the lot without a pass. Miss Desmond can. Open it up.
Where's Mr. DeMille shooting, Jonesy?
Stage 18, Miss Desmond.
Thank you, Jonesy. And teach your young friend some manners. Tell him without me he wouldn't have any job. Because without me there wouldn't be any Paramount studio. Max, stage 18.
It wasn't possible. How could a man of DeMille's intelligence see even a glimmer of hope in a script as bad as the one she'd sent him? But he came out of the sound stage and put his arms around her, and then led her into his bed.
You saw them? Mr. Gillis, the extras, the electricians. They fall all over each other just to get a look at her. You see that row of offices? That used to be Madame's dressing room. The whole row.
That didn't leave much for Wallace Reed. Oh, that sign over there, Max. Reader's department. It reminds me, I want to look up somebody. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, for heaven's sake, come on in. Have a chair.
Hello, Betty. I just thought I'd tell you that if you still think there's anything in that story of mine, go ahead, take it. It's all yours.
Why?
Well, it's no good to me. Help yourself. I mean it.
That doesn't make sense. Besides, I'm just not good enough to do it by myself.
Well, what about all those ideas you had?
You don't even know what they are. Maybe they aren't any good. Oh, look, Joe, please, if you're busy, maybe we could work evenings or even 6 o'clock in the morning.
Artie would just love that.
No, for the next month, Artie won't mind at all. He's out of town. Incidentally, we're engaged.
Oh? Huh. Well, good for you. You couldn't find a nicer guy.
That's what I think. Anyway, he's on location in Arizona, so I'm free every evening and every weekend.
Look, Betty, it can't be done. It's out. Now stop being chicken-hearted and write that story. And don't make it too dreary. Get a few laughs in it. So long, Betty. Good luck.
Oh, honest to goodness, I hate you.
As I walked back to the car, I saw someone talking to Max. He was just leaving. Then Max turned to me and looked at me helplessly. What's the matter?
That man, one of DeMille's assistants.
Well?
The reason for all those telephone calls to Madame. It was not DeMille. It was the property department who called.
Property department?
The car. They saw the car when I brought the script here. They want to rent the car for a Bing Crosby picture.
And DeMille's going to tell her then?
He will know what to tell her. He remembers her. He will not break her heart.
Take it easy. She's coming.
You see? Look at her. Look at her. She's radiant.
Well, how'd it go?
Oh, it couldn't have gone better. It's practically set. Of course, he has to finish this picture first. It's a circus picture. But I'm next. I'm sure I'm next. He said nothing would please him more than to work with me again.
Norma.
Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't realize what it would be like to come back to the old studio. Oh, what are you waiting for, Max?
Forgive me, Mother. Your arm, Mother.
After that, an army of beauty experts invaded the house. She went through a merciless series of treatments, like an athlete training for the Olympic Games. She went to bed every night at 9. She was absolutely determined to be ready. Ready for those cameras that would never turn.
Joe, darling, are you there?
Yes, Norma.
Oh, don't turn around. Keep your eyes on the book. I just came down to say goodnight. I don't want you to see me. I'm not very attractive at the moment.
All right. Good.
You know, I've lost 1.5 pounds since Tuesday.
Good.
You going to read all night?
Oh, for a while.
You went out last night, didn't you, Joe?
I went for a walk.
No, you didn't. You took the car. It's all right. It's just that I don't want to be left alone. Not while I'm under this terrible strain. All I ask is for you to be a little patient and a little kind.
Norma, I haven't done anything.
Of course you haven't. I wouldn't let you. Good night, darling.
Yes, she was right. I was playing hooky every night. That story of mine that Betty Schaefer had dug up kept going through my head like a locomotive. I'd phoned her, and we'd started working on it, just the two of us in her office, nights when the studio was deserted. And sometimes when we got stuck, we'd walk around the lot, just wandering down alleys between the sound stages, or through the sets they were getting ready for the next day's shooting. It was on one of those walks that Betty first told me about her nose.
So naturally, my family expected me to become a great star. Anyway, the studio made a test, but they didn't like my nose. It slanted a little.
Oh, they're crazy.
Oh, no, they're not. So I went to a doctor and had it fixed. Then they gave me another test. This time they were crazy about my nose, but they didn't like my acting.
That's the saddest thing I ever heard.
Oh, not at all. It really taught me a little sense. So I got a job in the mailroom, then stenographic, and now I'm a reader.
3 cheers for Betty Schaefer. I will now kiss her nose.
If you please.
May I say that you smell real special?
Must be my new shampoo.
No. No, that's not shampoo. It's more like freshly laundered linen handkerchiefs. And may I suggest that if we're ever to finish our story, you stay at least 2 feet away from me at all times. Now let's walk back to your office. It was long past midnight when I got back to the house. Max was waiting for me in the patio.
Mr. Gillis, you must be very careful. Madame may be watching. Mr. Gillis, I'm not inquiring where you go every night.
Well, why don't you? I'm writing a script, and I'm going to finish it.
It is just that I am greatly worried about Madame.
You're not helping her any, feeding her lies and more lies. What happens when she finds out there isn't going to be any picture?
She will never find out. That's my job. It's been my job for a long time. I made Norma Desmond a star, and I cannot let her be destroyed.
You made her a star?
I discovered her. I directed all her early films.
And she's turned you into a servant.
It was I who asked to come back, humiliating as that may seem. You see, I was her first husband.
The following night, as usual, I was in Betty's office. Betty was strangely quiet. It wasn't like her. Something had happened.
Sorry, Joe. I don't want to talk about it.
Is it about me? What have you heard?
No. It's Artie. He sent me a telegram.
Oh, anything wrong?
He wants me to come on to Arizona, Joe. He said it only cost $2 to get married there.
Why don't you? Well, stop crying, will you? You're getting married. That's what you wanted.
I don't want it now.
Why not? Don't you love Artie?
Of course I love him. I always will. I'm not in love with him anymore, that's all.
What happened?
You did? Oh, Joe.
She'd been a fool not to sense there was something phony in my setup. And I'd been a heel not to have told her. But you just can't say those things to somebody you're crazy about. Maybe I'd never have to. Maybe I could get away with it. Get away from Norma. Maybe I could wipe the whole nasty mess right out of my life. As soon as I got back to that peculiar prison of mine, I went to Norma's room. The door was closed, but I could hear her talking.
Calling you so late, Miss Schaefer. But I really feel it's my duty. Never mind who I am. You don't know Mr. Gillis. Exactly how much do you know about him? Do you know where he lives? Do you know how he lives? Miss Schaefer, I'm trying to spare you a great deal of misery. Very well, then. Ask him.
Give me that phone.
No, Joe, no.
Give it to me. That's right, Betty. Ask me. Or better yet, why don't you come out and see for yourself? The address is 10,086 Sunset Boulevard.
Don't hate me, Joe. Don't hate me. I found a script in your room. Your name was on it. Your name and hers. I called her up because I need you. I need you as I never needed you before. Oh, look at me. Look at my hands. Look at my face. Look into my eyes. How can I go back to my work if I'm wasting away under this torment? You don't know what I've been through these last weeks. I bought myself a revolver. I did. I stood in front of that mirror, but I couldn't make myself do it. Don't just stand there hating me. Shoot at me, strike me, but don't hate me. Oh, Joe. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
What was I going to do? Over and over, she kept repeating those words, sobbing, hysterical. I left the room and went out of doors. I kept walking around. And then I saw some headlights and a car turned into the driveway. Betty had come.
Joe, what is it? What's wrong? I didn't know what to do, so I jumped in the car.
Come on in. Come on in the house, Betty.
I don't know why I'm scared, Joe. Is it something awful?
Take a look around, Betty. Ever been in one of these old Hollywood palazzos? They built them like this when they were making $18,000 a week and no taxes.
You live here, Joe?
You bet.
Whose house is it?
Whose? Well, there are 100 photographs of her in that one room. If you don't remember the face, you must have heard the name. Norma Desmond?
Why did she call me?
You ever see so much junk? She had the ceiling brought all the way over from Portugal. And look at this.
Joe, what about Norma Desmond?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is an enormous place. It's lonely here. So she got herself a companion. Very simple setup. An older woman who's well-to-do. A younger man who's not doing too well. Can you figure it out yourself?
No.
All right, I'll give you a few more clues.
No, I haven't heard any of this. She never called me, and I've never been in this house. Now get your things together and let's get out of here.
All my things? My 18 suits, my custom-made shoes, the 6 dozen shirts, the cuff links, and the platinum keychains and cigarette cases.
Come on, Joe.
Come on where? Back to a one-room apartment I can't pay the rent for? Back to a story that may sell and very possibly may not?
If you love me, Joe.
Look, sweetie, be practical. I like it here. Maybe it's not very admirable. Well, you and Artie can be admirable.
I can't look at you anymore, Joe.
How about looking for the exit, then? This way. Good luck to you, Betty. You can finish that script on your way to Arizona. And when you and Artie get back, if the two of you ever feel like taking a swim, there's a pool out there. Italian marble and soft-colored lights.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, Joe.
Get out of my way. I'm leaving, Norma.
Joe. Joe, no. You can't leave me. You can't.
I said I'm leaving.
No, you're not.
Thanks for letting me wear the handsome wardrobe, and thanks for the use of all the trinkets. The jewelry's all in the top drawer.
It's yours, Joe. I gave it to you.
And I'd take it in a second. Only it's a little too dressy for Dayton, Ohio.
What I gave you is nothing. You can have anything you want. What is it you want? Money?
You'd be throwing it away, Norma. I don't qualify for the job, not anymore.
You can't go. Max! I can't face life without you. And you know I'm not afraid to die.
That's between you and yourself.
You think I made that up about the gun, don't you? All right, see, I do have a gun. I suppose you don't think I have the courage.
Oh, sure.
You don't.
If it would make a good scene.
You don't care, do you? Well, hundreds of thousands of people really
Oh, wake
care.
up, Norma. You'd be killing yourself to an empty house. The audience left 20 years ago. Now face it.
That's a lie. They still want me.
No, they don't.
What about the studio? What about the mill?
He couldn't hurt you. He couldn't hurt anyone. The mill was trying to spare your feelings. The studio only wanted to rent your car.
Wanted what?
The mill didn't have the heart to tell you. None of us had the heart. Come on in, Max. Go on, tell her.
It's a lie. They want me. I get letters every day.
Do her that favor, Max. Tell her there isn't going to be any picture. There aren't any fan letters except the ones you write.
Max, that isn't true.
Madame is still the greatest star of them all. I'll take Mr. Gillis back to the car.
You heard him. I'm a star.
Norma, you're a woman of 50. Now grow up. There's nothing tragic about being 50, not unless you try to be 25.
I'm the greatest star of them all.
Goodbye, Norma.
No one ever leaves.
I left her standing there. I grabbed my coat and started out. She kept calling me.
Joe!
I could hear her running after me.
Joe!
I was out of the house now. The air suddenly felt fresh again, clean. I started across the patio. She called to me once again.
Joe!
But I didn't stop. I kept on going. Suddenly, it was a great effort to keep on walking. I was alongside the pool now, and if I could only... Well, this is just about where you came in. Back at that pool again. The one I always wanted. Only now the place is crawling with people. The police, detectives, reporters, photographers. They took pictures of me in the pool, and they took pictures of me out of the pool. They were very careful with me. Gentle. It's funny how gentle people get with you once you're dead. Well, the newsreel guys are roaring in now. Here's an item everybody can have some fun with. The heartless so-and-sos. What would they do to Norma? Even if she gets away with it in court, crime of passion, temporary insanity, the headlines are going to kill her. Forgotten star, a slayer. Aging actress. Yesterday's glamour queen. They're talking to her now up in the house. The boys from Homicide. They found her upstairs, sitting at her dressing table, arranging her hair.
Won't talk, Captain. State of shock, I guess.
Miss Desmond, please. You don't deny having killed that man.
Just answer us yes or no. Did you intend to kill him?
Who is he? Where did you first meet him? Where does he come from?
Newsreel men are here with the cameras, Captain.
Tell him to go fly a kite. This is no time for cameras. Miss Desmond, is there anything at all you want to tell us?
Cameras? The cameras. What is it, Max?
The cameras have arrived, madam.
They have. Tell Mr. DeMille I'll be on the set at once.
What is this? It's one way to get her downstairs, isn't it?
Okay. Have the car right outside. Everything will be ready, madam.
Thank you, Max. You'll pardon me, gentlemen, but I must get ready for my scene.
The cameramen were at the foot of the stairs. A dozen reporters firing questions, but Max didn't even bother to look at them. It was the cameras he was interested in.
Quiet, everybody. Miss Desmond is coming. Lights. Turn up the lights. Lights? Are you ready, Norma?
What is the scene? Where am I?
This is the staircase of the palace.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Down below. They're waiting for the princess.
I'm ready.
All right. Cameras. Action.
So they were turning after all. Those cameras. Life, which can be strangely merciful, had taken pity on Norma Desmond. She came down the stairs. They were not policemen. They were not photographers or reporters or just the morbidly curious. To Norma, they were her public, her fans. And she was back again, working with DeMille.
I can't go on with the scene. I'm too happy. Mr. DeMille, do you mind if I say a few words? Thank you. I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again. You don't know how much I've missed all of you. And I promise you I'll never desert you again. Because after Salome, you will make another picture and another picture. You see, this is my life. It always will be. There'll be nothing else. Just us and the cameras and those wonderful people out there in the dark. All right, Mr. DeMille. I'm ready for my close-up.
We want you to meet our stars in person. Mr. Keeley will tell you about next week's show. But first, here's Libby Collins with a very exciting question.
Who is the lovely Lux Girl?
Oh, you mean who is the mystery star in the big Lux Girl contest?
That's it. The lovely Hollywood star with her eyes masked out. Her picture's appearing in newspapers everywhere, on posters in grocery stores all over the country.
Give our listeners a clue, Libby, to help identify her.
Right. Our Lux Mystery Girl is the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Too Young to Kiss.
That makes it easy for everyone to identify her and to enter this wonderful Lux contest.
The prizes, John, are simply wonderful. Why, the first prize is $5,000 cash, plus a Ford Victoria sedan.
And there are 10 more Ford Victoria sedans to be given away.
And 200 14-karat gold diamond Boulevard watches.
Plus $10,000 in additional cash prizes.
Over $60,000 worth of prizes, and everyone easy to win. Besides, it's really fun to enter the contest. First, you identify the mystery star. Then, complete the last line of a jingle.
Now, here's the jingle. June is her name. The last is da-da-da. That's where you fill in the star's name. I'll repeat it. June is her name. The last is da-da-da. Her lovely skin's beyond comparison. Her beauty soap's the one for me. Da-dee, 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 da-dee.
Everyone knows lots of nice things about Lux soap to help write that last line.
Yes, for instance, Lux soap has active lather. Rich, creamy lather that cleanses gently but thoroughly, leaves skin softer, smoother. It's a firm white cake with a delicate flower-like fragrance. Comes in a generous big bath size, too. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux Girls. So go ahead, enter this big Who is the Lovely Lux Girl contest right away. Get the entry blank at your grocer's tomorrow. The picture of the star to be identified, the jingle, the rules, and the address are all on the blank. Send in as many entries as you wish, but with each entry, attach 2 Lux toilet soap wrappers, either regular or bath size. The contest closes October 15th, so start now. Get your entry in right away. Just think, $60,000 worth of prizes, over 1,200 opportunities for you to win. And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And we want them to come forward for a well-deserved curtain call. Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates. can't tell you what pleasure it gives me to welcome you to the Lux Radio Theater.
Thank you very much, Bill Keeley.
Gloria, I understand that you're leaving town tomorrow to attend a big fashion show in the East.
That's right, Bill. I've designed a lot of clothes for the show, and I'm delighted over my new creation.
Well, we're delighted that you could make our Lux Radio show. Gloria, with all your activities, motion pictures, stage, your radio and television shows, dress designing, manufacturing...
Now, Bill, that's enough about me. What about Nancy Gates?
Me? Well, I just recently signed with the studio, Miss Swanson. And I do think I'm very fortunate to start off as a member of Paramount's Golden Circle.
You sure are, Nancy. I was a member of the original Golden Circle Players, and it was one of the best breaks of my career.
Well, Bill, I think the Golden Circle is filled with very talented young people. And, of course, all the girls would like to be a glamorous star like you, Miss Swanson.
Oh, thank you, Nancy. Thank you. And now, what about Bill? What have you been doing recently?
Well, I just finished a picture at Paramount with Nancy Olson and Bill Bendix called Submarine Command.
A submarine commander? That's something I haven't done. The picture I just finished, 3 4-bedroom C, is all about a staid but attractive scientist and motion picture star. He knows everything about atomic radiation and nothing about the warm human chemical radiation that takes place between the male and the female. But he learns. Yes, indeed. He learns.
You're just the one to teach him. That sounds like a real comedy hit.
And speaking of hits, Gloria, a Lux soap is a real hit with everyone.
Well, now, that's not new, Bill. For a long time, we screen actresses have depended on Lux toilet soap.
That's right, Miss Swanson. And we hope to be screen actresses wouldn't think of missing our Lux Soap facials.
And I don't want to miss the announcement of next week's show, Bill.
Next week, we'll have a salute to the motion picture industry. We call it Movie Time USA. And we'll present scenes from 7 important new productions with 15 of our top stars. They will be Mary Alden, Ann Blythe, Leslie Caron, Claudette Colbert, Gary Cooper, Wendell Corey, Bing Crosby, Dan Daly, John Derrick, Joanne Drew, Gene Kelly, Vera Ralston, Donna Reed, Forrest Tucker, and Jane Wyman.
Oh.
Just a little something they whipped up.
Wow, that's going to be a great, super great show, Bill. And now I must say good night.
We'll all be listening. Good night.
Good night, and all our best listeners.
Hollywood, California, Monday, January 18th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Criminal Code with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Edward G. Robinson, Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. Our guests, James B. Holohan, recent warden of San Quentin Prison, and Gladys Lloyd, former stage star, and now Mrs. Edward G. Robinson. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Once again, the makers of Lux Flakes welcome you all to another hour in Hollywood at the Lux Radio Theater. Every woman should know what Lux Flakes can do for her hands. Think of the time your hands are in the dishpan every day. The wrong soap can do a lot of damage. It may contain harmful alkali that dries up the oils which protect your skin and keep it soft. Then your hands look red, rough, and old. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They are like a beauty care for your hands. Yet Lux for all your dishes costs less than 1 cent a day. Keep your hands lovely. Start using Lux for dishes tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. What Mark Twain said about the weather of New England may be said about the character of Edward G. Robinson. It has a sumptuous variety that compels the stranger's admiration. His first success as an actor came in a vaudeville sketch which he wrote himself. It was followed by a brilliant career on the stage, including 10 productions with the New York Theater Guild, topped by his appearance in the title role of the Kibitzer, of which he was co-author. After a friendship of several years, I've learned that Mr. Robinson speaks 7 languages owns one of the finest private collections of modern art in this country, can put an egg in his mouth and turn a handspring without cracking the shell. Also, he is a heavy drinker of milk. Qualifies as an expert on diamonds, consults his wife regarding every part he's offered, and is a profound lover of good music. Mr. Robinson's next film is Kid Galahad. We hear him tonight as Martin Brady. The part of Robert Graham is taken by Paul Guilfoyle, heard recently from our stage in Men in White. Beverly Roberts, descendant of Edward Jenner, who discovered smallpox vaccine, dropped her ideas of doing medical research herself to join the civic repertoire of Eva Le Gallienne. Abroad and practically penniless, she sang songs in a Paris cafe for 5 francs and 2 meals daily. Later, she was singing in a New York nightclub when a scout from Warner Brothers heard her. Rushed to Hollywood, Miss Roberts has made 5 pictures in 9 months and is currently starred in God's Country and the Woman. Tonight, she becomes Mary Brady, the warden's daughter. Noel Madison plays the part of Galloway. Thus acquainted, we now present our stars in person. Ladies and gentlemen, Edward G. Robinson, Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, Noel Madison in the Lux Radio Theater production of Martin Flavin's play, Criminal Code. There's a Saturday night crowd in Spelman's Place, a cafe of doubtful reputation. Seeming curiously out of place in these surroundings is Bob Graham, a well-bred, good-looking young fellow of 22. He dances with a girl who looks up at him through half-closed eyes.
Well, music, ain't it?
Yeah, it's awful hot in here, though.
Want to go outside for a walk?
Who, me? No, I'm all right.
Atta, baby. You know, it was swell of you to bring me here. I mean, not knowing me, hardly and all. Oh, it was swell of you. I mean it. What's your name?
Bob. Bob Graham. Hey, there's that fellow again.
Who?
The fellow's been staring at you all the time.
Oh, don't pay no attention to him.
Do you know him?
Yes, in a way. His name's Parker.
I don't like the way he's looking at you. It's insulting, like he owns you.
Oh, forget it. Come on back to the table. Feel all right now?
Well, sure, I'm okay.
Hello, Gertie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Parker.
Having a good time?
Sure, why not?
Come on over to my table. I got a party there.
Thanks, but I'm with Mr. Graham. Sorry.
Oh, come on now.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Parker.
What?
If the lady wants to go with you, it's all right. But if she wants to stay here, she's going to stay.
Hey, listen, kid, I know her. She'll go where the cash is easiest.
Why, you...
You take that back. You apologize, do you hear?
Beat it, kid.
Apologize.
Go on before you get in trouble.
Come on, Bob, let's get out of here.
You're staying, Gertie. Sit down.
Take your hands off of you, dirty...
Why, you...
Look out, he's got a gun!
What happened? He hit him with a bottle.
Come on, get out, Bob, get out!
No, Say, what's the matter? What started this fight?
I seen the boss's fella here. He hit Mr. Parker with a bottle.
He insulted this lady. I didn't mean to hurt him, but he reached for a gun. I thought he...
Yeah? Well, hold on to this guy, Eddie. I'll get the cops.
Hello, District Attorney's office. Hello, Mr. Brady's wire is busy now. Hello, District Attorney's office. Mr. Brady is busy just now. Will you hold on?
All right, what about it? Only happened Saturday night. Give me a chance. Yeah, I'll see the kids in a couple of minutes. You'll have a statement by noon. Reporters. How they love the smell of blood.
You can't blame him, Mr. Brady. Parker's old man's a big shot in this town.
Yes, I know. Any more witnesses, Lou?
Let's see. The waiter, the girl, the manager. You've seen them all, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, 7 eyewitnesses. And they all check on material points.
Open and shut case, eh?
Yeah, like a knife.
If young Parker should die, we've got
Parker
a case...
is dead.
Dead? Yeah? What is it, Mr. Brady? Second-degree murder?
Well, might be at that.
All right, in here, young fella. Here he is, Mr. Brady.
Okay, Mike. Sit down, kid.
I'd rather stand, sir.
Yeah? Have a cigar?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, sir.
Right, don't you smoke?
Yes, sir, but I don't care to now.
Oh, I see. Well, what's your name?
Robert Graham.
Yeah? Do they ever call you Bob?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
2912 32nd Avenue.
Boarding house, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where do you come from?
Hood Valley.
Parents?
My mother.
Yeah. Well, what you been doing here?
I was a clerk at Price and Hatton's, the brokers.
How long?
A month. I only been here that long.
Ever been arrested before?
Oh, no, sir.
Yeah. Well, Bob, you're in a jam.
Yes, sir.
Young Parker died early this morning.
What? Oh, my God.
You like a drink, Bob?
No, sir.
Ah, good boy. Now, look here, Bob. You can make a statement to me if you want to. But anything you say may be used against you. I want you to understand that.
Yes, sir.
Now, it looks to me like the best thing for you to do is to come clean. Plead guilty and take a jolt. Yes, but your lawyer might advise you differently. Oh, have you got a lawyer?
Well, the firm I work for sent their lawyer to see me this morning.
What did he say?
He told me not to talk.
Yeah? Well, now, don't you say a word. Now, you haven't said anything yet that'll do you any harm. And I guess that's all. Tough luck, Bob. Now, that's the way things go. That's the way they break sometime. You have to take them the way they fall.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mike, take them out.
Come on, kid.
That's tough, Lou.
Yeah.
You know, that kid's got a nice personality.
Yeah.
A smart criminal lawyer like Kelly or Goldsmith could make it pretty tough for us.
That's right, Mr. Brady.
Hey, if that kid belonged to me, I'd make a plea of self-defense and fight it out.
But Parker didn't have a gun.
Yeah, but the kid thought he had. He thought he was fighting for his life. It's what you think that counts. That Parker guy wasn't worth a lead nickel, and that girl less. I'd get a disagreement at the worst, a year's delay, and a new trial. I'd get him off. He'd never serve a day.
Yeah, I guess you could, Mr. Brady.
A thing like this could happen to anyone. Me, you, anyone. Just a rotten break, that's all.
What do you suppose he'll get?
No, I can't tell. If that lawyer of his knows anything, he won't, though. Corporation man. Well, I'd advise him to plead the kid guilty to manslaughter and let it go at that.
Manslaughter. 10 years, eh?
Yeah, maximum.
That's tough on the kid. He'll go to pieces in the jug, wreck his whole life.
Well, it's the old Mosaic law. An eye for an eye. The basis and foundation of our criminal code. There's a man lying dead. His skull smashed in with a bottle. And somebody's got to pay. Well, that somebody happens to be Bob Graham.
Robert Graham, manslaughter, 10 years, number 23499. Have him photographed and fingerprinted. Pier 82, cell 6.
Number 23499. Manslaughter, 10 years. Previous occupation, broker's clerk.
Put him in the jute mill. We can't use any more clerks.
Two, 3, 4, 9, 9. Served 6 out of 10. Needs medical attention.
Send him over to the lab. Have Dr. Ryan give him an examination.
All right. You can put on your shirt now. You're not sick, do you understand? You say you have no appetite. You can't sleep. But physically, you're not sick. What do you say, Dr. Kellogg?
Nothing physically wrong.
You see, I can find nothing wrong with you. My assistant can find nothing wrong with you. You're neurotic. Outside, I should prescribe a change, the mountains or the sea. It's not medicine you need, you understand. Look at me. Look at me, I say. How long have you been here?
6 years.
Ah. You can go. Jute mill. 6 years. You can see it in his eyes. Environmental. Mechanistic occupation. Neurotic. heaven knows what else. No, but you can't find them with a stethoscope, eh, Doctor?
As you say, Dr. Reinwald.
It's a pity. Yes, a pity. There's something there worth saving, and it's almost gone.
This is the medical lab, Mart. Hello, Dr. Reinwolf. Want you to meet the new warden, Mart Brady.
How are you, Doctor?
How do you do?
You remember Brady, Doc. Used to be district attorney. Ought to be governor of the state by rights,
You're a little early, Mac.
I'm showing Mr. Brady around the prison, Doc. Thought we'd drop in and say hello.
Of course.
Regular hospital here, Mart. Drugstore, x-rays, operating rooms, everything. You ought to see it. Better get going now, though. We got to see the jute mill before the whistle blows. So long, Doc. See you later.
Well, I'm glad to have met you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'd like to see all around your plant sometime.
I'll be very glad to show you,
That's
Warden.
fine. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, just let me know.
Thank you. I will.
There, take a slant at that. Some factory, eh? 5,000 bales per day.
5,000?
Why not? There's 2,500 men in here. Speed them up. Make the crooks earn their keep. That's what I say.
Well, that's pretty tough on them, isn't it?
Tough? Ah, they like it, Mart. Gives them something to do, something to think about.
Yeah, I guess so.
You see that bird, Mart? The fellow down there by the machine?
Yeah?
That's Jim Fale.
Jim Fale?
Yeah, yeggman, train robber, sharp as a trap and slippery as an eel. One of the worst we got. It takes 2 cars to hold his record.
Yeah. Say, who's that kid working next to him?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Just a punk, I guess.
Well, not such a good idea, is it, letting a young kid mix with the hardened criminals?
Oh, what's the difference? They're all crooks, Mart, every one of them. Yes. Well, let's go. You'll want to see them eat their supper, Mart. It's quite a sight, I'll tell you. And right after supper, we stick them in the cells. This is the new cell block right here, Mart. You see those men standing in line outside the cages?
Yeah.
When the bell rings again, you'll see a funny thing, Mart.
Yeah, what are they doing there?
Anything they like. Talk, smoke, read, play cards, anything. Till 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's tough. That's pretty tough.
No, they like it. They're champing at the bit to get in now. Keep your eyes open, Mart. Mark time. Now. That's system, Mart. System, you see? One lever locks the door of every set.
Yeah? Hey, tell me, are those floodlights on all night?
Huh? Why, sure. Light is the enemy of crooks, you know.
How do the men sleep in that light?
Why, they get used to it. Come on, Mart. I want to see your daughter and your sister. Then I've got to beat it back to town. You see, Mart, this block is yours.
Ah, gee. If they'd only put out those lights and let a guy sleep. You asleep, Bob? Bob? No. Need something to read? I got a paper here.
I don't want to read.
You used to be reading all the time. Want to play a game of pinochle or dominoes?
No. I can't. I can't go on with it. I can't. I won't. Let me out. Let me out. Oh, let me out.
Stop.
No.
Shut that up.
Quiet, Bob. Quiet. Steady now. Steady, I say. They'll jerk you out of here and throw you in the cooler just that quick. You've got to pull yourself together, Bob.
I can't. I wish I was dead. I wish I was in hell.
You've got your wish, son. It's tough, kid. I'll tell you something, Bob. I didn't mean to tell you this at all. But I can't stand by and see you go to smash. Bob, I'm going to make a break for it.
You are?
Why not? It's the only chance I've got.
Oh, take me with you, Jim.
You think it over, kid. It's always a long shot. 9 out of every 10 come back.
I don't care, Jim. Oh, if I could only get one breath of air outside. One good square meal. If I could only see a woman's face again.
I know, but think it over, Bob, and take your time.
But when and how?
Well, there's 4 in on it now. Myself, Dutch Trask, Pete Grimes, and Runch.
Runch?
Well, I'm not very keen on him myself. I heard he's a stool. But he's a pal of Grimes, and Grimes has framed the trick.
You'll take me with you. You will, won't you, Jimmy?
Think it over, kid. Think it over.
I tell you, Mary, this is no place for your father. He'll never be happy here.
A man who should be sitting in the governor's mansion.
Oh, stop it, Aunt Jenny. This is Dad's job now, and he's got to do it.
But living here, inside the prison, I'll never get used to it. It gives me the creeps.
And all the children put to bed for the night. You know where they are, Mart? Every one of them.
Yeah, we know that.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mac.
Well, Mary, how are you, dear? How are you, Miss Brady?
I shall never get accustomed to this, Mr. McManus.
No, don't say that, Miss Brady.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
Oh, Dad, before I forget, Dr. Reinwolf called.
Yes?
It's about some prisoner. He'd like you to see him personally. Here's the name. I wrote it down.
Robert Graham, 23499. Recommend change of environment. Graham. That name's familiar, but... Hello? Call Dr. Reinwolf, please. Tell him I'll see that prisoner tonight. All right, I'll see him now. What is it?
You have your dinner now, sir?
Yes. Run along, Mary. I'll be with you in a minute.
Come on, Auntie. You staying, Mac?
No, but I'll be up again soon. Goodbye, Mary. Bye, Miss Brady.
I'm afraid so.
Well, Mart, I'll say so long.
Yeah.
Mart, you won't mind a bit of advice from an old friend.
Oh, no. What is it, Mac?
I know there isn't much about crooks I could be telling you.
I guess not.
You're a big man, Mart. Much too big a man for this job. It's only a temporary thing, I know.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm not kicking. You've got to play the cards the way they fall.
They've shelved you for a while, but... Well, don't let anything go wrong in here. Don't let them get anything on you, Mart.
Yes, I know.
There's only one way you can run a prison. Heels on their necks. Now, don't pay too much attention to Reinwolf. He's a good doctor, but he's a nut. He's full of theories about this and that.
Yeah?
Now, Captain Gleason, he's your best bet. Level-headed, cold as ice, and he knows the game from A to Z. Eternal vigilance. That's the ticket. Don't let him pull any monkey tricks.
Yes, I'll take care of it.
A jailbreak or a killing, Mart. You know what that would mean.
Sure.
Well, I gotta beat it or I'll miss my train. Goodbye and good luck, Mart.
Thanks, Mac. So long, Mac. Come in.
Come on, in you go. Evening, Warden.
Evening, Captain.
Here's number 23499, Warden. Dr. Reinwolf said you'd see him.
That's right.
Here's his record, sir.
Oh, thanks. Sit down, Graham. Your name is Graham, isn't it? Look up here. Do they ever call you Bob?
You hear the warden talking to you?
Now, easy, Gleason. Now, Bob, I don't know what you're here for. These guys don't tell much of a story,
It's the Parker case, Mr. Brady.
Parker?
Yes, sir. Young Parker that was killed 6 years ago.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Well... Well, Dr. Reinwald recommends a change of environment. I guess he means take you out of the jute mill. Would you like that, Bob? Would you?
I don't care. You can do what you want.
How would you like to be my chauffeur? I need one.
I don't care.
Dad, we're waiting. Oh. I didn't know you were busy.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. This is Bob Graham. He's going to be our chauffeur.
Oh. Are you?
Well,
I'm sure you'll be a good one.
Well, thanks. Thank you. I'll do my best.
Good boy. We'll get along all right, won't we, son? I sure we'll get along fine.
We will continue with Edward G. Robinson in Criminal Code shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. But for the moment, let us imagine we're in a typical American home in which we meet two members of our unseen radio audience. In the living room, in front of an open fire, the Murrays are listening to our performance of the Criminal Code.
Powerful play, isn't it, George? I certainly enjoy the Lux Radio Theater.
Yes, so do I. And we're in the front row pretty regularly.
That's right. You know, George, I've been enjoying the shows more lately. I haven't had a lot of odd jobs to do while I listen.
Yes, my dear, you do seem to have more time to take it easy now.
Well, one thing, that mending basket isn't nearly so full these days. Matter of fact, I can thank Lux for that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Why, since I began washing socks and stockings in Lux Flakes, I haven't had to do anywhere near so much darning. Your socks wear much longer, and I haven't had a stocking run in ages.
Lux Flakes do cut down on tiresome darning. You don't have to mend nearly so many stocking runs or holes in the menfolk's socks either. That's because Lux saves the elasticity of the threads. Instead of breaking so easily under strains, the threads can give. They can stretch, then spring right back into shape. Naturally, you don't get nearly so many runs or holes. So, to keep your stockings and your husband's socks in good condition longer, always use Lux Flakes. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. 6 months have passed. Prison routine has droned endlessly on, interrupted only by Jimmy Fale's futile break for freedom. In the living room of the warden's apartment, Mary is fastening the buckles of a suitcase. Dr. Reinwolf appears in the archway.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes? Oh, Dr. Reinwolf. Come in.
Miss Brady, your father tells me you're going away.
Well, just for a week or 10 days. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm sorry that you're going, even for so short a time. The miracle that you performed in 6 short months...
Miracle?
Yes. The reconstruction of a man.
Oh. You mean Bob? Bob Graham?
Yes.
Well, what have I to do with that?
I don't know. A curious phenomenon. The raising of Lazarus from the dead wasn't more curious. The prison takes 6 years to break a man, and something mends him in 6 months.
And is he mended, do you think?
Oh, can't you see that in his eyes? For my own records, I've taken the trouble to investigate his history and his crime.
Yes?
It wasn't a crime at all. It was an accident.
Oh.
I thought perhaps you might care to see the file.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
It's in this envelope. Your father was state's attorney at the time. No doubt he can confirm or supplement the facts.
My father is a just man, a kind man. The kindest man I've ever known. If you mean...
Oh, nothing. You quite misunderstand me. The integrity of our criminal code wasn't violated in this case.
I see.
Oh, excuse me. I came to get your grip, Miss Brady.
Oh, yes, Bob. Here it is.
I'll take it out to the car.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob. Bob.
Oh, hello, Galloway.
How they coming, kid?
All right.
Pretty soft now, eh? Working for the warden.
Well, it's better.
Yeah. They got me running errands for Gleason. The rat. Come here. Know what they did with Fales and Trask and Grimes for trying that break?
No.
Solitary for 8 months. That's what they got.
8 months?
Somebody's got to pay for that. Somebody'll get that rotten squealer.
Runch?
Who else? There aren't walls thick enough nor guards enough to save his life.
Oh, but he didn't know what he was saying, Galloway. They made him tell.
I know what they did. But that don't let him out. Runch squealed. Turned up his pals. He's got to pay for that.
But how?
How should I know? But he's working up in the warden's office these days. So watch your step unless you want to get into a jam.
I don't. But what? How?
Keep clear of him, that's all. The guard's watching us. So long, Bob.
So long, Galloway. Bags in the car, Miss Brady.
Thank you, Bob.
Will you be gone long?
Only a few days.
Oh.
Is there anything I can do for you, Bob, outside?
No, thank you.
Anyone I can see?
No, there isn't anybody now. My mother died 3 years ago.
Oh, I didn't know.
She used to come and see me every month until she died. It kept my courage up. Afterwards, I began to slip, I guess. You know, it's awful hard to try and make yourself believe that it's worthwhile to try.
I know.
They all think they've had a rotten deal. That's all you hear. Bad luck, tough breaks. That's all they talk about. It gets under your skin in time, and it fills you up with bitterness and hate. That's all there is in here.
Bob, are you bitter?
No, not now. I was, but I seem to see more clearly now.
My father's trying to get you parole.
Yes, I know. But that doesn't matter so much to me now.
Well, why do you say that?
Oh, I mean, if you stay here.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do. It isn't like it was before at all. If I can see you every day, just to see you, then when they lock me up at night, there's something to think about, to wait for until tomorrow.
Bob, what will you do when you're free again?
I don't know. I've thought a lot about it, too. Do you think it'll make any difference to people?
What?
That I've been in prison.
It shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't, should it? When a thing is paid for, that should end it. But, well, they don't think that in here. They say it does. They say that's why so many who go out come back. Would it make any difference to you?
No, Bob.
Mary.
For heaven's sake, Mary, are you still here? Why, I'm just leaving Aunt Jenny. Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Have a good time.
Goodbye, Bob.
I'll walk to the car with you.
Warden.
Now, Ranch, what is it?
Warden, I gotta speak to you. I gotta.
Hey, what are you trembling about?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. Pull yourself together, Ranch. There's 8 feet of stone wall between you and the yard, and iron gates down there with guards on either side.
Oh, they'll get me, so they'll get me. I know they will. Oh, can't you get me out of here?
But I'm doing what I can.
I never meant to squeal. I couldn't help myself. A guy that squeals ought to have a break, a chance for his life, or run for it. It's like the death house waiting here.
Oh, you're off your nut. Oh, come in, Bob.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Ranch. You can go.
Yes, Warden.
You want to see me, sir?
Yeah. I want to talk to you. Sit down, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Bob, I'm trying to get you out of here.
Yes, sir, I know.
Now, it isn't as easy as it sounds. The system's like a big machine. You go in one end and come out the other, see?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've done almost 7 years out of your 10. Your record's clean. You're eligible for parole. Now, I'm doing what I can to get you out.
Yes, sir.
You're pretty bitter, maybe. I don't know.
No, sir, not now.
Ah, well, so much the better for you. Most prisoners are, and then the fight goes on forever. You only paid according to the law, that's all. The state's attorney has to fight like mad for that. For every man he puts behind the bars, a dozen slip between his fingers. He has to fight the press and maudlin public sentiment and... What's that?
I think it's in the recreation yard behind the jute mill, sir.
Yeah?
A fight, maybe.
Yeah? Well, wait here till I come back.
Bob, what's that noise? What is it, Bob?
I don't know, Runch. A fight, maybe.
It ain't a fight. It's something else, Bob. Oh, listen. I've never done any dirt. To you? You ain't got anything against me, have you, Bob?
No.
Then give me a tip-off, kid. Have they got me framed? Are they going to get me, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, you do. You're down in the yard. You know what's going on. You're holding out on me. Oh, have a heart, kid. Have a heart. Give me a chance to break.
Bob! Galloway, what are you doing here?
Get out quick. To you? You ain't got anything against me, have you, Bob?
No.
Then give me a tip-off, kid. Have they got me framed? Are they going to get me, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, you do. You're down in the yard. You know what's going on. You're holding out on me. Oh, have a heart, kid. Have a heart. Give me a chance to break.
Bob! Galloway, what are you doing here?
Get out quick. No. Don't go, Bob. Don't leave me. He's come to get me.
Get out, Bob.
Look, he's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Oh, Galloway, you can't.
Shut up and get out of here. Don't touch me. Let me go.
You're going to get what's coming to you, you lion. Galloway, stop it.
Well, Doctor? Come on. What is it?
He's dead, Warden.
Dead.
Stabbed in the back.
All right, Doc. Cover him up. I'll send for you later.
I'll be in my office.
Gleason.
Yes, Warden?
How did it happen? How could it happen?
That commotion in the yard. They drew you out of here and gave it to him in the back.
Yes, I know, but who did this?
If you ask me, Warden, it was that driver of yours that turned the trick, young Graham.
Graham? Oh, you're crazy, Gleason. Why would he? What was this to him?
You never can tell what's working in their heads.
Oh, forget it. The bird who planned this trick came either from the prison corridor or from the hall.
Graham.
Go on, use your nut. I tell you, he didn't do it.
He was here when you left. If he didn't murder Runch, he must know who did.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Gleason. I guess he does. So, come in, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Gleason.
Yes.
You better round up the clerks in the turnkey's office. Check them all for bloodstains before they have a chance to wash them off.
Right.
Bob, come here. Look at me. You didn't kill Runch, did you?
No, sir.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. It was a skillful, crafty trick. They clear the way to both those doors. They knew the racket in the yard would draw the saphead guard off the inner gate. They thought of everything except that you were in this room just before it happened. Now, who killed him, Bob? Who killed him?
I don't know.
Yeah? I'm afraid you can't get away with that, my boy. I go out of this room and leave you here, and Runch is alive. When I come back, you're outside in the hall, white as chalk, and Runch is dead or dying. Now, you knew that, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. And yet you say you don't know who did it. Now, you're lying, Bob. Lying to shield a murderer. A man who crept in here with a knife and struck that poor defenseless creature down. Is that worthwhile? A man is dead, Bob. The law says someone has to pay for that.
I didn't kill him.
Yes, I know that, Bob.
I didn't even know. I wasn't even in on it. I'll swear to that.
Yeah, sure, Bob. I understand that. But there'll be an inquest.
An inquest?
Yeah, that's right. The long arm of the law will reach right through these gates. The same law that's outside. You didn't think of that?
No, sir.
Now, what'll you say to the coroner's jury then?
Nothing.
Oh, you can't get away with that. They'll yank you out of here and put you in the county jail. You might get 10 or 20 years for that.
No.
Oh, now, sit down, my boy. Sit down. Now, I've got to tell you this. You've got to know. A free man has 9 chances out of 10 to cheat the law. But a prisoner hasn't 1 chance in 100. Opinion is against him from the start. They could indict you for this, Bob. Men have been hung on slimmer evidence.
No.
Yeah, that's right. Now, listen to this, Bob. Except that a prisoner serving a sentence for homicide who shall be convicted of murder shall be hanged. Now, that's our criminal code, Bob. I know, it's tough. It's tough, but you see the way things lie. So you better tell me, Bob.
I can't do that. I can't. There's a law inside here, too. A man can do anything but squeal. He can't do that. I'll have to take my chance, I guess.
Chance? You haven't got a chance. You're in the net. You're caught. You may get 10 or 20 years.
But it isn't right. It isn't
fair. I can't keep you here with me. They'd never stand for that. You'd go back to the jute mill.
No, I can't. I won't.
You see, you're up against it, boy. You've got to tell me. Now, who killed that man? Who killed him, Bob? Come on, come clean now. Speak up. Who killed him? Who?
I don't know.
Bob, listen to me. You believe that I'm your friend, that I want to help you?
I don't know.
Well, I am. Things have been tough for you, I know. It was a rotten piece of luck that sent you here. You've had another one now. Well, it's just the way things break sometimes. You, me, or anyone. You have to play the cards the way they fall. Now, who killed that man? You won't come through, huh?
I can't.
You'll trade your life away to live up to a code that's made by murderers and crooks to cheat the laws of honest men. You're not a crook. That's not your code.
It's all I've had.
No, this book here in my hand. This is your code and mine. You're not a crook. Don't turn one now. Don't turn your back on this. Who killed that man?
No, I can't forget so quickly what I learned in there. I can't do it. I think it's right, their code for them. And I can't go back on it for them. I can't. I wouldn't be anything then, don't you see? Not anything. I'd be like that thing under the sheet there. No.
Bob. Now, look here. Now, I'll give you one more chance. I'll have your parole here next week. You'll be outside these walls. Free, do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, or rot here in this cage for 3 or 10 or 20 years. A rope around your neck, perhaps. The jute mill every day in and day out, week in and week out, year in and year out. Jute, the smell of it that turns you sick. The dungeon now. A bucket meal each 7 days, cold slop, and bread and water in between. No ray of light, no air, no sound, no human voice. Black emptiness, that's all.
No, for what? For what?
The prison rules. A prisoner must obey. Come on now. Who killed that man? Who killed that man? Come on now, think fast, Bob. Think fast. Who killed him? All right, take him away, Gleason. Put him in the dungeon. Lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, get out on your way. He won't be so cocky in a week.
Yeah, now wait. No violence to that boy. Let no one lay a hand on him. You understand?
Yes.
I'm doing this for him. For him. I've got to save him, do you see? To save him from himself. He's got to tell. He must.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
We return shortly to our play, Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson as Warden Brady. We hear next from a man who last April terminated nearly 9 years of office as warden of the largest penitentiary in the United States, San Quentin. One-time United States Marshal and County Sheriff, he is now State Senator James B. Holohan. The Lux Radio Theater takes you to the capital of California, Sacramento. There, under the high vaulted dome of the Capitol building, where the State Senate has just elected him chairman of its Committee on Prisons and Reformatories, the former warden interrupts affairs of state to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch you from Hollywood to Sacramento in presenting the recent head of San Quentin Prison, Senator James B. Holohan.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and my congratulations on your splendid production of Criminal Code. It was just 2 years ago last Saturday that the most exciting experience I had at San Quentin occurred. I was seated with 3 members of the State Parole Board in my home when the door suddenly opened and we found ourselves facing 4 of our most desperate convicts, each armed with a .45 automatic. They were Rudolph Strait, Fred Landers, Alec McKay, and Joe Christie. I dashed to the telephone to sound the alarm, but as I did, Strait rushed up from behind and pounded me unconscious with the butt of his gun. Then they forced one of the others to order a prison car. Just then, my wife entered the room and was promptly made a prisoner as she vainly strived to persuade the convicts to abandon their mad scheme. The car arrived, taking the 3 members of the parole board and the driver as hostages. They made a wild dash through the prison gates. Police bullets stopped the car 50 miles north of San Francisco. Rudolph Strait was slain, and the other 3 brought back and tried. McKay and Christie were executed, and Fred Landers is still in San Quentin, sentenced for life. They had secured their guns from an outside Confederate who had hidden them under the hood of an automobile belonging to a state employee. The 4 convicts gained access to the prison garage, so it was easy for them to pick up the automatics brought to their hands by a perfectly innocent man. By far the majority of convicts realize their mistakes and try to serve their time in peace and obedience. I am a firm believer in strict discipline, but I found that prisoners, like all human beings, respond best to encouragement when deserved. A pat on the back, so to speak, can be just as effective as the most severe punishment in Siberia, our word for solitary confinement. At times, their make-ups are strange. 2 men about to die for murder once gave their money, in each case amounting to about $800, to charity. One to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the other to children of another convict. It is impossible for prison authorities alone to rehabilitate men whom society has failed to save in the first place. Society always hesitates to help those who wear the prison brand. Until this is overcome, our job of rehabilitation can never fully succeed. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Senator Holohan. Back to Hollywood and Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. A week has gone by. A week Graham has spent in the darkness, solitude, and horror of a cell beneath the ground. During their hour of exercise, his fellow convicts mill aimlessly about in the prison yard. Then Galloway, lurking in the shadow of a wall, hails a white-faced prisoner.
Jerry, over here. Oh, Galloway, you're late. Yeah, I know. I couldn't help it. The warden's daughter just got back. I had to carry her grip from the car. Hey, I only got a minute, Galloway. That's time enough. Now listen to me. When you go back to the garage, go past the cookhouse, see? You'll meet Joe McNamee. You stop and speak to him, understand? Yeah. And slip him this.
A knife.
Take it.
A shoemaker's knife. Hey, how did you get it?
Never mind. It's for Bob Graham.
For him? Hey, how could they get a knife down there?
I've heard of putting things in bucket fees, slipping them right through 6-foot walls.
Oh, yeah, but it's an awful chance, Galloway.
Well, what of it? Have you ever been down there where he is?
No.
Well, I have. I know what it's like. Leeson's been going down there 20 times a day, beating him up, trying to pry it out of him.
Yeah, but a knife, what good's a knife to him?
Not much, maybe.
But it's an out. A two-way out. To end the torture or...
Yeah.
And the kid's been game. Dead game. We owe him something.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like...
Like what?
Nothing. Go on, the guard's looking at us.
Oh, you wish to see me, Warden?
Yes, I do, Doctor. Come in. I want to ask you about Graham.
I looked him over this morning, as you ordered. Physically, of course, a week of bread and water in the dark has an effect. Deterioration does occur, but I'm less concerned with that than...
Than what?
Well, I mean the spirit, the morale, the man himself.
Yeah.
He's sullen now. It's difficult to see into his eyes. And when one does, one sees they're filled with bitterness and hate. There's no trace of what I found in them before. That spark worth saving. It's a pity.
Yeah.
Father.
Oh, Mary. Well, how are you, sweetheart? You can go now, Doctor.
Good. I'll see him again tonight.
Yeah. Well, it's like a breath of heaven to have you back here, Mary. Oh, what's wrong, old girl? You look as solemn as an owl.
What have you done with Robert Graham, Father?
Who told you about him?
Aunt Jenny told me everything. What have you done with him?
Oh, now, don't you worry about things you don't know anything about. He's all right. Everything's all right. Or will be.
I want to know, Father. Where is he?
In the dungeon.
For what?
Technically, for an infringement of the prison rules. Practically, to save his life.
Oh, what good is it to save his life if you destroy him while you're doing it?
Yeah, that's right, Mary. I thought of that myself. What can I do? His parole's lying here on the desk. It's taken me 6 months to get it. I want to get him out of here. I want to turn him loose. Well, then I can't. He's tied my hands. I can't.
You can. You must.
Yeah? What would you do?
I'd set him free tonight.
Oh, you're just a kid. You don't know anything about these
but
things.
I do. I'd set him free, and then I'd fight for him. He's done nothing wrong. He's only doing what he thinks is right. It's what you think that counts.
That's right.
A man like you could find a way to save him. Delays and disagreements and whatnot. You'd get him off, Father. You know you would.
Yes, and what would they do to me for that?
Well, what does that matter if it's right?
Right. You talk as if I'd done a crime myself. I've only done my duty all my life. My duty by the public and the law. I'm not a god. I've done the best I could for him. I'm through. I'm done. The law must take its course.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that. You can't.
What's gotten into you? What do you mean? Look here, what's back of all this? Come on now, sweetheart. Let's get right down to cases on this thing. What's up?
I love him, Father.
What? Is that on the level, Mary?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me that at first?
I wanted you to do it because it was right. Not just for me.
I see. Well, how long has this been going on?
It hasn't gone on at all. He's never said a thing to me. But I've read in his eyes. That's why I went away, to see, to find out just how much I cared. And whether it would make a difference to me that he'd been in prison.
Well?
Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry if it hurts your Father.
Oh, no. You can't help that, Mary. Love? Well, you have to take it when and where it comes. You're not a child.
What will you do?
There's just one answer left to that, Mary. I turn the demons out of hell for you.
Oh, Father.
Now, don't you worry, sweetheart. We'll see him through somehow, some way. Hello? Warden talking. Find Captain Gleason and tell him to send number 23499 up to my office. Yeah, that's right, 23499.
Thank you, Father.
Come on, Kurt. Look sharp. I don't want to spend the night in here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Captain.
You got a pocket flash?
Yes, sir.
Well, then make a light. Black as pitch. There's the cell. Open up.
Yes, sir. Come out here, you. Come out, you hear what I say?
Get him out of there.
He's laying down there in the corner. I think he's sick, Captain.
Sick? He was all right an hour ago.
Maybe, but now I think he's sick. Unconscious.
You're nuts. Why should he be?
Well, you know, You smashed him pretty hard today, Captain.
I only hit him once, and with my fist. Go up and get Dr. Reinwald.
I'll need the flashlight, Captain.
All right, but hurry.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be stuck here in the dark all night.
Right back, Captain.
You can't do anything with these muddy cutaways. The crooks. Hey, what's that? Who's there? Who's there?
Hello? Yes, I did. Send him up. It's Bob. He's on his way up.
Father.
Now, listen, honey, he'll be changed, see? A week in the dungeon will change anyone. Now, don't pay any attention to how he looks, do you hear?
Oh, I won't. Is the car ready?
Waiting downstairs now. He'll be out of here in 5 minutes for good.
Oh, thank God. Bob.
Oh, come in, boy.
Bob,
Come in.
What have they done to you?
Yeah, now, Mary.
Oh, sit here, Bob, here.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, Bob, I'm sorry for what's happened. I've done the best I could for you. For everyone. Your parole has come. I'm going to send you out tonight.
What?
That's right, Bob. I've got it here, you see? Only came this morning. Oh, and here's a pass to take you through the gate.
No.
Sure, we'll beat them, Bob. I don't know how, but we'll beat them some way.
No. It's too late.
Too late? What do you mean? You say that?
Gleason. I just killed him.
Oh,
What?
God.
Think what you're saying, boy. You couldn't.
I killed him. I didn't know, you see. I thought he'd only come to torture me again. I couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't have the strength. He's come so many times to threaten me and beat me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't.
Oh, God.
I killed him. I'm not sorry. No one has any right to make another being suffer as I did in there.
Father.
Oh, I can't beat this, Mary. I can't. They know it now. They're looking for him in the yard.
No, there must be some way,
nothing,
some way.
Mary, nothing. Well, it's just the way the things break sometimes, the way they break. Mary, look at me. I did my best. I did everything that I could.
You sent him down there, down to that dungeon. Anyone would go mad in that place. He didn't know what he was doing.
But I had to do it. Don't you see that, honey? If I hadn't...
If you hadn't sent him, he'd be free now. Free.
No, Mary, don't. Please, you don't understand. Mary, look at me. Hello? Yes, Doctor. Yes? He will. Are you sure? Yes, I see. Yeah, well, keep me informed. Thanks. Gleason is going to live. He didn't know it was dark. The doctor told me an hour ago Gleason had a good chance. I didn't want to tell you, raise your hopes. But it's certain now.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, he's not a murderer, that's all. He'll have to stand trial again. Another 5 years at it, maybe 10.
10 years?
Well, it's better than life or hanging.
Warden.
How did you get up here?
I got to see you, Warden, right away. Alone.
Yeah, wait inside, Mary. What's your name?
Galloway.
Well?
It's about Graham. You got to let him go, Warden. You got to let him out of that dungeon before something happens.
Before something happens? Well, go on.
He didn't kill Runch. He never touched him. I swear he didn't.
Now, you were in here when Runch was killed.
I did it.
You?
Yes, me. I'm telling you now, so you lay off the kid. Let him alone. Get him up out of there before
he knifes somebody.
What?
Well, you're too late, Galloway. You're an hour too late. He knifed Gleason down there an hour ago.
Is Gleason dead?
No. Well, that won't help very much. But that boy was leaving here tonight. I have his parole on my desk. He was walking out of here a free man. And now he stays 10 years. He'll never live it out. 10 years because you waited till it was too late.
But he didn't kill Runch. I told you.
He's young, got his whole life before him. A chance for a home and kids. And what happens? He goes crazy mad in the dungeon and knifes a guard. He didn't know what he was doing, but he pays for it just the same.
Listen to me. He didn't kill Runch. And he didn't knife Gleason either, see? Because I did it.
What?
I did it.
Yeah?
What about Graham's confession?
He was off his nut down there in solitary. Maybe he wanted to kill Gleason. Maybe he thought he did.
Well, how could you have done it?
I've got the run of the place, ain't I? I grabbed the key from the office. I let myself in the side door. I knifed Gleason.
Do you know what you're confessing to?
Sure. A man can only be hung once.
Will you sign a statement?
Any time you want. All right, Galloway. Go now.
Report to Kurtz.
Right. Mary! Mary!
Yes.
Bob's free, Mary. He can leave any time.
Free?
Yes, he didn't do it, see?
But he said...
He didn't do it. He didn't know what he was saying. I'm letting him out now.
Oh, Father.
Well, it's all right, honey. It's all right. He's paid his debt, more than paid it. He had a rotten deal, but now he's got a break, and we'll play it, honey, all of us. We'll play it the way it falls.
As John Hayward said some 400 years ago, of a good beginning cometh a good end. When tonight's star, who will be back with us a little later, was appearing on the stage in The Racket, his leading lady was Gladys Lloyd. She still is. Only now her name is Mrs. Edward G. Robinson. A gracious hostess, a devoted mother, and one much interested in the cultural activities of the film capital. She's just returned from Europe with her husband. And as one who's been their guest several times, I'm delighted to reverse our positions and present Mrs. Edward G. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. When I was in France, I met a doctor who told me of the time that you were very ill in Paris. He said that in your delirium you kept repeating, "Take me to paradise. I want to go to paradise." When I laughed, he looked at me in amazement. And then, of course, I had to tell him that what you were longing for wasn't the happy hunting grounds at all, but your ranch, paradise. One must really visit Europe to appreciate Hollywood. All the culture found abroad flourishes right here in the shadow of the picture studios.
Yes, Hollywood attracts the finest musicians, the most talented painters, and the greatest writers.
Yes. In the Luxembourg galleries in France hang paintings by the Columbia director, Harry Lockman. Nor do the wives of stars and executives spend their time trying to justify their existence by balancing a teacup on one hand and a square-cut emerald on the other. Mrs. Jessie Lasky is an excellent painter. Mrs. Ernest Boyder, wife of the writer, is a director in the Pasadena Community Theater. Mrs. DeMille, wife of our host, is director of the Children's Hospital, the American Red Cross, and president of the Castellar Creche, a baby's home. And if you're not overcome with culture by this time, I might add that Mrs. Edward G. Robinson spends her time reading scripts, landscaping the garden, collecting rare china, and doing equally important chores such as raising her 2 children.
And the rest of your time is your own, huh?
Yes, only there isn't any.
Did you add to your collection while abroad, Mrs. Robinson?
Well, Eddie did most of the collecting, Mr. DeMille. In Paris, he collected snails and frogs' legs. In Copenhagen, beer. And in London, pipes. I thought I knew Eddie pretty well by this time, but when we attended the showing of his picture, Bullets and Ballads, in Copenhagen, he floored me completely by getting up and making a speech in Danish. Maybe it was the beer. I know that it was a short speech and the people seemed to like it, so I'm going to follow his example right now and say thank you all and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Robinson. And now, a word from the other half of the Robinson household. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Thank you very much. I better not make too good a speech, or I might put my wife in the shade. That wouldn't exactly be discreet now, would it?
Well, as one husband to another, no.
Well, now, look here. Maybe if I made a speech in Danish.
No, that's out, too. I'll take the blame by asking you a couple of questions. You're getting away from gangster roles, Eddie. Do you like it?
Oh, fine. Say, I was glad to go to England to make thunder in the city. In that, I play the part of an exploitation man in the story of American ballyhoo versus British conservatism. Mm-hmm. I've been a gangster so many times that I've seen people eye me suspiciously on the street, and of course,
quickly to the other side. One time I tried to rent a house right here in Hollywood. The woman who owned it took one look at me through an opening in the door and not only refused to let me in, but threatened to call the police unless I left at once.
Do you ever think of returning to the stage?
Yes, but it doesn't look as if I will for some time. Homesick as I am to get back on the boards. Or even to see a few good shows. Hollywood, as Mrs. Robinson said, has a lot to be proud of, but I wish we had a couple of real Broadway theaters, don't you, Mr. DeMille?
Yeah.
For both the actor, though, and the listener, the Lux Radio Theater comes nearest to the legitimate stage. My thanks and congratulations. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's program shortly. Our cast tonight included Walter Kingsford as Dr. Reinwolf, Lou Merrill as McManus, Earl Ross as Gleason, William Williams as Kellogg, Richard Abbott as Kurtz, Ernie Adams as Runch, Justina Wayne as Miss Brady, Joe Franz as Jim Fales, Hilda Haywood as Gertrude, Margaret Brayton as the operator, Ross Forrester as Jerry, David Kerman as the waiter, and Frank Nelson as Mike. Mr. Robinson and Miss Roberts appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Mr. Guilfoyle, RKO. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Stowaway. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
If the letters you write us are any indication, no star has appeared in the Lux Radio Theater enjoys greater popularity than Jeanette MacDonald. Her glorious voice comes to us again next Monday night in Tonight or Never, a play with music that ran on Broadway for more than 250 performances and was a tremendous success on the screen. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jeanette MacDonald with an all-star cast in Tonight or Never. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.